Chapter 1, Reincarnation Error, Time Travel Begins. In the summer of 20XX, a system traveled through the D95 world and encountered space turbulence. A house that was about to take the key to collect rent was directly penetrated to death. In order not to leave bad records in the D95 world, the accident system reached private compensation with Ozai, who was worn to death. Ozai has both parents, and has a car and a house, but Ozai is not happy to live. When she was young, her parents devoted themselves to work. When they grew up, they only had a cold house and monthly rent collection work. He lacks love because his parents' love is given to his younger brother. He is not very obsessed with the real world, but in the system's option to help him resurrect, he chose to go to the low-dimensional world to find his figure wife who once placed his emotions in reality. The system agreed, but in terms of choosing the method of reincarnation, in order to have the power to adapt to the rules of different worlds, as I chose Broly, who is a perfect numerical monster in the Dragon Ball world, with terrifying physical strength and energy growth. The soul reincarnation begins. The system brought Azaka's soul to the Dragon Ball world, but when he threw Azaka's soul into Broly's mother's belly for reincarnation, the system caused the accident forgot to protect Azaka's soul because it was too devoted to the Crystal Palace system. After half a year, the Crystal Palace system was completed, but Azaka's soul had been absorbed and reorganized by the powerful embryo of the mutated Saiyan. Although the soul is still a vein, its structure has changed drastically. It can be said that it is a true reincarnation, not the original vein. After stuffing the prepared Crystal Palace into the new soul, the system of accident that he knew that he would compensate him after he was well developed, and hurriedly left the Dragon Ball world. Time passed, and it was IG 732 years. This year, Broly, who was reincarnated as a wrong person, was born, and his mother died. In the same year, because the qualifications detected were too strong, Broly was sent to Wampa Star by King Vegeta. After Paragus discovered it, he rushed to Wanpaxing. But the spacecraft was damaged, and the father and son were trapped on Wampa Star. Time flies, and it is the year 737 of IG. This year, the Saiyans who were scattered throughout the universe were suddenly summoned back to Vegeta. Just when Badak, who felt something was wrong, stole a vehicle, put his youngest son with only 2 combat power in, and launched a remote planet called Earth. On Wampa Star, an action to obtain food was also underway. In the cloudless sky, a figure with a spider shell approached the cave of Wampa Spider's nest. It fell from the sky with lightning speed and smashed the ceiling of the cave. Feeling the movement, a serene sound rang out, and the spiders guarding the nest crawled out of the inside of the cave, staring at the guys who broke into the hatched cave of their tribe. "I'm here to find you to change your food again. This is Baya's blood. I'll change your 2 eggs. I'll put the blood here. As for the eggs, I'll take them myself." The child who smashed into the cave said this and picked up 2 spider eggs that were bigger than others and rushed out of the Wampa Spider's hatching cave. There are numerous spiders outside, and there are already a large number of spiders crawling out from the ground. The small size of these spiders is about 2,000, and the large size of these spiders can reach 3,000. As for the giant spider at the end, which was as huge as a hill and as dark as ink, it was the boss of this group of spiders, with a combat power of about 5,000. After seeing Broly, the giant spider's eyes turned red, and his 8 legs clattered, chasing Broly in the air. Broly seemed to have been used to being chased by the Wampa Spider boss. He raised his hand and hit the plane in the shape of a font. After raising a large area of smoke and dust, others also lowered their flight altitude and rushed into the smoke and dust. The rumbling sounded on his head, and the giant Wampa Spider ran over with a group of Wampa Spiders. Because the angle at which the Wampa Spider's head could be twisted was limited, he could not see the position below it was closer to it. Therefore, Broly hid in an underground crack with 2 spider eggs, and waited until the rumbling movement above his head passed and flew out towards the other side of the spider group's raid. Calculate the time. He has lived on Wampa Star for 5 years and has eaten those group of Wampa Spiders for 5 years. Compared with the bitter taste of adult Wampa Spiders, the bitter taste of Wampa Spider eggs can remove most of them, and the fresher the spider eggs, the more so. However, although the IQ of the Wampa Spider is not high, it attaches great importance to the spider eggs that foster offspring. Compared to luring a Wampa Spider that collects Baya blood to go out to hunt, it is more difficult to get the spider eggs. It is necessary to break into the nest guarded by many Wampa Spiders to conduct very dangerous trading activities. With the improvement of his strength, the understanding of Wampa Spider's habits, such as forcing the transaction of spider eggs, is no longer a big problem for Broly. Every time he uses the retreat method of smoke bombs, it can be effective, but it can be said that it is unsatisfactory. The only regret is that until now, Broly has not found a way to tame the Wampa spider. If you want to get the freshest spider egg directly under the Wampa spider's butt, you can only try your luck. Sometimes if you are lucky, you can get 1 or 2 newborn spider eggs from the butt of the giant spider, but perhaps it is in front of the producer that you forcibly traded the other party's newly born spider eggs many times, so Broly was hated by the giant Wampa spider. But this is not a big deal. The combat power of the giant Wampa spider is only 5,000. A little more. There is also the obvious disadvantage of not being able to fly. For Broly, whose normal combat power had exceeded 10,000 and could not measure the value with a combat power detector, it would not be much harder to solve the opponent than to solve some ordinary Wampa spiders. The reason why the giant Wampa spider was not solved was mainly because of the sound in his mind, which kept reminding him to pay attention to protecting the ecological environment of the planet. Wampa Star is a planet with a harsh environment. Not every monster that survives on this planet can be eaten as food. For example, bio beasts with green fungus blankets, which have the ability to photosynthesis in animals and plants, are inedible monsters. Their blood is highly corrosive, and the meat pieces are as nutritious as fur. Broly's father, Paragus, had worked as a Sheneng and tried to eat Baia's flesh and blood, but it almost went to heaven. If the Saiyans had not had a strong vitality, they would have been able to report directly to the 18th hell. Therefore, the tribe is relatively large and will not make any trouble after eating it. It is a precious edible monster. If you eat or kill uncontrollably, it will easily lead to the death of the Wampa spider group, and then they will starve to death without food. This is why Broly would come to trade with a carapace Baia blood when he came to get the spider eggs. The purpose is to simulate the natural process in which some individuals would be eaten by Baia when the Wampa spider absorbed Baia blood. With 2 spider eggs, Broly quickly flew back to his nest on the mountain. There were a large number of containers made of leftover carapaces in the nest, which contained precious rainwater that was rare in the rainy weather of the Wampa star. Although the rain inside smells fishy, compared with the body fluids of Wampa spider, it is a thing that can be drunk and is easier to eat. He picked up the yellowed liquid in the clay pot with his hands and drank 2 sips. Broly then carried a large flat stone slab next to him. There are almost no green plants on Wampa star. Creating fire is just a delusion, and all you can use is the geothermal energy below the planet. As for the iron pot, Broly has not found the so-called iron ore. If you want to fry things, you can only use stone slabs, which are natural stone slab burning tools. His father had not returned from getting Baia's blood, but he was a little hungry. Broly did not plan to wait for his father. He was going to cook his spider eggs first and fill his stomach. Just as he carried the stone slabs outside, before he could fly out of the cave, a new message emerged in his consciousness: the Crystal Palace has accumulated energy. Are you now traveling through the world? Broly. Since his birth, various information has always emerged in his mind, and not every piece of this information Broly can understand. Crystal Palace, what is that? Crystal Palace is the system editor of Z0186 and is paid to D95 in the original world because the system travels through an indigenous people who have privately settled the compensation system module. The purpose is to resurrect the indigenous people who have received compensation for the original world of D95, and to resurrect their own wives and collect their own wives in the secondary dimension world. Clear information emerged in consciousness, and Crystal Palace gave Broly an exact reply and explanation. Who are the indigenous people of the D95 world? Who are you? Wife, what is it? Partner. Can you eat it? This time, the Crystal Palace module stagnated for a while, and seemed to have given a definite reply after a series of contextual analysis: you can eat it, and you will also eat it. After a series of answers, Broly gradually equated his wife with food in his straightforward mind. Whether the host is traveling through the world now, it is suggested that the Crystal Palace module is in the initial stage. When the space-time energy collection is full, it cannot accumulate additional space-time energy beyond the space-time energy. If the world-time energy is not traveling through the world now, it will cause waste of space-time energy. Broly Burn also wanted to ask what the world travels through time, but after hearing the words of wasted, although he didn't know what space-time energy was, the conditioned reflex gave himself the answer as a frugal child: waste is not allowed. I want to travel through time, and travel now. Received. The D95 original world anchor point was dropped, the low-dimensional world search was started, the world has been matched, and a cross-border coordinate point was established. Bang! As the stone slabs fell to the ground, Broly's figure disappeared from the spot. Chapter 2, Fermented and Juicy, the insects are so delicious. The moment the journey began, the surrounding scenery turned into lines, sweeping towards the rear at an extremely fast speed. In less than 2 seconds, it was like entering a pitch-black tunnel. Everything around it fell into darkness, but soon the color returned, but it was still the same as countless lines. Just as Broly was a little curious and was about to reach out to touch the lines around him, the scenery suddenly stopped and his figure appeared on the stairs in a basement. A serene voice sounded behind me, and a faint sob was mixed with an inaudible sob. Broly turned around and looked, and just under the stairs where he was, he saw a large group of wriggling bugs crawling. Among these fat and tender insects, there was a slightly bulging insect bag, and the subtle sobs came from it. Broly thought about it and jumped. After entering the center of the insect pile, he directly reached out and opened the insect bag that was causing the noise. After the pile of insects was opened, a little girl with no strands was revealed below. There were tears on her face and her eyes were red. She didn't know how long she had been crying. The whimpering sounds continued in her mouth, and after seeing the light again, she stopped a little stunned. "Are you sleeping in the pile of food?" Broly asked curiously, her eyes fixed on a worm crawling on the girl's fair chest. These worms were white and tender. Although they had some sharp teeth, they looked much better than the larvae of the Wampa spider, which made Broly swallow. Hearing this, the young Sakura Matsuki didn't know what to answer for a moment. She was sent to the Matsuki family by her father half a month ago as her adopted daughter. On the day she became an adopted daughter, she was brought here by an old man named Matsuki Dao Inc. The magic attributes on you are empty, and you have to undergo some transformation to better inherit the magic seals of our Matsuki family. The old man, who looked dry and vigorous, said this at the time, and through the adopted daughter of the Tozaka family who had just obtained it into the underground insect warehouse. Completely disregarding the girl's crying and fear, she controlled the engraved worms in the insect warehouse and made a preliminary transformation, using the corrosive magic power carried by the engraved worms to corrode the virtual attribute magic circuit of the girl's body. This process is not only a thriller in the picture, but also an indescribable torture for the transformed individual, and the whole body will suffer from pain like needle pricking. The girl went from crying and struggling to endure gradually sobbing in a low voice, but she just kept holding her family in her heart and saving her affairs. Whether it is an elegant and gentleman father, or a gentle and virtuous mother, or even the occasional bully of your sister. However, none of these relatives who imagined that they would come to save themselves appeared. Instead, a little boy who didn't know and seemed to be a little older than him appeared in front of him. In a desperate environment where insects are piled up, I took off the bad insects that were crawling on myself and biting me, and squatted down to look at myself with concern. Although I couldn't understand the other party's question, I always had to say thank you if I was helped by others. The etiquette education from the Tozaka family was not forgotten just because I became the adopted daughter of the Maki family. Enduring the remaining tingling sensation on her body, the young Sakura got up from the ground and tried hard to open her mouth to say thank you to the boy in front of her, but her voice was a little hoarse and could only make a thin sound like a mosquito and flies. Broly couldn't hear clearly what she was saying, but after the girl got up and revealed the whole picture, a message came to his mind. Matsuki Sakura, one of your figure wives, can be invited to the other party to become a member of the Crystal Palace. Are you my wife? Broly asked this question in a questionable tone. When faced with this problem, young Sakura was a little confused. But she thought of her mother in the past and told some fairy tales to herself when she was a child. After Prince Charming saved the Black Snow Princess, the two became husband and wife. I'm not your wife, but I can be your wife. Compared with fairy tales, my own situation seems to be similar. After having this idea, young Sakura answered in a low voice. And this time the voice can barely be heard clearly. If it's my wife, I'm hungry. Do I have any food? Broly stretched out his hand toward the young Sakura. Crystal Palace said that his wife will give him food. And the other party has so much food here, so he should be giving himself some, right? Broly thought so. Looking at the worms surrounding him again, the eagerness in his eyes became a little more. Suddenly becoming someone else's wife, and suddenly being asked for something from her little husband. This is something that young Sakura has never experienced before. However, she has experience playing games at home and knows what to do now. When your husband is hungry, as the actor who plays his wife, you should bring food to the other party. But when she was called into the insect pile for transformation, she would be ordered to take off all her clothes every time, but now she didn't carry anything on her body. Facing the boy's hand asking for food, young Sakura was a little at a loss. At this moment, the door of the insect warehouse was pushed open and a hunched figure walked in with a cane. Sakura, who is this? Matsuki Dirty Ink's tone looked down at the boy who looked like a wandering little beggar in the insect warehouse, and frowned and asked her adopted daughter. Grandpa, Grandpa. Seeing Matung Dirty Ink's tone, the young cherry blossom body trembled. Matung Dirty Ink's tone was an extremely terrifying person to her. I don't know him, I will accept the transformation obediently. Please don't punish me. As he said this, the girl who was scared lay back on the cold ground. As a matter of fact, miracles do not exist. Facing Grandpa, this little brother who came to save him will definitely be killed. Tears flowed out again, not sure whether it was for the dying boy next to him, or for himself who had to continue to undergo the transformation of the engraved worms later. I'm really old, too, but when a child broke into the worm warehouse, he found out that something was abnormal. Boy, you are really unlucky, but since you broke into this place, please be the food for the worms. Go and eat him. Matsuki Yuin raised her hand and issued an order to the swarm of insects in the worm warehouse. The engraving worms who received the instructions also became aggressive in the next moment. But don't hurt Sakura, her body is the precious maternal placenta of the Matsuki family that has better qualifications for children. The engraved worms avoided the young cherry blossoms and crawled Broly's whole body, tearing the flesh on the boy's body with sharp teeth. The sound of tearing sounded, and the worn combat suit was torn apart in the sharp teeth of the worms, making some noise. Woo 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 woo. The girl's sobs became louder. She could not do anything and killed someone who came to save herself. Your grandpa is really a good person. However, such a sound came from the pile of human form worms covered by insects. Suck. Immediately afterwards, some sounds of swallowing things also sounded. Broly fired his bow left and right, grabbed the worm that was crawling onto him, and began to feast on him. The worms taste neither bitter nor astringent, and they are indeed much better than the larvae of Wampa spider. The shell is crispy, the meat is chicken flavored, and the protein is 8 times higher than that of beef. As worms were shining into their mouths, such information also emerged in Broly's mind. With a small hand, another worm was caught in the hand. Suck it, suck the tail end of the worm in your hand into your mouth. Spit, as soon as I bit my teeth, the plump juice burst out in my mouth. With a casual throw, the worm's head with sharp teeth was thrown to the side. And there was a small pile of worms' heads quickly. The worm's head without the body, and the sharp teeth and mouth are still opening and closing. At this time, whether it was the young girl Sakura or the Matsuki Dirty Ink's tone, her mind was buzzing. Is the thing that carved mark insects something that can be eaten? But no matter what they think, the facts are right in front of them. The Saiyan recipes are still very broad. As long as the food that is eaten in their mouths does not harm them, they can digest most of the food that is eaten in their stomachs. Compared with some difficult to digestible foods, such as aliens, the sealed insects in the moon world are obviously good nutritional products and have sufficient energy, magic, substances. Boy, you are not a normal person. Who are you? Matsuki Dirty Ink's tone questioned him. He had already discovered that his sharp teeth of the worm were unable to bite the skin of the little ghost below. My name is Broly, and I'm a Saiyan. Broly was very polite when the other party gave him so many delicious food and answered the question of Matung Dirty Ink's tone. Saiyan, who is that? Hearing this, Matsuki Duck Ink was a little confused. He searched his own knowledgeable mind for a while, but he could not find any information about the Saiyans. Forget it, no matter who you are, since you dare to eat my worms, you are ready to pay enough, right? Hey, isn't this what you gave me food? Another worm exploded in his mouth, and Broly asked in surprise. How could it be something for you to eat? Every worm here is carefully cultivated by me and used as a precious engraving worm to change the attributes and qualifications of magicians. The cost of a single worm is more than 500,000 yuan, not to mention that I have put in a lot of time and energy. The secular finance of the Matsuki family has not been very good for nearly 100 years, and the insect warehouse in the basement occupies a considerable wealth value of the Matsuki family, which is considered a kind of real estate in the magic workshop. Let's look at the number of leftover insect heads there. If this is to be restored, a large amount of money will definitely be invested. It turns out that it wasn't for me to eat. Broly was a little disappointed, but his mouth did not stop and sucked the worm that had crawled to his mouth into his mouth. It climbed in by itself, it's not my business. He tried to defend himself like this, and then chewed the worm in his mouth and looked like he wanted to take the opportunity to eat a few more bites of good food. You. Next to him, the girl finally couldn't help but retching on the ground. Are you provoking me? Matsuki Dirty Ink's face looked ugly, and he waved his hand to summon some flying marking insects. Kill him. These worms, which looked like enlarged wasps, flapped their buzzing wings and attacked Broly. New food comes again. Broly's eyes lit up, and he grabbed one of the wasps in his hand and took a bite. Bang! Then, the hornet that was put into his mouth and bitten open exploded directly in his mouth. Idiot, this is a self-explosion worm that I have transformed. Looking at the blown smoke and dust, Matsuki said with a complacent expression. It turns out that I can't eat it. But Broly's voice was a little disappointed, and it sounded in the smoke and dust. Nanny, are you okay? After the blown smoke and dust dissipated, Broly's body was not injured by the blowout except for the last piece of clothing. Don't you know the law of smoke and no damage? Broly asked a little strangely. Wait, because of the explosion, my wife was frightened. The happiness value is now declining. Please ask the host to increase the happiness value as soon as possible. Happiness number, the higher the value, the easier it is for the wife to make a strategy. After the other party agrees to be an invitation to become a member of the Crystal Palace, the higher the happiness points the host will convert at one time. Broly read out the prompts from Crystal Palace in his mind, and turned his head and saw the girl trembling on the ground behind him. So, what is the use of this wife? Broly had such doubts, but his body moved faster than his thoughts. He grabbed other hornet-like marking insects and came to the front of the Jade Ink's tone. Before the old man could react, he forced the insects in his hand into the other person's mouth. Bang! The same explosion was still there. Broly had nothing to do, but Matsuki Yuin was blown away. Without a head, his thin body slid straight down from the stairs. In the insect warehouse, the worms had no one to drive them. After feeling the ultimate predator breath from Broly, they quickly shrank to the corner of the basement. Estate inheritance law. Broly muttered the new information in his mind, then floated and landed next to the girl, and said bluntly to the girl on the ground a little clumsy. I killed your grandpa. Now his food is yours. I'm still a little hungry. Can you give me some more food? The worms in the worm warehouse were much more dazzling by Broly, but compared to the Saiyan appetite, this worm is obviously not enough. Hearing this, Young Ying raised her head and saw the headless corpse of her grandfather not far away. Ah! Compared to the fear, she felt a sense of surprise in her heart. Do you still want to eat those bugs? She asked. Is there any problem? Broly tilted his head, not very clear about the meaning of this question. That's not something to eat. The young Sakura got up from the ground again, wiped the tears on her face and said. Broly. He felt serious deception, and Crystal Palace clearly said that his wife would give him something to eat. As a result, this wife didn't give her food at all, and she was not as generous as her grandfather who was blown to death by herself. Can I take you to eat something that can really be eaten? But soon, another sentence from young Sakura calmed down Broly's resentment. What is the real food that can be eaten? Broly was very curious. In his short life, insects were the most common food. For example, cakes, puddings, etc. Young Sakura thought about it, thought of some of the best food she had ever eaten, and said to Broly. Cake? Pudding? Broly seemed to have a little impression of these two nouns, but he couldn't remember what it was. However, his sense of expectation was indeed full of it. Where are they? In the refrigerator, Uncle Yanyi bought it for me a few days ago. Young Sakura replied. The death of Matsuki Dirty Ink's tone made the haze in her heart dissipate a lot. Even the hoarse voice regained some anger. What is a refrigerator? The refrigerator is, well, just go up and take a look, and you'll know. Grabbing Broly's hand, the young Sakura pulled the boy up the steps. She didn't want to stay in the basement insect warehouse for a moment. After taking Broly out of the basement, the young Sakura went straight to the kitchen. This is the refrigerator. When she arrived at the kitchen, she opened the refrigerator and showed Broly the real thing, and the air conditioner that came out of the refrigerator scared Broly. The little Saiyan quickly retreated and jumped away a little vigilant about the air conditioning thing in front of him. No information appeared in his consciousness, but he only cast inquiring eyes at the girl next to him. Chapter 3 Young Second Master, you must be alive. The girl was stunned by his shocked reaction, but she still introduced the refrigerator next to Broly. The refrigerator can cool down and freeze food. But she obviously couldn't say much, so she could only quickly take out the cake from the refrigerator and hand it to Broly. This is a cake with cream on it, it's chocolate flavored, you can eat it. Broly stretched out his head and sniffed the girl's hand left and right. Perhaps he smelled some strange scent. When his eyes lit up, he grabbed the cake still in the plastic wrap and stuffed it into his mouth. This is not something to eat. Young Sakura was startled and quickly put down the plate, reached out and grabbed the plastic wrap around Broly's mouth, trying to pull it out. She succeeded but failed and the plastic wrap was directly pulled off. She lost her balance and fell back. Fortunately, Broly grabbed her hand first and lifted her back. Be careful. Broly said clumsily, reminding words. Plastic wrap. Young Sakura reminded him pointing at what was in his mouth. Broly pulled out the plastic wrap from his mouth, and the sweetness of the cake made him linger. Is there any more? He licked the cream on the plastic wrap but asked. It's gone, only the pudding is left, it's strawberry flavored. Young Sakura shook her head and took out the strawberry flavored pudding from the refrigerator. This time she explained in advance that the outside packaging shells are something that cannot be eaten, but there is no incident of eating them along with packaging shells. This one is delicious, is it still? The two strawberry-flavored puddings were quickly resolved, but Broly was still not satisfied, and his eyes could almost shine when the refrigerator was looking at it. From this strange box, my wife next to me had already taken out two delicious foods that she had never eaten before. It's gone. What is that? It's meat, hey, that's still raw. Broly didn't care whether the food was raw, so he picked it up and started biting it. Raw meat does not have the sweetness of a cake, nor does it have the cuboming of a pudding, but it has a normal flesh and blood flavor. Although it doesn't taste too good, it still says that compared to Wampa Spider, this is food. What about this? This is an egg, wait, this is going to knock the shell. Young Sakura wanted to stop it, but Broly had already put an egg in her mouth and stuck it in her throat when she was about to swallow it. But Broly punched her in his throat, and the blocked egg broke inside. After smashing his mouth twice, it was a bit like a spider egg fluid food, which made Broly not very interested. His target was on some other colorful fruits. While asking the girl what she is, she quickly put everything that smelled pretty good into her mouth. It included a box of lemon-flavored deodorants. Half of Broly's young body was lying in the refrigerator, rummaging through the boxes and cabinets to catch everything that could be eaten or not. The tail behind his butt was swaying left and right, showing his excitement. It was also at this time that young Sakura realized the difference between the boy. Looking at her long tail shaking left and right in front of her, she felt curious and reached out to grab it. The tail was caught and Broly's body shook. He quickly turned around and pulled his tail back before asking the girl's behavior, "What are you doing? Is that the real tail? Or it's still fake?" The tail is a sensitive point for the Saiyans. If the tail is not trained to desensitize, the Saiyans will lose their combat ability. Although Broly overcomes the situation where he will completely lose his combat ability if he is caught, he will still be sensitive to the sensitive areas. On Wampa Star, no one except his father would help him with tail desensitization training, and Broly had long been used to the way his father Paragus grabbed his tail. Now he was suddenly caught by another person. Although the girl was not very hard, the different ways of grasping still made him react. "Hey, why don't you have a tail?" While speaking, Broly also glanced under the girl. Young Sakura noticed his sight and subconsciously raised her legs and reached out to cover the key parts. Therefore, his butt was exposed from the side. Broly asked in surprise when he saw that the girl had no tail. How can a person have a tail? How can a person have no tail? Ordinary people have no tails, only Saiyans have tails. But soon, new information emerged in his consciousness, causing Broly to stop his hand that wanted to snatch the girl's butt and find the tail that did not exist. "So, you have no tail?" Broly looked at the girl with some pity. "What's your look? Young cherry blossoms are unnatural to be seen. You envy me for having a tail, right? Because you give me a lot of delicious food, my tail can be touched." As he said that, Broly handed his tail to the girl. Young Sakura was really moved when she looked at the furry tail that was still slightly shaking. She stretched out her hand and prepared to pick up the tail in Broly's hand. What are you doing? But this process was interrupted by a voice. Shinji, wearing pajamas, stood at the kitchen door, unable to understand the scene in front of him. My philosophical sister and a little boy she didn't know stood naked in front of the refrigerator, as if she was exchanging something. I'm touching her tail. Broly was very serious and answered what he was doing now. He's hungry, I'll bring him to eat. Young Sakura explained in a panic. What kind of mess is it all about touching your tail and eating? Shen Er is still very simple at this age. He doesn't understand what his adopted sister and the strange boy are doing, but he knows one thing. Ying, this is your friend, but even if he is hungry and wants to eat, you shouldn't take him to the kitchen in this way, right? Also, my sister's friend, do you always wear clothes when you visit someone else's house? The second master questioned him very much like a brother. My clothes were broken. Broly immediately answered the question about his clothes. Where are you, Sakura? Shinji Maki looked at the young cherry blossoms. Mine hasn't had time to wear it. Her clothes were in the insect warehouse, but she wanted to escape from that nightmare place as soon as possible, so she didn't have time to pay attention just now. At this moment, facing the gaze of the righteous brother in front of him and the only two of the Maki family who were good at him, the girl shrank her neck. I'll go back to my room to dress. She ran away and left Broly alone in the kitchen. After Ying left, the second son of the young master he looked at Broly. To put it correctly, it was looking at Broly's shaking tail. Is your tail real? He walked around the back of Broly and asked in surprise as his tail penetrated into the vertebrae. Do you want to touch it too? Broly saw that the man was a little curious and asked generously. I don't touch such a strange thing. The young second master raised his head and responded proudly. Although his furry tail is attractive to him. Are you my sister's former friend? He asked. Friend? No, she is my wife. Broly answered this question while gnawing on the apple. What, Sakura is already married at this age? The second young master was shocked. Mary, what is that? Broly asked back, no information about marriage appeared in his mind. You don't even know about marriage. Why should I know? Then why did you let my sister become your wife? In my mind, there is such a message saying this to me. Broly answered honestly. Shen Er couldn't understand when he was young, but was shocked. Is there anything else to eat here? Broly asked, not knowing how to be polite, that he had eaten up all the things in the refrigerator. The second young master. At this time, he also saw the mess inside the refrigerator. Who are you? How did you break into my house and deceive my sister? When the young Sakura came back, she saw her brother who was asking Broly about her situation. My name is Broly. Broly introduced himself again. Crystal Palace appeared. There were many lines around me. Suddenly, I came here. The lack of vocabulary allowed Broly to give such an unknown reply. I didn't deceive anyone. Those bugs are delicious. Of course, the stuff in this box called the refrigerator is even better. Broly licked his lips. He was not full yet. He always needed to consume more food with low energy. I understand, you must be a thief. You deceived my sister to open the door and let you in, and deceived her to take you into my house to steal food. The second master of the young man made a reasonable brain-making effort, and he felt that he had found the truth. Thief. Broly frowned and reacted to the noun in his mind. The information that emerged reminded him that this was a bad title of slander. You don't give me something to eat, and you are still slandering me. Do you want to be killed by me? When he was young, Broly had a murderous intention to kill the second master. This kind of killing intention is extremely pure and is a desire to destroy things that are not conducive to oneself. And this is a kind of wildness he developed on Wampa Star. There is no malice, it is just to simply destroy something that is not good for oneself, or life. As soon as the purely murderous intent came out, the second young master was a little scared and sat on the ground. Confronting the gaze that looked at him indifferently, the negative emotions of fear emerged in my heart. It's like a weak creature being targeted by a powerful predator and then having various nervous and fear reactions. This is the instinct of life that reminds him of the danger of the person in front of him. My brother doesn't mean this. Maybe the second master of the young man was the only one who was good to him in the Maki family, but at this time, the young Sakura stood up and spoke for Shinji Maki. Seeing the girl who gave her good food, Broly's hostility quickly dissipated and she turned to ask for food from the other party. Young Sakura was a little embarrassed. Even if she was her adopted daughter, the Matsuki family had only 5 people, and the food in the refrigerator was all there was, and there was no other food at all. But I can take you out for a meal. Seeing Broly's loss, the young Sakura said what he thought of. What are you waiting for? As long as there is food, Broly will have no problem, he urged. But you have to wear clothes. Young Sakura said again. But what should I do if I don't have clothes? Broly became a little distressed. It's okay, you don't have clothes, but my brother has it. The young cherry blossoms looked at the young second master on the ground. The second young master made a suspicious voice, which he wanted to refuse. But when he saw Broly looking at him, he had no courage to refuse. You are a good person too. After getting clothes to eat, Broly seemed very happy. He forgot the unhappiness brought to him by the second young master next to him. Brother Shen, I won't come back. Please tell Uncle Yanyi. The terrifying grandfather is dead. She no longer has the need to stay in the Maki family. Young Sakura only wants to leave this insect home that leaves her psychological shadow. But before leaving, she still did not forget to say to the person she is good to, and pass Shinji Maki. Sakura, come here, I have something to ask you. The second young master did not dare to speak in front of Broly. After calling Yuri's sister aside, he whispered to the girl. Are you being that a guy with a tail threatened him? If so, well, follow him first and stabilize him. I will notify my father and uncle to save you later. The second master is still the second master, and he dare not stand up even if he is young. I don't know where my grandfather has been, it would be great if he were. Young Sakura. I was not threatened. On the contrary, brother Broly is a good person. He saved me and I am free. I will not come back. Grandpa, don't tell me that he is a bad person. How come Grandpa is a bad guy? Shinji Maki wanted to argue with Yoshiri's sister, but when he heard Broly urging him there in a hurry. I've put on my clothes. When can I go out to eat? I won't tell you, I'm leaving. Etc. What else is there for brother? Did you bring money to eat? Do you need money to use when you go out to eat? Young girl Sakura. She is only 5 years old, so where does she get the money? Give it, this is the pocket money my dad gave me, you can take it. The second young master opened his piggy bank, took out all the coins from it, and handed them to his sister Yuri. But this is your pocket money. I am your brother. Although it is a wise rule, isn't it normal for me to protect my sister? Although I can't protect you now, giving you money is the only thing I can do now. You must stabilize that dangerous guy. I will tell my uncle and grandpa what you were taken away and let them save you. When she was young, she wanted to say something but stopped, but she wanted to stop, but in the end she didn't say anything and took over brother Yoshiri's pocket money. I'm not threatened, my brother really doesn't have to let anyone else save me. It was only when she left the Maki family that she reiterated her situation. I know, Sakura, you must be alive. The second young master looked as if he had made up for everything and solemnly gave his sister Yuri her own response, which made the girl feel a little unaware of what to say. Are you in danger? After walking away, Broly asked the girl next to him curiously. No, it's just that my brother stubbornly believes that I've been taken hostage by you. Young Sakura replied. Holding, what is that? Broly was unclear, so the memory of the past life in his mind was broken, but some information would come out of his mind from time to time. If he cannot understand the information content, he will quickly disappear, so he is more often the manifestation of an ignorant child. Chapter 4, It's your light to stand out, and quarrel is your purpose. After Broly left, the headless corpse in the worm warehouse gathered again in the head, forming a new old man's head. What a dangerous little devil! This kind of power cannot be possessed by normal humans, but he cannot sense the magical aura on the other party. That guy should be a hero. This is the only explanation. It is because Matsuki Yuin understood the gap between himself and the heroic spirit that he pretended to be dead after his head was blown away. After all, his body is in this insect warehouse, and he is really afraid that fighting will affect his body. It is not a secret that the Maki family will participate in this Holy Grail war, but who is the guy behind the attacker? Why did you take that child from the Maki family? Do you think you can use that child to threaten the Maki family, or are you planning to use the other party to threaten the Tozaka family? Matsuki Dirty Ink was muttering to himself, walked out of the basement, walked to the corridor outside, and stopped suddenly at a window near the corner. Maybe, this may also be the attacker sent by Tozaka Toshiko. The reason is that Tozaka Toshiko discovered the magic of the Maki family, which has changed from water attribute to insect attribute. Because he did not want to betray the agreement with the Maki family, he used this trick to take back his daughter from the Maki family. On the glass window, the old man's ghoul-like appearance was reflected, but his energetic eyes narrowed while talking to himself. No, with the character of Tozaka Toshiko, who is obsessed with the Tozaka family's stereotypes, he is not a person who will secretly do things that will betray the covenant. He is a magician who is absolutely calm and competent. The so-called family affection is probably not enough for that person to do things that destroy the principles, but this is not accurate. Humans are relatively complicated emotional creatures. If Tozaka Toshiko. Speaking of this, Matsuki Dirty Ink's tone stopped. I'm a little confused. I always have to test this kind of thing, and what can be clear by testing it, so why bother guessing here? Matsuki Dirty Ink shook his head and continued to walk forward. Hey, Grandpa, you're at home. As soon as I reached the corner, I met my nominal grandson. Ah, no, now is not the time to talk about this. Grandpa, Sakura was taken hostage by a dangerous guy. Go and save her. This stupid grandson, who has no talent as a magician, has the innocence and kindness of a child. He doesn't know what kind of innocence will be twisted into after he grows up and realizes that he is a waste without talent. He has some expectations when he thinks about it. I, the elder of the Matsuki family, actually look forward to the distortion and pain of my descendants. It seems that my soul is also a little broken. The Holy Grail, you have to get it as soon as possible. Before you completely forget your existence as a magician, but before that. Shen Er, have you finished your holiday homework? I haven't finished it yet, Grandpa, now isn't the time to talk about this. The second master was a little anxious and answered his grandfather's question. I haven't finished my homework yet, so what nonsense are you talking to me here? The creepy smile on Matsuki Yuin's face disappeared, and she scolded the young second master directly. Get back to your room and do your holiday homework. But Sakura. That's just your sister Ili, please don't care about her affairs. The second master was wronged, but he did not dare to disobey his grandfather's will, so he could only go back to his room. In Tomoji City, where the Fourth Holy Grail War has begun, a conflict is taking place in a restaurant selling rice bowls. This is the thing. Broly ate pork chop rice bowl, but the rice bowl restaurant suddenly stopped serving him. Why don't you continue to serve the meal? I want to continue serving you food, but you two children ordered so many things. Do you really have the money to pay the bill? The restaurant owner hugged his arms and said questioning. The current social economy is not very prosperous. Someone came to his restaurant to eat the bawang meal and run for orders. Today, the little kid who was not tall, but his thighs became bigger after entering the restaurant. When asked about adults, he said that he would come over in a while. As a result, the items I ordered were halfway. Before I could see the adults mentioned to the two little kids, the restaurant owner couldn't help but wonder if this was a guy who came to his restaurant to eat for free. Before the remaining items were served, he walked out to inquire about the situation. Money. Broly was stunned for a moment, and then the interpretation of money came into his mind, which was the usual trading item for buying food. Broly understood it all at once. It should be the buy of blood of this world, but he didn't have such things, so he couldn't help but look at the young Sakura. How much does the things we ordered cost? The girl asked politely. Including the rice bowls that have not been finished, you have to pay for them in total. The restaurant owner said a number. Young Sakura took out the pocket money given by Shinji Maki and counted it carefully, and found that the coins in her hand were only enough to pay a fraction of the money. The restaurant owner also saw the girl's embarrassment and added, if you only count these things that have been eaten by you, you only need to make up for 2,000 armpits. Young Sakura. This is the disadvantage of not attending elementary school yet. You can't even add or subtract the simplest addition or subtraction. The money for meals is obviously more than the budget. The young Sakura looked at Broly, as if she wanted to seek help from the older boy, but Broly looked at her innocently. If young Sakura is still a child in a civilized society, then Broly is a little savage on the desolate planet of the pure Dragon Ball world. His father Paragus only taught him the knowledge of fighting, but did not teach him how to calculate, and the information that emerged from time to time in his mind did not teach him. Therefore, Broly is also a rice bucket that only orders dry rice, regardless of calculations. At this moment, he did not have the blood, money, of this world, but he couldn't help the girl in front of him. The intersection of sights and Broly's innocent eyes made the young Sakura realize one thing, that is, the little brother with a tail who saved her from the insect warehouse, seemed to be a poor man who couldn't afford to eat a normal meal. She could only look at the restaurant owner. I don't have more money. If you are short of money, you can ask an adult to come and pay the bill. The restaurant owner said. Young Sakura was a little silent. When she left the Matsuki family, she thought that she could finally go back to her real home. It was not until Broly came into the restaurant to make a meal that he suddenly remembered what his father had sent him out to him. Sakura, starting today, your surname will be changed to Maki. You will not be a child of the Tozaka family. Whether it is me or your mother, they will have nothing to do with you. In the future, if you face Rin again, don't treat her as your sister. You will be a fellow traveler in the demonic way and an opponent. If one day, your sisters will face a fight with each other, please don't feel sad. On the contrary, you should be happy that your magic qualifications have not been abandoned. My father, who has already spoken about severing relations, does the current family really have its own place to live? Young Sakura didn't know, but she knew that if the restaurant owner found her biological father Tozaka Toshiko because she had no money to pay the meal fee, it would definitely make the elegant and gentlemanly father feel embarrassed. I don't have a home, and my parents don't want me anymore. Young Sakura said in great disappointment. Restaurant owner. So, are you trying to have a tycoon meal? His face was a little unpleasant and his tone became unkind. I can help pay off my debts. Young Sakura hurriedly said that her magic qualifications allowed her to receive more education, including the Magician's Covenant and Transaction. This is also when she was sent to the Matsuki family. She was ignorant but not noisy. Because, overall, she is a sensible child. Her sensibility also made her want to use labor to pay for the meal fee, but she ignored the fact that she was too young. Are you kidding me? What can you do as a little brat? The restaurant owner obviously did not accept this proposal. He saw that the two children were not dressed like children from poor families or wandering children. He only thought they were children who had a temper with their families, and asked the girl to call home to find the parents if they said anything. Reminder, Maki Sakura's happiness value is decreasing, please pay attention to her situation. In his consciousness, the reminder of Crystal Palace appeared again, and Broly realized the girl's reluctance. Hey, don't make things difficult for her. He said directly. Hearing this, the restaurant owner looked over and asked, do you have money to pay back the debt? I don't. Broly shook his head decisively. If he had the blood of Baya in this world, he would have given it long ago. Then can you call home and ask your parents for money? The restaurant owner asked again. I don't know who my mother is, but my father is not in this world. Broly shook his head and replied again. You have no money and you can't call home to ask for money. Are you playing tricks on me? The situation that looked more and more like eating a bully meal made the restaurant owner even more angry. Believe it or not, I will call the police and arrest you two bad kids who don't pay for meals. The restaurant owner said intimidatingly, but did not notice that the child next to him looked at him, and it was gradually becoming dangerous. Broly does not have the Baya blood of this world, but in the past he did not have the concept of using Baya blood to exchange for food. When he was younger, the way he and his father Paragus obtained food on the Star of Wampa was achieved through the most primitive hunting of the Wampa spider itself. In other words, hunting the restaurant owner who is in front of him is the easiest way for Broly to solve the problem of not having enough Baya's blood to trade food. However, the act of obtaining food without trading may lead to damage to the ecological balance, but before entering the restaurant by smelling the aroma, Broly saw many biological individuals who also had no tails on the road. According to the situation where Baya blood was not used to trade, but just relying on directly hunting Wampa spiders to obtain food, the ecological balance of Wampa Star was not destroyed. In this way, it should be no problem to kill such a biological individual without a tail. Besides, Broly looked at the kitchen with curtains, and the fragrance of food kept coming from that place. He thought that as long as the food owner was solved, the food there would also belong to him. Broly became more and more moved the more he thought about it. Just as he clenched his fists and was about to hunt down the restaurant owner. Bang! On the table next door, the sound of smashing the table came one step ahead. It's really hard to listen to it. Boss, you are an adult at least, why are you embarrassed to make things difficult for the two children? No, Who is your lord? Does this have anything to do with you? I, Fujimura Okawa, this does have nothing to do with me, but I can't stand you, the adult, and bully two children like this. The one who stood up to speak was an orange-haired girl with a single ponytail tied behind her head. She slapped the table with one hand and pointed the restaurant owner with the other hand, and said this with a righteous look. How can this be bullying? Is it considered bullying to ask for the account? They don't have enough money to pay for the meal. The restaurant owner argued. Yes, these two children don't have enough money to pay for meals, but don't they have difficulties too? Didn't you hear it just now? One didn't know that his mother and father had passed away, and the other had no home, and should have been abandoned by his biological parents. Who knows this? Children like to lie. What if this is a lie they tell, they want to pay for it? The restaurant owner's face was a little unnatural. I didn't lie. Broly and young Sakura immediately retorted, and they almost spoke this in unison. Fujimura Okawa nodded, she was willing to believe the words of the two children. What if they didn't lie? She asked the restaurant owner. I run a restaurant, not a welfare institution. Do I deserve to lose money? The restaurant owner asked back, if an orphan should go to the welfare home to ask for food, what's the matter with him when he comes to his restaurant for free? You shouldn't have lost money, but your approach is annoying. Can't you say it in a gentle voice? Faced with a child of this age, you actually said something to let the police come and arrest them. Don't I want to scare them? The restaurant owner said a little aggrievedly that in this era, it is almost impossible for two obviously young children to be imprisoned because of the small matter of eating a bully meal. At most, the police would come over, take the two children away for a lecture, and then call their parents to come and pick up people, if the two children really have parents. Scared? Fujimura Okawa increased his voice, and walked over with great effort to step on his shoes, pointed at the nose of the restaurant owner and began to preach. Do you know how much psychological harm will bring to children like this? If they are afraid in the future fear of the police and no longer willing to trust the police. Can you afford such social responsibility accidents? Children are like beautiful flowers, but in this society, there are always some bad adults who want to destroy young people. As the meal time was approaching, people came into this restaurant from time to time. After seeing the quarrel inside, they found that this seemed not a place to eat, but eating melons seemed to be okay. As long as the guests who come in the restaurant are not busy, they are watching the good shows happening inside at the restaurant. Okay, can't it be because I was wrong? I apologize to them, don't say it anymore. The restaurant owner saw the guests crowded at the door to watch the show. If he continued to be pulled down by this extremely powerful girl, his bad reputation for bullying the lonely child would probably be spread. He also had to be accompanied by a person without a sense of social responsibility and a person without a little bit of popularity. He admitted to his timidity. Humph, this is your fault, you are aware of it. Fujimura Okawa breathed out from his breath, like a victorious general. The restaurant owner told the two children next to him that they were scared and chose to accept the unfinished meal. The result was only the change in the girl's hand. B.A. However, Fujimura Okawa came over and took 2,000 pages in front of him. I'm not a person who bullies others by virtue. I'll make up for the meals that these two children lack. She said so. Okay, guest, you are really kind. The restaurant owner changed his smile, and changed from being unlucky to being enthusiastic about customers. After that being said, if you tell me directly that you are willing to make up for the meals for these two children, I will not argue with you. Ha, don't, I'm in a better mood now. Fujimura Okawa has had a bad time with his parents at home recently because of dyeing his hair. With this righteous quarrel, my mood was well expressed. Restaurant owner. So, you stand up to quarrel, it must be like this, right? But because the other party pays the bill and does not allow himself to bear the losses, the emotional value provided by this additional share is no charge. Welcome next time. Chapter 5. Do you want to be my wife too? After leaving the restaurant, Fujimura Okawa found that there were two small tails behind him. No, why are you two following me? Turning around, he asked the two children a little confused. Ah, this. Young Sakura didn't know how to answer. She just saw Broly coming out and subconsciously came out. Now she was a little at a loss when the elder sister in front asked her why she followed her, but soon she thought of a reasonable and deserved reason. I want to say thank you to my elder sister. Thank you for helping us. The weak look of the young cherry blossoms makes people feel protective. Ha, what a polite little sister, but you don't have to thank me. My sister is just a whim to help you. Fujimura Okawa bent down, reached out to touch the girl's soft little head, turned his head and asked the little boy who was also following him. So, little brother, are you here to thank me too? Broly didn't understand the meaning of thanking, but he said directly to Fujimura Okawa, I'm not here to thank you, I'm here to find my wife. Looking for a wife? Fujimura Okawa was stunned for a moment. It was strange that a young boy said such words seriously. Does this have anything to do with you following me? She asked. You are the new wife I'm looking for. Broly pointed at the girl's nose and said very seriously that this was one of the figure wives confirmed by Crystal Palace, and they were the object of providing food for themselves. Is this a new era of hitting the car? Fujimura Okawa was speechless, but when he saw the little boy being cute, he reached out and pinched the other person's face. You are quite cute, but you are too young. If you want to be my boyfriend, you have to grow up for another 10 years. Compared to Fujimura Okawa's teasing attitude towards the children, the young Sakura next to him was shocked by Broly's words. Aren't I your wife? The girl asked. Who are you? Broly nodded and admitted that he had not forgotten some of the food he had just been fed. Then why are you looking for a wife again? Do you have only one wife? Broly asked back. Young Sakura was silent when asked, but it seemed that the other party was right. Hey, are you so fickle at such a young age? After hearing this, Fujimura Okawa immediately increased the strength to pinch the little boy's face in his hand. Are you willing to be my wife? Broly didn't feel anything. No matter how powerful the girl was, she still belonged to the category of normal humans, and it was not painful to him. Of course I don't want to. Fujimura Okawa naturally answered this question, but he had already let go of his hands. She was afraid that she would really hurt the child. Oh. Broly was a little disappointed. The newly emerging wife in front of her was obviously unwilling to continue to provide food for herself. Hey, where are you going? After seeing the boy's face showing a disappointed expression, he turned around and left. Fujimura Okawa was stunned and asked quickly. Night, I have to find a place to sleep. Broly gave a honest answer. On Wampa Star, he also had a habit of living out of day and night. Do you have no place to sleep? No. There is a slope over there, and I plan to dig a hole there. Broly was saying this seriously. The big cave where he lived on Wampa Star was also dug up with his father Paragus. Of course, it is said to be digging, but if the mountain itself is hard enough, it can be directly blasted out with an energy bomb, which will be more efficient. Fujimura Okawa rubbed his temples and said to the two children, if you are not afraid to get close to some people who look more ferocious, I can take you back to my old house to live. Hey, sister, are you going to take us in? I'm just worried that you two little guys will be harmed by bad guys outside. Recently, a murderer appeared in Toki City, killing many people in succession and not being caught by the police, and the victims included some children. Fujimura Okawa knew this and was still living in the old house for the time being. Her grandfather Fujimura Lehua said when she was worried that it would be safe for her to go to and from school alone, so she reminded her to pay attention to safety. Originally, Fujimura Lehua wanted to arrange someone to send her granddaughter to school, but Fujimura Okawa directly refused. One reason is that the girl is confident in her own fighting strength, and the other reason is that Fujimura Okawa is unwilling to expose her family background in the school. The eldest lady is back. Welcome the young lady home. Because her family is Fujimura Group, the largest underworld group in Dongi City. Is it necessary to do this every day? Miss, isn't this the team leader's instructions? Do we want us to be more enthusiastic about you? Her grandfather is good, but she is a little too eager, mainly because her father is unwilling to inherit the family industry, so her grandfather wants to train her to become the successor of the future Fujimura Group, but the problem is that she is not willing to be the leader of the future gangster sister. Miss, is this? There was a scar on his face, and he knew it was a man who was chaotic at first glance. Seeing the two children following the young lady's butt into the house, he couldn't help but ask. I met two homeless children on the road. I was a little worried that they were wandering outside, so I brought them over. Fujimura Okawa explained. This, is the young lady finally going to cultivate the confidant team who will control the Fujimura team in the future? The man with a scarred face and a fierce expression was moved when he heard this and said loudly. Not a team, bastard. Boss Fujimura, the eldest lady has learned it. She is willing to be your successor. The scar-faced man ran into the mansion to announce the good news, while Fujimura Okawa chased after him. Now she wanted to kick the idiot in front of her to death, who was distorted by her behavior without authorization. What's the norm for a noisy person? Fujimura Lehua, who was talking to the guests in the main room, saw the scarred face running in panic, and couldn't help but pull his face down. But when Scarface told him that his granddaughter suddenly brought back 2 homeless orphans, the big brother from the underworld in Tokuji City smiled. If a gangster like them adopts orphans, it means cultivating a confidant. Only children raised from an early age can develop loyalty to the organization. The scar face in front of him is one of the orphans adopted by Fujimura Lehua. Now even if the other party gets married and starts a career, the other party and the other party's children are loyal to the Fujimura group. You're too much explaining my behavior in front of my grandfather. The sliding door of the main room was kicked away, and Fujimura Okawa kicked Scarface aside with a kick. Ehahi, dehi, there are still customers here. The girl in a sailor suit stepped on the back of Scarface, like a tiger hunting prey. After hearing her grandfather's words, she found a mature man sitting next to her. After glaring at Scarface under her feet with a fierce look, Fujimura Okawa finally restrained the style of Tsukiki City's tiger and began to become quiet. Mr. Emiya, you're rude. My granddaughter has a more temper like me. It's okay, it's an advantage to be a bit weird. Emiya Kiritsugu's face was not different, and his tone was not turbulent and praised him. Things about the house. Just follow the price you said, Mr. Emiya. As for the goods you ordered, I will send them to the warehouse next to the house tomorrow. Okay. Emiya Kiritsugu nodded and pushed the box he brought over. The box was filled with banknotes, which were the money to buy houses and arms. As a former famous magician killer in the underground world, Kiritsugu still has some connections in the underground world. Before the Holy Grail War began, he contacted the largest underground gang in Toki City and booked a batch of arms through the Fujimura group. Don't you need to take a look? Seeing the old man asking his subordinates to put away the box, Kiritsugu couldn't help but ask. I can still trust Mr. Emiya's reputation. After Fujimura Reiwa finished speaking, he asked his subordinates to go and see the guests off. Emiya Kiritsugu got up and walked out with the people from Fujimura group, meet 2 children brought in the corridor. Mr. Emiya. Emiya Kiritsugu suddenly stopped, which made the members of the Fujimura group who were seeing off the guests a little puzzled. It's okay, I just suddenly thought of something. Emiya Kiritsugu said perfunctorily, and he frowned a little when he left the Fujimura mansion. He didn't know the boy he met in the corridor, but the girl, Kiritsugu Emiya, who had investigated the situation of his opponent in the Holy Grail War in detail, knew that the girl was the youngest daughter of the Tozaka family. According to the latest information, the other party should have been adopted by the Maki family, and I don't know why the Fujimura group's house appeared. Can't it be that I've been found? But if I'm found, I'm sending a child to approach me, isn't it a bit of a joke? Emiya Kiritsugu was worried, and the inquiry from Yuya came from the headset. He said it was okay, but decided to investigate the situation in his heart. You are the 2 orphans my granddaughter brought home. Looking at the 2 children who were taken into the room, Fujimura Reiwa asked directly. Grandpa, I just saw that they were homeless. There was a murderer outside recently, so I took them home. Don't misunderstand it and scared the child. Fujimura Okawa said beside him. Is that true? But I think this little guy is very brave. Fujimura Lei was naturally referring to Broly. When he was brought over to ask questions, Broly looked around and looked at the living room in the civilized world, and was not scared by the old man with scars on his face in front of him. On the other hand, the young Sakura was really scared of the old man in front of him asking questions and hurried behind Broly. Is there anything to eat? After Broly looked at the arrangement of the room, he soon lost interest and asked the old man this question directly. Matsuki Sakura's wife's grandfather was generous and invited herself to eat insects as soon as she met. Although she later found out that it was a misunderstanding, Broly now couldn't help but feel full of expectations for her new wife, Fujimura Okawa's grandfather. Boy, dare to be rude to the team leader. Ah, you're not full yet. Scarface and Fujimura Okawa said the words together. Broly touched his belly and only answered Fujimura Okawa's words, not yet. After being ignored by Broly and feeling that his dignity was violated, Scarface wanted to come forward to teach this little devil a lesson. Get out! But he was stopped by Fujimura Lehua. It is a good thing that children can eat and can ask for food. Fujimura Lehua turned her head and looked at Broly. However, if you want to ask for food at my Fujimura home, you have the conditions. What conditions? My Fujimura family does not support idle people. Only those who contribute to my Fujimura family are qualified to ask for food at our Fujimura family. What do you need me to do? Broly asked directly. Only by working hard can you get something. This is also the development of the harsh environment of Wanpaxing. Only by hunting hard can you have food to eat. Broly agrees with this principle. You are too young now, and my Fujimura family doesn't need you to do anything, so I just need you to remember when eating that you eat the Fujimura family, and you should be loyal to the Fujimura family in the future. You have to treat yourself as a member of the Fujimura family and your own people. Can you do it? Education starts with children. Compared with some gangsters recruited halfway through, the senior executives of Fujimura Group are all composed of orphans trained from childhood to adulthood. This loyalty and cohesion cultivated since childhood make the underworld of Toki City only the name of Fujimura Group. What does it mean to be a part of your own people? Broly frowned a little, he was thinking about this question. Crystal Palace, do you know? He even asked about the information in his mind, treating all the information that appeared in his mind as sent by Crystal Palace. Retrieval, based on context analysis, a member and one's own people are nouns that have a similar relationship with his wife. Crystal Palace really gave Broly a reply. Broly was slightly stunned when he got the explanation, and looked at Lehua Fujimura in front of him, and asked endlessly, so, do you also want to be my wife? As soon as this said, the scene in the room became silent, and everyone looked at him in disbelief. Although it was a child's words, it was also a bit shocking. So, you're not only taking my ideas, but also taking my grandfather's ideas. Fujimura Okawa was also a little bit numb and muttered to himself. What, he still has your ideas? When Fujimura Lehua heard this, he was furious. His granddaughter was only 15 years old this year and was a real middle school student. Whoever dared to make a decision on her would dare to break someone's leg. However, he looked at the young boy who looked innocent and seemed to have no idea what he said and looked like he was just kindergarten. Well, this is what a little kid who is much younger than his granddaughter said. That's all right. The girl is not considered a loss to her granddaughter. Did I say something wrong? Broly was a little puzzled. Please note that this Crystal Palace does not accept people other than figure wife joining. In consciousness, Crystal Palace reminded. It turns out that I can't be my own person. Broly was a little disappointed. If he couldn't be his own person with the old man in front of him, how could he do it? Doesn't it mean he can't eat here? Grandpa, this child has some cognition problems. Don't worry about a child with cognition problems. Fujimura Okawa spoke for Broly and pulled him and the girl out of the room. Can't I eat here? Broly asked, pulled out. No, of course you can. But you don't agree to be my wife, and your grandfather can't be my wife. Do you really want my grandpa to be your wife? Only if you have a wife, you can have food. Broly replied. So, you just want to have a meal, not really want to find a wife, right? Broly nodded very carefully. Okay, if it's just such a wife, I can promise to be your wife. Fujimura Okawa understood the child's thoughts. So, can I have a meal here? Yes. Where to eat? Broly only cares about this. I'll take you there. Chapter 6 Sweaty Suppression. The Fujimura Otaku is also the headquarters of the Fujimura Group. There is a special chef here to cook big pot rice for the members of the Fujimura Group who also live here. In general, it doesn't matter if there is one more person to eat. Do you need my help to do something for you? Broly asked suddenly while he was having a meal, and this place seemed to be able to trade food instead of buy his blood. Ha ha ha, what can you, a little kid, do? Fujimura Okawa smiled and touched Broly's dog head. The boy's fluffy hair felt very good, but it made her love a little. What can I do? Broly thought about it and some information came to his mind. I can destroy the earth. He said seriously that the Saiyans who had more than 10,000 battles did have the ability to destroy the earth. Although the earth here refers to the earth in the Dragon Ball world, is the earth in the Moon world bigger than the earth in the Dragon Ball world and harder than the earth in the Dragon Ball world? Not necessarily. You little guy is so bragging. However, Fujimura Okawa did not take this seriously, nor did he find the two major inhibitory forces inside the vortex of the roots. He felt sweaty after the words just appeared. If you really don't want to eat free food at my house and must want to help you do something, what if you help my sister wipe the bamboo knife and armor in the dojo? Guns rarely use guns in the underworld, cold weapons are the mainstream, and there is a private dojo in Fujimura Mansion. Fujimura Okawa was not interested in inheriting his grandfather's black industry, but kendo was a skill learned through his eyes and eyes. Now the only thing that the family can do for children is to clean up the utensils in the temple. This task is a bit simpler. Sister Fujimura, I don't want to eat for nothing. At this time, young Sakura also raised her hand from the side and said. Then Sakura will help, too. The rain and dew of Fujimura Okawa was evenly mixed, and he rubbed the girl's head. One is as fluffy as a puppy and the other is as soft as a cat, which makes her feel very satisfied. But, Brother Broly, how long has it been since you washed your hair? Fujimura Okawa smelled the smell on his palm and couldn't help asking. Shake your hair, what is that? The water resources on Wampa Star are scarce, and it is difficult to satisfy daily drinking, let alone use them as a cleaning object. If you have to say that you have clean behavior, do you think it's not a matter of rolling a few times in the fine sand pile? But Broly has never taken a shower. No way. Fujimura Okawa's expression became a little subtle. It would definitely not be too bad to smell, but it does smell like a wild beast. After the meal, you'd better go take a shower first, and you can go with Sakura. Broly did not object. On the premise of letting him eat, whatever others said would be what they said. That is that child a bucket of rice? How many bowls of rice have they eaten? Broly stopped after cooking more than a dozen pots of rice and stir-frying more pots of vegetables in the kitchen. He patted his bulging belly, showing a satisfied look on his face. This child is definitely not a normal person. Members of the Fujimura group were talking, and Fujimura Okawa was also a little scared by the boy's extraordinary appetite. Are you okay? She asked with some concern. I've never eaten so much. Broly burped and replied. In the past, only the Wampa spider was, and the unpalatable level of Wampa spider was achieved, as long as the purpose of placing a belly, without wasting food, neither Broly nor his father Paragus would go to hunt more spiders to achieve full food. It's incredible. How do you put your stomach on so much food? After touching the boy's belly with his hand and confirming that the other party would not be supported to death, Fujimura Okawa felt relieved. It's like doing magic. Of course, this has nothing to do with magic. The Saiyan digestive system is simply terrifying. Most of the food will be digested so that there is no residue left when it enters the stomach. Now, should I take that shower first, or let's wipe the things you said first? When you have enough food, you have to work. Broly is now full of strength and feels great. Eating so full is not good for your health. Get up and walk away first, and wait until you can digest some of the food in your stomach. By the way, sister, I'm going to teach someone a lesson. Come and see, you guys are here to be cheerleaders. Cheerleaders. Broly and young Sakura were taken to the dojo, and the Scarface who was shouting randomly just now was also called over. Miss, don't. Scarface said with a bitter face. Stop talking nonsense, put on your protective gear, let's have a dignified kendo duel. It was said to be a duel, but this is why the young lady wanted to hit someone. The young lady's swordsmanship is not only superb, but also has great strength. Even if she has armor, she will inevitably be hit in some places where she cannot protect her. You guys have to cheer me up. Fujimura Okawa, who was also wearing a kendo suit, said this to the two children and walked forward and urged Scar to come to his face. After Scar went over his face, the sword fight began. I could only hear the bamboo swords fighting in the sword dojo, making a sound of slap. Broly was a little confused about the strange behavior of the two in the center of the dojo, and didn't quite understand what the two were doing with sticks. Come on, Sister Fujimura. But at this time, the young cherry blossoms had already begun to add fuel to the Fujimura Okawa. Hearing the sound, Broly came back to his senses, but he also acted as a repeater next to him. The girl shouted, and he followed, and the more she shouted, the more she became more skilled. Cut him in the middle, Master Fujimura. Later, he even commanded the attack and used the inexplicable information that emerged in his mind. Oh, it hurts so much, I admit defeat, miss. As Scar's face was overturned by a thrust, the other party decisively fell to the ground to admit defeat. The feeling of cheering someone on is different. After a while of fighting, Fujimura Okawa sweated a little, so he planned to take a break and go to take a shower. Well, will you two take a shower by yourself? After the two children tidied up the used utensils with rags, Fujimura Okawa asked. Before the two of them could answer, she thought of Broly's rhetorical question that she didn't even know what it was to take a shower. Forget it, my bathhouse is quite big, so let's go and wash together. Both were children, and Fujimura Okawa didn't care much. After asking the servants at home to help prepare 2 sets of children's clothes to change clothes, she took them into the changing room. Hey, what is this? While taking off Broly's clothes, she touched Broly's tail wrapped around her waist. Why do you still have a long tail? After being hit by the tail in his hand, Fujimura Okawa asked in surprise. It's normal for Saiyans to have tails. Broly explained. Saiyan, what is that? This time it was Fujimura Okawa's turn to ask back. Is it, vegetable people? The reverse pronunciation of Sya is Issei, and the pronunciation of Issei in Japanese is the same as that of vegetables, but it is a homophone. At this moment, this homophone message appeared in Broly's mind, and he subconsciously said it, but he actually couldn't quite understand what it was. Ah, vegetable man. The river in Fujimura was confused. Forget it, can you touch your tail for your sister? But then, she didn't want this kind of thing anymore, but asked. You give me a lot of food. You are a good wife. I can touch my tail. Hearing this, Broly nodded and obediently handed over his tail to the girl. Fujimura Okawa caught the boy's tail and felt some slight vibrations conveyed from his furry tail. He felt very magical. Subconsciously, she pinched and rubbed her tail, and then heard the boy's suppressed groan. Hey, don't make such an ambiguous sound, okay? She quickly covered Broly's mouth and said. The tail is the sensitive point of the Saiyan people. If you are pinched like this, it will be very numb. Broly explained in a muffled voice, and for the sake of sufficient food, he tried to endure the feeling of paralysis. Fujimura Okawa. Then he quickly let go of the hand that grabbed the boy's tail. If you don't say it earlier, I won't pinch your tail like this. Fujimura Okawa did not react at first, but when he heard Broly's words, he suddenly remembered the incomplete content he had seen in some incomplete books. Now Fujimura Okawa's face turned red, and his eyes looked at the boy subconsciously heading towards the other party's lower 3 ways, but soon she slapped herself. Dahi, you have to cheer up, and you cannot be so distorted by the child's mere tail. You are definitely not a stingy girl. Without continuing to stay in the changing room, Fujimura Okawa, who was not sure about the 2 children, looked at his slap in the face and took the 2 into the big bathhouse of Fujimura's family. First of all, you have to wash your body before taking a bath. The girl doesn't need to help. It can be seen that she can take a bath by herself, but the boy has to pay attention. The other party looked around and looked around, looking like he was interested in the entire bathhouse. More importantly, after his feet were stained with water on the ground, they left black footprints directly on the ground. The dirty ones couldn't be seen from the outside. Broly was pressed on the stool. Fujimura Okawa turned on the hot faucet to flush him. His hair was wet and the original dust was taken down. The almost colored water flow made both the young Sakura and Fujimura Okawa shocked. It seems that flushing water alone is not good. As she said that, Fujimura Okawa took the toiletries, and she wanted Broly to use it herself, but after seeing Broly squeezing out shampoo, smelling the shampoo, and putting the thing directly into her mouth and eating it, she gave up the idea of letting the wild child clean his body by himself. Really, that's not something to eat, spit it out soon. After picking out the shampoo from Broly's mouth. Forget it, I'll help you wash it. Fujimura Okawa asked Broly to sit on the small stool in front, and he also brought a small stool to sit down behind him. The smooth thighs crossed from the left and right sides of the boy, and Fujimura Okawa poured a large ball of shampoo on the dirty boy's hair, and began to rub the boy's head. Broly's hair was quickly covered with foam. He grabbed some of the foam on his hair and smelled it. When he was about to taste the taste again, his little hand was hit by the girl. I said, that's not something to eat. If you want to eat, I won't be your wife anymore. I'll drive you out of my house later. When Broly heard this, he didn't dare to create another riot. Hey, this is really effective. Come on, close your eyes, I want to flush you. As the water flowed away all the foam, the long pure black hair was exposed. I thought it was grey-brown, but I didn't expect it to be pure black. Fujimura Okawa was a little amused and crying. Seeing the little boy's brown skin, she was worried that the other party would eat soap, so she washed her body. On the side, the young Sakura had washed her body. Looking at the busy Fujimura Okawa who was on the boy's side, she also proposed the idea of helping. Fujimura Okawa originally wanted to refuse, but when she looked at the girl who wanted to show her own value, she didn't know what the child had encountered before, so she handed over a piece of soap and asked her to help her scrub the bath together. Two girls, one big and one small, were scrubbing the boy's body like a big dog. Until they could no longer rub any dirt from the boy's body with a bath towel, they finally ended the dirty cleaning project. This is more tiring than beating people. Fujimura Okawa tells the truth. However, this is more fulfilling than hitting people. Looking at the dirty boy, it was a very fulfilling thing to be cleaned on his hands. Young Ying felt deeply the same. At a young age, she had already shown her ability to clean up the dirty housekeeping. Okay, you've been washed and you can go take a bath. Fujimura Okawa picked up Broly and threw him into the big bathtub. I thought it would be easier next. Unexpectedly. While cleaning the body, I found the boy lying on the edge of the large bathtub, looking at him. No, what are you staring at me? I want to learn to take a bath. How simple is this? But is it the same for a girl to take a bath and a boy to take a bath? Little pervert, don't watch it. Before Fujimura Dekawa could see the basin coming, Broly turned around obediently. What is a little pervert? But he had a lot of questions and actually asked what the little pervert means. Little pervert is someone who is young but likes to stare at other people's bodies. Fujimura Okawa explained. Then she is also a little pervert. Broly pointed at the girl staring at her. At the young Sakura, who was pointed at her nose, had a confused expression on her face, and she was confused as if this is okay. Fujimura Okawa. You can't say that. A boy stares at a girl and calls a pervert, but a girl stares at a boy and doesn't call. Why? Because boys and girls are different. What's the difference? The physiological structure is different. Physiological structure, what is that? Look, this is a girl's. Wait, why do I tell you a little brat? You want to prove that a boy is called a pervert when staring at a girl, but a girl is not called when staring at a boy, so she told me this, so why? Fujimura Okawa originally wanted to argue with Broly, but as the boy kept asking all kinds of simple but pointing to the core questions, she found that she could not answer them either. Men and women in today's era should have equal relationships, but it seems that the secular view is not the case. This makes Fujimura Okawa, a 15-year-old girl, fall into a state of distressing thinking. After cleaning her body, she soaked in hot water. When she was thinking about the question of whether men and women were equal in the world, the sound of gully interrupted her thinking. Sunshung looked at him and Fujimura Dekawa saw Broly on his lower half of his face in the water, drinking big gulps of bathing water. No, what are you doing? He quickly lifted the boy out of the water, and Fujimura Okawa directly just asked. I'm thirsty and drinking water. Broly answered honestly. This is bathing water. Can't you drink it? Fujimura Okawa rubbed his temples. Obviously, you can't drink it. Why? There is no reason, you just need to be clear that you can only drink boiled water. What is boiled water? At this moment, Fujimura Okawa experienced the troubles of children who asked many questions many years in advance. Chapter 7 Who is more sad? Ho ho ho. The hair dryer was blowing with the heat, and Broly could feel the warm wind, blowing through his head, and his hair gradually became fluffy and dry. It's a bit squinting, it seems you can't blow too dry. Fujimura Okawa, who was wrapped in a bath towel, said this, then picked up a bottle of hair care and sprayed it on Broly's head. The fragrant smell made Broly raise his head and sniff the nose at the hair care water she was holding. This is not something to eat. Fujimura Okawa quickly put the hair care water back, picked up the comb and let Broly straighten his head and combed it on the boy's long and fluffy hair. Your hair quality is really good. After washing his hair, Broly's hair on his head had a very silky touch, which made Fujimura Okawa envious. Come out your hairstyle. Soon, a boy with a double ponytail appeared in the mirror. Haha, your hairstyle is so cute, you look like a little girl. Broly frowned. After the introduction of Fujimura Okawa's example just now, he already knew the difference between himself and a girl. I'm not a little girl, I have a little brother. He argued in this way and then straightened his crotch, as if showing the evidence to the girl behind him. Shake the elephant, are you shy? Fujimura Okawa spat, his face blushed. This little guy is still developing well. No, it should be said that it is beyond his age group and should be of the same level. Shame. Broly looked puzzled, and Fujimura Okawa hurriedly untied his twin ponytails without waiting for him to transform into the problem baby. Okay, I'll change your hairstyle. She was somewhat scared by this child. Is it okay to have a single ponytail? It's refreshing and capable. Broly was actually not very clear about the quality of her hairstyle. When she saw Fujimura Okawa's expression was so good, she nodded and responded, yes. You stretch your tail over and I'll blow it for you, otherwise it will get wet and wet your clothes. Broly was very obedient. He did not refuse the girl's instructions and obediently put his tail on the girl's hand behind him. The hair dryer rang again, and the warm wind brought some coolness to Broly's tail. Soon, his tail became as fluffy as his hair. The furry feeling made Fujimura Okawa holding him inevitably make a slutty move. As Broly's body shook, she quickly let go of her hand. Sorry, I can't help it. It doesn't matter. Broly didn't mind. After being fucked just now, his body unconsciously had some instinctive reactions because of this strange way of fucking his tail. Well, do you want to fuck it too? Seeing the young Sakura wearing clothes beside her, staring at her tail, Broly thought about it and asked. May I? After being fucked, Broly didn't say anything, but just approached the past and handed his tail to the girl's hands. The young Sakura held her tail in both hands and touched it carefully, not daring to exert too much force. Instead, it made Broly feel that her tail was itchy and shook it on the girl's hand. Did I care about you? Young Sakura quickly stopped stroking her tail and asked. No, it's just that you can use a little harder, it's a little bit too light. Under Broly's encouraging gaze, the young Sakura tried the correct way to pick her tail. Do you think this strength is okay? It's still a little itchy. What about this? It's a little numb. After several trial and error, Broly's tail gradually became familiar with the young Sakura's little hands, and was no longer unfamiliar with the young Sakura's little hands, and gradually entered a state of desensitization and adaptation. To use simulative description, it means that a cat who was originally wary of people can now expose his chin to people. Hey, don't touch your tail there, come and put on your clothes quickly, otherwise it will be bad if you catch a cold. Fujimura Okawa, who had already put on his clothes, shouted, and she was also a little envious of the little guy who could strode his tail. Do you need me to cut a hole in your pants? Fujimura Okawa asked. No, I'm always wrapped around my waist. My father said that this will reduce the chance of my tail being hurt. Saiyan fighters basically place their tails in this way. As for Saiyans who cut off their tails, they are a minority, because this is related to the trump card of Saiyans turning into giant apes. Although there are almost no Saiyans who like to turn themselves into irrational giant apes without need. Broly said that his father taught him to put his tail in this way, but it became another story in Fujimura Okawa's ears. A child with a furry tail has been discriminated against and bullied by others. His father is bullied for not being discriminated against. I taught this child to hide his unique tail from an early age. Although the father is no longer in this world, his love for the child is reflected in the details. What a great fatherly love this is. It doesn't matter, my sister will protect you in the future. Fujimura Okawa was maternal for a moment and hugged Broly in his arms. Her development was very good. Although she had not reached the level of broad mind in the future, she was now soft and fleshy. She just could wrap the boy's entire face, which made Broly a little confused and had no idea what was going on. However, when Broly didn't resist much, he let Fujimura Okawa hug him, his nose sniffing the fragrance of the other person's body. Fortunately, Broly didn't eat anyone and didn't try to bite the soft flesh wrapped in the cloth in front of him. At night, Broly and the young Sakura were arranged to sleep in the guest room by Fujimura Okawa. Originally, Fujimura Okawa wanted to arrange the two little guys to sleep in his room, but his grandfather Fujimura Lehua rejected it. The master must have the reserve of the master. If you are too close, you will lose your superiors and inferiority, and it will be difficult to bring people in the future. Grandpa, I've said that I'm not cultivating a confidant. No matter how Fujimura Okawa explains, it is useless. This home is still dominated by Fujimura Lehua. When people are under the eaves, even their granddaughters have to bow their heads. Then, you two need to have a good rest. After saying that, Fujimura Okawa left, only Broly and young Sakura were left in the room. What are we doing next? Young Sakura was a little nervous. After all, she and Broly met on the first day. Didn't she say that we should go to bed? Broly was a little strange. When he came to the corner of the wall, he leaned against the wall and closed his eyes. Are you just sleeping like this? Otherwise, how else can you sleep? Don't lay a quilt, lie in it. The young Sakura pointed to the Fujimura Okawa next to him, and moved the bedding and quilts that they could use at will. But looking at the puzzled look on Broly's face, she soon realized that the other party might not have slept on the floor. This is what it takes. Although young Sakura had never slept on the floor, she had never seen pigs but had eaten pork. She quickly pushed the rolled bun open and laid the floor for sleeping on the tatami. She crawled in and leaned into Broly and said to him. So you all sleep like this? I used to sleep with my father on the stone. Hey, why? Because there are many dangers on Wampa Star. Some dangers come from monsters, and some dangers come from the natural environment of Wampa Star itself. Sleeping on stones can make you more alert than sleeping on stones. This is what my father told me. Mainly, Broly was angry. After waking him up, Paragus was attacked by his biological son, so he taught Broly how to sleep lightly. Wampa Star. Young Sakura couldn't quite understand Broly's words, but one thing was certain. The other party once lived in a very dangerous place, and might be the same as his own at the Maki family. It's okay, it should be safe now, you don't have to sleep on the stone. Broly thought about it and it seemed like this what I saw in this world, with very weak lives everywhere, so he walked over and got into the quilt of the young cherry blossoms. Young Sakura looked at the unrolled floor on the other side, and looked at Broly lying in his floor, not knowing what to say for a moment. Don't you sleep? Broly lay in the bed covered by his wife, and asked the young Sakura. I'm sleeping, this is a pillow, you can put your head on it. Young Sakura didn't say anything in the end, but just pushed the pillow over and asked Bro to sleep using the normal way of sleeping. The light was turned off, and the young cherry blossomed into the same bed. The room was quiet, but soon, a sob sounded. What's wrong? Broly turned his head and looked at the girl making a sound and asked. I miss home. Young Sakura whispered. What is home? Home is a place where family members are, such as the cave where you and your father live. Crystal Palace gave an explanation, and Broly understood it. If you miss home, then go home. He said so. But I have no home anymore, and my parents don't want me anymore. The dark and quiet environment can best trigger fragility in people's hearts. Before, the young Sakura didn't cry, but lying in an unfamiliar quilt and looking at the unfamiliar room, this low mood was guided, directly defeating the little girl's defense. Host, please note that Sakura Matsuki's mood continues to be sluggish and the happiness value is declining. Broly. He didn't know what to say to the girl around him. Please note that the value of happiness that is too low will affect the invitation goal and the conversion benefits of happiness points when becoming a member of the Crystal Palace. Note, happiness points can be used to exchange items that the host has experienced, including but not limited to daily necessities, edibles, and other items. Broly scratched his head, it seemed that this had no effect on him. He had learned how to survive in this strange world and could exchange food for doing things for others. Reminder, the host does not travel to this world forever, but will return to his own world in 5 days. The countdown to return is 5 days, 6 hours, 38 minutes, and 33 seconds. Now 32, 31. Broly. I have to go back to Wanpaxing and go back to my home? Of course, if the energy in time and space is exhausted, you have to go back. Although it took less than half a day to come to this world, Broly has fallen deeply in love with this world, those foods that are neither bitter nor astringent and very delicious. However, this happiness has not lasted for long, and Crystal Palace told him that he would have to go home soon. Thinking about the days when I was eating bitter spider eggs on Wampa Star, Broly's mood suddenly fell to the bottom. How can I stay? Unlike the young Sakura, Broly didn't want to go home at all and return to Wampa Star. Please provide more time and space energy. Crystal Palace gives the answer. What is space-time energy, and how can I provide it to you? Broly asked. Spatial time energy is the energy of time and space. After the host returns to his own world, he can accumulate space-time energy by relying on his own time to pass. Of course, it can also speed up the space he has moved and increase the collection speed of space-time energy. So, can't I stay in this world? If you want to stay in the different space-time world, please provide more space-time energy. If you want to collect space-time energy, you have to go back to your own world to collect it. If you want to stay in this world, you have to provide more space-time energy. It's a dead cycle. Listening to the crying of the young Sakura in her ears, Broly was inexplicably enlightened, and she also cried out as she learned about her crying. Woo 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 woo. Hearing the noise behind him, young Sakura was a little stunned. When I turned around, I found that the boy in the same bed was also crying. No, why are you crying? I cry and I'm going home in a few days. Isn't this a good thing? But I don't want to go back. After I go back, I can't eat such delicious food in this world. There are only wampa spiders and wampa spiders' eggs that can be eaten. Their taste is so bitter, astringent, and unpalatable, compared to the cakes, puddings, fruits, happy water, and pork chop rice bowl you gave me. Broly reported a bunch of food names and made a summary. It's completely incomparable. I don't want to go back. I want to stay here, but I can't stay here. Young Sakura. She couldn't go back to her home, but the other party didn't want to go back to her. The opposite contrast made her even more uncomfortable. Young Sakura wanted to cry with Broly, but after crying for a few words, she found that Broly cried a little more miserable, just like her parents who died, so she stopped. Don't cry, okay? Young Sakura tried to appease Broly. Cake, pudding. But Broly cried even harder, and he felt extremely uncomfortable when he thought that the food was about to leave him in a few days. No, you just lose the delicious food? Compared to me, you at least have home to go back. Young Sakura said. If I have never seen the light, I can endure the darkness, but after I have seen the light, how do you want me to endure the darkness? Broly took out this information that appeared in his mind and asked the girl. Young Sakura. She deeply felt that she was so carefree and happy at the original Tozaka home, but after being sent to the Maki family as her adopted daughter, she was thrown into the insect warehouse for transformation, but she was so dark and desperate that she could not bear it all. Remind the host again that Sakura Matsuki's mood continues to be depressed, and the happiness value is further reduced. A too low happiness value will affect the target. When she is successfully invited as a member of the Crystal Palace, the conversion benefits of happiness points. Note, happiness points can be used to exchange items that the host has experienced, including but not limited to daily necessities, edibles, and other items. After returning to Wampa Star, can you also exchange food from this world? Can. Broly stopped and cried. Woo. Young Sakura still wants to continue crying. Stop crying. He was interrupted by Broly. Young Sakura. Chapter 8, Recover Lost Land and Use Force. Now, the question before Broly is how to get happiness points. There are two ways to obtain happiness points. The first type is to exchange it for the corresponding happiness points based on the happiness value of his wife when he was asked to become a formal member of the Crystal Palace in a ratio of 1 to 100. The second type is that after the wife becomes a member of the Crystal Palace, she continues to interact with her to generate a happiness value, but will only be exchanged for the corresponding happiness points in a ratio of 1 to 1. Note, the emotions of happiness are fresh and will become dull with the passage of time, but warmth will always exist. As long as there is still love, happiness points will continue to be produced. Broly had a little understanding, but he understood one thing: he had Toonly by making your wife happy can you get happiness points that can be exchanged for food. But, how can we make our wife happy? Broly looked at the side crying, but now he stopped crying for a while because of his words, looking at his young cherry blossoms a little confused. After the analysis of the D95 world information collected by Crystal Palace, the behavior of meeting the needs of the object can provide individuals named as wives with the motivation to increase their happiness numerical value. Satisfy? Broly was stunned for a moment, and then Crystal Palace gave him more intelligence and interpreted it in words he could understand. That is, the host is hungry and his wife gives the host food to eat. Therefore, the feeling of satisfaction of the host is the happiness brought by satisfying the needs. Broly realized, and he asked directly to the crying girl, "Do you want to eat?" Young Sakura was confused by his question, so why did she ask her for no reason if she wanted to eat? No, I'm not hungry. But she still answered Broly's question honestly. Upon hearing this, Broly was a little stunned and asked Crystal Palace why his own methods did not work. The Crystal Palace, who was asked, was also a little down at this moment. After a while, it answered this question. When you are hungry, you will feel the happiness of being satisfied after eating. That is the personal condition for the host to feel happy, and it does not belong to the condition that others can feel happy. Under different circumstances, different people will have different personal conditions for being satisfied with happiness. Please ask the host to analyze the needs of the object by themselves to achieve the value of satisfying the other party's needs and improving the other party's happiness. What should I do? Broly asked. Reminder, this crystal palace only provides basic conditions for helping your wife, and does not have the obligation to replace the host to help your wife. According to Article 38 of the original system bill, we will abide by the role of the auxiliary gold finger instead of replacing the host as a senior agent. The words of Crystal Palace paused in my mind, and then they continued to ring. In other words, please be self-reliant and strive to satisfy your wife by relying on yourself to obtain happiness points. Broly. How should I satisfy you? He looked at young Sakura, played straight ball, and asked directly at young Sakura. Young Sakura was very confused. What did this little brother with a tail satisfy her? Is it because of her belly? But she was full at night and was really not hungry now. How can I make you feel happy? Broly asked again. This time he approached young Sakura, with his pair of eyes with inquiry, staring at young Sakura at close range. The young Sakura was a little overwhelmed by seeing it and didn't know how to answer. By the way, you said you wanted to go home. At this time, Broly suddenly remembered what the other party had just said. Will I send you home tomorrow? Broly asked. Young Sakura made a surprise voice and said hesitantly, but my parents don't want me anymore. What does it have to do with your parents when you want to go home? Broly couldn't quite understand. But that's their home. Young Cherry said something weakly. But it's your home. Broly lay down again, raised his small fist, and showed it to the girl next to him. You don't have to worry. If your parents want to take your home away, I will use force to snatch it back and drive them out. Broly's speech was very Saiyan, which was also one of the Saiyan education that Paragus instilled in him. What he wanted could be snatched by force. Is this operation okay to grab the home and drive her parents out? No, it should be said that the home that drove my parents out is still a home? Young Sakura's mind was a little confused, but she felt Broly's heart. Thank you, but if you can, please don't drive my parents out of the house. Young Sakura didn't even doubt Broly could do anything to drive her parents out of the house, and asked. If you can be happy, I won't drive them away. Broly agreed seriously. Thanks. Young Sakura thanked her again and gradually fell asleep on the pillow. Broly also yawned, and the warm bed gave him a different experience, and he gradually fell asleep. There was nothing to say all night, but the girl in her sleep frowned until she got to the boy and hugged Broly as a warm pillow before she settled down again. In the morning, Fujimura Okawa came to see the situation. He knocked on the door and walked into the room. He saw two little guys sleeping with each other, and there was a quilt next to it that was not spread out. The two little ones look so cute when they are hugged and sleep together. This is the most direct thought that Fujimura Okawa had when he saw the two little guys sleeping in the quilt. She did not wake up the two of them, but squatted beside him and watched the quilt. The sleeping position of the two little guys in the room gradually developed some fantasies about their future. Simply put, it is to fantasize about the future, marry a Prince Charming who doesn't know, and then have two children with the other party. It should be a happy thing for a man and a woman, whether it is a sibling or a sibling. Well, here now, you can take a fraud photo. Two ignorant girls to give birth to children. The happiness value of Fujimura Okawa is continuing to rise. Broly was woken up by the prompt sound of Crystal Palace. When he opened his eyes, he saw a smiling girl squatting beside him. Then, I felt something wrapped around me on my body. I looked down and saw a small head against my chest. Young Sakura treated him as a pillow, and most of her body was pressing on him. Fortunately, Broly had a good sleeping look, otherwise there would be a major accident last night. Kill my sister in my arms, I like to kill someone in my dreams. This strange message emerged from Broly's mind, and he gently pushed the girl sleeping on himself. Woo! The young Sakura woke up in a daze and saw a boy's face in front of her. Ah! She screamed in shock, and when she got up and saw the Fujimura Okawa next to her, she realized that she was no longer at Maki's house. At this time, my calf felt something furry rubbing on it. When I looked down, I found that it was Broly's tail. Broly was also a little startled by the reaction of the young Sakura. Although there was no shock on his face, the shaking of his tail highlighted his emotions, and he was not as calm as he was on the surface, and he was a little uneasy. "I'm sorry, I'm pressing you." Young Sakura quickly apologized. "It's okay, you're not heavy, your body is soft and warm, just like Baya's tail, although there is no furry fur." "Who is Baya?" "Baya is my friend. I like to lie on it and sleep. Sometimes it covers me with its body." Broly explained that the young Sakura seemed to understand, and the Fujimura Okawa next to him said that he did not know the children's encrypted communication words. "Why are you here?" Broly looked at Fujimura Okawa and asked. "I'm here to ask you to have breakfast, but seeing that you're sleeping soundly, I didn't disturb you." Broly is generally more alert to sleeping, but ordinary people in this world are too weak. When looking at it with a combat power detector, they may not even have 5 points of combat power. For Saiyans whose combat power is generally above triple digits, there is almost no difference between normal humans in this world and ants on the roadside. "Have a meal." Broly was shocked. "I just had dinner yesterday. Can I still have dinner today?" he asked. If you don't eat, what should you do if you are hungry?" Fujimura Okawa was also a little surprised. "If I don't have training, I won't feel hungry for 2 or 3 days." Broly answered truthfully that he did not live a normal life of 3 meals a day. For him, eating is not fixed, and he will go hunting when he is hungry. If you are not hungry, you either receive training from your father Paragus or play with Baya. Fujimura Okawa didn't know what to say. In her understanding, Broly's answer was a life of wandering, life of hunger and fullness. "No wonder you ate so much last night, but it doesn't matter. You will have something to eat every day from now on." Fujimura Okawa felt sorry for the boy and said with such a guarantee. Upon hearing this, Broly's favorability towards Fujimura Okawa rose sharply, but unfortunately, he knew clearly that he would go home in 5 days. Even if this second wife is willing to offer herself, she will be forced to end this offering in 5 days because of separation. Unless, he can take her and her food home and return to Wampa Star. Reminder, the host can only take away non-living objects that have direct contact with his skin. If you want to take away your wife, please unlock the internal space of the Crystal Palace. Internal space? Currently, the Crystal Palace is LV1, with an official member of 0/5. After having 5 official members, the Crystal Palace will automatically be upgraded to LV2, which can unlock the internal space construction function. The host can consume corresponding happiness points to build a site building that has been experienced. Currently, the host has 0 happiness points. The goal of strategy can be 1, Matsuki Sakura, the happiness value is 25. Ken strategy target 2, Fujimura Okawa, happiness value 31. Crystal Palace gave a lot of information, and Broly felt that his brain was not enough. But one thing he knew was that he could not take away many things in this world. "This rice is so delicious, give me another bowl." The plan for the day is in the morning. The morning meal tastes delicious. After knowing that in the next 5 days, Fujimura Dekawa would give him food, Broly did not eat enough, but he still dried 5 buckets of rice and 2 pots of dishes. Fujimura Reiwa's eyes were thrilling. Last night, someone came to report to him and said that the children brought home were very edible. "I just didn't expect that I could eat so much, it was like a bucket of rice. I didn't know what the other person's stomach was made of, but it was so capable. Eat a meal of more than a dozen people, and eat 3 meals a day. Using this method to raise this child is equivalent to raising more than a dozen adults who eat for free." Mail. Even though Fujimura Reiwa is the big brother of the underworld in Toki City, she felt a little headache for a while. It's not that she can't afford it, but that she feels that the cost effectiveness is a bit low. In his eyes, Broly was a edible child, that's all. "I hope this child can have the ability to not lose to his own appetite in the future. The person has been taken into the house, so it is impossible to drive him out. Fujimura Reiwa can only look forward to it. Considering that my granddaughter has a more temper like me, I may not be able to find a partner to get along with in the future." Thinking of the child's husband, this big brother from the underworld in Toki City was in a much better mood. "Are you going out later?" Fujimura Okawa asked. "Yes, I'm going to take her home." Broly pointed at the young Sakura and said what he would do later. "She still has a home." After Fujimura Okawa asked these words, he realized that he had made a mistake. "That's not what I mean. She quickly explained to the young Sakura, whose expression fell on her face. I know that Sister Fujimura has no malice. Young Sakura was a sensible child and expressed her understanding of her explanation. I plan to use force to take back her home. Broly said, clenching his fists. Who did you take it back? If her parents don't want her, then I'll hit them until they want it. Fujimura Okawa. She has only read the armed tax collectors in history books, and has never seen violent people come home. This is also considered to be a sense of being opened by a child. I'll go with you. While Broly was preparing to go out with his young Sakura, Fujimura Okawa also came over with his own tiger bamboo knife from the dojo, but planned to go with him. This kind of violence, cough cough, how can a poor child without a father do it alone? Of course, she must be counted as one of hers. Fujimura Okawa was not very clear about the specific situation of this girl named Sakura, but he knew that she was abandoned by her parents. And there is something wrong with this kind of thing. Fujimura Okawa wants to come to the door and teach the parents who should not be so well behaved. In Tozaka House, a man wearing a priest's robe came here. Kaire, do you know why I asked you to come here? I know, the teacher said it when he sent the envoy here, it was for the missing young daughter. Although that child Sakura was adopted by the Maki family and had already cut off relations with the Tozaka family on the surface, he was my daughter after all. After all, she was abducted by the unknown hero. I, the biological father, could not ignore it. The man in a red suit said this. He is the current head of the Tozaka family. The king of the world of Shizuki, Sakura Maki's biological father, Tozaka Toshino. Chapter 9, Giving a Stone to Give Gifts. But as far as I know, the Maki family also participated in this Holy Grail war. Yanfeng Kaire frowned and said. I know what you are worried about, but Yayamaki, who represented the Maki family in the war, was just a guy who gave up on the magic path halfway. Although the Holy Grail war pays more attention to the strength of the summoned heroes themselves, if the magician as the Lord is a half-baked person, even if the summoned servants are powerful, it is useless, because as the Lord, they are weak points. However, you have to be careful, which is why I asked you to come here. Kaire, I need you to use the power of your follower Asathin to investigate some of the situations here. No matter whether this is a conspiracy of the Maki family, or if an unknown force really robbed Sakura, I hope you can figure out what's going on here. Then bring the child Sakura back as safe as possible. I understand, Mr. Toshichen. This is a photo of Sakura. Tozaka Toshimoto took out a photo from his pocket. There were two little girls in the photo, but they were his two cute daughters. The younger one smiled so innocently and happily when she was still called Tozaka Sakura. He is really a cute child, not inferior to Miss Yulin at all. Yanfeng Kaire made a polite sentence without expression. Sakura's talent is indeed not inferior to Rin, but unfortunately, the Tozaka family has only one magic inheritance. No matter which child inherits the magic inheritance, another child who cannot inherit the magic inheritance will suffer the bad luck brought by the rare talent. Toshiko said and sighed. This was also the reason why the Maki family proposed to adopt a daughter from the Tozaka family and was the future heir to the devil's deeds. Okay, Kaire, hurry up and act, I'm worried about the safety of that child. Tozaka Toshiko picked up the red wine glass and signaled that the disciples next to him could go and act. Is the child lost? Why don't I come to ask for my help? After Yanfen Kaire left, a blond man walked in outside the balcony. He had a pair of crimson-red vertical pupils that looked like snake creatures. Who would be Mr. Jin, an enthusiastic citizen in Tomoki City in the future? He looked bored and wanted to find something to do. And looking for the missing daughter for the minister, this one used to bait a fifth king of Uruk is a thing that can be used to pass the time. If Tozaka Toshiko, the man who knelt down and prayed to him with a pious attitude, Gilgamesh would have helped him as a bored time and satisfied his minister's request. How dare the great hero king be condescending? This is just a private matter of the minister. Faced with the kindness of his followers, Tozaka Toshino said respectfully. Humph, what a boring guy. Looking at his respectful appearance, Gilgamesh felt disappointed. His situation was like a tyrant suddenly wanted to do something good, but the people below did not believe that he would do something good, but they did not dare to refute it due to his noble identity. Then they showed their respectful attitude with Tozaka Toshiko at this moment, making people look like they could not find fault and deal with him. Toshiko. If this is not a hero king with a lofty and arrogant personality, he would have long regarded the other party as an ordinary devil. Although the remaining 2 order spells in your hand can also force the other party to summon the other party, if you use the order spell to kill a chicken, how can you fight the Holy Grail war later? Could it be that he would use gem magic to fight head-on with those monster-like heroes? Just as Tozaka Tashimoto responded to the King of Heroes' comments with silence, Kairi Yanfan suddenly walked back from outside the study. Why are you back? Tashiko broke the silence and asked. Teacher, don't look for your daughter anymore, she's outside. Yanfan Kairi's expression was a little subtle and she replied. As soon as he took the photo and was about to go out to find someone, he met 3 people who were about to ring the doorbell at the door. And one of them was a little girl in the photo in his hand. Upon hearing this, Tozaka Tashiko was stunned and then asked about the specific situation. I didn't ask, but the one who sent your daughter home was 2 people, one big and one small. The younger one is a boy of the same age as your daughter, and the older one is a girl with a bamboo knife. The other party looked fierce, but he was an ordinary person. Yanfan Kairi talked about the situation she saw and followed Tozaka Tashiko. Dad. When Tozaka Tashiko came to the entrance of the entrance outside, he heard the little daughter's surprise shout, but it was just a shout. The young Sakura stood outside the door of the Tozaka home with a wondering look, but she didn't dare to step into this home. Sakura. Tashiko's eyes softened, but before he could say anything, he was greeted by the 1988 Moon World version T0. You are the father of this child. I really didn't expect that a rich man living in such a big villa would do the same thing as abandoning his young daughter. When Fujimura Okawa met, he started to curse. The bamboo knife in his hand pointed at Tashiko's nose. Just now, she was full of anger when she saw the young Sakura shrank and dared not enter the house. What did this child suffer in this family? He reached the door, and the door was already open, and he was still standing outside and dared not enter. A bastard like you who abandons your daughter is also a man or a father. Tashiko Tozaka who was scolded. Yanfeng Kairi's mouth twitched, while Mr. Jin behind him showed an expression of eating melons and watching the show. Today, if you let her in this house, she will have to go in if you don't let her in. If you don't want me to kick out of this house with my fists, it's best to be more aware of it and let her go home. After the opening of Fujimura Okawa, Broly also raised his small fist and walked forward, making a threat to the other side of the young Sakura. 2 people on the left and right are like Yakuza intimidating and threatening shops that dare not pay health management fees on the street. However, one of the people who did this was a straight, young, and beautiful middle school girl, and the other was a boy who looked like he was still in kindergarten. Therefore, the actual effect was the scene of the Connor version of the dragon roaring. Tashimoto Toshino thought about the disappearance of his youngest daughter, which may be the conspiracy and tricks performed by the Maki family in this Holy Grail war, and some thoughts that the despicable master of the Maki family, who had other means, was planning against the Maki family and the Tozaka family. But I didn't expect that my little daughter would bring 2 such people to the door the day after the news of being kidnapped. When they meet, they angrily criticized him for being a father's dirty words, and when they are young, they dare to raise their fists and say threatening words to him. For a moment, Tashiko had 3 questions about life: who am I, where am I, and what am I doing? My daughter must have been kidnapped from the Matsuki family, right? After slowing down, Tozaka Tashiko asked this question to his disciples. If you say right when you use the devil to inform me, this is what you said. Yanfan Kairi replied expressionlessly. Then who can tell me what is happening in front of me now? Tashiko asked, but Kairi Yanfan couldn't answer him because he didn't know what was going on. Silly minister, if you ask your daughter directly, don't you know what the situation is? Mr. Jin was like a guiding light at this time, giving his own instructions. Tashiko. Then he walked forward, stood at the entrance of the entrance from a short distance, and asked the girl, Sakura, can tell my dad, what's going on? The people from the Matsuki family came over yesterday and said you were kidnapped. No one kidnapped me, I was rescued. After I arrived at the Matsuki family, I was thrown into a basement full of bugs by my grandfather. Those bugs were crawling on my body, making me feel so painful. It was Brother Broly who suddenly appeared and rescued me from the pile of insects. When she was young, Sakura mustered up the courage and told her father about some of her experiences at the Maki family. Tozaka Tashiko frowned when she heard this. The Matsuki family did have a magic trick to manipulate insects and use demons, but it was impossible for him to understand that the youngest daughter, who adopted him as the heir to the devil, threw him into a basement full of insects. Why did that guy, Matsuki Dirty Ink, throw you into a basement full of insects? He asked. Grandpa said he wanted to transform my magic attributes. Young Sakura answered honestly. Magic attributes, isn't the magic attributes of the Matsuki family water? Could it be? Toshiko had some speculations, but she did not express her own guess. What are them? He turned to ask about the situation of the two people next to him. This is Brother Broly, the one who rescued me from the house of insects. This is Sister Fujimura who took our people in when we were homeless last night. Young Sakura introduced. Toshiko. Homeless, so homeless. This statement was so ironic when my young daughter said it. There may be some misunderstandings here. Taking a deep breath, Toshiko broke the stalemate at the door and said. Fujimura Okawa was still thinking about the bugs and magicians. When he heard Tozaka Toshiko's misunderstanding, he immediately exploded. There is no misunderstanding. You see, she doesn't dare to step into the door of her home. You know what an irresponsible father you are. Toshinomi Tozaka was scolded again, but the girl in front of her was an ordinary person and she took in her youngest daughter. As an elegant gentleman, he was not easy to have an attack, so he could only patiently explain that his daughter was adopted by someone else's house as an adopted daughter. Of course, Tozaka Toshiko did not talk about the inheritance of the devil, but simply talked about the fact that the Tozaka family and the Maki family were family friends. In his heart, he had already regarded the fact that his youngest daughter was kidnapped by Yingling as a situation where his daughter could not bear the magical attributes and then sneaked away from the Matsuki family. The helper was a boy named Broly next to him. Then why don't you let her go back to her real home? Broly asked. There is no such thing as not being allowed to go home. It just involves inheriting the family business. After completing the adoption, we will make a relatively clear division. This is inevitable. When Sakura grows up, if she wants to return here, there will be no problem. Ah, is this how wealthy families deal with adoptive children? Fujimura Okaachi sighed. Through what he heard just now, this Toki Nobuki had already made up some of the scenes of adopting children from two wealthy families. However, Broly did not have such rich brain-enhancing capabilities as she did, and Tozaka Toshiko's words only made him confused. He shook his head and asked the man at the entrance, so, can she go home now? Of course. Toshiko Toshino nodded. The young Sakura's eyes lit up, but she was still a little hesitant. The previous division and alienation were under normal adoption, but now this situation is no longer normal. Then, Sakura, you are still my child. The elegant gentleman opened his arms to his little daughter. Oh Duo-san! Young Sakura couldn't help it anymore, so she ran into the house and threw herself into her father's arms. Woo 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 woo. She couldn't help crying, but her father's arms were still so generous. I think if my father knew what he had happened to at the Matsuki family, he would definitely come to pick me up. The bad grandfather must have deceived her father and did not let her father know what she actually encountered at the Matsuki family. Therefore, her father did not come. Young Sakura found a reason to excuse her father for not coming to save her. With the excuse, she quickly forgave this man with the identity of her father, and continued to regard the other party as an important person she relied on, and gradually gained an emotion called peace of mind from the other party. The happiness value of Matong Sakura is continuing to rise. Although I have figured out that this is a misunderstanding, I still want to say that you, who adopted your daughter and was abused by others in the past without even understanding the situation of your adoptive family, is still an irresponsible and bad father. Fujimura Okawa was still whipping up, and Tozaka Toshino could not refute this, so he could only say, it was indeed my negligence, but I thank you too for helping me. After thinking about it, Tozaka Toshiko took out 2 excellent gems from his pocket. My Tozaka family is in the jewelry business. As he said this, he handed the gem in his hand towards the boy and girl in front of him. These 2 gems are not precious things. Please accept this gift from both of you. Fujimura Okawamoto wanted to scold him, but the man in front of him gave him too much. Broly just took a look and lost interest in the blue stone after discovering it was a stone rather than a food. The shining gem is a common prop to increase the happiness value of the opposite sex, and the main method of using it is to give it. However, the reminder that Crystal Palace in my mind made Broly change his attitude of disgusting gems. Give it to you. He took the sapphire from Tozaka Toshiko, turned around and stuffed it to the young Sakura next to him. Hey! The young cherry blossoms were stunned when he was stuffed with a sapphire, and subconsciously looked up at his father beside him. What does this mean? Tozaka Toshiko was a little surprised and frowned slightly and asked. I'll give her a stone, do you have any objection? Broly's blunt question made Tozaka Toshiko choke. Chapter 10 Lao Deng's father-in-law teaches elegantly. Sakura, this is a thank you gift to the people who help you. I'll return it soon. Toshinomi Tozaka could only turn his head and instruct his little daughter beside him. Yet. As soon as he was reaccepted by his father, young Sakura was still very obedient and wanted to return the sapphire in her hand to Broly. However, Broly did not answer, but just frowned slightly, with a little hostility in his eyes, and looked at Tozaka Toshiko. This person prevented him from improving the girl's happiness value, which was to prevent him from obtaining food. He already had a way to die. But the other party is the young Sakura's father. If the other party is killed, the girl will definitely be sad, which makes Broly hesitant and doesn't know what to do for a while. This is something for you, I want you to be happier. After thinking about it, Broly could only show the style of Wampa Star domineering little savage and said this to the young Sakura toughly. Young Sakura, hey! Toshiko, Exclamation marks almost popped up on other people watching this scene. Things have become interesting. Mr. Jin expressed his opinion on this, and he could clearly tell that the boy was telling the truth. A little boy said something to a little girl that wanted to make the other person happier is often just a joke, but now it is determined to be true. Isn't it very interesting? Of course, part of the interesting thing here is attributed to Tozaka Toshiko. The surprised expression on this straight man's face at this moment gives people a contrast. Mr. Jin had a feeling that this stereotyped guy would also show such an expression, but he didn't know what kind of expression he could show some interest. This is just a child, and the meaning he expressed may be different from what he understood. When he said this to himself in his heart, Tozaka Toshiko showed a false smile. In this case, you can't say this to women at will, even young women. As a man, you should be elegant and maintain a gentlemanly demeanor. Tozaka Toshiko began to instill his own knowledge of elegant gentlemanship in a child. I will only make my wife happier and will not say that to others at will. Broly listened humbly, thought about it, and then gave an answer. It is also a very impolite and ungentleashing behavior to call a woman as her wife. Toshiko said again. But she is my wife. He said his wife, thinking about the food that the girl fed yesterday, including the worms that were shining in the basement. Broly said very firmly. What's the meaning? Tozaka Toshimoto couldn't understand the boy's attitude until the young Sakura pulled the corner of his clothes and couldn't repay her life-saving grace. She had promised to be the wife of the little brother who saved her from the pile of insects, and said it in a more tactful tone. Toshiko was silent at first, then he was a little overwhelmed. Then the man said that this was a joke between children and could not count. She gave me food, so she will be responsible for me. In response to this passage appeared in Broly's mind and was used directly by him. As soon as these words came out, the scene became quiet. Broly's remarks are too novel, and everyone has to digest the meaning. Then if I give you food, will I be responsible for you? After a while, Tozaka Toshiko asked. You can't take responsibility because you can't become my wife. Broly answered this question seriously, and his serious look made Mr. Jin finally laugh out loud. Some absurd words, if they are said by adults, are definitely extremely absurd, but if they were said by children, they could be regarded as children's imagination. Mr. Jin likes this kind of imagination. Aren't there sex change surgery in this era? These are some hospital advertisements he saw when he was bored. So, Shishin, you just go for that kind of surgery and become a woman and the wife of this child. Mr. Jin directly gave some bad ideas to the current elegant gentleman's minister. Of course, if you don't accept the transgender technology of this era, there are also sexual magic potions that can be given to you in my treasure house. Hero King, you are joking. Tozaka Toshiko's eyes and mouth twitched, and she replied to her follower, while her heart kept reminding herself to be good. Elegant, keep the gentlemanly demeanor. If you really want to make Sakura your wife, you still have a long way to go, at least you must make yourself an extremely outstanding person. From the answer just now, Tozaka Toshiko also realized that this child's perception was likely to have problems. But he had no intention of correcting the other party's perception, but he proposed his own choices for his future son-in-law as a father. There is only one condition, that is, the excellence of a person as a son-in-law. As for the definition of excellence, it is naturally as strict as possible. The so-called excellence means being super class, able to do things that ordinary people cannot do. If the child in front of me can really become an extremely excellent person in the future, then even if he wants his little daughter to become a wife, I believe it will be something that I can accept at that time. Excellent. Broly frowned and remembered this word, but not entirely because of Tozaka Toshiko's words, but there was also a tip from Crystal Palace. Being an excellent person is indeed beneficial to the host's guide to his wife. Then how do I become an excellent person? Broly asked. You have to think about it yourself, but my advice is to maintain an elegant and gentlemanly style at all times. Toshinomi Tozaka continued to instill his own elegant outlook on life, while Crystal Palace's tip only said that there are 1,000 Hamlets in the eyes of 1,000 people. Excellence is a relatively subjective view, allowing Broly, the host, to judge for himself. In this regard, Broly just wanted to ask, what is Hamlet and can you eat it? He always has this habit. When new nouns appear in his mind, he will always ask if he can eat it. Normally, he will not receive a response. Hamlet is a tragic story and cannot be eaten. However, this time Crystal Palace gave a reply. After getting the answer, Broly lost interest. His focus has returned to how to make himself an excellent person. Although Crystal Palace asked him to make a judgment on his own, isn't there anyone in front of him who can ask for advice? What is elegance and what is demeanor? Toshiko Tozaka did not realize how terrible Broly was when she was a curious baby. When Broly asked him this, he was a little good at teaching and gave the boy his own interpretation of elegance and demeanor. However, when Broly's questioning followed and began to become a question machine for 100,000 whys, even Tozaka Toshiko was so elegant that he couldn't stand it. Enough! The man roared a little ungraceful, but after realizing that he had lost his composure, he quickly coughed and returned to his previous elegance. I mean, there are still some things at home, and it is not convenient to continue to receive 2 guests. Toshiko made an excuse and sent the 2 of them respectfully out. If I have time in the future, I will invite the 2 to visit Tozaka's house. In other words, if there is no invitation, it is better not to come. The door of the house was closed, and Fujimura Okawa felt sympathy for Tozaka Toshiko, who drove them away. Broly's behavior that kept asking questions just now reminded her of what happened in the bathhouse last night. At that time, she was like the man just now, trying to explain something clearly to a curious child of 100,000 why. The result was a complete failure, then angered and chose to end the topic. Can you tell me? Broly was still unsatisfied and looked at Fujimura Okawa. It's noon, are you going to have a meal? Fujimura Okawa didn't wait for the question to be asked, so he changed the topic. When he heard that it was a meal, Broly left some elegant questions that he had not yet understood. Want? He answered obediently. Hey! After seeing off Broly, Tozaka Toshimoto breathed out. Thank you so hard. Mr. Jin sympathized with this unlucky emperor. If he were asked that, he would definitely be unable to help but take action. Originally, I thought Tozaka Toshiko was boring, but now I think there is something worthy of the other party. At least, as an adult male's elegance and demeanor, Mr. Jin now gave himself affirmation. Upon hearing this, Tozaka Toshiko was stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, this tyrant-like hero king would say such words, and felt a little ashamed for a moment. My demeanor and elegance are still not good at practicing. I was defeated by a child just now, but I still have to practice more. After Tozaka Toshiko sent his daughter back to the room, Kairi Yanfan walked over and asked, Teacher Toshiko, do I still need to investigate Miss Sakura? No need, Sakura was not slandered. She should have taken the opportunity to run out of the Matsuki family. Although she ran away from home was a little naughty, it also made me discover some problems with the Matsuki family. Tozaka Toshiko narrowed his eyes, walked to the side and picked up the microphone on the table, and used the old phone to dial the number of the Maki family. Hello. After the microphone was connected, a hoarse voice came from there. Sakura has already gone home. Tosakashi Chen said directly without bending around the bush. I am worthy of being the head of the Tozaka family. I easily took her back from the people who abducted Sakura. Matsuki Dirty Ink's tone compliments. I didn't take her back, she found her herself, and told me about her own experience at the Maki family. Tozaka Toshiko's tone was cold and he couldn't hear any emotional ups and downs. Yet. In response to this, Maki Yuin asked back, saying that he didn't believe Tozaka Toshiko. This efficient recovery speed made him think that this was a scene directed and acted by Tozaka Toshiko. Matsuki's head, don't you have any plans to explain to me? Toshiko Toshino asked. What do you want me to explain? Explain why I adopted my daughter, why was you thrown into the pile of insects by you, and explain when did the magic inheritance of your Kazuki family turn from water attributes to insects. Tozaka Toshiko asked in a calm voice, and now he could hear the meaning of the attack on the army. The world is changing, and the same is true for the Matsuki family. The magical Tao passed down in the past has caused the blood of the magician of my Matsuki family to decline. In order to inherit, my Matsuki family always needs to make some changes. Whether it is modifying the magic attributes of our family, or asking for a child with excellent qualifications from your Tozaka family, it is just to allow the inheritance of the magic Tao of my Matsuki family to continue. This is my answer. I wonder, can the head of the Tozaka family be satisfied? The decline of the Maki family is an objective fact. Toshinoki Toshino can understand that the family's demonic attributes have been changed for the sake of family inheritance, because he would have done so. You shouldn't hide anything from me in this kind of thing. Toshiko said. Head of Tozaka, have you forgotten that our two families are not only world-famous allies, but also as rivals in the Holy Grail? Will you tell your trump card to your competitors? Matsuki Dirty Ink's tone asked back. Won't. After a moment of silence, Toshiko answered. So, are you going to send Sakura back to the Maki family, or have other plans for this? Maki Suiyan asked again, and now the choice is in Tozaka Toshiko's hands. If the man does not intend to send his daughter back to the Maki family, he has to consider planning a child with magician qualifications and go back to the Maki family for renovation. It is impossible to turn against each other. Tozaka Toshiko is not weak as a magician. Moreover, as the master of the Fourth Holy Grail War, he has summoned an amazing heroic spirit. If he really unreasonably attacks with the heroic spirit, he can't stop it by relying on the half-baked hero of Maki Yanyi. Dong 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 dong. Sitting on the sofa chair, Tozaka Toshiko's fingers were twitching on the table. However, the Holy Grail ceremony was not started so early. If it could be delayed for another 4 or 5 years, he would seek an additional inheritance of the magical Tao for his young daughter. But unfortunately, there was no such assumption. Toshiko Toshinomi did not expect that his youngest daughter would have a very high magician talent like his eldest daughter. When she knew Sakura's talent, the Holy Grail War was approaching, and Tozaka Toshino had no more effort to make arrangements for her. Therefore, when he learned that the Matsuki family needed a magic stepson to inherit the family, he felt extremely grateful. Even now, I already know that the magic attributes of the Matsuki family have changed from water to insects. The Kazuki family, which needs a heir to the devil, is still the best choice for him to entrust his little daughter. I will let Sakura go back, but please be gentler when you transform her magic attributes. Tozaka Toshiko's reply surprised Maki's Dirty Ink's tone. After hanging up the phone, the old man said in a somewhat uncertain voice, is it really not his arrangement to kidnap Ying? Forget it, no matter whether it is, it would be a good thing for the boy from the Tozaka family to send his daughter back. Well, I have to call that guy Yanya back so that no one will get rid of important experimental materials from the Matsuki family. Chapter 11 Barbecue Truth Education. At the barbecue restaurant, Broly was brought over by Fujimura Dekowa for lunch. While he quickly eliminated the meat that was grilled by the girl and held onto his plate, he looked at a jewelry store opposite through the glass window. You are staring at the jewelry store and watching what you are doing. Do you regret sending the sapphires that others thanked for and sent back? Fujimura Okawa looked at the boy's side and saw the jewelry store on the street opposite, and couldn't help but ask. The sapphire given by Sakura's father is a great product. If it were exchanged for money, I'm afraid I could have eaten many such barbecue meals. No, I don't regret it. Hearing this, Broly shook his head. I gave her that stone just to make her happy. Then why are you staring at the jewelry store? Fujimura Okawa asked curiously. I gave her something, but I didn't give you something, but I don't have that kind of stone anymore, so I want to go to a place where there are that kind of stone and get some of that kind of stones back to give it to you. Broly answered this question very seriously, which is why he kept looking at the jewelry store after discovering it. So, do you want to buy jewelry and give it to me? Fujimura Okawa put a piece of roasted pork belly on the boy's plate. Hey, do you still need money to get that kind of stone? Broly asked with a frown while eating pork belly. Generally speaking, it's needed. Fujimura Okawa replied. Unless you can find a masterless gem mine and then mine it yourself, this situation is an exception. She added another sentence. Then where is the gem mine? Broly asked afterwards. I don't know this. Fujimura Okawa shook his head and took out the sapphire to see. The color of the ocean blue is really intoxicating. Then can I get such a stone by robbing it? Suddenly, Broly pointed to the jewelry store opposite, pinched his fist and asked. It's wrong to grab something. Hearing this, Fujimura Okawa started to educate him. And, if you want to treat it as a gift for others, no one wants the stolen goods, at least I don't want it. Hey, don't you want it? Broly was stunned, looking at the girl who couldn't put down her love for Sapphire, and could not tell the truth about her words for a moment. Of course, I'm a righteous person. The eldest lady of the Fujimura family, who has a purely underworld background and her grandfather at home yesterday, said this. Tell you, you are still young, but you can't go astray and become a bad boy. I can feel that Fujimura Okawa can see that Broly is just a simple child. Although there is some cognition problem, I don't want to see the other person because I go astray because of simplicity. What is a bad boy? Bad kids are. When Fujimura Okawa said this, he stopped quickly because she saw the boy's face, which was I'm very curious expression. Anyway, you just need to remember that you can't steal things casually, or you can't steal things casually. Otherwise, your sister won't be your wife or give you barbecue. The orange-haired girl said with a straight face, and the idea of not stealing or robbing and being an upright and good child she instilled in the concept of Saiyan that Paragus instilled in Broly since childhood was different. In the concept instilled by Paragus, no matter what you can rob, as long as you have this strength, including the king of your own race and the throne under your butt. The different concepts made Broly confused, but with the help of barbecue, he quickly stood on the side of Fujimura Okawa. To sum it up in one sentence, that is, my wife who is now giving me barbecue. Every word Fujimura Okawa said is right, and Broly will nod and echo. As for the traditional Saiyan concept instilled in Liudeng's father Paragus, in this case, there is no need to think too much about it. At this moment, Broly's brain belongs to the barbecue fairy. What Fujimura Okawa said was like the truth, and some traces were left in his head with the delicious barbecue that was eaten into his stomach. In one meal, I ate nearly 30,000 yuan, and 90% of the meat was solved by Broly alone. At the time of checkout, the owner of the barbecue restaurant was only grateful that his store did not open a buffet-type store, but he was also sweating profusely. Back at Fujimura's house, Broly suddenly didn't know what he should do. When he saw the big tree in the backyard of Fujimura's mansion, the lush green leaves made him feel a little intimate, so he climbed up with his hands and feet. Not soft at all. But after lying down on the canopy, Broly realized that this looked the same color as Bai's body, but it was not comfortable to lie down at all. Go home. The successful return of Sakura in her youth, and the apparent joy that she showed when she returned home still had some impact on the young Broly. Now that there is nothing to do, Broly recalls what he would do whenever he is free on Wampa Star. He should be lying on Bai's body, looking up at the sky that is mostly blue and cloudless. Although the sky above his head is also blue, there are more white clouds. This is a very rare sight on Wampa Star, which has very little water vapor. That cloud seems to be the one I just ate, ice cream? Broly licked his lips, as if he was savoring the desserts he tasted while eating barbecue. Fortunately, he just ate it and was not very greedy. That cloud. Time was spent in the process of seeing what the clouds were, and Broly gradually fell asleep on the canopy. It was only in the evening that I was awakened by the fragrance of the food. Jumped off the canopy, no one noticed his behavior. Smelling the fragrance, Broly came to the kitchen. He looked at the busy chef inside and thought of Fujimura Okawa, who came to ask him to have dinner this morning, so he ran out of the kitchen again. He came to the room where Fujimura Okawa told him last night that he could come to her if he had something to do, opened the door and broke in. There was a short square table in the tatami bedroom. When Broly came in, the orange-haired girl was leaning down at the square table and writing quickly. What are you doing? When Broly approached and asked curiously from behind, Fujimura Okawa was shocked and the ballpoint pen slid directly out of the square of the homework book. Don't quietly approach me and suddenly speak behind my back, as it will be scary. Vinegar mum day, he complained, then took out the correction liquid and started to apply it. The traces caused by the ballpoint pen just slipped out. So, what are you doing? Doing homework, I'm a student at least. What are students? You are here again, kid, don't have so many questions, okay? As he said that, he grabbed Broly in his arms and rubbed the boy's head. However, considering the other party's situation, Fujimura Okawa still answered this question patiently. The so-called students are people who learn knowledge. If people want to survive in this society, they must learn some knowledge. Well, Broly, do you want to learn knowledge? Can knowledge be eaten? Knowledge is not something to eat, but if you learn well, you can go to a good school and graduate from a good school, and it is easier to find a good job. If you find a good job, you can earn more money. If you have more money, you can buy all kinds of foods you like to eat, so it is not wrong to say that you can eat. Fujimura Dehi is tempted by temptation. That. Broly showed thoughts, and suddenly broke away from Fujimura Okawa's arms, and fell down beside the girl. Wife, I want to learn knowledge. Broly said this with a pair of small hands on the ground, lowering his head and showing a loss. Fujimura Okawa looked at him in a daze, not understanding what the child was doing suddenly, saying he was asking someone, but it didn't seem like he was a quitting seat. You don't need to do this. If you want to go to school, I'll just go and ask my grandpa. After Fujimura Okawa finished speaking, Broly responded oh and stood up quickly. The information in his mind is sincere and does not deceive him, and he also gives him a practical way to ask for things. Obviously, Ozai's broken memories are at work again. The famous scene from the Slam Dunk Master is reproduced in this way in the Moon World. Unfortunately, no one in this world can get this meme. By the way, come in my room and look for me, is there anything wrong? Fujimura Okawa asked. I'm here to ask you to have a meal. Broly told the truth. What, don't you dare to eat alone? Fujimura Okawa thought the boy was a little scared at the Fujimura mansion and had a meal with the gang members in the Fujimura group who didn't look like good people. No, you came to ask me for dinner this morning, and I thought I should come to ask you for dinner. In response, Broly shook his head and expressed his true thoughts. Fujimura Okawa was stunned and hugged the boy after a while. Broly, you kid is so foul. The girl rubbed her face against the boy's face. This kind of cute younger brother role with a well-behaved personality is really in line with her only child like her. Although it is more terrifying and annoying when asking questions, this child will come to his room in the evening because he goes to ask him to get up for dinner in the morning and asks himself to go to dinner in the evening. This sounds quite ordinary, but that is for people who have younger brothers and are used to being called to eat by their younger brothers. As for her, even if someone comes to care about her eating, she will be a big and thick gangster, such as the scarred face who calls her. But now, look at this little guy who kisses and hugs and rubs his face. Can that be compared with the guy Scarface? The happiness value of Fujimura Okawa continued to rise while rubbing his face, and it did not hit the daily limit until it reached 55 o'clock. Can we go to have a meal? Broly asked at this time, and he didn't understand why the other party was so excited and happy because of his words. Sorry, sister, I'll go to have dinner with you now. Fujimura Okawa replied with a smile. He had only known each other for more than a day, but when he got along with this child who had no sense of boundaries, he seemed to have a well-behaved younger brother around him. Just when the two of them were having dinner at the canteen of the Fujimura mansion, the magician killer Emiya Kiritsugu was a little depressed at the Mita village house that was sold yesterday. It seems that being too cautious is not a good thing. Yesterday, I met a little girl adopted by the Tozaka family in the Fujimura mansion, and Kiritsugu Emiya had many associations. For this reason, he went to investigate the situation of this matter today. However, before the matter was found out, the Tozaka family adopted the little girl from the Matsuki family and was directly sent back to the Tozaka family. After recalling the story, Kiritsugu Emiya realized that it might have been a coincidence that he met the other party. It was not that he was discovered at all, and that there was a conspiracy that was attacking him. But because of this cautious mentality, I wasted a daytime rest time. I had already lacked sleep, and now the situation is even worse. Or what if the action tonight is cancelled, do you go to sleep for a while? Juyuan Yumi persuaded her. No, the Holy Grail War is racing against time. Something must have happened between the Tozaka family and the Maki family. I will take advantage of the time when there is a problem with those two families, and quickly solve the monarch of the clock tower. Emiya Kiritsugu rejected Yuya's proposal. When he came to Tomoki City before, he designed a fishing plan to let his wife Alice Phil play Saber's master, trying to lure the enemy out of the way. As a result, the good news is that there are enemies. The bait was taken, and the bad news was that almost all the enemies who could come came, and one of them reported his true identity indifferently. Of course, these are not important things. What matters is the first enemy to take the bait. Lancer is a spearman with 2 brushes. His martial arts are amazing, and he actually hurt Saber, the legendary King Arthur, causing his servant's hand to be injured. And because the spear of the other party's treasure had a high-level curse, it could not be cured. The fishing was not done at the beginning, but the follower was weakened by the curse of the enemy's follower, which was a very painful thing. Therefore, Kenneth Elmer Roy Akapalud, the monarch of the Clock Tower Ors in this Holy Grail War, became the existence of Kiritsugu Emiya, who had a relatively high priority in solving the problem. Of course, more importantly, the monarch with superb magic skills seems to be very contemptuous of ordinary people's methods. After coming to Tomoji City, he chose a big hotel in a very high profile and booked the 2-story room on the top floor, turning it into a magic workshop fortress with extremely strong garrison capabilities. If it is a normal magician's method, it will definitely be difficult to attack, but what if it is an ordinary person's method? The materials purchased by Kiritsugu Emiya contained a large number of detonator explosives. He wanted the Clock Tower monarch to experience what Mother Earth's deep love is, gravity. Chapter 12 Obtain a new identity. A man-made arson occurred at night in a hotel where Kenneth was temporarily staying. The arsonist knocked down the alarm button in advance, giving the people in the hotel enough time to evacuate. There is a fire below. Sora answered a call from the hotel staff. After learning about the situation, she looked at the sofa chair on the other side. A few days ago, watching TV broadcast the news of a gas leak and explosion occurred in Dongmu City Bay Harbor area, Kenneth said. Man made fire and cleared the scene in advance. I think it was Saber's master who launched an attack to remove the injuries on his servant's left hand. Needless to pay attention, on this floor, I have set up 24 magic tricks and summoned dozens of ghosts and monsters to protect them, so that the attackers can attack to see if they can break through the magic workshop fortress built by Kenneth Elmerroy. Lancer, go downstairs and prepare to face the enemy. This time I will not allow you to fail. The blonde man with a big back was very confident, while the servant with a tear mole beside him bowed and responded, I will never let my lord down. Mr. Kenneth Elmerroy. In the square far away of the hotel staff were counting the check-in guests, worried that there would be guests staying in the fire hotel. I am. When the hotel staff shouted for the 3rd time, a man responded to him. Looking at the other person's own people, the hotel staff's expression was a bit subtle, looking at the man who answered suspiciously. My wife Sora has gone to a safe place, so don't worry. Emiya Kiritsugu said expressionlessly. Okay. While thinking that this might be a man who changed his foreign name with a rich foreign woman, the hotel staff crossed out the names of Kenneth Elmerroy and Sola Nozel. Emiya Kiritsugu took the opportunity to look at the list in his hand and found that the names of the evacuees were almost marked, so he stayed away from the evacuees, took out his folded cell phone from his pocket, and called his assistant, Yuakuyuan. After confirming from the other party that Kenneth on the top floor of the hotel did not escape, the magician killer pressed the detonation button. The secret technique of facing the front is simply impossible. It is impossible to directly blast the entire building and let the entire building fall freely to kill the enemy. This is the real security tactic. Even a monarch who is as strong as a clock tower cannot survive from a sky falling 150 meters. The magician killer set up a flag, and drove away from the scene without looking back. Another attacker who was supposed to be present, handed over the girl he was carrying to Shanshin's mother because he needed to escort the teacher's little daughter to the other party's mother in Shanshin's house in Shenyuan town next to Dongmu City. My wife, I have brought Miss Ying. My mission has been completed. Please tell the teacher. Thank you, I will tell Shishin. The woman nodded and hugged her little daughter who was rushing towards her. Mom, I miss you very much. Although the father brings a sense of security to young cherry blossoms, only the mother's arms are more gentle. Yinghua, Mom misses you too. Chan Chengkui's affection for her little daughter was revealed, and she hugged the girl and buried her face between the girl's hair. And I. Rin Tozaka was jumping beside him, wanting to get close to his sister who had been separated for half a month. Sister. After being put down, young Sakura pounced on Yin and hugged her sister hard. The scene of mother and daughter reunion and sisters hugging seems very harmonious, but Yan Feng Kaire knows that this is her teacher's hope to educate the girl who escaped from the Maki family through his wife's mouth, and be brave enough to be the stepson of the Maki family. Compared to the stern preaching, the teacher who gave the impression of a stereotyped magician also had tenderness towards his daughter, which was really surprising. Then, Master's wife, I won't disturb you. Please cheer up Miss Ying as soon as possible. I will come again by that time. This was a trivial task. It was handed over to himself by Tozaka Toshiko, so that he could not keep an eye on the traces of other emperors and heroes, especially the man named Kiritsugu Emiya, suppressed his strange dissatisfaction. After leaving this passage, Yanfen Kaire left the Chan Castle family. Grandpa, Broly wants to learn. When Sakura was sent to Shanchin's house and was about to receive her mother's encouragement, Broly, who had been bathed in the Fujimura family, was also taken to Leihua by Fujimura Okawa, and the girl spoke out for the boy's request for education. Please, Grandpa Fujimura. Broly followed what Fujimura Dakawa taught himself in the bathroom, and seemed to be asking the old man for help. Do you study? Indeed, children need to receive education. Fujimura Reiwa nodded. It was okay to be a gangster in the past to show off his fierce fighting, but with the development of the times, the old man also realized that those who are a gangster in the future must have enough culture. Then, Grandpa. Before Fujimura Okawa finished speaking, he was interrupted by Fujimura Leihua. But is this child really ready for education? He is young to the naked eye, and now he is probably going to kindergarten when he enters school. But what you can learn in kindergarten is just a place to play and hand over other children. Instead of sending it to kindergarten, it is better to stay in the Fujimura mansion. Since childhood, I have been influenced by the atmosphere of the Fujimura family and have become a good child with a strong and dark seedling. The old man said so. Grandpa, please don't lead this child astray, okay, there is no future for the future. In response, Fujimura Okawa slapped his hands on the table and roared at his grandfather. If you say that there is no future, it's not because you two descendants don't want to inherit the family business. In response to this, Fujimura Leihua also slapped the table and roared. The eyes that confronted her granddaughter seemed to be sparkling, and it was like an elderly tiger confronting her own young tiger. In the end, seeing that his granddaughter was unwilling to retreat in this matter, the elderly Fujimura Leihua took the initiative to take a step back, but also put forward some conditions. If you really want to learn knowledge, just let him go to elementary school directly. If you don't want this child to be in trouble in the future, and you want to use the support of your family's finances, then let the child show his talent and value in learning. I need you to ensure that his academic performance can be at a good level, is it okay? No problem. Fujimura Okawa patted his chest and agreed, Broly is quite smart, and she chose to believe in the boy's learning ability. But if there is a problem and you want to cheat again, what should you do? Fujimura Leihua suddenly asked. Impossible. Fujimura Okawa flatly rejected this possibility, but in the face of his grandfather's questioning gaze, you have been cheating before, his voice weakened, what do you think, Grandpa? This is not a difficult task. Grandpa will abdicate directly at that time, and you only need to inherit the family business and become the new person in Fujimura Group. Fujimura Leihua smiled, but said with a picture of the brilliance. Only if you agree to this condition, the Fujimura family will help you fund this child. Grandpa, you are so despicable. This is also impossible. Who told your father not to inherit the family business? You also don't want to inherit the family business. What if you agree or not, leave the child at home to raise it? Fujimura Okawa looked back at the clearness in Broly's eyes, and decided in his heart that this child could not be allowed to be led by the underworld style of the Fujimura family. He slapped the table again and replied, okay, Grandpa, I agree to this condition. Come over here, I will call the principal of Shenyuan Town No. 1 Primary School and arrange for a child to go to their school. Arrangement of a child from a black household to school is a troublesome for ordinary people, but for the local Tortosai Fujimura group entrenched in Toki City, it is just a matter of making a phone call. However, since the identity of the underworld is prone to misunderstandings, it is definitely not too good to accept local primary schools, but as long as you choose schools in towns near Toki City, it is not a problem to enter a school a little low-key. Master, do you really think the young lady will abide by the agreement? After Fujimura Okawa took Broly away, the scar-faced man asked. This is the first time I have seen her care so much about others. The eldest lady is kind-hearted, maybe she just sees that child is pitiful, so she is more pity. As long as she continues to pity that child, she can be allowed to abide by the agreement and inherit the family business. But what if that child really has good learning ability? Scarface asked after asking, meaning whether to tamper with one's hands and feet to interfere with a child's study. If it's good, it's just right to prepare for the matter of Zibai Tenkan group. My granddaughter said right just now. Those who are involved in the underworld will have no future. You old man, you are not optimistic about the underworld cause. It's not about whether you look at it well, but the times are developing like this. Fujimura lays painting sighing, he experienced the most prosperous era of the underworld, and now he can feel that the underworld is worse than before. What if that child has poor learning ability? Scarface asked again. Although the world is abandoning us, there is shadow where there is light. Fujimura Group will continue to exist in that place. Even if it will be worse than the past in the future, it will not disappear easily. I believe in my granddaughter's ability. And that child, whether he is a good child or a bad child, as long as he has the ability, he can become a helper of Daihi, just like you. Old man is very optimistic. I will help cultivate that child's loyalty to the Fujimura family and to the eldest lady. Broly did not know what Fujimura Lehua thought and arrangements he had for himself. He only knew how to stay in this world. With another day of reduction, he had the identity of a primary school student as a transfer student at the first affiliated primary school of Shenyuan town. Broly, you have to study hard in school. If you don't understand, ask the teacher more. When we parted the next morning, Fujimura Okawa explained to Broly. The girl also wore the school uniform of middle school students. Today is Monday, but it is the day to go to school. Broly was driven by Scarface to attend school at the affiliated primary school in Shenyuan town. Along the way, Scarface was instilling in him how the eldest lady was good to him, and he should also be grateful to the eldest lady and work hard to repay the eldest lady's words of cultivation in the future. At first, Broly would not agree when he heard it. After all, he would repay the kindness of a lot of food, but gradually, he yawned a little, just because Scarface said this repeatedly, just like hypnosis, making people sleepy. This is the child who is coming to school. Teacher Kimura will give him a test and see which grade is more suitable for him. After seeing the child brought by Scarface, the principal of Shenyuan Town No. 1 Primary School, after seeing the child brought by Scarface, ordered the teacher who had already called him to take Broly to test his academic ability. I don't know if it happened. Once I tested it, wasn't this a purely illiterate child? Broly was arranged to go to the first grade without any surprise. However, in less than half a day, the teacher in class could not bear it anymore. Principal, this child has too many questions. I said 1 + 1 = 2. He actually asked me why 1 + 1 = 2. How can I answer this question? Principal, I am the same. This child is quite smart, even smarter than other children, but there are too many questions. He is asking questions throughout the class, and I am answering his questions. If the questions he asks make sense, it would be fine, but the problem is that some questions are meaningless and are purely the serious behavior of children. One morning, 4 teachers came to complain during 4 classes. It was not that they did not have the patience to teach the children, but that Broly's class question machine was too terrifying and had seriously affected their teaching of other children. The child's curiosity is understandable. Haven't you told him not to ask meaningless questions? We did this, but it was useless. The child said that his sister had given instructions when he came over and asked the teacher more when he encountered problems he didn't understand. And the child always accepted this principle and asked as long as he didn't understand it. Even if he was punished to stand up, he would continue to ask as if he couldn't understand the air. What's even more terrifying is that I wanted to use the method of thrusting my hands and holding him apart, but the child reached out his hand obediently, but he still asked questions without expression on his face. I have never seen such a special child after teaching the child for so long. The teacher who spoke didn't say anything. She felt a little scared when she was watched by the child who asked the question. It wasn't that the child looked angry with her, but it was because the child was too calm, so calm that it made people unable to see what he was thinking, and then he was scared of the unknown under this calmness. This sounds mysterious, but in fact it is this feeling. It's just a lesson to teach, and these first-grade primary school teachers are troublesome to Broly, the transfer student. Chapter 13, Boiled Green Peppers. Principal, what's the origin of that child? It was sent by Fujimura Group. Hey, that's not a gangster, can't you persuade me to retreat? When this school was established, Fujimura Group helped a lot, and now it will donate some money to the school every year to help us develop our education. The principal didn't say much, but the meaning was very obvious and it was difficult to persuade him to leave. Why, let's change his class. Come on, there are so many students in our school in the first year of junior high school, no matter how you change, it will be in the pot. What about getting into the grade? Although the child's academic ability is not enough, the older children in the grade are relatively mature and are less likely to be affected by him. The teachers who were responsible for teaching first-grade primary school students looked at the primary school principal after a while of discussion, hoping that he would make an idea. The principal, who doesn't understand why these teachers have such a thought of losing the blame, has decided to go and see the students who are transferred to the class in the afternoon. Then, after the first class in the afternoon, the primary school principal realized and understood the difficulties of first-grade teachers. There was indeed a terrifying feeling of being indescribable to teach Broly. The whole class presented a depressing atmosphere, only the child was constantly asking various questions, and the teacher on the podium was exhausted from dealing with the strange questions that continued to extend. There is only one reason for this strange scene. It was Broly, who subconsciously regarded learning as a matter of practicing with Liudeng's father Paragus, and unconsciously released his confrontational aura in the process. Although he is not hostile himself, ordinary people cannot withstand this aura, and it doesn't matter if the time is short. However, a class takes 40 minutes. Whether it is students or teachers, they will feel inexplicable pressure in their hearts under the continuous coverage of this aura. So, to be precise, these first-grade primary school teachers were not broken by Broly's strange questions. It is because his aura is regarded as the main target, and he breaks the defense under the various tricky and weird questions. Okay, let's try to take that child to the next grade. The principal of Shenyuan Town affiliated primary school rubbed his temples and agreed to the first-grade teacher's idea of passing the blame. Therefore, Broly succeeded in becoming a second-grade primary school student on the first day of becoming a first-grade primary school student. Dear students, in the last class in the afternoon, our class will welcome a new classmate, and he will learn with us in this class. The head teacher of Class A, second grade, did not know Broly's horror. She was just assigned by the principal to bring a child to class in the class. Okay, come in and introduce yourself. Broly was drifting with the flow. Going to school was a bit novel for him. He walked into the classroom after listening to the words of a strange female teacher and stood on the podium to introduce himself. My name is Broly, and I'm a Saiyan. Broly introduced himself honestly, but the second-grade elementary school students who introduced him were a little stunned. What is a Saiyan? A little boy raised his hand and asked. The new classmate is so strange. When Broly was answering the boy's question seriously, a girl sitting in the back row quietly told the girl at the same table. Is it strange? Rin Tozaka felt that it seemed like this to be the case for boys. After all, during breaks, some boys played the game of cosmic human beings fighting small monsters. Okay, everyone is very enthusiastic, but now it is time for class, so we still have to teach classroom discipline. The female head teacher said, and prepared to arrange a seat for Broly. Before she could make a decision, Broly saw a girl in the back row. Discover the target of being able to guide, Rin Tozaka, currently the happiness value is 0. Note, the number of happiness is worth it after the host intervenes in the target's life. Teacher, I want to sit there. Broly pointed directly at the location next to Rin Tozaka and said. Okay, then you can move the empty table and chair over there. When the principal ordered the child to be arranged, he also told him to take more responsibility. The head teacher had no intention of stopping the boy. The back row is by the window, the king's hometown. Broly had just moved the table and sat down when such a message appeared in his mind. He doesn't have a book yet. Tozaka, please share the textbook with your new classmates for the time being, okay? Seeing Broly sitting down, the head teacher said something. Rin Tozaka is the young class monitor in the class, and is more mature and capable than ordinary children. Okay, teacher. Rin Tozaka was not the flower of the future. Now she is cheerful and enthusiastic and willing to help the people around her. This is all thanks to her father's elegant and calm family education, which makes her act like a mature adult at the age of 7. Hello, my name is Rin Tozaka, you can call me Tozaka. Tozaka Rin pushed the desk over, and after putting the book between the two desks, he lowered his voice to introduce himself to Broly. Hello, Tozaka, I'm Broly. Thanks to the gentleman's knowledge taught by a man yesterday, Broly did not call the girl a wife directly. You said that on the podium just now, you said that you are a vegetable man from the fighting nation, right? Of course, if you can eat a plate of boiled green peppers without changing your face, I will believe you. Young Rin made a little joke. Is that delicious in boiled green pepper? Upon hearing this, Broly's focus was attracted, and he was very interested in what he had eaten. It's bitter if it's not delicious. Rin Tozaka answered seriously, her mother had made this for her, and if mature adults could eat boiled green peppers, she forced her to eat some boiled green peppers. Broly. He lost interest in boiled green peppers because he didn't like the bitter taste either. In this class, let's review the multiplication and see how everyone has learned. The female teacher of the head teacher was talking on the podium, and Broly raised her hand when she heard it. Teacher, what is multiplication? Have you learned multiplication? A boy turned around and asked him, and Broly shook his head. I only learned addition and subtraction today. He said honestly. Haha, you are a first-grade elementary school student. The boy laughed at him. Zinken, has the teacher taught you to laugh at others? Seeing this, the female teacher of the head teacher immediately scolded her. Broly just came to our school to go to school, and it's normal that I can't keep up with the learning progress. Yes, Tozaka next to you is the class monitor in our class and also the study committee member. If you have any questions you don't understand, you can ask her. I can teach you. Rin Tozaka likes this feeling of being trusted by adults very much. She looks like she is giving me the things she teaches her new classmates to catch up with the learning progress. She said this to Broly enthusiastically. Then what is multiplication? Broly didn't hesitate either. Multiple is to find the sum of several sums of the same add numbers. As long as you know how to add, it is not difficult to learn it. Rin Tozaka whispered to Broly's math knowledge in the second grade of elementary school, but it was different from the previous first grade when she asked questions and released her aura of confrontation. Broly sat obediently in the corner listening to her words, and the class ended soon. How is it, Teacher Chuan-chi, that child is difficult to deal with, right? After school, some first-grade teachers came over to ask about the second-grade class teacher's situation. It's not difficult to do it. That kid was very well behaved throughout the class. The female head teacher only felt inexplicable about this. Broly's performance in class was very well behaved. At least, the other party does not have the ADHD that the naughty child has. Ah, didn't he ask you a question? I have asked, what's wrong? You can answer. As soon as this said, she became even more confused. In the knowledge of primary school, are there any questions that teachers cannot answer? You didn't answer. She asked carefully. That child is too difficult to deal with, and some questions are not answered. Some first-grade teachers told the truth. I didn't actually answer, but I asked the study committee member of my class, a reliable child, to help answer the child's questions. The female head teacher thought about it and replied with great emotion. Hey, that's okay. Hearing this, these first-grade teachers looked at each other. Maybe children can understand children better. After some discussion, these first-grade teachers came to a conclusion that could barely explain. How about the experience of going to school today? In the evening, after Fujimura Okawa came back from school, he immediately came to Broly and asked Broly about his experience in school today. Very good. I asked the teacher a lot of questions and learned the correct way to write 5 words, including addition, subtraction, and multiplication. It feels like I have to grow my brain. Broly honestly answered what he gained at school today, and before today, he didn't even know what numerology is. Well, it's not bad, sister just knows that you are a smart and good kid. Fujimura Okawa is not stingy with his praise. By the way, I also met a new wife. Broly added something when he thought of it. Hearing this, Fujimura Dekawa was shocked, but then he realized what was happening to Broly's wife, so he calmed down. Did the new wife you met give you something to eat? No, she didn't give me something to eat. Broly shook his head. But she taught me multiplication. He said. The continuous appearance of 3 modal words highlights the complex changes in Fujimura Okawasui's heart. Your wife is so good at finding you. You have to get along with others and make friends. Do you know? Finally, she smiled and told Broly. There is a saying that if you are close to the red, you are close to the ink, you will be black. If you make friends with people who can learn, you will definitely be able to get some ink. She treated Broly as her younger brother, but now she seems to have an extra feeling of being a mother. She sincerely hopes that this child can make friends with excellent and capable children. Broly responded and remembered Fujimura Dakawa's words in his heart. But even if Fujimura Okawa doesn't say that, he will get along well with his new wife. In order to brush the other person, you can change the happiness points of the world's food after returning to Wampa Star. There are 3 days left before Broly returns to Wampa Star. That night, he was attacked at the Einsballen Castle on the outskirts of Toki City. The attacker was a caster group that was only offered a reward order in the morning and was designated as the Pret Caster Group. The mysterious act of the group's unscrupulous abducting children to kill and not covering up the criminal behavior at all made the priest in the Holy Grail War unbearable and regarded it as the first goal of being cleared out of the ceremony. To this end, the Church of the Holy Grail War was mediated. In addition to Caster, an attacker with bad eyes, he was only blasted by Kiritsugu Emiya last night and played with a clock tower monarch who fell from altitude and was not dead. He also followed with his followers and attacked the castle of Einsbarren. That night, the Einsballen castle made a ping-pong sound, and the clock tower monarch Kenneth Elmerroy was even more careless and underestimated the enemy. Unfortunately, he was hit by Kiritsugu Emiya's origin bomb, destroying most of the magic circuits on his body. During this period, 2 followers with chivalrous spirit appeared, fighting side by side, sympathizing with each other, and then each took matters of their own master. One did not take the opportunity to hold the other party down and let the opponent's master be killed by his master. The other saved his seriously injured master in time, but did not take the initiative to attack the enemy's master who was close to him. Compared to the servant big, the lord is fragile. As a despicable magician killer, Kiritsugu cannot understand the behavior of his own servant Saber, nor can he understand the behavior of the enemy servant Lancer. To put it more directly, this man named Kiritsugu Emiya could not understand the 2 heroic spirits that existed in the past era and the night spirit they insisted on. Next door to Dongmu City, Shanshin's home courtyard in Shenyuan town. Ying, do you know that a strange child came to our class today? Rin Tozaka shared the interesting stories about school with her sister. The girl next to her listened with relish and sat on a chair, shaking her 2 hanging feet. After returning to her parents, she obviously cured her wounded heart at the Maki family. As the saying goes, only when she lost it, she realized the preciousness. Young Sakura now cherishes every minute and every second she returns to her family, and thus the happiness value in her body has been increasing. Broly, who was in the bed of the Fujimura family's guest room, fell into a state of great joy just by looking at it. It's like an old stock investor is always showing a crazy rise and fall red when he sees the stock he has bought for a short time. 1 happiness value is converted to 100 happiness points. Among the items that can be redeemed by Crystal Palace, Broly prefers the happy water that he drinks, which is only the price of 2 happiness points. The rising happiness value of the young Sakura made him fall into the wonderful fantasy of being able to realize the freedom of happiness after returning to Wampa Star. Of course, in addition to happy water, Broly also likes cakes, pork chop rice bowls, pudding, barbecue, ice cream. The price of these things is only within 30 o'clock, which is completely acceptable. After I go back, let my father taste the food from this world. Broly lay in the quilt and muttered to himself. Have Rin made new friends at school? It's really a pleasure to be happy. Come on, Mom has peeled the apples, come and eat them all. Shanshinkui brought the peeled and cut apples, so she asked her 2 daughters to come over. This piece of apple is the largest, cherry blossoms, I'll give it to you. The younger sister's return made Rin Tozaka cherish the other party more, hoping that her sister would get the best. Thank you, sister. Young Sakura felt sweet in her heart. Whether it was her parents or sister, she was even better with herself after she came back. She had suspected that they would not let her go home, but she was really worried and worried too much. By the way, Sakura had made new friends at the Maki family before, and had she had happy things there. But suddenly, the question asked by the gentle mother made the young Sakura's expression sobbing in happiness. The Maki family is a nightmare place. Although there are 2 people who care about themselves, compared to the tragic experience in the basement insect warehouse, Sakura doesn't want to think about it anymore. Chapter 14 Young Boyfriend Power. Sakura, what's wrong with you? Is it okay? Shanshinkui also saw the strangeness of her little daughter, and her heart skipped a beat and she quickly asked. Wow. The young cherry blossoms did not hold back, and half of the apple meat left in her mouth fell out, and she threw herself into her mother's arms and started crying. Then, as if complaining to his father, he also told his mother about his tragic experience after being sent to the Matsuki family. Chan Chinkui listened to her little daughter being pushed into the worm-filled basement, listening to her body being crawled by a group of insects, listening to the pain and fear she felt in the process. Only then did she realize that her little daughter had encountered the truth at the Matsuki family. She covered her mouth and looked at her crying daughter in her arms with tears flowing out. Ying, don't be afraid, everything is over. From now on, my mother and dad will protect you. Tozaka-rin listened to her sister's experience and also pinched her fist. The mature little adult's psychology made her angry, and she also felt a strong desire to protect her sister, patting her little breasts and praising her promise. Really? Young Sakura raised her head from her mother's arms, her little face looked like a little cat, and she looked at her sister and asked. Really, it's more true than pearl. If you don't believe me, you must ask your mother. She must mean the same. Rin Tozaka answered with a very reliable look and even pulled his mother as a security guard. Mother. The young Sakura looked up and looked at her mother expectantly. Sakura, you'll be fine. Chan Chinkui dared not answer her younger daughter's question head-on. It was her husband's decision to ask her younger daughter to go to the Katsuki family. As the man's wife, she should be mentally prepared to support the other party unconditionally. This time Sakura was sent to her. Her husband, Sakura's biological father, wanted her to persuade the other party to go to the Maki family again. If she said this arrangement at this time, her youngest daughter would definitely collapse and would not believe her mother. Chan Chinkui felt uncomfortable and hugged her little daughter tighter. Young Sakura gradually calmed down because of her arms, and the happiness value began to rise again. In the childhood Sakura's psychology, she believed that her family would protect herself and would not let herself fall into the end of lying in the pile of insects. Late at night, Tozaka House, Tozaka Toshiko has not yet rested. Kaire, what's going on? He sat in front of a phonograph, a magic prop for communication, which is more secretive and difficult to eavesdrop on than modern invented phones. Castor was repelled by Saber and Lancer's joint efforts. Lancer's master was seriously injured and rescued by his servants. At the branch of the Tomoki City Holy Church, Yonmoto Kaire also stood in front of the same phonograph to report the situation. This is the situation in the Einsballen Castle tonight. In the evening, Ryder and his master found the Castor magic workshop in the sewer. There are a group of missing children in Toki City who were abducted and missing from the city. The children were hollowed out and made into human musical instruments, and they are still half dead because of the effect of magic. Ryder's master vomited directly after seeing that scene. At that time, I thought it was an opportunity to assassin, so I ordered assassin, who followed them, to take action. But unfortunately, Ryder discovered in advance that assassin's assassin did not succeed. Sorry, teacher, I exposed the fact that assassin is still alive. Don't care, Kaire, although it was really a big loss to expose assassin's life before figuring out Ryder's trump card. But through this incident, it is already enough to know that Ryder's master is a third-rate magician. You continue to monitor other masters and servants, and report to me if there is any movement. After the communication was over, Tozaka Toshiko leaned on the chair. The current chaos outside was what he was looking forward to seeing. The mantis stalks the cicada, and the oriole is behind. He sits firmly on the Diaoyute calmly and elegantly. Tozaka Toshiko believes that he will win the game and receive the final ritual reward, the Holy Grail. Devil's way, Devil's way. Even he has some longing for the scenes that transcend the world and reach the root. But soon, the phone ringing outside interrupted his imagination. Who is it so late? Tozaka Toshiko frowned and walked out to answer the phone, only to find out that it was his wife who called it. Aoi, what's wrong? Call me at this time. Are you here to tell me the good news that you have already cheered Sakura up again? His wife, Aoi-chan, is an extremely outstanding woman. She has given birth to 2 children with excellent magical qualifications for the Tozaka family. Tozaka Toshimoto never doubts her qualifications as a wife. Toshiko, can we just let her stay with us and at the Tozaka family without sending Sakura out? However, what the wife said on the other end of the phone changed the elegant gentleman's face. What's wrong? Why did you suddenly say such words? Sakura told me tonight that what she had experienced after going to the Maki family was not something that should be endured by a young child like her, so, you don't want to send her out, you want to keep her. On the other end of the phone, my wife's confession came. Quay, you should be clear that if a child with excellent qualifications does not have the protection of the demonic family, how much danger will she suffer in the future, right? I know, but doesn't Sakura still have her sister? Rin is very outstanding. She will inherit your magic in the future and become an excellent magician. She should be able to protect Sakura's child. So, do you want to cut off the other daughter's path to the devil and let Sakura live as an ordinary person? Shishin, Sakura's crying tonight really hurts me. If she can survive safely, as long as she stops crying, I will accept it. Let her stay with me and Rin. On the other end of the phone, Chan Chinkui said in a pleading voice. She had already done something to send her little daughter away. Now that her little daughter escaped from the Matsuki family that made her feel scared, she really couldn't do anything to send her little daughter to that place. I can understand your love for your children, because I love our children as much as you do. But, you should also be clear that we are not ordinary families. Born in a magician's family, being talented is a blessing. We cannot make children become mortals in the future just because of their own spoiling. You can't let them run just because they will fall on the road of the demonic path. The elegant man tried hard to maintain a calm attitude and persuaded his wife. I have already understood the magic situation of the Maki family. They changed their magic attributes in order to adapt to the environment. The suffering in that family is actually a transformation that breaks out of the cocoon and becomes a butterfly. Although it will allow Ying to bear the unimaginable pain of her age, we should believe in the resilience of that child and encourage her to move forward bravely in the suffering. Ying is still young now, and she still doesn't understand many things. As her father, I sincerely hope that her future will be soaring in the sky, rather than staying in the mortal world, and even complaining in the future that she can only be us as mortals. Tozaka Toshiko's eloquence was very good, which made Chan Chang-aoi, who was originally extremely distressed because of her youngest daughter crying, shaken the fact that she wanted to leave her daughter. If you really can't give up Sakura, then let Rin replace her and become the stepson of the Maki family. What? This is a last resort choice, is the only way to let our two daughters not waste their talents and embark on the devil together. Toshiko said. I get it, I will encourage Sakura to cheer up, or convince Rin. The other end of the microphone was silent for a while, as if he understood the fact that Tozaka Toshiko would not change his mind. Chan Chang-aoi finally accepted the result of choosing one of two. Aoi, you are an excellent wife and a good mother. You are still willing to support my decision, and I am very grateful to you. Toshiko said sincerely. It's late at night, you have to pay attention to rest. The same to you. After hanging up the phone, Tozaka Toshiko sat alone in a room with only a little moonlight. However, he was also hesitant to arrange the future of his two daughters in this way, because he knew how difficult the road of the demonic way was, as a person who had experienced it. In my heart, I couldn't help but feel that my wife wanted her younger daughter to live with an ordinary person. This may not necessarily make her younger daughter happy in the future, although it is not as a magician, but as an ordinary person. Even if this will make her waste her magician talent, and even if this will make her lose the qualification to view the world as a magician, as long as she can get happiness. It seems that my practice is not yet home, and I will have such an idea that only ordinary people will have. As a child from a magician family, I should work hard to look forward to a higher level of magic, even if there are many difficulties and obstacles in it, even if it will cause myself to lose my life. Pour a glass of red wine for yourself. While shaking the glass to sober up, Toshiko Tozaka once again firmed his thoughts and thought he was not wrong. Rin, Sakura. Back in the room, looking at the two daughters who had fallen asleep in the bed, Chan Chinkui could only hug them. Before one of them leaves them, try to remember this memory that can still embrace them. There are more than 2 days left before returning to Wanpaxing, and Broly is drowsy again and is sent to the affiliated primary school in Shenyuan town by Scarface. As soon as he entered the classroom, he saw his new wife he had met yesterday. Broly walked over and sat down in his seat, and greeted the girl next to him. Guzaka, good morning. This is what Fujimura Okawa taught him. After going to school, he should say hello to his friends. Well, Broly, your good morning, too. Rin Tozaka nodded and responded, and many classmates in the class were greeting her. The mature little adult style made her the core figure in this class. Many girls of the same age liked to revolve around her. Although Broly joined the class in the last class yesterday, because of Rin Tozaka, he received a lot of greetings from primary school students. However, compared to the kindness of the girls to him, the boys to him are a little less friendly to him. The guy who plays with girls has a single ponytail behind his head. Why don't you just be a girl? Second grade primary school students already have the awareness of the difference between men and women. Boys have a circle of boys and girls have a circle of girls. When he saw Broly, the new guy, getting along well with the core character in the girls' circle Rin Tozaka, and the child Wang Xingken, who is the core character in the boys' circle, became a little unhappy and sarcastic. However, boys of this age hate girls, probably not because they hate them, but just want to attract girls' attention. Therefore, the target of bullying is boys, and the reason is that the other party gets along well with a certain girl maybe simply out of jealousy. I can tell you, don't think about becoming friends with us boys. Rin Tozaka is cute, cheerful, and helpful. Who wouldn't like a girl like this? Although she has a strong personality, she will always stop boys from bullying others. But in this class, many young boys still care about her, even Wang Xingken, a child who is an opposing relationship. If you don't want to be friends with Broly, you don't want to be friends. Do you really think that the only ones who can be friends are you guys? Regarding the child's exclusion technique that this man inexplicably used against Broly, Tozaka Rin stood up and stood in front of the boy at the same table and confronted him. Don't worry about this guy in Xingken. He doesn't want to be friends with you. Then I will introduce my friends to you and let them be friends with you. The boy Rin Tozaka was Max. She had many female children. Under her encouragement, Broly quickly experienced the little girl version of yin yin yang yang feeling. Before Broly understood the group circle of this class and elementary school students, he passively met many Tozaka Rin's friends. They were all little girls, all with red lips and white teeth, and their skin was as good as a child. However, although there were many people, none of them got the prompt from Crystal Palace. Obviously, except for Rin Tozaka himself, there are not many other little girls who have just met who can be his wife. However, although I was not sure what happened, Broly was still very happy about the situation of a little girlfriend who suddenly had a lot of things like bias relationship. Strange, why didn't Kainyan come? After the first class in the morning, Rin Tozaka frowned a little. When she saw Broly next to her, she pointed to the empty table on the other side and explained to the boy, Kinto is the girl who sat here yesterday. She is my best friend, but I don't know why she didn't come today. Oh. Broly nodded to show his clarity, but he actually didn't have much impression of the girl at the table next door yesterday. By the way, you don't seem to know the words. Rin Tozaka asked at this time. I only know 5 words, and I learned them yesterday. Broly did not hide his illiterate attributes. Then I'll teach you how to write your own name. Rin Tozaka was very enthusiastic. Good. A morning passed quickly, and Broly was taught to write his own name, but in Japanese. However, the way of writing Chinese characters appeared in his mind at the same time. It seemed that because of the learning, some text memories hidden deep in consciousness, Broly wrote more fonts. Rin Tozaka didn't recognize these words, so he asked, what is this? Chinese characters. You know Chinese characters? I don't know, these things suddenly appeared in my mind. Broly answered honestly, while Rin Tozaka felt a little admiration for him because he knew what he didn't know. In addition to writing knowledge, there were also some little girls who taught Broly to play the game of turning flowers. Broly got the applause of these little girls from the beginning when he turned the ropes to the pattern of 5 pointed stars that seemed to be similar. The boys, led by their child Wang Xingken, became even more disdainful of him, and even warned other boys not to talk to Broly. Especially warned yesterday, those boys who are interested in the Broly Xian identity should not be mixed with Broly. Broly did not respond to this. He was just immersed in the first experience of playing with human friends. This is different from the situation where Baya plays together. These friends around him will talk to him and teach him some novel knowledge and games. This made Broly feel the simplest pleasure that only felt when playing with his friends as a child. To sum it up in one sentence, that is, a childhood that has never been seen before. Chapter 15 New Adventure Combination. But I didn't enjoy such a simple childhood for long. At noon, I solved a lunch bento that was better than nothing, and the head teacher suddenly brought news of the suspension of classes in the afternoon. Most primary school students are happy to hear the news that they don't have to attend classes, but a small number of students are concerned about the reason why they don't have to attend classes. Rin Tozaka was one of them. She went to the office to find the teacher to ask for the reason, but she heard the discussion inside at the door of the office. The teachers were talking about the missing child a few days ago. Because of yesterday's action to conquer King Iskandar, Castor's magic workshop was destroyed. The movement caused during the destruction attracted the attention of the outside world. The evil crime of killing young children was exposed in front of the public. The student who had disappeared before in Shenyuan Town affiliated primary school was one of the victims, and it was said that the murderer had not been arrested by the police yet. The murderer's action range was in Toki City, and there were many students in Toki City. For the sake of students' safety, the principal of the affiliated primary school planned to stop the afternoon course after receiving the notification of the murderer of abducting young children in Toki City. The next few days will definitely be in a panic, and maybe they may face continuous suspension of classes until the murderer is arrested, or the bad effects caused by this case will be forgotten by the public as time goes by. Rin Tozaka was trembling when she heard it outside the office. She thought of the girl at the same table who had not come to school today, and Suzuan also lived in Tomoki City. Rin Tozaka, who was worried about his friend's situation, called his friend's house at the school's coin phone number. The phone was answered quickly, but a woman's anxious question came, "Is it Koto?" "I'm not Kotoan, my name is Rin Tozaka, and I'm Kotoan's classmate. Kotoan didn't come to school today, so I want to ask her what's wrong with it." Rin Tozaka's answer disappointed the people there. "Kainyan disappeared, she disappeared yesterday. We are also looking for her. If you have any news about her." After the phone call, Rin Tozaka was a little lost. As a mature adult, she prefers to pretend to be an adult and watch some TV news. So, she knew a little about the abductors who appeared in Toki City, but she didn't expect that such disappearance would appear on her friends. "No need to go to class in the afternoon, let's go to the playground to play football together." When they returned to the classroom, some children who could not go home directly advocated playing games in the afternoon. Compared to the carefree, Rin Tozaka, who was the same age, was full of worries. "What's wrong?" Broly passed through Crystal Palace and noticed the decrease in the happiness value of Tozaka Rins. He couldn't help but ask. "Kainyan, well, nothing. People with worries always have a desire to talk, but if the object of the talk is a person who thinks that even if he talks, it will only add to others' worries, then forget it." Rin Tozaka is more mature in her mentality. In her eyes, Broly is just a small desk mate who needs care. There is really no need to say anything that makes the other person feel scared. "Broly. Nothing, then why does happiness value bateau decrease? You should know that the disappearance of every bit of happiness value is equivalent to the disappearance of some food that has not been obtained. Why is a foodie who cherishes food not anxious?" But Rin Tozaka really didn't want to say much, and Broly didn't know what to do. It was not until the school opened the door and let the children who could go home go back. Rin Tozaka left the school with his small school bag. Broly followed. Rin Tozaka decided to go to Toshiki City to find the traces of her good friends. This was a reckless behavior, but when she thought that her friends might die, she felt a little unbearable. The girl with a lot of worries did not notice the little tail behind her. She bought tickets at the ticket office on the tram platform. After swiping the tickets, she boarded the tram that happened to enter the station and headed to Toshiki City. Broly had no money, and he didn't buy a ticket, but he crawled under the railing of the ticket gate through his height. He was not discovered by the ticket inspectors beside him, but he also got on the same tram. After getting on the tram, with more time to think and calm down, Rin Tozaka felt a little scared. After all, she was just a 7-year-old child. Although she acts like a little adult in daily life, her family knows her own affairs and may face the prisoner who abducts her friends and is suspected of abducting murderer. How could she have a child? A pair of small shoes appeared at the feet, which made the girl raise her head. When she looked up and saw the little desk mate appearing next to her, Rin Tozaka opened her mouth wide. "Why are you here?" she asked directly. "I came with you." Broly told the truth. "Ah, why?" Rin Tozaka was a little puzzled. "You are not very good, I'm worried about you." Broly was concise and omitted the key element of the happiness value continues to decrease. Rin Tozaka. Some of them didn't know what to say, but their original panic and nervousness were indeed diluted by the boy who suddenly appeared beside them. Even before the young colleague who needed care, she put on her reliable mature adult style and started to preach Broly. Children should go home directly after school. Don't sway around outside. It's very dangerous. Aren't you a child too? Broly asked rebelly. I'm different. I'm going to find friends, and I'm better. The young Tozaka Rin blushed and said in a defense. Oh. Broly nodded and believed what she said. This attitude of approval made Rin Tozaka feel a little confused. Don't you refute me. Then are you lying? No. Rin Tozaka raised her chest, but her eyes were a little guilty. Where will you live in? I'll take you back later. She changed the subject. My family lives there. Broly said on the tram, pointing in the direction of the Fujimura family. So, what about the specific address? Broly did not answer, but just looked at the girl with a blank look. Don't tell me, you don't know the specific address of your home. I can get it back by myself. Broly did not remember the address, but he remembered the location. The distance is not far, not as far as his home on Wampa Star, and is far from the Wampa Spider Cave nest. So, are you lost? Rin Tozaka felt that her head was a little big, her old deskmate disappeared, and her new deskmate followed her and lost her way home. I'm not lost, I can find it back. Broly emphasized again. But Rin Tozaka didn't believe a single word about the boy's words. What can be retrieved by yourself is just the stubbornness that the boy does not want to be embarrassed. I'm going to find my friend Kain Yin. After getting off the car, you go to the police and ask the police uncle to help you go home. What is a policeman? You don't even know the police, it doesn't matter. I can take you there after getting off the car. Rin Tozaka suddenly stopped. She thought that if she was at her age, if she was seen by the police, she would probably be sent home. Forget it, you'd better follow me to find friends. I'll take you home after you find Kain Yin. However, you have to listen to me. If you really encounter danger, I'll let you run away and run away quickly. It is not good to take your friends to take risks, but in the eyes of Rin Tozaka, who is now a young man, this is the only choice. After all, she could not go to the police to fall into the trap, nor could she leave her new deskmate who obviously needed someone to take care of her in a strange place. Good. Broly nodded obediently and had no objection to what Rin Tozaka explained in advance. The young Rin and the young Broly are about to have a big adventure combination in Tomoki City, and they are officially formed on the tram. After getting off the tram, Rin Tozaka took Broly and searched the route from the tram station to his friend's house. According to Suzuno's mother, according to the speculation of the famous detective Rin Tozaka believed that his friend was abducted on the way home. However, after all, she is not a real detective who is a high school student. Faced with many interspersed routes and buildings, Rin Tozaka had no way to judge which area, so that she was more likely to be a place where the abductors were haunted. Girls can only use a stupid and exhaustive method to investigate, and use themselves as bait check method. Of course, there is another Broly here who is behind her and is following her to conduct investigations. I can't find it at all. From the beginning of the sky to the setting sun, Tozaka Rin felt her powerlessness as a child. Broly. Just as Rin Tozaka was about to continue looking for the headless fly, she found that the little tail following him was missing. She became a little nervous. She had disappeared an old desk mate. Should she have another new desk mate, or was she missing from her hands? However, when she turned back to the original street, she found that the boy was just attracted by the takoyaki shop on the street and stopped at the door of the store. Do you want to eat? After discovering that Broly was not missing, Rin Tozaka breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at the boy's greedy look and walked over and asked. Broly nodded. The fragrance of takoyaki hooked the greedy worm in his stomach. Then I'll treat you to eat. Rin Tozaka took out her small wallet and bought 2 servings of takoyaki. After walking so many roads, she was a little hungry. The two entered the store and found a seat to sit down, waiting for the completion of takoyaki. I'll go to the bathroom, don't follow me. While waiting, Tozaka Rin was a little anxious and got up to go to the bathroom. When she found that Broly wanted to follow her, she blushed and said. Broly was very obedient and sat back. The sound of flushing water rang out. When Tozaka Rin was washing her hands and preparing to come out, the magic pointer hanging on her chest made a noise. This prop is a birthday gift given to her by her father in advance. It can detect various magical people or objects in the world. It is mainly for her to avoid some hidden dangers in the world, but she did not expect to react at this time. Following the guidance of the magic pointer, he poked his head out from the back door of the takoyaki shop. Tozaka Rin happened to see a boy passing by the alley next to him, holding the hands of a few dull-looking children, bathing in the sunset, smiling brightly. The good kids are all going with the eldest brother, and the eldest brother will take you to play fun games. Ora Ryunashuk wore a magic bracelet made by his master, which had a hypnotic effect on children, and gathered a group of cute children. After meeting Mr. Bluebeard, Ryunashuk Yuzuki felt that his creative inspiration was bursting out all the time. Due to the police's search, he did not know that his artwork had been brutally damaged by Ryder. Now he is smiling brightly, thinking about the creation of the next work of art. He has made a human handmade piano, and that is indeed art. Therefore, the next item should pay attention to furniture, such as a human body handmade piano chair. When you sit on it, you will hear children wailing beautifully. This person has a problem, he has a magical reaction. Rin Tozaka hesitated at the back door and chose to follow him quietly. She had no intention of calling Broly. Compared to following a dangerous guy who might be abducting murderer and letting his new desk mate stay in the takoyaki shop for takoyaki, that is a way to be responsible for her friends. Your takoyaki. 5 minutes later, the owner of the takoyaki shop brought Broly 2 prepared takoyaki. Broly looked at the steaming takoyaki, and while swallowing, he felt that Rin Tozaka was so slow. The other party whose chi is locked seems to be getting farther and farther away from here, and I don't know when I will come back. So, it should be fine if you eat the food that your wife feeds you first, right? Broly thought this way and reached over to take the takoyaki with a toothpick. The round octopus takoyaki entrance is hot and fragrant. After biting it, the octopus tentacles inside have a cube-bombing texture. To sum up, it is delicious. Looking at the situation where some customers poured sauce next to him, Broly followed suit. Just as Broly was tasting takoyaki, Tozaka Rin also followed the abductor and murder suspect and walked down the stairs carefully. She hid behind a box in the corner of the stairs, and after the guy who was suspected of abducting murderer went out again, she quietly entered a somewhat abandoned underground bar. Rin Tozaka saw some abducted children here, and among them was her missing friend of the desk mate. Ringtone, ringtone. But no matter how you call the other person, the girl looks dull and dumb. This is hypnotized by magic. After checking, Rin Tozaka speculated about the situation of his friend. Oh, where did this child come from? Just as Rin Tozaka was about to go out to find a helper, the way behind him was blocked by Ryotona Yuzuki who was back at some point. If it weren't for the master's devil, I wouldn't have found myself being followed. Fortunately, the person who followed was a cute child like you, so what are you doing here? I just accidentally took the wrong path. This incident caused a cold sweat to spread to Rin Tozaka's forehead. The girl defended her and tried to run out from the side. Since you're here, why not have fun with your brother? It's like a party, it's fun to have more people. However, the Rainashuk Shinosuk blocked her and reached out to grab her. He thought that he had a hypnotic bracelet and subduing a child was a matter of being able to win, but he just grabbed the girl's hand in front of him. A sense of current made him, who was not prepared, let go of his hand directly. Do you have static electricity? Ryunashuk Yuzuki was a little surprised. He was not a magician. He didn't know that this was a hypnotic magic on the bracelet. It was an electric shock effect caused by the resistance of the magic instinct in the girl's body. Don't climb onto the bar. If you fall down and smash your body, it will be bad. The creative materials should be more complete. After some twists and turns, Reihoki Ryunashuk grabbed Rin Tozaka again, but as the girl endured the magic attack that made her consciousness drowsy and outputted her magic power to destroy the bracelet in a rough manner, the man was shocked to fly away. The hypnotic props were destroyed, and the child in the bar woke up and found that he was in a strange place. He immediately started crying. Rin, am I? I don't have time to explain. Come with me, so do the others, and they all escape with me. Under the loud command of Tozaka Rin, the confused children subconsciously obeyed her words. While Tozaka Rin opened the door and was about to escape, a sea demon fell from the sky. Is it a devil? The hideous appearance of the sea demon made the girl so scared that her face was pale and she quickly retreated. Fortunately I have a helper. Yuzuki Ryunashuk got up from the ground and said gladly, then took out a knife from his pocket. Chapter 16 All of this is Tozaka Toshiko's fault. I broke the bracelet that Master Bluebeard gave me, and it also caused me so much trouble. Although I don't like to destroy the integrity of the materials before artistic creation, naughty children still have to be taught a lesson. Well, if you can run and jump so much, you might as well break your tendons first. There was a murderer who spoke in front of the sea demon in a perverted speech in the back. Rin Tozaka was in a desperate situation. At this time, there was a look of fear on her little face, but she still protected the girl at the same table and retreated to the side of the bar. However, there was only a corner, and there was a wall behind her, so there was no way out. This time you have to be good, but don't resist me anymore, otherwise I will cut your stomach open. The children hid aside, and no one dared to stop Yuzuki Ryunosuke, but just after he finished saying this to Tozaka Rin. Bang! The sea demon at the door suddenly exploded, and a petite figure falling from the sky directly stepped on the sea demon to death with the force of falling. The purple blood and broken tentacles sputtered directly on the face of Ryunosuke Yusheng at the door of the station. Do you want to hurt my friend? Broly was holding the octopus carton in his hand, and then, because his falling speed was too fast, he left the octopus carton, which had just fallen down now, looked at Ryunosuke Yuzumi with some hostile eyes and questioned him. It seems a bit bad. Yusheng Ryunosuke wiped the blood of the sea demon on his face. Broly's appearance was unusual to see the naked eye, and he also stepped on the devil that Master Bluebeard used to protect him from his safety. Don't be so serious, I'm just joking with your friends. Yusheng Ryunosuke came out, and this explanation made Broly stunned. There are flaws. He noticed the boy's stunnedness and pierced the knife in his hand into the boy's temple the next moment. Careful! Tozaka Rin shouted slowly, and Yuzuki Ryunosuke's knife was stabbed, but it didn't matter, because the knife stabbed the boy's temple and could not penetrate it. The tough texture coming from the hands seemed to be stuck on thick leather, which made Ryunosuke Yuzuki completely unexpected. What is a joke? Broly asked curiously, and his focus was actually there. Actually, this is just a joke. Yuzuki Ryunosuke explained with awkward smile and took back the knife. How is that possible? He wants to kill you, and he also wanted to kill us just now. Rin Tozaka directly refuted his words. Stupid girl, are you talking here? As Yuzuki Ryunosuke said, he reached out to grab Rin Tozaka next to him, but before his hand touched the girl, the person flew backwards. Click! The wooden bar was directly smashed, and his whole body flew towards the wooden box behind, and the wooden box was smashed open. You want to hurt my friend, you should. Before Broly could finish his angry words, he saw the guy who was kicked away by himself. His body was pierced by a large number of broken wooden thorns. He hung on the broken wooden box, but he looked like he was about to die. Where am I? Who am I? I feel so painful. This was the first reaction of Ryunosuke Yuzuki, who came to his senses. His stomach rotted as soon as he was kicked. The organ that made adrenaline turned into meat paste before he even had time to make adrenaline. At this moment, he was very clear-headed, could feel the pain, and wanted to wail, but only blood was spraying out of his mouth. Is this the feeling of piercing the intestines and rotting the belly? It turns out that the intestines I have been looking for are in my stomach. They hurt so much, but they have such a bright color. Yusheng Ryunosuke gradually cut off his breath with an expression that seemed to cry and laugh, but was distorted because of too much pain. In the unswerving eyes, there was a boy with a confused expression. Broly felt only one now, that is, before he could exert force, the person fell down. Should he continue to be angry? Tozaka Rin was a little glaring from facing a desperate situation to a new deskmate coming from the sky, to a new deskmate being attacked by a sneak attack, and then kicking the villain to death. These twists happened in less than a minute. Ling Ian, don't watch it, come with me. After looking at the dead villain again, Rin Tozaka's face turned pale because of the other party's tragic death. He greeted the old girl next to him and took her to carefully spare the boy and walked outside. Broly turned her head as she moved, looking at her as if she didn't know what she should do next. You will follow you too. Therefore, Rin Tozaka stopped after walking past the boy. He gritted his teeth, took the initiative to pull Broly up, and left with this dangerous new deskmate. When he got outside, a patrol police car passed by. Tozaka Rin asked Suuntu to ask the police for help, and he took Broly away from here while he took this opportunity. The appearance of the missing child brought the police cars patrolling around him to come, and the cordon was quickly pulled up around the underground bar. What the hell is going on with you? After hiding at the entrance of the alley and watching his friends coming down there safely, Rin Tozaka had time to ask about the boys around him. What's going on? Broly was a little puzzled. It's the thing that you suddenly appeared and kicked the abducted murderer to death. Rin Tozaka said. I was eating takoyaki just now. After I finished my own portion, when you came back, I found that your happiness value suddenly decreased, so I brought your takoyaki to find you. Broly explained his situation briefly and returned to the takoyaki in his hand. Rin Tozaka could tell from the boy's face that he wanted to eat. If you still want to eat it, then eat it. But this is your food. I'm a little uneasy now. Rin Tozaka is telling the truth. The octopus tentacles exposed on the surface of the takoyaki takoya are somewhat similar to the demon tentacles that blocked the road just now. In addition, seeing Auzu Ryunashuk's tragic death that was almost equivalent to a halved slash, it would be strange if he could eat with an appetite. Tonsaka, you are a good wife. Broly looked at the girl seriously and suddenly said. Rin Tozaka widened her eyes and saw Broly eating takoyaki, with a satisfied look on her face. You are indeed a strange guy. Broly kicked someone to death. Even if the guy who was kicked to death was a murderer, Rin Tozaka was still a little afraid. This was a person's instinctive fear of being able to kill him easily. But now seeing Broly satisfied with a very ordinary takoyaki, it seemed that this sense of fear gradually disappeared. Strangeness. Broly was a little confused, but before he could explore the strange meaning, he heard Rin Tozaka next to him continue to say. Thank you so much today. If you weren't here, I might be in danger. Tozaka Rin's happiness value is rising. Broly listened to the prompt sound of Crystal Palace in his mind, and felt that his own happiness was back. If he treated the happy water as an equivalent exchange for happiness points, he would have hundreds of bottles of happy water at the moment when the girl thanked him. Thank you. Rin Tozaka reached out to shake hands with Broly, but Broly looked at her hand but didn't respond, which made her a little embarrassed. Give me your hand. What? Do you give it? Give. Shake your hand, good friend, this means that you will be my best friend to Rin Tozaka in the future. I see. Broly felt that he had learned new knowledge. By the way, your family. Rin Tozaka was about to talk about helping him go home, but the magic pointer on his chest reacted again. Pu. Another sea demon jumped down from the top of the building and smashed into the alley behind Broly. Small. Rin Tozaka's face changed. Before she could remind her, a buzzing sound rang out. A group of insects flew past her, attacking the sea demon that appeared, and ate the sea demon at an extremely fast speed. Rin, are you okay? Behind him, a familiar voice came. Uncle Yanyi. Rin Tozaka shouted in surprise, but turned around and was a little scared. Sorry, I look a little ugly now. Under the street light, a man pulled his hood, as if he wanted to cover half of his ugly face through the hood. His face was wrinkled like an old man, and there seemed to be something squirming inside under his skin, which looked very scary. What's wrong with you? It's nothing, I'm just a little sick. But you, haven't you already gone to Shanshin's house with your mother? Why did you still appear in Dongmu City? I came to find a friend. Rin Tozaka was a little embarrassed, but she still told the uncle who was good to him about the reason why he appeared in Tomoki City at this time. It's very dangerous here. You and your friends have to go back quickly. Maki Yanya glanced at Broly, mistakenly thought he was the friend Rin Tozaka was looking for, and said to the two. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, Chan Chang-aoi, who received a call from Matong Yanyi, drove to Toki City. Side. Rin, how could you suddenly run back to Tomoki City alone? In a nearby park, Chan Chinkui rushed to her daughter and said something angry. Mom, my friend is missing, I'm worried that the other party will be killed. Tozaka Rin explained in a low voice. It's good that nothing happened. Chan Chinkui said, then looked at Matsuka Yanyi. Yanyat, you have protected Lin, thank you. She said. And Broly, he also protects me. Rin Tozaka added. Chan Chinkui looked in the direction of her daughter's finger and saw a little boy. This is Broly, he is my best friend now. Rin Tozaka introduced Broly to her mother. White Wu's legacy. After Broly saw Chan Chinkui, this inexplicable message appeared in his mind. But he couldn't understand the meaning of the information and quickly threw it behind his head. Chan Chinkui nodded politely to the boy, but said nothing. She can't blame a child and let her daughter do risky things. Obviously, she also misunderstood, and Broly took the blame for the girl named Ling Ian. Protect Rin, this is what I should do. Children were ignored and dialogue began in adults. The dog is not allowed to lick the house. What are you talking about? I'm talking about something that suddenly pops up in my mind. However, children also have communication with children. What is that? Have no idea. Broly shook his head, but pointed at the Katsuki Yanyi over there. But I know he's a dog licking. So, what is a dog licking? I have no idea. Rin Tozaka was speechless and affirmed Broly again, it was a strange thing. The communication between children here ended, while the communication between adults there became intense. Mainly because of Matsuya's participation in the Holy Grail, Chan Chang-Aoi had a dispute with him. Chan Chinkui really couldn't understand why her childhood sweetheart suddenly came to participate in the deadly Holy Grail war. I'm not for. The night of the mountain, the sea of storm stopped. It was once a terrible situation. Some of the feelings hidden in the past were meaningless to say them now. I can only say that I misread the person Tozaka Toshiko, otherwise I would definitely not hand over the person in front of me to the other party. What are you doing for? You said it. Under Chan Chang-Aoi's incomprehensible questioning, Ma Tongyanyi had no choice but to find an excuse. I'm for your daughter, to prevent her from becoming like me. What? Don't worry, that guy Makiyuin just wants to get the Holy Grail. As long as I can get the Holy Grail for him, Sakura will be fine. I will let her return to you and Rin. Shanchinkui. She was a little reluctant to speak, and she was reluctant to speak. You don't have to worry about me, my servants are the strongest. Seeing Shanchinkui's expression, Ma Tongyanyi thought the other party was worried about him, so he immediately said. No, I just want to say that Sakura has returned and is now living with Rin and me in the Chanchang family courtyard. What? She ran out of Maki's house, returned to Tozaka's house, and was sent to me by Shishin. Ma Tongyanyi. Sakura has already run home, so why did he pay the heavy price of less than 1 month left to participate in this Holy Grail war? Yasuiamaki's expression now is a bit similar to the 2 largest cards in the playing cards, but can he blame Bai Yueguang's childhood sweetheart in front of him, or can he blame the cute girl who calls him Uncle Yanyi and smiles very peacefully? You can't blame it, then you can only blame that guy. That's right, all of this is Tozaka Toshiko's fault. That's it, that's good. Anger burned in his heart, and Matsuka Yanyi barely smiled at Shanchinkui. After saying this, he turned around and left without hesitation. His body eroded by the engraved insects, his fate of death has been decided since he decided to participate in the Holy Grail ceremony. Although the goal to work for now is gone, Maki Yanya has found a new goal. He wants to step on that bastard Tozaka Toshiko in his few lives. Matsuyama left, but the conversation with Chan Chang-Aoi just now made Broly know about Matsuyaka. It turns out they are sisters, well, they are all good wives, and they are all for me to eat. Broly thought this way, and Rin Tozaka came over. I'll ask my mother to take you back. No, I can go back myself. Let's go, Rin, go home. Chan Chinkui greeted her daughter. So, see you tomorrow. After seeing the boy's power, Rin Tozaka didn't doubt that the other party could go home, and waved his hand to say goodbye to Broly. After Rin Tozaka and his mother left, Broly also took off with her feet and flew towards the Fujimura family. The speed was so fast that it was like a hungry student rushing to the cafeteria, and there were waves of air around him. Fortunately, night has already fallen, and even if someone hears a strange sound, it is difficult to find a boy flying over quickly in the dark sky. Chapter 17 Gildere's Revenge. What? Missing? Fujimura's family, because of Scarface I didn't receive the boy at school, and it was already a little noisy. Miss, when I went to the school, this was what the school told me. After checking the surveillance at the school gate, Broly left the school himself. Scarface said innocently. In Japan, elementary school students go home by themselves, so when they leave the child to leave school, the first primary school affiliated to Shenyuan Town will not deliberately stop a child from leaving. This led to Scarface receiving notice from school early, but when he went to pick up Broly at normal time, he learned that the other party was no longer in school. Scarface could not be met, the boy disappeared, and there were still abducted murderers wandering in Tokuji City, which directly made Fujimura Okawa, who came home from school, exploded. Didn't the school call you to answer early? Fujimura Okawa grabbed the neckline of Scarface, and his eyes were so eager to tear this bastard. Scarface didn't know how to respond. He just felt that it would be fine to let the child stay in school and go to pick him up when it was time. Dehi, let him go. There is something in the group in the afternoon, so I asked him to run errands for me. Just as Fujimura Okawa was about to beat someone up, Fujimura Lehua excused Scarface. Grandfather. I know you are in a hurry, but don't worry. When a problem arises, it's useless to be anxious, and it's useless to blame others. The most important thing now is the way to solve the problem. Fujimura Lehua said to his granddaughter calmly. What should I do now? Fujimura Okawa asked. The road sections around the school have some surveillance. With the connections of our Fujimura group, we have the ability to obtain that part of the surveillance information. Therefore, we must first find someone to retrieve the surveillance of the road sections around and find the traces of the child after leaving school. Then you're not going to hurry up. I have asked someone to do it, and according to the surveillance, the child evaded his ticket and got on the tram to the West Railway Station of Toki City. Fujimura Okawa was a little surprised, and Fujimura Lehua had an expression of "this is your grandfather's ability." He was teaching his granddaughter to remain calm when encountering things. What after that? If Daehi, you were me, what would you do? I'll find that child Broly. But what if there is no surveillance? I'll go find it myself. Wrong, your power is limited. You have to mobilize the power of Fujimura Group to find it. Moreover, it is not just about finding a child. Now the biggest danger to children in Tokuji City is the serial abducted murderer. We have to find the traces of the serial abducted murderer together, and at the same time we have to use our connections to contact the police and ask the police to help find it together. Fujimura Lehua's description of the handling of this emergency made Fujimura Okawa stunned. After seeing his granddaughter's dazed expression, the old man was very satisfied and continued to say, these are things that ordinary people cannot do. If an ordinary person disappears, it will take 48 hours to file a case for handling, and it is often difficult to achieve results. But the Fujimura Group is different. We can not only mobilize our subordinates to search, but also contact the police through some relationships and ask the police for help. So, Daehi, do you know the importance of having a force now? Fujimura Okawa. Grandpa, you make sense. I now agree that it is a good thing to have a force, but it seems that this is not the important thing now. I just want to ask, has that child Broly found? Not found yet, but news should be coming soon. That's nothing, no, I'm going to go out to find him. Sister Fujimura, can you have a meal? When Fujimura Dakawa asked where the boy finally appeared, Broly fell from the sky. He landed in the backyard and saw some people in the room. No one noticed him, so he walked over and asked his sister and wife. Now, how can I have to worry about eating? Now, hey. Fujimura Okawa reacted and stopped talking, turned his head and looked at Broly outside the courtyard. Hey, are you back? Scarface asked. Well, I'm back. Broly nodded. Where have you guys been? I was so anxious when I heard you suddenly disappeared. Fujimura Okawa rushed over and hugged him and asked. My wife and I went to find another friend of her desk mate at school. She also invited me to takoyaki in the middle. In the end, she also gave me her takoyaki, which was delicious. Broly thought about his experience after school and answered Fujimura Okawa's question, but in his answer, the taste of takoyaki and the way to eat the ingredients seemed to be the elements worthy of detailed description. As for the unimportant things, they were directly ignored by him. When you go out with friends, you have to tell your adults if you know, otherwise it will make others worry about you. Seeing that Broly came back safely, Fujimura Okawa felt relieved, but he still taught the boy. Well, I get it. Broly wrote down and nodded obediently. Just remember, my sister will take you to dinner. After rubbing the boy's head, Fujimura Okawa took him to the cafeteria. Old man, let's not be busy anymore, come back. Fujimura Rei waved his hand. Broly's disappearance was considered an accident, but at least he let his granddaughter know the benefits of someone under his command. It is even better for the boy to come back safely, at least he doesn't have to spend time finding the other party's traces. Did this guy be hit by a heavy truck? The missing child was found to have been taken back, but the police still needed to stay here to deal with the body of the suspected prisoner. The police officers at the scene of the investigation frowned as they looked at the young man's body embedded in a broken wooden box and could hardly see the complete part of the body of the abdomen. I have seen a lot of death scenes, but this one is a bit outrageous and I can't guess what it is, which makes the other party look like this. No matter what, this should be the serious suspect who entered the house in Toki City recently to kill, abduct, and abuse the child. You carefully take pictures of this person's appearance, and after you go back, you need to investigate the identity of this guy to see if you can find some substantial evidence. After finishing his speech, the police department responsible for on-site command found that no subordinates behind him responded to him. "Why are you not talking anymore?" After looking back, I saw that my subordinates were being wrapped around their necks by some tentacle monsters. Hanging in the air, he looked like he was struggling desperately but couldn't get rid of it. "Monster, monster!" The police department widened his eyes and took 2 steps back, but had no choice but to retreat. Behind him was the tragic body of death. "Let me go." He could only draw out his pistol and try to threaten the monsters that were entangled in his neck and let them let go of their tentacles. "How so?" But before he could shoot, a surprise and disbelief came from behind the sea demon. "It's dangerous here." A strange man wearing a blue robe ignored the warning from the police department inside and walked into the bar quickly. This man's eyes are very prominent, making people easily think of the sudden goldfish, but they pass by the sea demon without any obstacles. "Yuzuki Ryunashuk, my lord, I didn't expect you to die in front of me." The blue-bearded Gildry's eyes contained sadness. A master with a common language and a common hobby was presented to him in the form of a corpse. "But you died very artistically. I think you are devoting your life to art." Since the sea demon did not stop him, the guy came over and talked to the dead body again, which made the police department realize something. "You are in the same group as this abducting and murder suspect, and you also manipulated these monsters." The police department pointed the gun at the man. "Let those monsters let go of my colleagues, or I'll shoot." The police department threatened that some people had rolled their eyes and he had to take action. Bluebeard lowered her head and looked at the policeman who only had a high chest, and asked back, "Don't you know that don't disturb me when people are sad and mourning the deceased?" He raised his hand and stretched towards the man's head, but did not grab it, but placed it in front of the other side. "But you don't look like an artistic cell, I'd better forgive you." Bluebeard chanted the curse in a low voice. The police department didn't understand what he was doing, but shouted, "I asked those monsters to put down my colleagues. Have you heard it? Dark sacrifice, summoned by the sea demon. The magic array composition and the casting materials are the police department in front of you. What is this? What did you do?" A severe pain suddenly came from the body, and the policeman changed his face. Tear. Before he could pull the trigger, a sea demon broke out from his body. He was dead, and his flesh and blood were swallowed by the monsters that emerged from his body. "Yu Shangryuzhuk, God is so unfair that you, the great human artist, will leave early, but it doesn't matter, you and I are there. I, Gildray, swore here that I will surely let the God Will Walker who let you leave early, exit from this stage called the world in the same way." He raised his hand and stabbed into a police officer hanging next to him. A fresh heart was taken out by the blue-bearded Gildra. The sound of chanting the mantra sounded again, and as the heart exploded as the casting material, the blood in the heart carried the resentment of the dead, and under the influence of magic, he guided in one direction. "Is it fog? No, this is a phenomenon caused by magic." Through Assassin's vision, Yanfan Kyrie, who was standing by in the Tomoki church, found Castor who was carrying a group of sea demons. The guy still had no intention of concealing his mystery, and even went on the street more violently, leading a group of demons forward. Along the way, any ordinary person you meet will be killed by the other party without any distinction and then used as a material to summon the demon. What a lunatic! While informing Tozaka Toshikashi Castor that there was a new action, Yonmoto Kyrie also let his assassin knock out the innocent passers-by on the other side's route. This is not due to good intentions to save people, but I just don't want Castor's devil team to continue to expand. What? Castor summoning a group of ambassadors on the street, now parade. Toshiko, who received the news, only felt that his blood pressure was on the rise at this moment. As the largest magician family in Toshiki City, the head of the family has obligations and responsibilities to maintain the mystery of the local area. Castor, who is riding unscrupulously on the streets with a large group of demons, is simply riding his face and challenging his bottom line as a magician. At this point, can the Holy Grail ceremony be called a mysterious ritual? Should I hang a trumpet on the other party and go and publicize it? Is Castor's master crazy? If you let your servants do this, aren't you afraid of being surrounded and killed by many servants? Teacher Shishin, I'm blunt, that pair of people are originally crazy, starting from the Holy Grail ceremony until now. Oh, yes, I almost forgot. What about their goal? Is it just to make such a big noise? According to Castor's route, he and his sectarian group are heading towards the Saber Group's changed stronghold. I don't know why. Castor has been targeting Saber. Well, Teacher, do we need to snipe Castor's behavior now? After Yanfeng Kaire reported Castor's goal intention, she started asking. Do you go to deal with Saber? Then don't snipe him. Let Castor's madman group be a pathfinder to test Saber's power. Of course, you have to continue to let Assassin clean up the ordinary people on the other party's route. If there are too many ordinary people dead, this matter is not easy to cover up. Toshinomi Tozaka did not stop Castor from acting, but just asked his disciples to do a little better job of finishing the follow-up work to reduce the death of ordinary people. Gildry was guided by the blood of resentment. With the silent efforts of Yanfen Kairei's followers to eliminate innocent passers-by, he came to the old city of Toki City without any obstacles. Kaiatsu. In the courtyard of the new stronghold, Artoria felt the strange feeling in the air. When she rushed into the house, she found that her Imperial Lord Kiritsugu had also discovered the strange magic power in the air. At this moment, a submachine gun had been assembled by him. Kiritsugu Emiya looked at Saber, who broke in, and told Yuya, who was still injured next to him, "Protect Alice Fair, Saber, and I go out to meet the enemy." Under the moonlit night, the streets were filled with mist, and dark clouds covered the moonlight. At the moment the moonlight was revealed again, Castor and his sea demon army appeared at the end of the street, which was a much larger number of demons than when they attacked the castle of Einsballen before. "Evil Deo, how many innocent people have you killed?" Looking at the huge number of sea demons, Artoria only felt angry. Although she was not from this era or this country, her night spirit that she adhered to made her angry at the guys who performed evil and heretic behavior. "Oh, what a coincidence this is. It actually allows me to meet the beautiful saint girl here again. I think fate is also arranging you to return to me, but, saint girl, I, Gildorley, are not here to find you tonight, I am here to take revenge." Whether it was Artoria who came out of the street to meet the enemy, or Kiritsugu Emiya who had already put a gun on the roof, they all made a sound of surprise. "My lord, Ryuna Shukyuzuki, is a great human artist, but he was killed in an unknown bar. My magic guides the arrival of the Revenge Legion. Let's go out of the way, saint girl, there is no play on the stage tonight." Chapter 18 Battle and Rava. "Do you think I will believe you?" Artoria held up the shadowless sword and pointed at Gildry from a distance, not believing in the words of the bastard guy opposite. "Wait, Saber, if Castor is not here to cause trouble for us, then don't fight him." Emiya Kiritsugu stood at a high point and could see the whole picture of the sea demon army. He occupied a street densely, with no more than 100, and no more than 80 or 80. When Saber was injured in his left hand, it was unwise to fight him, so after hearing the opposite caster's speech, the man was ready to avoid the battle. Through the connection of magic, the followers were informed of their own thoughts. "Master, do you believe that guy's words?" Artoria immediately frowned and asked. "I don't believe him, but if he is willing to let us take it away, there is no need to fight him. Although the reward spell on Castor is good, the other party is not an ordinary person. They have already experienced the difficulty of dealing with the devils that are manipulated by him. If Lancer hadn't been in a mess and supported Saber with the spirit of the knights, and attacked the evil way that harmed the young child, Artoria, who had been cursed with a cursed gun on her left hand, might have knelt last night. But, Castor is obviously going to harm others. The only one who can fight against the followers is the follower, too. The guy who can kill the lord behind him must be a lord. The crazy servant wants to seek revenge on the guy who killed his lord. We don't have this need to block the sword for the unknown lord." When Kiritsugu Emiya and his followers had a dispute, Gildra's magic of seeking revenge had already passed by Saber, and under Artoria's vigilant gaze, he slipped into the big mansion of Fujimura's family behind. "Finish, kill my lord's enemy, right there." Gildray also saw it, and the magic power emerged, revealing his murderous intent to the person in the house without any concealment. "Master, do you think there are other emperors next to the stronghold you selected?" Emiya Kiritsugu didn't say anything. There were no such many coincidences in this world. Castor's goal to seek revenge was next to their new stronghold. Looking at the sea demon army coming, he placed his finger on the trigger and used his sniper rifle to fire the horn of the battle. The bullet naturally did not have any damage effect on the heroic spirit. Before it was shot into Gildray's head, it was corroded by the surging black magic on the other party's body. "Since you must stand in front of my revenge, I, Gildra, will crush you here. Bloom your glory. When your life is withering like flowers, I, Gildari, will embrace your body in my arms and bind your soul under my spell." By that time, even God cannot take you away from me. Wind King Warmer. Faced with the caster opera aria's speech, Artoria directly broke out into a fierce hurricane road, but she wanted to drive straight into the sea demon army like she did last night, capture the thief and capture the king first, and take the general's head straight. The same move will not work for me, Gildari. Caster chanted a spell in his mouth, and his figure retreated into the army of sea demons. The two closest sea demons wrapped around his body, but they melted into a black protective armor with spikes in the spell. The unliberated invisible holy sword was directly bounced off, and the spikes counterattacked the attacker like a spear. Artoria raised her arm in time and used her handguard to block the spike that was directly stabbing the door to counterattack, but the next moment, she was kicked in the abdomen by Gildra and flew backwards. Are you really a caster? Artoria was not injured with armor on her body, but the kick she was kicked so hard that she was a little suspicious of the current job introduction of the guy opposite. Holy girl, I didn't expect you to forget this, but it doesn't matter. I can tell you again that as your adjutant, I, Gildari, is also a qualified noble swordsman. Evil Deo, I said you have recognized the wrong person. There is no evil bastard like you in my adjutant. The invisible holy sword slashed, and the sea demon that rushed up was divided into two, but the continuous output of the Gildray magic power, the divided sea demon body quickly readhesively, but it recovers as before. Damn it! As the sea demons surged over, Artoria fell into a tough battle. What sound? Monster, monster! The gunshots at night woke up many people, and someone from Fujimura group got up. After hearing the noisy outside, I opened the door and went out to check the situation. The result was that I didn't know if I didn't look at it. When I saw that the seafood octopus on the horse had invaded the land world. Hey, don't just watch, come and help. Standing on the roof, Kiritsugu, who had changed his submachine gun and provided fire support to his servants, couldn't help but shout at the group of ordinary people after seeing more and more people running out of the Fujimura mansion. Mr. Emiya, what's this? Fujimura Lehua came out in a robe and asked Kiritsugu Emiya on the roof next door. As your people say, they are monsters, monsters in another world. If you don't want to die, take up your weapons and fight them with me. Fujimura Lehua just thought for a while, and when he saw the sea demons there break into the houses of the people on the street, some human screams came from inside, and he quickly made a decision. Search all the guys, don't let those monsters come here. Well, Mr. Emiya, we don't have enough thermal weapons. Can you support me? Those weapons are all in the warehouse, you can get them yourself. Emiya Kiritsugu emptied a magazine and replied without looking back when he replaced it with a new magazine. Not long after, a group of gangsters who searched the guys climbed up to the roof. At the high point, under the command of their eldest son, Fujimura Lehua, they provided more powerful fire support to Saber, who was fighting hard there. Although the sea demon was difficult to be killed by bullets, his pace of progress was still blocked by the high-intensity bullet rain. Magic is required to repair the injuries on the demon. If the caster's master has really told the world bye-bye, then caster's own magic must be tight. It may be difficult to maintain one's own existence, but now it is just a matter of damaging life and gaining some magic power to maintain the army of demons. This is Emiya Kiritsugu's judgment, and some sea demons were beaten and their bodies did not recover, which verified the correctness of his judgment. Damn it, you flies buzzing and hindering my revenge. The focus of the focus was Saber, but he was hit by a bullet rain. Gildray turned his attention to the group of humans further behind. Go around and kill them. He directed a part of the sea demons to go around the house next to him. Artoria wanted to stop him but was entangled by the sea demons around her. The monster is coming, and the bullets are almost used up. What should I do? Some people were panicked. Damn it! Emiya Kiritsugu gritted his teeth, regretting that he had not bought a few heavy machine guns to come to defend. Mie, prepare to take Alice Fair to retreat. Emiya Kiritsugu said and jumped off the roof. The situation is no longer something he can do. For the current plan, I can only retreat and leave first, and then use the spell to transfer Saber out of the battlefield. Mr. Emiya, where are you going? Everyone escapes, the monsters rushing over are no longer something we can deal with. Emiya Kiritsugu did not hide it. Although he used any means, in his opinion, the Fujimura family was affected by him. Now he made it clear that the situation was allowed to escape. As for lying and leaving these people to cut off the rear, he was not so despicable. Grandpa, what is that? Fujimura Okawa was also awakened by the crackling gunshots. At this time, he came out and saw a group of sea demons coming. He was also scared and asked his grandfather. There are many things in this world that ordinary people don't know. Because I'm in a bad mood, I can vaguely understand some unknown information. Those creatures should be monsters from the unknown world. Even Mr. Emiya, you are a person from that world. Emiya Kiritsugu nodded. This may have happened because of you. Our Fujimura family was involved, just because I agreed to the deal with you. I recognized this risk. However, my granddaughter was just here to live in. I don't want something wrong with her. Can you take her away and send her to a safe place? It will only be more dangerous to follow me. In the current situation, I have no other choice, right? If you agree, I will take someone to hold those monsters for you. Good. Fujimura Lehua and Kiritsugu Emiya quickly reached a deal and were about to push their granddaughter into the Hummer of the Emiya family. Fujimura Okawa has not figured out the situation yet, but she knows that there is a child in her family. Grandpa, Broly is still in the room. She shouted. In a crisis, his granddaughter cared for a child, which made Fujimura Reiwa a little unable to hold back, but after all, adults should not compete with a child. Then go wake him up and take him away. Fujimura Lehua waved her hand. There is not much time, hurry up. Emiya Kiritsugu said, and continued to attack the sea demon who was teetering towards this side with only a few ammunition. Fujimura Okawa ran into the house and rushed directly to the guest room. Broly's sleep quality has been very good these 2 days. The crackling gunshots outside did not wake him up. Even when the girl broke in and pushed him, he could sleep soundly. Don't sleep anymore, you can eat meat. Do you have meat to eat? It was not until Fujimura Okawa said something that he had meat to eat that Broly suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. Sister Fujimura, where is the meat? Blinking his sleepy eyes, Broly tried to find meat in the room. There is no meat, I just want to wake you up. Something happened outside, a monster is coming, and we are going to run away. Broly. Fujimura Okawa held his hand and ran out with the boy before he even had time to wear his shoes. Grandpa, we're leaving, what do you do? After stuffing the boy into the car, Fujimura Okawa remembered his grandfather and the rest of the Fujimura group. Don't worry about us. This is Fujimura group, our home. We will defeat all the invading enemies. The gunshots have gradually stopped. Everyone in the Fujimura group took out cold weapons, and the women and children living in the house have also gotten on the vehicle at home, and will leave with the vehicle at the Emiya family later. Grandpa, let me stay too. What nonsense are you talking about? Miss, this is the business of our Fujimura group with the old man. If you don't plan to inherit Fujimura group, the current situation has nothing to do with you. Let's go to shelter with others. I promise to protect the old man. Scarface promised that the scene was tragic. What the hell is wrong? Broly still didn't understand the situation, so he lay on the car window and looked out, touching him from behind with one hand. It's okay, kid, you'll be fine. Alice Phil said softly, feeling sorry for the fact that the Holy Grail War involved innocent ordinary people, but all she could do now was to comfort the children of the victim's family. Broly turned his head and the Crystal Palace in his mind gave the message. Discover the strategy target, Alice Phil von Einsbaron, the current happiness value is 0. Reminder, the happiness value of Fujimura Okawa is declining. Broly, The reminder of the decline in happiness value made Broly's little head, which was originally a little drowsy and sleepy, suddenly woke up. At this time, a sea demon happened to jump over the Mafujimura house. The roof fell in front of a group of people, and a sharp roar sound came from his mouth. He waved his tentacles and hit some people in the Tang village group. The happiness value of Fujimura Okawa also suddenly dropped, allowing Broly to directly find the culprit that caused the happiness value of Fujimura Okawa to drop. Stop the monster! Fujimura Rei shouted. Bang! A car door flew from behind and hit the sea demon, who was still ready to continue waving his tentacles to launch an attack. The car door carrying terrifying power took the sea demon out after it hit the sea demon. With a click, the sea demon was embedded on the telephone pole on the side, and in just a moment, it turned into a piece of minced meat. Hiss! Everyone took a breath and turned their heads to look at it. They saw the little boy jumping out of the broken car door behind. At this moment, his face was written on his very angry look. In the stunned everyone, he walked forward and kicked the sea demons jumped off the roof into pieces. The appearance was so relaxed that it seemed that it was not the tough sea demon, but the creature made of tender tofu. The sea demons suffered terrifying injuries, and their ability to heal themselves allowed them to ask for a lot of magic power towards the person who summoned them. This request also attracted the renewed attention of Gildry. Castor felt strange. Logically speaking, if you deal with some ordinary people, even if the sea demon sent over was injured, you shouldn't ask for so much magic from him. You are almost about to catch up with the magic power of resummoning a group of sea demons. But when Gildra looked up and looked into the distance, he found that there was a child over there who was ravaging the sea demon he summoned with his feet. His sea demon was like building blocks and toys in front of the child, and was randomly trampled and kicked into pieces by the other party, without any ability to resist. Chapter 19 Street Cleaning Master. He kicked the sea demon again, but Broly began to get a little irritable. These strange creatures would move no matter how they kicked, and would recover themselves. Just as Broly raised his little hand and pointed it at a sea demon that was recovering, ready to use an energy bomb to completely bomb the thing. Don't worry about these devils. The manipulators are there. You have to kill the manipulators to solve these guys. Emi Yakuritsugu walked to the side, raised his hand and pointed at Castor over there, and said to this terrifying child. Broly looked in the direction he pointed, and saw more sea demons, so he pointed his little hand at the other side. But Artoria was still fighting with the sea demon there. She split the body of a sea demon and revealed a flash of figure. The Crystal Palace in my mind has a prompt, discover the guide target, Artoria, the current happiness value is 0. This made Broly put his hands down. Bang! The cement floor was directly crushed by the little feet without shoes, and the waves of air caused the man who was approaching fell to sit on the ground. Damn it! On the other side, Artoria was about to swing her sword and cut off a sea demon that was approaching again. A petite figure rushed over first and kicked the sea demon into pieces with a flying kick. After landing, Broly jumped and hit her with a flying knee. Another sea demon's head turned into a mess. He raised his hand to block the tentacles that the sea demon waved, and grabbed the sea demon whole, dancing in the air into a tilted windmill. The sound of slapping was endless, and the sea demon group around Artoria was cleared like this. This operation was a bit fancy, but in fact it happened in an instant. Artoria thought that a servant came to support her. After thanking her, she realized that the one who fell beside her was just a little boy who was only at her waist. You have my magic aura on you. Are you the guy who killed my lord Yuzuru Ryunishuk? Gildry felt his magical aura from Broly and asked a question directly. Ryuki Ryunishuk. Broly frowned. He had never heard of this name, but if you want to kill it, there was indeed a guy other than these strange creatures who was kicked to death by him. The guy who was kicked to death was still a bastard who caused his wife to decrease the happiness value of another tablemate's wife. When he thought of the happiness value, happy water, he lost, Broly became more and more angry. With the fact that Fujimura Okawa's happiness value had just dropped, he raised his little hand to Gildra, who was talking. What are you doing? Artoria didn't understand the boy's actions, and Gildra didn't understand it very well, but Broly's strength was indeed terrifying. He quickly retreated to the sea demon group, and various enhanced magic tricks were quickly used by him to bless the surrounding sea demons. Why should I hurt my friends and deprive me of my happiness? Broly asked. What? Gildray didn't understand what he meant. Disappear. Broly answered his doubts with energy bounce. Gildra, who came to take revenge, was directly wiped out under the dazzling energy bomb released by Broly. The resistance of some magic was like the arms of a mantis blocking a car. It was meaningless. The energy bomb did not diminish and wiped out the remaining half of the Sea Demon Legion together and continued to bombard him backwards. Assassin, hiding in the shadow of the street, was in trouble. Before he could react, he was destroyed by a terrifying energy beam. The whole street was cleared, and the places where the eyes could reach were empty. It was swollen, with only the anxiety of the air, and some sea demons on the other side of the energy bomb attack. Because there was no magic power to provide a dissipating body, it could prove that the disappearing army of sea demons was not an illusion. Artoria was closest to her and felt the clearest. The energy bomb released by Broly gave her a feeling that it was not inferior to the power of her own treasure after the full liberation of her treasure. The enemy was destroyed, and Broly's aura also subsided. He turned his head to look at the Night King beside him. Artoria subconsciously became nervous. However, her vigilance only welcomed the boy's little hand. Hello, I'm Broly. Broly introduced himself and said that when he met someone he didn't know, he wanted to introduce himself. This is a basic etiquette he learned after coming to the civilized world. King Arthur, Artoria Pendragon. Broly had no hostile posture, which made Artoria quickly put down her vigilance. She put down the invisible holy sword and reached out to hold the boy. Shake your hand, good friend, this means that you will be my best friend in the future. Broly said seriously that this is the new knowledge that Rin Tozaka only taught him tonight. Broly's words surprised Artoria, but when she saw the boy's serious appearance and the other party had just saved her siege, she did not refuse. To be honest, Artoria has never had friends. As a king, she has subordinates and comrades around her, but she has no friends. What, you say Merlin? That was her teacher, the teacher who taught swordsmanship and the way to govern the country. After getting to know another wife, Broly walked back. Looking at the empty streets and watching the boy walk back with a normal look on his face, the people in the Fujimura group subconsciously retreated. Those sea demons are monsters, and destroying a large group of sea demons and using unknown means to directly eliminate the boys on the entire street, aren't they monsters among monsters? It is normal for people to be afraid of things they don't understand. Only after seeing Broly comes back, Fujimura Okawa takes the initiative to greet him. Broly, are you such a powerful child? The boy just stood up and kicked a little monster, just like acting in a movie. He rushed over there, although he didn't know what was going on. A strong green light suddenly popped up, and then the monster and the guy who manipulated the monster were gone, and even the entire street was clean. It was simply cool. Please forgive me. Fujimura Okawa is at the age of a middle school student. He usually fantasizes about being a Ronin samurai who adheres to the chivalrous and has excellent martial arts skills. Therefore, after seeing the power beyond the ordinary with his own eyes, he is naturally a little excited. Of course, she also has the ability to distinguish danger. When other people who didn't know Broly retreated one after another, she didn't think Broly would hurt her, so she took the initiative to meet him. She was surprised and liked Broly because Broly saved her grandfather and other people from Fujimura. By the way, what was the green light just now? After checking Broly's body and confirming that the other party was not injured except for some monster blood, Fujimura Okawa asked. It's an energy bomb. Broly answered honestly. How did it do it? Fujimura Okawa asked. It's just to lift your energy and condense it in your hands. Broly said that, then raised his little hand and showed it. As his little hand came out of green light, the group of people hurried away. Just kidding, the streets over there are still empty at first sight, and no one wants to be evaporated out of thin air like those monsters. So amazing, can I touch it? Fujimura Okawa asked and reached out, as if he wanted to touch the energy bomb condensed from Broly's hand. You are too weak to touch and you will be injured. Broly quickly put the energy blasting energy into his body. Even he could now clearly realize the weakness of people in this world. Others don't care, but those who are good to them cannot be hurt. Among the people who cannot be hurt, Fujimura Okawa, who gives him food, wears him, bathes him, and sleeps with bedding, is the number one in the ranking. Okay, I'm really too weak. Seeing the boy's great power, Fujimura Okawa had to admit this. Then, she pinched her nose and looked at Broly with some disgust and said, you have to take another shower with the smell of fishy smell. Broly sniffed himself and found that it was true that after the sea demon blood had been put on for a while, it showed a fishy smell unique to seafood. It was definitely not as bad as the body fluids of Wampa spider. But now Broly has tried to be a clean child and frowned slightly. I'll take you to take a shower. Fujimura Dakawa picked up Broly and planned to walk into Fujimura's mansion. After a panic just now, she was sweating all over. Wait a minute, I don't have anything to say. What do you mean? Let me down first. Fujimura Okawa put Broly down and saw the boy running over to someone else's Hummer. Then, under the alert of a man named Kiritsugu Emiya, he reached out to Alice Phil, who had red eyes and white hair, and said, Hello, my name is Broly. I'm Alice Fair, is there anything? An artificial human woman who was created and had only 9 years of practical life experience responded to his self-introduction, reached out and shook his little hand and asked. You are my best friend. After Broly left this sentence run back to Fujimura Okawa. There was only a group of people who were confused. What's going on with that child? Alice Phil couldn't ask. Have no idea. Emi Yakiritsugu shook his head, not realizing that his wife was targeted. But one thing that is certain is that he is not a follower, he has no magic power, nor is he a magician. Then what is he? I don't know, but I should be able to describe this kind of existence as a monster. Will he threaten us? Emiya Kiritsugu didn't say anything because he still didn't know it, but he realized one thing, that is, he might have been affected by the other party tonight. After learning about Castor's conversation with the boy from Artoria's mouth. Are we going to transfer the stronghold? If you don't have a third safe house ready, it's better to stay here than to transfer it at will and respond to changes. After looking deeply at the boy who was taken back to the Fujimura house by Okawa Fujimura, Kiritsugu Emiya said, and then drove the Hummer with half of the car door back to the original house. I'll go and see the power of the opponent's destruction caster move. After sending Alice Phil back, Kiritsugu Emiya came out again, but wanted to see what was happening at the end of the street. This trip was as many as 3 kilometers. At the end of the power of the 3-kilometer energy bomb, Kiritsugu saw a mighty man wearing a cow pulling a chariot. There was a handsome young man beside the other party. Who can it be if it is not Rider and his master? Master. Artoria walked forward from behind and looked at the Rider group alertly. Yo, Night King, good evening. Iskandar greeted. Tonight, you made a lot of noise. He said. This is not. Before Artoria finished speaking, she was interrupted by Kiritsugu Emiya. Castor is here to make trouble for us again, and it is not okay not to fight back. That's right, but I didn't expect that the Night King, whose left hand was injured, could still exert such powerful power. I was a little presumptuous when I said she was just a little girl last night. The Conqueror King took the initiative to apologize, and his strength could not represent everything, but having power proves that Artoria is not a little girl. Rider, are you here just wanting to tell me this to my servants, or do you still want to take the opportunity to attack us? Saber's Lord, although I know you are using the method of provoking me and not taking action, my failure to take action must have nothing to do with your strategy. The king's battle should be upright, and I have no intention of taking advantage of the situation. Iskandar said this to Kiritsugu Emiya and looked at Artoria. King of the Knights, I look forward to the moment of the decisive battle with you. In addition, congratulations on you for a big victory tonight. After abandoning this sentence, the conquering King Iskandar drove away with his little emperor, and his reaction made Kiritsugu Emiya think an idea. What, you want to take the credit for destroying Castor? No, I don't agree. It's not me who eliminated Castor. Back at the house, Artoria directly expressed her denial attitude towards the thoughts proposed by Kiritsugu Emiya. For the knight, embezzling other people's merits is simply a slander of his own knight's way. You should know that among the 8 virtues of the knight, there are integrity and honor. I know what you mean, but the problem is that the person who destroys Castor is neither the Lord nor the Lord. He may even have nothing to do with the Holy Grail ritual, and the reward for Castor is aimed at the Lord who participates in the Holy Grail. But this is not a reason to take credit for others. Listen, Saber, you didn't take credit for it. Although it was not you who destroyed Castor, you were the only servant to participate in the fight tonight's elimination of Castor. According to regulations, we are qualified to receive that rewarded spell. But this. Don't worry, I will tell the church the actual situation of Castor being resolved. As for whether the church admits that we are striking Castor, it is theirs. Last night, we were attacked by Castor and his Sea Demon Legion. With the help of our servant Saber, Castor and his Sea Demon Legion were destroyed by a powerful force. Well, this is Saber's master's report on the battle between him and Castor last night. He has confirmed that Castor was eliminated. The terrifying beam that almost penetrated the old city was also captured by road surveillance. Even the assassin, which my son sent to observe the situation, was affected by the battle. Even the specific battle report was destroyed before it could be transmitted. Yan Fengli was discussing the situation with Tozaka Toshiko through the magic prop, mainly discussing whether to give this reward spell. Chapter 20 Broly's cloth is also cloth, if you don't give it, their church is like blowing a black whistle. Although this is a fact, some things can only be done but not said. As for what to do, Saber was scratched by Lancer's curse gun in his left hand. He also eliminated his fanfare when he was not intact and brought a bunch of casters to find trouble. The street that was cleared was 3 kilometers long. Saber, with such a terrifying strength, gave another spell, which could be said to be a great act of capital and enemy, which made people very confused. Give it a better. Toshiko's voice could be exhausted. He wiped the butt of the big noise caused by the battle between Castor and Saber last night, and he didn't sleep all night. But in this case, Saber's advantage will be too great. There are 6 groups of masters and servants left now. The greater the advantage of Saber, the greater the probability that they will be the targets they are given priority by everyone. If the rest of masters can be made hostile to Saber, the effort of a spell is nothing. This is the conclusion that Tozaka Toshiko came to after careful consideration. In the mysterious ritual of the Holy Grail War, the more powerful the combination is exposed, the more everyone will be regarded as a priority opponent. But when you give the order curse, you must make it clear to other emperors that there is an additional order curse for others in the Saber group. So that's it. He deserves to be the head of the Tozaka family. He just sees things thoroughly, so he can do it. Yan Fengri praised him and went to give the Emi Yakuritsuguram mantra. At the same time, he summoned the other envoys of the emperor to publicize the Castor's elimination by Saber, and announced the resumption of the Holy Grail War. Humph, I want to guide me to target Saber, I target you, Taki swears, damn Toshiko Tozaka, I'll just stare at you. This is what Berserker's emperor, Maki Anya, thought after receiving the message. Through the channel of Maki Dirty Ink's tone, he knew that the people from the Holy Church this time were in a sympathy with the Tozaka family. He didn't want to target Saber at all, but only Tozaka Toshiko. The king, we must have a dignified and fair contest. This is Ryder's idea of conquering King Iskandar, and there is no change from last night. His master Weberville Vet was a little weak and could not change the mind of his servant. Miss Sora, don't do this. As for Lancers de Lumudo, it means that his lord, the emperor, is now lying on the bed and becoming a useless person, while the lord's fiancé is seducing himself. The Holy Grail War seems to have been forgotten by this woman. The other party just wants to indulge in his male sex and cannot extricate himself. A good strategy was shown to a group of abnormal people. It was useless, it was useless. It was useless. The only thing that was useful was probably to wrap Emi Yakuritsugu in. The magician killer and Tozaka Toshiko were in a synchronized mind, seriously fighting wits and courage with the air, defending themselves in their own strongholds, and preparing to attack other emperors. They even thought about using the power of the terrifying boy from the neighbor Fujimura family. As a result, no one came at all. Broly did not go to school because the school was closed today. When Dakawa of Fujimura still had to go to school, he ran to his neighbor's house to see if he could improve the happiness value of the 2 new wives I met last night. Then, he successfully had lunch at the Emiya house. During this period, Emi Yakuritsugu came up with a lot of information from the simple Broly, such as Saiyans from the Wan Pastar. If the boy hadn't been amazingly strong, he would have cleared the entire street last night, which would have really made him think he was deceived. Of course, Kiritsugu Emiya finally figured out the purpose of Broly's visit. This little guy was actually here to find his wife, and one of the wives he found had his wife, which really made this magician Mr. Killer a little difficult to deal with. Mrs. Alice Phil giggled, I didn't expect that I was still quite charming, and I actually made this child fall in love with it. But, little Broly, I can't be your wife. She said this to Broly. Why, didn't you shake hands with me? Broly was a little puzzled and asked while squeezing the rice. Because, I'm a man with a husband. Alice Phil explained. What is my husband? Broly asked curiously. You don't know your husband, then what kind of wife are you looking for? This is something that makes people want to complain, but Juyuan Yumi really complains. Husband, it is the man who corresponds to the identity of the woman's wife after forming a husband and wife relationship with others. Alice Phil explains to Broly popular. Can't you have 2 husbands? Broly understood, but started asking. I'm sorry, the country I live in is monogamous, and Kiritsugu Emiya is my husband. Alice Phil hugged the man's arm and introduced him to the boy. Broly thoughtful, then looked entangled, looking in distress. What's wrong? Have you eaten too much? Seeing this, Alice Phil asked with concern. No, I'm not full yet. Then why do you look like this? I'm just thinking about whether to kill your husband. Broly told the truth, and as soon as this was said, the people at the dinner table were shocked. Why? Emi Yakuritsugu's forehead was sweating and he asked carefully. Because I can kill you, I can make your wife my wife. Broly gave his answer seriously, and this answer left everyone speechless because there was nothing wrong with this logic. But you seem to be hesitating and hesitating. Emi Yakuritsugu asked again. Because you give me food. This is why Broly is confused. Everyone was a little silent. This child had a big problem. Broly, then why are you so persistent in finding a wife? Artoria broke the silence and asked. At the age of a boy, she didn't seem to be addicted to women, and her reaction didn't seem to be because of women. Look for a wife and make her happy. After returning to Wampa Star, I have something to eat. The more wives I find, the happier it is, and the more food I can exchange. Broly was still telling the truth, but the people around him heard it a little confused, but they learned the real reason why the boy looked for his wife. If that's the case, I have an offer. Emi Yakuritsugu said suddenly. What proposal? Broly asked curiously. My wife can't give it to you, but my daughter Ilya, she is only 3 years older than you. Kayatsugu. Hearing this, Alice Fear was a little surprised and turned his head to look at her husband. Kiritsugu nodded to her. The exchange of eyes made Alice Fear quickly understand her husband's thoughts. Alice Phil and I are willing to entrust our daughter to you if you want. His wife Alice Phil, as the little grail of the Fourth Holy Grail War, was equivalent to the end of the mission, that is, death at the moment the Holy Grail came. And he himself may not be able to guarantee that he will survive to the end of this Holy Grail War and become the last person to win the Holy Grail. Once he and Alice Phil are both dead, then who else can take care of their daughter Ilya? Einsbaron family? Indeed, the Einsbaron family might take care of their daughter if their daughter Ilya was of value, but now there is an extra choice in front of them. Although the boy in front of him didn't know much, there was no doubt that the other party had strong strength. What they saw with their own eyes last night. After a meal, the child's instinct was fully exposed. The boy's simple desire to find a wife made Emi Yakuritsugu think about it. Instead of believing that the Einsbaron family will take good care of their daughter Ilya, it is better to entrust their daughter Ilya here to this monster-like boy. If you don't say much about anything else, as long as the other party is willing to stand up for their daughter, it is a kind of success. If you have a fiancé who is no worse than the follower, then their daughter will be of great value. Even if the couple really died in this Holy Grail War in the end, the Einsbaron family would definitely not give up their daughter easily. Emi Yakuritsugu was also entrusting his orphans to make arrangements for his own possible death in this Holy Grail War. The reason why I didn't make arrangements before was because I didn't have this opportunity in my connections. As for now, I met Broly, a boy with monster strength. After understanding the other person's thoughts, the idea of entrusting his daughter to the next step. How about it, what do you think? Parents' orders, matchmaker's words. Retrieve new strategy target, Ilya von Einsbaron, current happiness value is 0. Tip, his parents are willing to entrust him to you. Should I invite Ilya von Einsbaron to become an official member of the Crystal Palace now? Current official member of Crystal Palace 0/5. Broly was a little stunned, but looking at Kiritsugu Emiya and Alice Phil, a message suddenly appeared in his mind, and he also subconsciously thought out, Bulletin, I have been wandering all my life, and I have never met the wise master. Just as he agreed, a girl in Einsbaron Castle, Germany, was missing when her parents would come back, and a text message suddenly appeared in front of her. Your father, Kiritsugu Emiya, and your mother, Alice Phil, are entrusting you to Broly, who has accepted and invited you to be one of the official members of the Crystal Palace. Ilya von Einsbaron, do you want to join the Crystal Palace, confirm or refuse? Ilya didn't understand the meaning of Crystal Palace, but when she saw that it was her parents' decision. She was missing her parents, just hesitated for a moment, and reached out to click on the confirmation in front of her, but her fingers passed directly through the text. However, the meaning of confirmation has been accepted by Crystal Palace, and the prompt message of Crystal Palace continues to change. You have become one of the official members of the Crystal Palace. Currently, the number of official members of the Crystal Palace is 1/5. After reaching 5 official members, the Crystal Palace module will be upgraded. Ilya blinked and saw a small Q-version avatar of a black-haired boy in front of her vision. Next to the avatar, there is an entry with happiness value below, and the following entry is a display of 30. Back to Broly's side, a Q-version head similar to a little girl with white hair and red eyes appeared in front of him. Like, next to the avatar, it is written in Chinese with Ilya von Einsbaron. There is also an entry with happiness value below, and the entry is followed by 20. There is also a display of happiness points in the upper right corner. At this moment, his happiness points are finally no longer 0, but there is a 200 point. That was the happiness point converted from the happiness value after hearing the news from his parents. After confirming that he became an official member of the Crystal Palace, the happiness value was transformed. Now, as the happiness value continues to increase, the happiness point continues to rise, but not 100, but 100, but one little by little. In this moment, 2 more points have been added. Next to Ilya's avatar, there is also a slogan of happiness points continue to output and a slogan of please maintain your wife's happy state, including a reminder later on if your wife feels unhappy, the happy points will stop output. Please tell me how to keep your 2 daughters happy. Broly was a little shocked, and when he opened the exchange store on the side with his consciousness and saw the food he had eaten inside, his mood to make the wife who had never met before was full of happiness. Ah! Alice Phil was a little stunned. Kiritsugu Emiya was also a little confused. As soon as he verbally entrusted his daughter, the boy's eyes were shiny and he looked full of energy and wanted to make his daughter happy. But the question is, what should my 8-year-old daughter be considered happiness? Emiya Kiritsugu and Alice Phil looked at each other, and there was an answer in their hearts, but it was difficult to say it. Because when the boy in front of him saw it, he knew that he would really do something for their daughter's happiness. If it is happiness to say that their daughter wants them to stay by her now, like this, Kiritsugu Emiya and Alice Phil are very suspicious of the boy in front of her and may act like tied them up and throw them back to their daughter. Happiness is a difficult thing to say. Everyone has a different definition of happiness. Our daughter Ilya is still young now, so we cannot infer what her happiness is without authorization. You have to wait until you truly know her and you can only know it yourself. That's okay. Broly calmed down from his excited state. What about you, do you want to be my wife? Broly asked to the side, and continued to cook Artoria. I will pay for Britain in this life, just to save the country that was once, not for the so-called love for children. Artoria shook her head decisively and refused. She was the monarch of Britain and would not become someone else's wife. Not to mention, I became the wife of a boy who just wanted to eat, and it was still one of them. Broly was a little disappointed. This person had a value of up to 7 points of happiness. Chapter 21 The adoption contract signed again. Last night, because Gildry killed some police officers, the police believed that the serial murderer still had accomplices. Not only did the warning not be cancelled, but it was added to another level, resulting in many primary and even middle schools directly suspending classes. It was originally a happy thing for the students to learn that they didn't have to go to school for the time being, but after Rin Tozaka learned the news, his little face collapsed a little. Yesterday Broly saved her, but because she met Uncle Yanyi later, she had a lot of things to say to the boy. She thought that after going to school today, she would ask the other party carefully, but the school called to notify the class to be suspended. Rin Tozaka was a little hit. Fortunately, her mother suggested taking her and her sister to play at the amusement park, which quickly changed her mood. In one morning, they rode a carousel, took a Ferris wheel, played bumper cars, and at noon, they ate ice cream, burgers, and fries. After returning home, the good mood I got when I played in the amusement park continued in my heart. Mom, let Dad come to the amusement park with us next time, okay? Faced with her daughter's expected inquiries, Shanshinkui showed a reluctant smile. After responding perfunctorily, he hid in the room and called her husband. Tozaka Toshiko was just lying down on the bed and resting for a while, the phone ringing woke him up. When he answered, he found that his wife was calling, so he asked whether Chan Chang Aoi gave one of her 2 daughters and did the ideological work of being sent to the Matsuki family. No, I haven't done my daughter's ideological work yet. It's just that last night, I met Matsuka Yanyi in Toki City. Wait, did you come to Tomoki City last night? It was Rin who ran over to Toki City without authorization, trying to find friends. Why don't you look down on her? Okay, I don't mean to blame you, as long as you mother and daughter are fine. The fatigue reduced Tozaka Toshiko's emotional control ability. He knew that he had lost his words and quickly regained his elegance and said softly to his wife on the other end of the microphone. If you have anything, just say it. Toshiko just wanted to end the call soon and go for a rest. I met Maki Yanyi, and his physical condition became very bad. Shanshinkui continued. What does he have to do with us? Tozaka Toshiko frowned and heard his wife holding another man. Even if she was as elegant as him, she felt a little uncomfortable. It was him who protected Rin last night. Then I really have to thank the other party. If I meet him later, I will try my best to save him alive. I don't want to say it, this is what he mentioned, the magic of the Maki family, and he said it was something that erodes life and body. Shanchenkui did not hide it, and told her husband everything about the situation of Matong Yunyi that she saw last night. If you continue to do your daughter's ideological work, I will go to Matong Ducking to ask about the situation. If the Matong family's magic is as unbearable as you said, then I will not push my daughter into the fire pit. After Tozaka Toshiko hung up the phone, he returned to the study and picked up his pen and wrote a letter to Maki Yuan, summoning a crow to send the letter to Maki's house. After receiving the letter from Tozaka Toshiko, Maki's dirty ink's tone was a little angry and walked into the underground insect warehouse with a cane. In the insect warehouse, Matsuka Yunyi was being bitten by the insect. This is how to maintain his magic power as a half-baked magician. Yunyi, do you think if you inform the Tozaka family about your physical condition, they won't send their daughter back to the Maki family? The dirty ink's tone of Matsuki spoke directly to the man in the pile of insects. What's the meaning? Matsuka Yunyi, who was enduring the pain of insect pest, felt a little confused. Haha, do you pretend to be stupid? It doesn't matter. I will tell you that it's useless. The head of the Tozaka family is a rational magician. He has decided to send the child who left the Maki family back to the Maki family. He held the letter and shook it in his hand. Without waiting for Ji Tong Yunyi to see clearly, Ji Tong Dirty Ink's tone put away the letter and turned around and left the insect warehouse. No, Matsuki Dirty Ink's tone, you are stepping on the horse, just explain it to me clearly, ah. The insects increased their efforts to squeeze life, and Matsuka Yunyi fell down directly, and his consciousness fell into a coma in severe pain. Hi! The old man who left the insect warehouse found his nominal eldest son. Father, what are your instructions? Matsuki showed fear on his face, but he still walked up to obey the instructions. Take Shinji away from the Maki family. Go outside and hide, there is a dangerous guest coming tonight. In Tozaka Toshiko's letter, the other party agreed to bring his servants to the Maki family to visit tonight, but he could not refuse. Although he felt that Tozaka Toshiko was unlikely to take action, he still had to be in case. On the surface, Matsuki Tsuno, who is an ordinary person, takes his grandson to leave the Matsuki family for refuge, but in fact, his true body will also quietly leave and temporarily stay away from the Matsuki family. I'm disturbing, the head of the Maki family. At night, Tozaka Toshino, who had recovered from his good condition, arrived as promised. If there is nowhere, the head of the Tozaka family is here to visit, and my Makitsu family is very welcome. The old man stood at the door, showing a polite smirk and responded. So, I wonder if the head of the Matsuki family can give a reply to my doubts in the letter. Toshiko was also smiling, but the movement of holding the gem cane made people understand that if the answer could not satisfy him, he would do it. Of course, please come with me. Maki Yuan didn't seem to notice this situation, and welcomed Tozaka Toshikashi and Gilgamesh who appeared behind him into the house. What an unpleasant magic! After walking into the house, Mr. Jin frowned and commented, then came to the wine cabinet of the Matsuki family, took out a bottle of wine from it and pulled it out to drink it. This wine is better than the wine in Shishin, even better than the wine from your disciple. Matsuki Yuan looked at Gilgamesh and opened a wine that he could use as reserves for his own reserves. The fleshy eyelids made of insects couldn't help but jump. What, do you have any objections to the wine that I opened in your house? No, how dare I get the praise of the Hero King? This is my honor to store wine. A group of insects are quite good at talking. Matsuki Yuan's body was a little stiff, and she didn't expect that her fake body would be discovered so easily. For the sake of this wine, I will endure the dirt here. If you have anything to say, you will tell my subordinates yourself, but if you dare to let the rabies hidden underground attack my subordinates, don't blame me for being merciless. Gilgamesh stayed in the living room to drink, while Maki Yuan took Tozaka Toshikoto into the insect warehouse. Here, Tozaka Toshimoto met Maki Yunyi. The ink's tone of Maki asked the insect to hold someone to introduce it to the head of the Tozaka family, which is why the engraved insects erode Maki Yunyi's life. After all, it was just because my incompetent son, who suddenly returned to his family and wanted to participate in the Holy Grail War. He had no choice but to use such extreme magic tricks on him, so that he could have the ability to show off against an excellent magician. A very exquisite technique. Although both the body and life have been eroded seriously, the magic circuit inspired at the cost of life also produces a considerable amount of magic power. Tozaka Toshiko ignored the dense insects in the insect warehouse. After observing the magic circuit that engraved the marking insect to stimulate the body of Maki Yanyi, he praised this method without hesitation. The head of the Matsuki family is worthy of being an experienced magician. On the road of the magician, he is far from yours. It's over-reputable, it's just a few tricks. So, how can I know that you won't use this method against my daughter as well? What I want is the heir of the demonic way, not a tool person like him. Naturally, I will not use this cruel transformation method on Ling AI. If the head of the Tozaka family does not believe it, we can sign it. A magic contract is guaranteed. Perhaps the name head of Tozaka family triggered the keyword. Matsuki Yanyi, who was originally knocked fainted by the engraved insect, opened his eyes at this time. Tozaka Toshiko, why are you here? You are awake, Yan Yat. The head of the Tozaka family came here to explore the magic of the Matsuki family and discuss the matter of sending her daughter to the Matsuki family again. Damn it, damn. Matsuki Yanyi is now controlled by the engraving insect, and her consciousness is still not very clear, but she still has difficulty expressing the questioning. When you see me like this, do you still want to send your daughter here? You are asking for trouble. You want to participate in this Holy Grail ceremony as a half-baked magician, so that you can make yourself look like this. But the head of the Matsuki family just promised me that he would not use a cruel way to transform my daughter's magic circuit. Tozaka Toshino paused and said thanking Kirienyi for helping his wife and daughter last night, then asked Maki Satoyan, Maki family head, don't you know that we can sign a new adoption contract now? Certainly. Maki Yuin smiled a little cunningly, saying that she had prepared a contract letter provided by the Magic Association at home. Ah, Tozaka Toshiko, you guy is not worthy of being a father at all, brr. Yanyi Matsuki wanted to call on the followers to launch an attack, but Jotsuki Jade Ink quickly directed the engraving insect to subdue him. You will regret it. Before the insects were knocked unconscious again, Matsuka Yanyi said the last unwilling words from her mouth. I am Rin and Sakura's father. How can I arrange my own daughter? This is the Tozaka family's family affairs, and outsiders have no right to interfere. Toshiko Toshino was just a little disdainful of this, but it was a pity to look at Maki Yanyi's gaze. As his wife's childhood sweetheart and his childhood friend, this man's concern for his two daughters is real. If this person could live, the daughter of the Matsuki family would be sent over to have someone who really cared for her. He sighed in his heart, his face was still elegant, and he came out of the insect garland with Maki Yuin. Maki Yanya provided the advanced magic contract of the Magician Association. They discussed the content of adopting the adopted daughter again. When they were sure that they would not hurt the life of the stepson and let the stepson inherit the ancestor of the demonic Taoism, Tozaka Toshiko signed his name with magic power. I wonder when Sakura will be sent back. After signing the magic contract, Matsuki Dirty Ink asked. My inner self seems to be very reluctant to leave my little daughter. What does the head of the Tozaka family mean? I may send my eldest daughter to be my stepson. I wonder if the head of the Matsuki family minds. Haha, I don't mind. Whether it's sending my eldest daughter or the original youngest daughter, my Tong family just needs an excellent heir to the devil. Of course, Maki Yuin didn't mind. All he wanted was a mother with excellent qualifications. If Tozaka Toshikashi sent him the eldest daughter, it would make him happier, because he could transform the other party's mature uterus earlier and turn it into the mother who gave birth to descendants of the Maki family. Tozaka Toshimoto left the Maki family. After confirming the Maki family's insect magic, he called his wife to protect the Maki family's magic, but asked his wife to do her daughter's ideological work as soon as possible. If possible, I mean let Sakura go. Rin is a little older after all. If something happens to me, she will be able to stabilize the situation of the Tozaka family at an older age. But is this a bit cruel to Sakura? Okay, Aoi, I won't interfere with you who will go to this point. It's up to you, as their mother, to make the decision. As long as you can convince someone to go past the Matsuki family and continue to be the stepson who inherits the Matsuki family's magical path. Tozaka Toshiko took a step back at this point, handed over the choice to his wife and hung up the phone. Broly was a little lucky at the Fujimura family that he discovered something very important before he was sent back to his own world. That is to convert the happiness value on your wife into happiness points, and they need to be invited to join the Crystal Palace. Broly didn't pay attention to this at first, until noon when he was entrusted by Kiritsugu and Aliceville to their daughter. Crystal Palace suddenly had its first official member. After asking about Crystal Palace, he was specifically introduced to the situation of obtaining happiness points. It can be said that if the wife who had never met before joined the Crystal Palace, he might have returned home empty-handed without understanding the mechanism for obtaining the happiness point of the Crystal Palace. But now, with the official invitation to Fujimura Okawa during the evening shower, after Fujimura Okawa agreed, his happiness points in his account have soared to more than 12,000 points. In addition to Fujimura Okawa, a high-quality stock that has been exchanged for happiness points, he has 2 other wives in this world who have high happiness values. Broly is a little excited when he thinks that he will continue to soar in happiness points after inviting them to join Crystal Palace tomorrow. If it hadn't been a bit of time to test the redemption function of Crystal Palace, it was a bit too late, and he might have asked him to invite another 2. I really hope tomorrow will come soon. What, you want to leave your sister so much? Well, I'm just teasing you, but after I go back, don't forget my sister. Well, I won't forget, Sister Fujimura is the best person to me. Fujimura Okawa hugged the boy, and in the subsystem module she gave to the official members with the Crystal Palace, she exchanged the spider legs of the Wampa spider, the specialty food of Wampa spider. She tried to eat a bite of sticky yellow-brown meat, but almost vomited out her stomach. After that, she heard Broly tell the simple, outrageous, hunting life she had lived on Wampa spider before, and she felt even more pity for the child. The night before parting, Fujimura Okawa wanted to give the child a motherly care. Her body was soft and the smell was fragrant. Broly soon fell asleep in the girl's arms and patted her back and coaxed her childlike behavior. Chapter 22 Monkey may not appear on the stage while stepping on the colorful clouds. This sleep was extremely comfortable. The next day, the sun was noon. Oh no, it was cloudy. It was raining heavily. It was raining and it was just noon that Broly was awakened by the message from Crystal Palace. Tip, the happiness value of Matsuki Sakura is decreasing. Tip, Tozaka Rin's happiness value is decreasing. Tip, Matong Sakura's happiness value is rising. Tip, Tozaka Rin's happiness value is decreasing. When I woke up, what was it like to see the stocks falling green all over the country? Although there is an upward prompt inside, it generally drops significantly. Matsuki Sakura originally had a happiness value that had exceeded the triple digits, but now she is only in her early 20s. Rin Tozaka found a friend yesterday and later reached the happiness value of 70, but now it has fallen to single digits. Broly didn't know what happened here, but he still knew what was lost. In an instant, Broly's aura became violent. A tornado was scraped in the room, the tatami floor collapsed downwards, the roof was directly flew by the violent airflow, and debris flew everywhere. This huge movement attracted the people of the Fujimura family, but they did not dare to approach the room where the door and walls were gradually being taken away, and their eyes were somewhat horrified at the boy standing in the center of the terrifying airflow. What's wrong, Broly? It was not until the girl who chose to take leave at home today that Fujimura Okawa came here to ask the boy what happened, and the tornado of the air was calmed down. The debris fell down, Broly's eyes were a little red, and there was grievance and discomfort in his voice. Sister Fujimura, my happiness is gone. Ah! Fujimura Okawa was a little puzzled. After getting close to him, he found out that Sakura, who was originally brought by Broly, and the girl Broly met in school, who was recognized by Crystal Palace as a guided target and whose happiness value had been high, suddenly plummeted. Knowing clearly what kind of life the boy lived in the past and understanding the meaning of happiness points to a boy is really to exchange for food that can live a happy, normal, life. Fujimura Okawa suddenly understood the reason why the boy is now a little collapse. Broly, don't panic. The most important thing when encountering problems is to be calm. Panic is useless and the same is true for losing one's temper. The most important thing for us now is to think about how to solve this problem. As soon as Fujimura Lehua came over, she heard her granddaughter teach the boy who made a big noise with what he had taught her the day before yesterday, and her face became subtly complicated. Well, I get it. Broly nodded, trying to gradually calm down the air that was still surging in his body due to emotions. What should I do now? There is always a reason for the decline in happiness value. We should find the 2 girls asking why their happiness value has dropped. Your deskmate is far away, but Sakura is not in Tomoki City. We can come to the door to ask about the specific situation. Fujimura Okawa said with an idea, but Broly shook his head. I heard last night that Sakura and my deskmate are actually sisters, and she is now going to her mother's side. Then go to your deskmate's house. I don't know where her home is. Ah, This. Just when the two, one big and one small, were at a loss, Fujimura Rei came over and coughed, reminding him, Daihi, don't forget that our family is related. I can call the principal of that school directly and ask him to check where Broly's deskmate lives. Although the old man didn't know what happened, the destruction of his family made him realize that this might be important to Broly. Although he no longer expects to take Broly to become a member of the Fujimura group, it is still very important for his granddaughter to maintain a friendly relationship with this child. Grandpa, what you said is so timely. Thank you, Grandpa. After receiving help, Broly looked at the old man and lowered his head to thank him. Small things, small things. Lei Hua Fujimura waved his hand and hurriedly called the principal of the No. 1 primary school of Shenyuan town. You are hungry, go to have a meal first. The principal didn't go to school today. It will take some time to rush to the school to investigate the information. On the way to Broly's meal, people from the Emiya family came to ask about the situation. After learning that Broly had caused the scene, they went back. The momentary movement scared them, and they thought that some servant had called him, but it turned out to be a false alarm. After lunch in Broly, Rin Tozaka's address was found out. Master Broly, you all have it, I'm going to leave. Since the day before yesterday, Broly's name in Scarface has been upgraded from a kid. The vehicle was driving on the road, and Broly felt slow. He could fly, but he didn't know the address, so he could only continue to let Scarface drive. Fortunately, Shenyuan town is not far from Dongmu City. After half an hour, they arrived at the gate of the Chancheng family's courtyard at a racing speed. Is anyone here? Fujimura Okawa went over and knocked on the door. Who are you? Someone heard the noise and came to open the door. After seeing the trio outside the door, especially Scarface, he frowned. We are here to find Ms. Shanchen Kui. Fujimura Okawa said that after Chancheng Aoi got married, she originally changed her surname with her husband's family, but after coming to take refuge, she had to hide her eyes and use her original surname. What's the matter with her? The man at the door was from the Chancheng family and knew about some things about the Holy Grail ceremony. When he heard someone coming to find Shanchen Kui, he became a little alert. My child and her two daughters are friends, but they made an appointment to visit them today. Fujimura Okawa made up a reason. The man looked at the dark clouds in the distance and came to visit when it was about to rain heavily. Sorry, their family has never told me about this. And in the morning, their family had already left here. Where did their family go? Sorry, there is nothing to tell me. Well, if you really know each other, you should have a phone number. Why not call yourself and ask? It was because we couldn't get through Ms. Shanchen Kui's phone number that we came here to ask. If I could make the phone call, Fujimura Okawa would have called. That love is beyond help. The man shrugged. From the reaction of the knocking girl, he could see that the other party's words just now were an excuse, and he knew if it was a bad person. Just when he was about to close the door suddenly couldn't be closed. But Broly stretched out his hand and pressed against the door. The man looked at the boy who pressed his hand against the door, pushed hard without believing in his evil spirit, but found that his strength was not as strong as a child. What are you going to do? He questioned. Broly had no patience, so he raised his hand to aim at the facade of the mansion and made an energy bomb. After blowing the door and the eaves to ashes, he moved his palm to the man pushing the door. Either say or die. The voice was tender, but now the eaves disappeared. The man did not dare to use this as a joke. They went back to Tomki City in the morning. A man with a solemn temperament came to pick them up. As for what they did when they went back to Tomki City, I don't know. Please don't hurt me or the Chancheng family. Like a bamboo tube pouring beans, the man quickly told the whereabouts of the Tozaka family and dared not hide it at all. The married daughter is like water splashed out. Chancheng Kui is married after all, and she accepts them for the sake of relatives. However, if a powerful guy comes to her, Chancheng's family dare not stop her because they know the horror of the magician world. Back in the car, Scarface was about to leave, but found that the boy was still standing outside the car, so he hurriedly said, Master Broly, don't get on the car, hurry back to Tomoji City. This is too slow, I plan to fly back. Fly back. Without waiting for Scarface to react, Broly got under the car, easily lifted the car that had been seated for two people, and flew towards Toki City. The middle of the way, I had to slow down because some parts fell on the car, but I still returned to Toshiki City in less than 2 minutes and came directly above Tozaka House. After falling from the sky and putting the car down on the ground, Broly found that the two people who got out of the car had a little bad look. Although it was not very bumpy to sit in the speed car, the strong feeling of pushing the back caused great shock to the two people in the car. Broly, remember to say it in advance when you want to take someone flying next time. The violent beating of his heart made Fujimura Okawa not exclaiming the amazement of "it turns out you can fly," but instead educated the boy directly. I'm sorry. Through the Crystal Palace, I saw the current unhappy state of Fujimura Okawa. The boy who knew he had made a mistake directly lowered his head and apologized. It's okay, it's not your fault, it's our fault that we're flying in the car for the first time. Fujimura Okawa breathed a sigh of relief and comforted him. Try to calm down and quickly return to the state where you can produce. Let's go and ring the doorbell. Fujimura Okawa led the team again and walked towards the door of Tozaka House. When she rang the doorbell, the Emiya family also discovered their traces by Kiritsugu, who was following modern surveillance. No, why did the child go to the Tonsaka family? Alice Phil happened to be next to him, and when he saw the three people in the surveillance camera, he became a little surprised. Emiya Kiritsugu remembered that when he first met a boy, he was surrounded by his Tozaka family's youngest daughter. In response to the big news next door just now, Kiritsugu Emiya made a judgment that this matter might be related to the Tozaka family. Related to the little daughter. It seems that no one is at home. After ringing the doorbell for a while, no one from the Tozaka family came out to open the door. Bang! Hearing this, Broly didn't hesitate, and kicked the iron door with his foot and broke in directly. This is disturbing. Seeing this, Fujimura Okawa wanted to say something, but couldn't say anything. He could only say a polite word and hurriedly followed. But before she could get close to Broly, the defensive magic in the front yard of Tozaka's house was activated, and the gems embedded in the statue lit up, and beams of energy shot towards the invaders. Broly was shot. He glanced at the energy beam that was shot on his body. It was too weak and had no skin, but the clothes that Fujimura Okawa bought for him were burned. I was in a bad mood, but now I was even more angry. I raised my hand and bounced 2 energy sources, one left and one right, and 2 bangs, and the front yard of Tozaka House was blown up. The magic defense system was arranged here, and it was directly annihilated under the terrifying energy explosion. Fujimura Okawa. Should she be glad that she rang the doorbell into the house last time, or should she be glad that Broly didn't break into the entire yard and exploded the entire yard last time? If there were people in this house, I would definitely know the big news like the one just now. After searching around Tozaka's house, there was no one figure, and Scarface said. But if they go back to Toki City and don't go home, where else can they go? Fujimura Okawa frowned. There is another place. Where? Maki family. Broly thought of the place he had just crossed. Although he didn't know the way, he remembered the general direction. Today, it was a bad day. The young Sakura felt so, but it was not because of the bad weather. It was just that today, someone needed to return to that nightmare house of worm. Late last night, my mother suddenly said a lot to her and her sister, and the content was roughly that her father hoped that she could return to the Matsuki family and continue to be the adopted daughter of the Matsuki family and inherit the magic of the Matsuki family. She cried and made a fuss, but it was useless. The mother cried and said that this was her father's decision and that as the daughter of the Tozaka family, she must abide by it. After hearing this news, young Sakura was very desperate and began to distrust her family. But her mother loved her, and she could feel it because her mother hoped to keep herself and let her sister take the place of her as the stepson of the Maki family. My sister also loved her. Even if she was afraid, she pretended to be strong. She was willing to go to the Matsuki family as her stepchild when she could not change her father's will. Therefore, she felt this warmth from her family. Rin, you are a strong child, don't run out of Maki's house like your sister. Tozaka Toshiko in a red suit said this and wanted to touch his eldest daughter's head, but Rin Tozaka avoided it. The more I admired my father in the past, after I learned about my father's decision last night, Rin Tozaka blamed this man. Okay, I know you can't understand me now, but you will understand when you grow up. Tozaka Toshiko sighed, he could understand that his eldest daughter was emotional. Then, head of the Maki family, Rin. Wait a moment. Tozaka Toshiko was interrupted before she could say the words please you later, and the person who interrupted him was his little daughter. Sakura, what's wrong? I've decided, I'll go back to the Matsuki family to be my stepson. Young Sakura could remember the pain of being crawled through her body by insects. When she thought that her sister who was willing to be her stepchild in the Matsuki family would suffer the same experience. At the last moment when she finally handed over her stepchild, she still couldn't help but speak. Sakura, are you sure? Toshiko was a little surprised. Instead of letting his younger daughter, who had a weak personality, inherited the Tozaka family, he actually hoped that his more mature eldest daughter would inherit the Tozaka family. Ying, what nonsense are you talking about? Chan Chinkui pulled her. Yes, haven't you agreed to go to the Matsuki family this time? Rin Tozaka also said. My sister is nice to me, but I can't let my sister cry. Compared to my sister, I am actually more used to the feeling of being crawled by insects. She can no longer feel the love of her father, but she can also feel the love of her father even more, only her sister, she loves herself. Young Sakura didn't know what impulse was, but she didn't want her sister to lie in the pile of insects and cry. If she had to cry, she had already cried. It should be nothing to cry again. A forced smile appeared on the girl's little face. She didn't know why the grandfather next to her was blown up and still lived intact now, but it didn't matter. She endured her fear and walked to the other party and said, Grandpa, I'm back home, I don't need my sister to come in our house. Sakura, you're stronger. Matsuki Yuin smiled, but it was a deep and malicious smile. I think I should be more able to accept my grandfather's transformation. Toshiko didn't hear anything, and an extremely elegant smile appeared on her face, and she praised her little daughter who became the past again. Sakura, although you are not a child of the Tozaka family again, I am still proud of your courage. Young Sakura bit her lip and turned her head. She was no longer ignorant this time and did not want to pay attention to this man who used to be a father. The sky was gloomy and rainy, and the young Sakura's mood also dropped to the bottom. I think no one will come again this time. Suddenly, the young cherry blossoms widened his eyes. What did she see? She saw a car flying towards this side in the dark clouds. Boom! As the lightning flashed, Broly took the car and fell from the sky. Chapter 23 Archer is a remote job introduction. Broly gently put down the car and became familiar again and again. This time, Fujimura Okawa was riding the speeding car, but he was no longer scared. Broly, why are you here or in this strange way of playing? A group of 3 people came, and Rin Tozaka took the lead in asking the boy. I'm here to find you. I find that you are not happy. I want to know the reason. Broly said his purpose very bluntly. Rin Tozaka was very smart and she got a message from Broly's words. Do you know my sister? Broly nodded. Your Excellency, if I remember correctly, the last time we sent your daughter back to your home, was she talking about the abuse she suffered in her adopted family, right? While Broly and Rin Tozaka were talking, Fujimura Okawa also came to Tozaka Toshiko and asked the elegant man in a red suit in front of him in a somewhat unkind tone. When I came to Maki's house, I saw the scene of handing over the child and contacted the girl's happiness value to reduce. I didn't need to say anything more. Fujimura Okawa thought about the whole picture of the incident. Although there is a deviation in this kind of brain supplement, the general direction is the same, that is, the man wants to send his daughter back to the family that abused her. Tozaka Toshiko took a step back, and the boy's appearance was brought down from the sky in a car, which made him realize that the 2 people who once brought their youngest daughter home were not ordinary people. He took out his gem cane carefully and replied, the misunderstanding has been solved. My daughter has not been abused at the Matsuki family, but the Matsuki family has been a little strict in her magic training. But as fathers, I still thank you for your concern for my daughter, but I also want to ask you, as outsiders, not to easily interfere in the housework of our Tozaka family and the Maki family. Otherwise. Before Tozaka Toshiko finished speaking, Broly appeared in front of him, his small fist was directly printed on his side face. The elegant man's face was deformed and distorted in a visible appearance of the naked eye, and his whole body was rotating and flying out. With a clang, the whole person smashed on the large iron gate of the Kazuki family and made a huge noise. Only then did the people around him react. Time. Teacher. Dad. The first one was sent by Aoi-chan, the second one was Kairi Yeonyung with a expressionless face, and the third one was Rin Tozaka. Although she complained about her father's inhumanity, she also had a habitual respect for her father. Your father is still alive, I didn't kill him. Broly explained to the somewhat anxious Rin Tozaka, and walked towards the man who flew on the iron gate. I asked her to go home to make her happy, but you drove her out of the house again. Broly said, pointing at the young Sakura who was looking at this side, his tone getting more and more angry. Lao Deng's father is probably because he deserves a beating when he does what Lao Deng does. I will use my fists to let you, Lao Deng, understand who is the real master of your family. Broly will practice what he said to young Sakura in the quilt before, and use violence to get the girl home. He beat her parents to surrender, or to be more blunt, help Maki Sakura snatch away the former home. Toshiko was stunned. He never expected Broly to take action suddenly, and he didn't expect the opponent's attack to be so fast and his power was so strong. Although Broly kept his hand and did not shoot the head with a punch, it also completely deformed his side face, spitting out a mouthful of blood, carrying a few broken teeth. The pain made Tozaka Toshiko wanted to faint directly, but the magician's pride made him try to keep himself awake. He lifted his gem cane, and as the magic power in his body was mobilized, a fireball was fired from the front of the ruby of the cane, directly shooting at the boy approaching. Broly looked at the fireball flying slowly and shot the thing out casually. This scene made the corners of the person who knew magic around him twitch. Seeing that his fireball was useless, Tozaka Toshiko did not dare to hesitate. He quickly took out a few high-quality gems from his arms and threw them in Broly. The Tozaka family's gem magic is very special. As long as there are gems of high quality as auxiliary casting materials, they can greatly enhance the power of the magic they cast. The 6 shackles technique is heavy pressure. The magic that Toshiko is now used is related to gravity. This magic can allow people who step into the released area to feel multiple gravity. The gravity, which was originally several times, increased to more than 20 times the gravity level of the planet with the assistance of several top-grade gems. Humans may be powerful outside, but their internal organs are fragile. No one's organs can tolerate an environment that is more than 20 times the gravity of the Earth, unless that person originally lives in a gravity environment that is heavier than the gravity environment of the Earth, more than 20 times the gravity environment of the Earth. Broly felt the change in the gravity environment, and it felt like he was returning to Wampa Star in advance. Well, Vegeta's gravity is 10 times that of Dragon Ball Earth, and Vampa's gravity is stronger than Vegeta's. So, Broly doesn't he looked at the slightest discomfort, except for the other party taking a look when he threw the gems. He easily passed through the gravity area and came to Tozaka Toshiko. How is that possible? Toshiko could not believe that his magic would be useless, so he stared at the boy with wide eyes. Are you ready to be beaten by me? Broly raised his small fist and asked seriously. The next battle between Habian will be very difficult. He needs to control his overly powerful force to avoid beating Lao Deng's father to death, the 2 girls in front of him. Before Tozaka Toshiko had replied, Broly started to beat him up. His fist was very fast, like a afterimage, and he started to hit people from the ground. Time. Teacher. Dad. 3 more calls. Tozaka Toshiko's eyes quickly turned white as Broly's small fist beaten. Don't just shout, go up and help your teacher. Chan Chang'aoi was anxious and directly urged Yanfeng Kaire next to her to say. Yanfeng Kaire. When he saw Tozaka Toshiko was beaten up, he seemed to care on the surface, but he unexpectedly felt a little happy in his heart. At this time, when my nominal master's wife was urging me, I could only take the attitude of being an honest disciple and rush over to help. Stop it, Beiji collapse. Yanfeng Kaire approached the boy's fist shadow and used his own Beiji fist technique to attack the boy. But the next moment, he flew out and rolled over the street opposite the door of Matsuki's house for more than a dozen times. After getting up, his right arm was directly distorted and dislocated, but he was seriously fractured. What kind of monster is this? Yanfeng Kairei's forehead was sweating coldly, and Broly beat Tozaka Toshiko's fist, which seemed to be fast on the surface, but was not hurt. But after actually touching it, Yanfeng Kairei realized that it was simply a pair of iron fists with powerful strength. If he hadn't retracted his strength quickly and hadn't really used his fists to fight against the other party's fists head-on, his hands might have gone. However, what is certain is that he was using tricks, otherwise Mr. Shi Chen would have been beaten into meat sauce long ago. Yanfeng Kairei made a judgment. He looked at the other 2 people who followed the boy, and then looked at the other teacher Tozaka Toshimoto who was beaten in elegant dance during the beating. After thinking for a moment, he gave up the dangerous idea of using the 2 people he followed as hostages to threaten the boy. Just as Broly swung his fist and aimed at Tozaka Toshiko's stomach and was about to go up and down twice, a long sword suddenly flew over from the side. Unlike Yanfen Kairei's soft and weak fist, this sword made Broly stop. Broly turned his head and looked in the direction where the sword flew over, and Mr. Jin's figure appeared. You let me see a good show, but Tozaka Toshino is my subordinate after all. Sometimes the decentness of his subordinates is also the face of a king. Gilgamesh spoke. Do you want to say that you need to look at the owner when beating a dog? This passage appeared in Broly's mind and asked. You also need to look at the owner when beating a dog. Hearing this, Gilgamesh was stunned and then burst into laughter. That's right, that's it. For the sake of your funny thing, stop now, I won't be more concerned about you, a child. Competing with a child is also a bit of a loss for Gilgamesh. If Tozaka Toshiko wasn't looking like he was about to be beaten to death, he wouldn't have taken action. You want to help him? Broly asked. You can think so. After the words came, the sound of chains rang out, and Broly's body was tied into the air by the lock of heaven, and the small fist he waved towards Gilgamesh was also stopped at 20 centimeters from Gilgamesh's face. Gilgamesh could feel a fist wind coming towards him. I am really an offensive boy. I attacked me at any disagreement, but because you are still a child, I can forgive you for your offense to me this time. Crash, bang. The chain of the sky lock was forcibly pulled out of some length, and a treasure shield blocked Gilgamesh in time. Broly's fist hit the treasure shield, making a huge noise when it collided, and the terrifying power made the shield fly backward. Gilgamesh raised his hand to resist the flying shield, but as a demigod, he was pushed back by the shield. A crack sound rang out, and the treasure shield shattered, revealing Gilgamesh behind him. Broly ignored the ties of the chains on his body and rushed over and kicked him again. Boom! I don't know whether it was the thunder in the sky or the sound of the ground being kicked and smashed, a crater-like pit appeared where Gilgamesh was originally standing. Broly stood in the pit, grabbed the chain that tied his hands and feet and pulled the thing off easily. It seems that you can't be treated as a simple child, but you must be treated as an extremely ferocious beast. On the street light, Gilgamesh's face became serious, and his regular clothes turned into golden armor. Broly's two attacks made him realize that the boy's strength was not simple. Only those who are life-threatening can be treated with ease, but if a person who is life-threatening and easily pulls out the lock of the sky, if he dares to treat it lightly, then the clown is himself. Behind Gilgamesh, the ripples of the king's treasure appeared, and the treasures emerged from the ripples and aimed at the boy below. Broly frowned and looked at him. He confirmed that this was someone who could be beaten with more strength, so he launched an attack again, and the street light was kicked off by him. Gilgamesh jumped off the street light one step ahead, and the treasure poured down with the raindrops falling from the sky. A rumbling sound rang out, the streets were bombarded with treasures into powder and gravel, while Broly rushed around in the rain of treasures. He beat the treasures away and destroyed them at random. He chased them straight towards Gilgamesh, who was constantly trampling on the treasures and jumping towards the sky. Monster, this is a real monster. The treasure hit the boy. Even if it is not knocked away and damaged, it will not cause effective damage to the other party. At the same time, Gilgamesh also felt that Broly's speed and strength were increasing rapidly, just like the other party did not show his true strength at the beginning, but now he started to show it. Fortunately, this child's actions are too straightforward and can easily predict the trajectory of his actions. Although ordinary treasures cannot cause damage to them, the impact force can still block the opponent's speed. As a shield blocked Broly's vision, Broly smashed the shield with a punch, and a huge warhammer that was ready was smashed from behind the broken shield. Unexpectedly, Broly, who had a hammer behind him, was hit by a huge warhammer on his forehead and was smashed back to the ground from the air. Bang! It hurts so much. Broly, who was covering his forehead and rolling in the pit that was smashed out, was really not prepared for this move, was considered to be beaten and hurt. If someone else was hit by this, even the monster would have to turn into meat sauce, but he just felt pain. The thought of complaining swept through my head. Gilgamesh stood above a treasure, keeping his hands crossed in the sky, and made an adult evaluation of Broly's pursuit just now. You are very powerful, and I must admit this, but your attack method is too straightforward, just like a wild beast, and you only know how to rush. And if you only know how to fight in this way, no matter how strong your strength and speed are, you will not be able to touch me at all. Gilgamesh made a summary, but he didn't explain some things clearly, that is, Broly's defense is too outrageous, and the treasures can't be broken even if they are bombarded directly, so he was also unable to do anything about Broly. If you cheat, you will only lose things. Broly was very angry. Gilgamesh's way of throwing things was a fighting style he had never seen before. In the past, whether it was hunting or fighting with Lao Deng's father, it was a confrontation between the body, and there was no loss of anything at all. Humph, these treasures are my treasures. I will throw my treasures into attacks and defenses. This is reasonable. Moreover, I am still a hero who appears in the world with archer skills. What's the problem with fighting with long-range tricks? Gilgamesh refuted one sentence, but this refutation also proves one thing, that is, he does not want to fight Broly in close combat. Just kidding, fighting close to this little guy with a monster like a body is not asking for death. At this moment, Gilgamesh did not want to do anything that was not in line with his appearance. He is an archer, and he is a long-range profession. Chapter 24 I'll help you grab your home. The more Broly thought about it, the more angry he became. Why could the other party throw something away and himself? A little head suddenly appeared, and Broly suddenly realized that he could actually throw things away. Raising his little hand, he aimed at the golden retriever in the sky above, lifting his breath. What is he doing? Gilgamesh had this question and suddenly felt a palpitation. With a move, he quickly left his original position. The next moment, an energy bomb swept over from where he was originally standing. The treasure for standing was evaporated directly. Gilgamesh. He quickly looked down. Broly blinked, as if he had discovered a new world, and raised his other little hand. Just now he looked up. The two looked at each other, and Broly showed an innocent smile at Gilgamesh that it was my turn to throw you into something, and both hands emitted a green light. Bang bang bang! A series of bombing sounded in the sound of heavy rain, and water vapor evaporated into the air to form a thick mist. And this world seems to follow the law of smoke and no injuries, but a golden-green spacecraft rushed out of the fog. Gilgamesh stood on the spaceship. If he hadn't had his reaction fast enough and summoned a bunch of defensive treasures to resist, he would have been killed by the energy bombs thrown by the boy. Although he has not been killed by the bomb, he is still in a mess. He no longer maintains the kingly posture of crossing his arms. The magic barrier that originally covered the rain on his body has disappeared, and his head and face are covered with rain. What's worse is that the monster child took off again, and the green light gathered in his hands chased him up, just like he threw away the other party's treasure just now. Now the other party is throwing terrifying energy balls at him. What's different is that the treasure he just threw out could not break the opponent's defense at all, but as long as the opponent's energy bomb is thrown by multiple head hits, he will have to finish it. Behind the spaceship Vimana, a series of green lights were shining, and a terrifying explosion spread out, piles of rain. Below, those who have already paid attention to this battle were stunned, and the heavy rainstorm covered up most of the movements. The internet in this world has not yet emerged. Otherwise, the cool explosion that happened in the sky will definitely be known to ordinary people in a short period of time. Vimana rose to the height. Gilgamesh controlled the spaceship to rush into the thunder cloud. After entering the thunder cloud, lightning from nature occasionally passed by around him, and the energy cannon behind him was still chasing him. Vimana, but has the ability to prevent lightning. Gilgamesh thought so and looked back. Just at this moment, a lightning bolt struck Broly. The lightning was extremely fast, and Broly failed to avoid it and was directly hit. Smoke all over his body and fell down. Although it is a monster, the power of nature is even stronger. Gilgamesh sighed that once upon a time he also fought against the natural principles of birth, old age, sickness, and death, but the result was also a failure. And just after sighing, with a bang, the energy bomb exploded again. Looking back, the boy who had just fallen smoke was now catching up with him again. Broly's body was numb by the electricity, but nothing serious was wrong. Seeing this, Gilgamesh had a grass in his heart, but the situation could not allow him to say anything. I could only continue to lead the other party to the area with dense thunderclouds. Lightning soon appeared again, attracted by the residual charge on Broly. But this time, the fall of thunder failed to cause a paralysis effect on Broly. A green energy barrier was supported by him in advance, and Broly carried the lightning in nature and continued to chase the spaceship ahead. Did the mythological era that has ended long ago fall into this world? This is a question that Gilgamesh really wants to ask, and only those terrifying existences that existed in the mythical age can have the power to fight against the power of nature. Of course, simple lightning is not the most powerful force in nature, but being able to resist with your body is enough to make people shocked. The chase bombing war continued, and as Broly became more and more adaptable to long-range air combat, Gilgamesh felt more and more pressure. Toshinomi Tozaka is an excellent magician, but in the process of driving the spaceship Vimana Extreme Walk of the Saiyan, it is no longer enough. When the dodgeball and the hide-and-seek game were in the air for half an hour, Gilgamesh had to take out the potion from his treasure house and drink it. After an hour, when the heavy rain gradually became smaller and lightning no longer appeared, Vimala was forced to a height of 10,000 meters by Broly. Wait a moment. While Broly was about to continue to slap the energy bomb at the spacecraft, Gilgamesh called and stopped. If it were other opponents, they would definitely not stop at this time. But Broly was different. He was a little curious about what the other party wanted to say, so he really stopped. If we continue to fight like this, it will only waste each other's time. How about it? How about one move? Gilgamesh suggested. Most of his magic power was spent on flight, but he was about to fly to the point where he had no magic power, but the monster boy opposite him still looked like a fierce dragon and tiger. If you continue to be chased, it is only a matter of time before you fail. Instead of doing this, it is better to use the strongest tricks to decide the outcome. Good. Broly just thought for a moment and agreed. His time was tight. He had already wasted a lot of time on this guy who would lose a lot of things and flew very quickly. The other party was willing to decide the outcome and the outcome was very suitable for him. First of all, we are not allowed to attack before each other launches the strongest moves, and we cannot avoid each other's strongest attacks after the strongest moves are issued. Can you accept such decisive conditions? Can. Okay, that statement is certain. Seeing Broly agreeing, Gilgamesh breathed a little relieved. His strongest move was on his Gailai sword, but if he wanted to launch an attack that was enough to break the defense against this monster boy, Gailai sword needed Gailai sword to absorb magic power for a long time to liberate. But the boy chased him tightly and was fast. He was chased away just now. Even if he took out the Gailai sword, he didn't have time to accumulate strength. Even if he could barely accumulate strength, the Gailai sword might not be able to hit him at the opponent's speed. Therefore, Gilgamesh never paid for his EA until he was about to be forced into a desperate situation. He suddenly called for a stop and made an agreement to decide the outcome. To be honest, using this method to deal with a child, even if the child is a real monster, it is a bit despicable. But wisdom is also part of strength. When the other party agrees, he can only say that the other party is young and simple and lacks experience, but he is no wonder. The Gailai sword fell into his hand, and Gilgamesh began to use it to absorb the magic power in the atmosphere. At the same time, Tozaka Toshiko below had already woken up. He was covered in bruises and after waking up, he was told that his servant had already fought with the monster boy to the sky. Time. Hero King, you won? No, this is a strong enemy. I made an agreement with him to decide the outcome. Gilgamesh did not say what he was forced into a desperate situation. Use all the spells in your hand. I need huge magic to free my EA. Ah, this. Tozaka Toshiko was a little stunned. If he consumed all the order spells, would he still be the master? Don't worry about that broken cup. If the guy in front of me doesn't solve it, you may not be able to survive. Gilgamesh saw the thoughts of his master, snorted coldly and said. Feeling the pain that was falling apart, Tozaka Toshiko made a decision. In the name of the spell, the great hero king, please defeat the enemy in front of you. Tozaka Toshiko repeated this twice with a leaky mouth, and the two spells in his hand disappeared. They turned into huge magic power and rushed to the other end of the heroic spirit through the contract. The altitude of 10,000 meters belongs to the stratosphere. The originally stable airflow here gradually becomes unstable as Gilgamesh's hand rotates away from the sword body. It is not enough to be filled with magic power by the spell. Gilgamesh is still using this part of the magic power to pry the magic power of the entire Toki city, so that all the magic power that is free from the atmosphere gathers on his EA. The result of this is that the dark clouds on the troposphere that have not yet dissipated have also begun to rotate, with a huge impact range. There is an abnormal weather in the coastal areas of Kansai, Japan. This abnormal meteorological change was discovered by meteorological satellites from various countries flying in orbit. Director, something big happened. The United States Special Investigation Bureau, with the report from its subordinates, a spy satellite also showed the images taken from high altitudes of Toki City. OMG, is this something that people can do? Looking at the terrifying scene of the two people in the picture at the center of the mutated meteorological phenomenon, especially the terrifying scene where Gilgamesh's sword affected the weather, the staff of the Investigation Bureau exclaimed. That should not be a human, but a heroic spirit. According to the information from the Intelligence Bureau, there are 3 famous magical gangs in that place, holding a secret ceremony called the Holy Grail Ritual. Is your mother kidding me? This is also called a secret ceremony. Well. The intelligence personnel who spoke out the information on the Holy Grail ceremony were speechless. The noise in Totsuki City was so loud that any country with meteorological satellites would know it. Get on the bus quickly. What's wrong, Ryder? Suddenly, the big man was carried onto the ox cart, and Weber had not figured out the situation. We are going to retreat strategically. Iskandar explained. Hey, why? Where is the cloud above your head, and you feel the magic in the atmosphere gathering upwards? Iskandar asked, pointing to the hollowness that appeared above his head. Weber nodded, but he still didn't understand why he ran away. I'm afraid that the Hero King who went up there is really going to do it. If he really uses his strongest treasure to smash it down, with the formation he created now, the city will probably be destroyed. If I don't run far away now, I'm afraid I won't have a chance to run away later. Wait, do you think this was created by Archer? Weber's eyes widened. Of course, I remember his breath. Okay, I don't have time to speak, hurry up. Hurry up. The ox cart started, and Yiju rode the dust and ran away from Toki City. Don't you need to prepare? The magic power was almost gathering. Gilgamesh looked at Broly who was doing nothing on his left and seemed to be floating in the sky and staring at him, and couldn't help but ask. What am I going to do? Broly was a little confused, but then he suddenly realized and immediately flew from Gilgamesh's left hand to the right hand. What are you doing? Gilgamesh asked with a frown. Since ancient times, I lost to the left, so I have to stand on the right. Broly responded seriously. Gilgamesh. This answer made him not know what to say. Don't you prepare your strongest move? He asked. I'm ready, look. Broly spread his right hand, revealing a small energy ball like a glass bead. He didn't know what his strongest move was, but he knew that compressed gas could condense more powerful energy bombs. And this dark green energy ball, the size of a glass bead, is the limit of his current control and compressed air. Gilgamesh. Although it is not good to judge the explosive energy bomb by its appearance, at this moment, the Hero King still felt that he was winning. Oh no, it should be said that he won without any force. Look at the big news caused by the magic gathering here, and then look at the small glass balls that were silently made there. You won't prepare any more. I can no longer compress the air inside. If I compress the air again, it will explode. Okay, then, are you ready? Alright. When narrating the original story, when the world was created, Su Wu also congratulated this, the sword of demilitarism that tore the world apart. Although you have only one enemy this time, he is a powerful enemy that is enough to liberate you. The powerful magic power gathers on the sword of Guilai. Red-brown lightning is raging. Your name is Broly, right? Broly, I'm here. When Gilgamesh launched the strongest attack, he also reminded him, and then he pointed the sword of Guilai at him. Enuma Elish. The terrifying reddish-brown energy poured out from the Guilai sword. In this regard, Broly just threw out the compressed energy bomb in his hand. The moment energy touches the energy, the compressed energy bomb as big as a glass bead begins to expand. In just a blink of an eye, the reddish-brown energy that was bombarded violently was swallowed by the expanded compressed energy bomb. Gilgamesh widened his eyes, and if he saw is it true that he lost to the left of the wave, his body would be destroyed by the extreme energy. Broly's compressed energy bomb casts the momentum, and directly combs a beautiful middle part to the earth of the moon world before heading towards the universe. Before he really flies away, the moon that has passed the moon world has taken away 1/10 of the star body. A princess who was sleeping in the 1,000 Years City was awakened directly. She came to the window and looked up at the moon that was missing on her head. She felt a moment of palpitations. After all, she almost lost her body. Gilyalu. After the fight, Broly was hungry. He gathered too much energy and consumed a lot of energy. Floating from the sky, Broly's clothes were torn, but no one dared to underestimate him. Let's talk about the meal later, but the father of other people's family has not finished his lesson. Broly held up his small fist and walked towards Tozaka Toshiko. No, don't come here. This was a purely violent education. The seriously injured Tozaka Toshiko was beaten up again. Under Broly's wonderful violent persuasion, the matter of adoptive daughter was left unresolved. Of course, the more important reason is that all the servants are gone. Toshiko left the stage from this Holy Grail war. In this case, he was not crazy to give his daughter to others. Although Makiyuin had ideas, when Brolin looked at him, he quickly smiled and presented the young Sakura with both hands. Just kidding, who would be hostile to such a terrifying monster for a qualified child? Do you think your life is too long? The sky after the rain was very beautiful. Broly stood in the sunlight refracted by water vapor, and said to the young Sakura, "I'll take back your home for you, you can go home." The young Sakura was stunned, and the happiness value was soaring. Finally, she couldn't help it and rushed towards Broly, wrapped around the boy's neck and cried, "Brother Broly, I don't want to go home. That's not my home. I want to go home with you." Chapter 25 FZ's later talk, father and son on Wanpa Star. Broly, of course, could not bring people back to Wanpaxing, but Fujimura Okawa was able to bring the girl back to Fujimura's house, and even Tozaka Rin came back with him. But as the mother of two girls, Chan Cheng-Aoi did not follow her. She loved her husband more. When Tozaka Toshiko was seriously injured by Broly, she and Yanfan Kaire, who had a broken arm, sent her husband to the holy church of Toshiki City for treatment. However, halfway through, they met Kiritsugu Emiya and Saber. The magician killer had already come over and lurked beside him. It was not until Broly and Gilgamesh ended the battle before jumping out and pointing the gun at the three of them. Under the pressure of Kiritsugu Emiya, Kaire Yanemori used a spell to command his servants to end his life, and he was considered an apprentice who was eliminated from the Holy Grail war with his master. Emiya Kiritsugu did not shoot. Perhaps because Broly took away the two girls from the Tozaka family, he chose to let these three people go. When he returned to Fujimura's house, Broly told the young Sakura and Rin Tozaka that he was going to be deported home while having dinner. "Hey, brother Broly, can't you take me home with you?" Broly shook his head, and the young Sakura showed the expression of an abandoned puppy. "If Sakura, you are homeless, my sister can take you in." Fujimura Okawa interrupted at this time, and the young Sakura's eyes regained its spirit. "I'm going back soon. Before I go back, I want to tell you something." After Broly had enough food and drink, the time came to the last 3 minutes. "What's up?" Young Sakura and Rin Tozaka looked over. "I want to invite you to be a member of my Crystal Palace. Don't you know if you want to?" Broly asked very directly, and Crystal Palace's prompt also appeared in front of the two girls. "I do." Young Sakura did not hesitate. She didn't know what crystal was, but she was willing to agree to Broly's request, so she agreed directly, and Broly's happiness points came to 30,000. Saved by the boy carrying the car in despair, the happiness of the young Sakura at that moment is worth more than 150 years. Adding the original happiness value of more than 20 points, the total happiness value of more than 180 points is reached, and it is converted into more than 18,000 happiness points. This wave of Broly won. "What is Crystal Palace?" Rin Tozaka asked. She was also unable to understand the meaning of Crystal Palace at her age. "It means to be my wife." Broly answered this question according to the statement given by Crystal Palace. "Ah, this." Tozaka Rin was a little panicked. Can children of their age talk about the topic of wives? Don't you want to? Broly was even more nervous than her. After his violent persuasion of Lao Deng, Tozaka Rin's current happiness value also rose to more than 70 points. If the girl was unwilling to join Crystal Palace, then his losses would be great. "Not really, but can we talk about this when we grow up?" Tozaka Rin's face turned a little red and asked. She also had a good impression of the boy who fell from the sky and solved their sister's troubles. Even Broly beat her father in front of her. "No, I want you to agree to me now." Broly was in a hurry. Then, okay." Rin Tozaka reluctantly agreed, and Broly's happiness points increased by more than 7,000. "By the way, appear in." Rin Tozaka was just about to ask about the Q-version avatar in front of him, when Broly's return time was about to come. Just like the situation when he came, it appeared in the blink of an eye and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Only the happiness state displayed on the boy's Q-version avatar and the happiness points in the upper right corner are increasing little by little, which can prove that he has really come to this world. Let me explain it to you. The panel that appears in front of you is an affiliated module of the Crystal Palace. Only those who become official members of the Crystal Palace can get it. The 4/5 of the ladder is the number of official members of the Crystal Palace. But there are only 3 people here. There is another daughter of the Emiya family next door, but I have never met you. Wait, can you have so many wives? It's too early for the kid to talk about this topic. Let's continue to talk about the exchange store on the side, which records what Broly had eaten and used. You can use the happiness points produced by Broly to exchange them, but I don't recommend that you exchange them for food from his hometown, because it is really hard to eat. Fujimura Okawa introduced the usage of the Crystal Palace attached module to the 2 girls, but the Crystal Palace module is still very simple now, and it was finished in just a few words. However, she continued to tell the 2 of them about Broly's simple and unpretentious days of hunting and training on Wampa Star. After discussing what they wanted to do, should they live in the Fujimura home together, or should only the young Sakura club live in the Fujimura home? Gilgamesh's early exit caused huge changes in the 4th Holy Grail War, and the Holy Grail War entered a white-hot spot in the following days. Emiya Kiritsugu took Saber to find Sora, who was addicted to Lancer's male sex. Delumudo got a fair night contest, but his skills were not as good as others and lost to Artoria. Under the cry of the woman, he returned to the Temple of Heroes. The strategic retreating Conqueror King came to Artoria, who had returned to his complete victory 2 days later and proposed a decisive battle with Artoria. During this period, Kiritsugu Emiya wanted to sneak attack and kill Weber, but was discovered by Iskandar in advance. If you want to decide the winner by killing the Lord, I don't mind. After all, I have a large army. How about it? Should I continue to fight with me and go around the heroic spirits to kill the Lord? Under this threat, Kiritsugu Emiya decisively gave up attacking the Lord and entrusted the victory and defeat to Artoria. However, 2 fists cannot beat 4 hands. Even if you use all 4 spells, the Night King's Sword of Victory vows could not kill the powerful army that conquered the king. Artoria fell under the weapon, and the winner of the Holy Grail seemed to have decided that Kenneth's incompetent student == Weber will vet. But something unstoppable happened. When Artoria was dragged into the mental space by Iskandar, Yanfan Kyurei, who had lost the qualification to be a master, sneaked into Emiya's house and carried Alice Phil, who was the little Holy Grail. The purpose was to attract Kiritsugu Emiya to meet him. Just like the line of fate, the 2 fought in the Great Hall of the People in Tomoki City, and fell from the sky before they could finish the black mud. Later, Kiritsugu Emiya got the miracle he had hoped for in the question and answer of the Holy Grail that he had hoped for did not exist, or was a miracle, but that miracle could only be solved in a killing method that he could understand. That is, only by killing all humans can the world achieve eternal peace. He killed his wife and daughter in pain and killed the illusion of the Holy Grail. Kiritsugu, who escaped from the pollution of the black mud, got the fact that his servant was defeated. He wanted to destroy the Holy Grail polluted by the evil of this world, but he no longer had the ability to do it. However, Iskandar is a heroic king, and Weber Velvet, as his master, also has the childishness and justice of a young man. The Holy Grail, which can still make a wish to reach the root of pollution, made a decision to destroy the Holy Grail that other normal magicians are difficult for them to make. The Holy Grail was destroyed, but some of the evil in this world flowed out through the link between the Holy Grail and reality. Toshiki City was forced to encounter an unexpected earthquake and many people died. A few days later, Kiritsugu Emiya adopted a son who had lost all his memory and identity and named him Shiro Emiya. Not long after the Holy Grail ceremony ended, Weber brought a burly man with a curse of this world, and let the other party return to the clock tower as a servant. In order to study the magic of lifting the curse, I soaked in the library and searched everywhere. The information was not until Kenneth sent someone to come to him. Because of a mysterious ritual, a magic genius fell, but his disciple stood up and appeared before the public as the winner of the Holy Grail War, inheriting Elmaro's position as the monarch in the clock tower. Kenneth made a deal with his former students, using the identity of the Elmaro monarch, who was more able to access various advanced magic tricks in exchange for the protection of the conquered king who was cursed by the evil of this world. What, you ask, where did Kazuto Yanyi go? Unfortunately, during the Holy Grail War, this man ordered his servants to kill the dying Sausage Ink's Tone, and his life was taken away by the dying Sausage Ink's Tone. After his injury recovered, Tozaka Toshiko also fulfilled his father's responsibilities, taught his eldest daughter magic and found a new inheritance of magic for his younger daughter. Unfortunately, only Tozaka Rin forgave him, while Maki Sakura had always lived in the Fujimura family. In this regard, the elegant man had no choice but to hand over the inheritance of the virtual attribute magic path he bought at a high price to his younger daughter through Fujimura Okawa. Fujimura Okawa thus came into contact with magic. Although he did not have excellent magical talent, he still learned one or two magic tricks from Tozaka Toshiko and became an incomparable magician, that is, a magician without a family heritage. 1 month after the war, Kiritsugu Emiya went to Germany to visit his biological daughter, but was rejected by the Einsbaron family because he did not bring back the Holy Grail this time. No matter how he explained it, it was useless, and it was not realistic to directly attack the artificial family. Later, Kiritsugu Emiya searched for the trace of Broly, a cheap son-in-law, but learned from the neighbor's house that the boy had returned to his own world. In desperation, he could only accept the result of separation from his daughter. Yanfeng Kairi was seriously injured, not dead but disabled. Yanfeng Ri was old and abdicated to his son the position of priest in the Holy Church of Toki City. At the same time, with the help of the Tozaka family's connections, he took over the granddaughter of the monastery and made him an intern nun who took care of Yanfeng Kairi. Toshiki City calmed down, but it seemed to be uneasy, because the showdown between Gilgamesh and Broly allowed the world to know the existence of the Holy Grail and the power of the heroic spirit. Although the Holy Grail has been destroyed, human desires still exist. As long as human desires still exist, then the omnipotent wishing opportunity is something that people yearn for. Countless spies flock to Toki City, whether from all over the world or from the magic world. The Matsuki family had no old insects to take charge. The new head of the family, Matsuki Tsuno, proudly sold out his own magic inheritance and some knowledge involving the Holy Grail spell system. The Maki family changed the financial situation, and Shinji Maki became a rich second generation, but with his father Maki Tsuruno, he left Japan and settled in a small European country. Time travel is a very fast process. In the blink of an eye, Broly returned to Wampa Star. Looking at the familiar cave house, Broly felt like he was a different life. The spider eggs that left were gone, and it was thought that they were eaten by his father. I felt a little missed when I thought of Lao Deng's father who hadn't seen him for many days and Broly, who had just beaten Lao Deng's father in other worlds. After walking out of the cave and flying into a wilderness, Broly began to boost his energy, and a storm blew around him. Not long after the storm blew, Paragus, with the combat power detector, flew over from the distant sky. After seeing the boy in the storm, he suddenly accelerated his flight speed. Broly, where have you been these days? After arriving here, Paragus asked excitedly. On Wampa Star, their father and son are the most powerful predators, but the most powerful predator does not mean that they will not be injured or even die during hunting. I can fight with ordinary humans with bare hands to kill many wild beasts, but if I want to hunt wild beasts with bare hands, I cannot guarantee that I will not be injured. These days when Broly suddenly disappeared, Paragus was very anxious. He was worried that his son would have an accident, so he searched around on this planet. I went to another world. Looking at Paragus' excited appearance and being able to feel some care from the other party, Broly felt some warmth in his heart and answered this question honestly. If you don't want to say it, you can ignore it. As long as you want to go to other places in the future, remember to tell me. Upon hearing this, Paragus was speechless, but since his missing son had nothing to do now, he didn't want to care about Broly too much. I didn't lie. Broly frowned and explained. You have the final say. Paragus didn't want to argue with his son about this. I really didn't lie. Broly said again. I trust you. Broly was a little angry and punched Paragus. I knew it would be like this. Paragus blocked his son's punch, sighed, and punched his son in the side face with a backhand. The Saiyan father and son on Wampa Star started fighting each other after less than 10 words after reuniting. Their battle produced a sonic boom, and dozens of gullies were plowed out of the ground, and finally ended with Paragus being stepped onto the ground by Broly. I said it, I didn't lie. I said it too, I believe in you. After stepping on his father Paragus into the ground, Broly believed his words. And his body was ragged clothes after being struck by lightning in the shadow world, and finally completely damaged in the fight just now. Father, this is the pork chop rice bowl I earned in another world. Try it. Broly exchanged a pork chop rice bowl from the Crystal Palace and handed it to Paragus who had climbed up from the ground. Smelling the scent of pork chop rice bowl, Paragus' eyes widened. He didn't see clearly where Broly took out this fragrant thing from. Son, is your words just now true? Broly. As expected, after eating, Paragus was beaten by his own son again. Chapter 26 Time Travel Again. With Broly's return, good days also came to Wampa Star. The normal and delicious food made Paragus cry in tears. Damn Wampa spider, never appear in my recipes in the future. Paragus was even excited and threw the spider he had hunted hard into the distant sky. And happy days pass quickly, and half a month passes quickly. After Broly found that his happiness points were only 20,000, Paragus realized the seriousness of the matter. Broly, how long will it take to find a wife in another world? Paragus asked in a small sip of happiness. According to the Crystal Palace's prompt, it will take 5 years to naturally wait for space-time energy to collect. Broly answered truthfully. In 5 years, is there no better way? Yes, you can accelerate the process of collecting energy by moving and charging. Whenever I run a space distance of 1 light year, the space-time energy can increase the energy for a year, which is what Crystal Palace said. 1 light year. Upon hearing this, Paragus was stunned. Can you take a spaceship? He asked. No, you have to use the body to directly contact the space of external changes. Broly replied. Paragus was speechless, because they didn't have spaceships, otherwise they would have been even more disappointed. Father, is a light year far away? Broly asked, and he could also feel the speed of the happiness points falling. The Saiyans' appetite is completely greater than that of normal humans. Even if they don't use many points to exchange for food, they can't withstand the uncontrollable consumption of the 2 Saiyans. A light year is very far away. Without a spaceship, no spacecraft can run by its body alone, no Saiyan will be able to move such a far distance in his entire life. The most powerful Saiyan in Paragus's cognition is King Vegeta, but can King Vegeta move a light year distance with his body alone? Obviously, it is impossible. Although they are Saiyans, Saiyans are also humans, and there are limits when they are humans. Faced with the distance of light years, even as Saiyans, they are extremely small. Crystal Palace said that this function can be upgraded with happiness points, and the distance required for mobile charging is halved for each upgrade. Because of Paragus' words, Crystal Palace gave the interpretation of the module movement can accelerate space-time energy charging, and Broly also said it according to the information that emerged in his mind. Hey, it can be cut in half. Paragus was happy, but then he thought that the original distance was light years, so he calmed down. It's useless, having is also an unattainable distance. You can upgrade after half of the price, and you can upgrade after half of the price. Broly continued. Ah, is it this way to cut the halving? Paragus touched his chin and asked, so how do you calculate the points used for upgrading? The first time is 1 happiness point, the second time is 10, the third time is 100, the fourth time is. Does the N1 power of 10 increase? Your current happiness points are upgraded at most 5 times, which means reducing the distance of 1 light year to 1/16. It doesn't sound so far away, but it's still a terrifying distance. Paragus thought for a while and said to his son, Broly, upgrade this function. If we cannot leave Wampa Star in the future, your Crystal Palace is the hope for us to live a happy life on Wampa Star, and such functions will increase the benefits as soon as possible. Broly's mathematical ability is not good, but he thinks that running a shorter distance can accelerate the collection of space-time energy. This is definitely true. He followed Paragus' advice and consumed half of the remaining 20,000 happiness points, and upgraded the mobile charging function of Crystal Palace. Mobile charging, run, host, time is like arrows, and when your speed is fast enough, you will be able to catch up with time. At present, every 16th light year movement distance can charge the space-time energy tank for 1 year. The current energy collection progress is 0/5, note, it does not require running a distance of 1/16th light year to be settled. As long as physical movements are carried out in space, the absorption of space-time energy can be accelerated. Tomorrow, I'll get some Baya blood. You can exchange Baya blood and Wampa spider eggs. Paragus suddenly said. It is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but it is difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. This is the current situation. The father and son have to change the current situation, a life of eating normal food in big stutters. Of course, you can eat the food you exchange in the future. Paragus added that he was a little afraid that his son would lose his temper. Let's eat together. However, Broly did not lose his temper. He pulled the pork chop rice bowl in half and handed the lunch box to Paragus. I'm going to recharge. After giving up this sentence, the boy ran out and flew to the distant sky with his breath. In the cave, Looking at the half-box rice bowl left by his son, Paragas felt a little touched. His mood is a bit complicated. The Saiyan family relationship is actually not reliable. It is barbaric and selfish, and robbing the spoils of war is common, and sharing good things is a rare situation even among relatives. Paragas suddenly felt a little lucky that his son had a relatively thoughtful mind since childhood, and did not become a normal Saiyan child because he received his traditional Saiyan education when he was young. Paragas, the old father of a traditional Saiyan, felt the so-called family affection at this moment. He almost beat his son to death 2 years ago, and now it doesn't seem so terrifying. Wampa Star, as long as there is no dust storm, you can see the beautiful and clean night sky. The starlight is not blocked and it will fall on this deserted planet. Broly is moving his own distance under such a beautiful night scene. I don't know how long it took to fly, but after gradually feeling tired and hungry, he stopped on a mountain to rest. At this moment, the sky curtain that was about to dawn passed by a blue track, carrying the spaceship called Kokoro T Saiyan Children, passed by Wampa Star, but headed towards the Earth of this world. In the following days, Broly started trading spider eggs, and after eating and drinking, he moved and recharged himself. He returned to the cave to rest when he was tired, and he had such a simple and unpretentious daily life. The taste of Wampa spider eggs is as unpalatable as ever. Occasionally exchanged for normal food and shared with his father, which became what Broly looked forward to most. As for why he doesn't eat alone, Broly didn't think about this issue carefully, but he just felt that this was the right thing to do. Just like when he was in the simultaneous moon world, he met something his wife would be willing to give him food, and he was also happy to share food with the people around him. Time soon arrived in IG 739. At the edge of the atmosphere of Wampa Star, there was a green figure flying around the entire planet. The speed of this figure was extremely terrifying. In a short period of time, it circled the planet one after another. The energy of time and space has been filled. Are you going to travel through time now? As the Crystal Palace, which had been silent for 2 years, prompt message appeared again, and the green figure stopped. Broly, 7 years old, was half a head taller than when he was 5 years old. He hung a green skirt made of bio-beast hair around his waist, and turned back to the appearance of a little savage. Ho ho! Gasping at the edge of the thin atmosphere, the golden color in his eyes faded from the boy's pupils. In the past 2 years, he has frantically made himself faster, breaking through his own limits every day. After more than 2 years of hard work, he finally filled the space-time energy of Crystal Palace. Seeing his only remaining wife in a happy state and giving him the 18 happiness points slowly produced, Broly felt tears in his eyes. Finally, he can set off again to another world and earn happiness points. However, before leaving, he had to say something to his father. Broly dropped his height quickly. He came to such a high place in order to make himself faster. Soon, he found his father Paragas on the edge of the pit where Baya Beast was used to staying. And this Saiyan father was using Bayan's hair to weave clothes for his son. Life on Wampa Star is difficult, and he is reluctant to let his son spend his happiness on things other than food, so things like clothes are made locally by Paragas. In 7 years, this Saiyan father learned the skill of knitting fur clothes without a teacher. Although the things knitted are not very reliable, they are already a good local specialty of Wanpaxing, handmade fur products. Hey, Broly, are you going to have a break today? After discovering that his son had arrived, Paragas asked curiously. It's not rest, it's enough. Because he has been flying and charging for a long time, Broly rarely speaks for more than 2 years. Now, his pronunciation seems a little unskilled. Enough. Paragas was stunned at first, and then he was surprised. Once you exert force, the fur clothes were torn apart before they were weaved. Clothing. Broly reminded him, but Paragas waved his hand. Now, what are you going to care about clothes? Broly, this time you travel through another world, you have to find a wife in that other world. The more wives you find, the better. But don't forget to increase their happiness value. You dare to stop all enemies who are looking for a wife and improving your happiness value. Don't hesitate to kill them all. God knows how long Paragas has been waiting for this moment, but during this period of waiting, he keeps helping his son to plan for the greatest happiness points. Broly, you have to remember that after meeting your wife, don't rush to pull people into the Water Jing Palace. You must raise the happiness value of your wife to the extreme, and invite them to the palace when the final deadline comes back. Broly listened to his father's instructions and wrote it down one by one. Of course, if you encounter some powerful enemies that cannot be fought against, the most important thing is to save your life. At worst, you can come back to Wanpastar and chew the spider's legs for a few more years. When traveling through another world, what do you know is that Paragas taught Broly his experience of going to some dangerous and strange planets in the past. The core of this experience is that the Saiyans can bend and stretch, and they will run away when they really encounter strong enemies that they cannot deal with. This is not a shame. No. Broly agreed on the surface, but he didn't want to bite the spider's legs in his heart. No matter how strong the enemy you encounter, you must fight to the end. With this idea and using the only remaining happiness points to leave Paragas with a complete pork chop rice bowl, Broly chose to travel through time. On the edge of the Jifernola Sea Tree Forest, the Imperial soldiers rushed out of the transport vehicle to a group of children purchased from slave vendors. After handing out a knife to each of these children, a man who looked like an officer walked onto the stage built by the wooden box and shouted to the yellow and thin children below, "Do you want to have enough food? Do you want to live? All of these can be achieved here. Seeing the forest over there, as long as you can pass through that forest alive and arrive at the open space opened in the middle of the forest, you will be able to have enough food and live." The children looked in the direction of the officer's finger. It was clearly daytime, but the forest seemed a little dim. From time to time, some beast roars came, which made many children look frightened, and some even burst into tears. Most of the people who cried were children who were sent directly to the slave merchants before they had been whipped by many. "Now, you can go in." The officers and men ignored these things and issued orders directly. "No, that's a dangerous voice. I've heard it. If I don't go in, I'm going home." A big boy ran away from the forest in fear. Bang! The gunshot suddenly rang out, and a blood flower appeared behind the escaped boy and fell straight to the ground. The boy wailed, but was not dead yet. The officer who shot jumped off the stage and walked towards this side. "It's so stupid. If you enter the forest, you can still bet on a bet without encountering dangers." The officer pulled out the knife from his waist, and without hesitation, he cut off the boy's head on the ground. "I'll give you a quarter of an hour. After a quarter of an hour, if there is still someone here, we'll kill him." Elder sister. In the crowd, a little girl snuggled up to a big girl, a little scared. "Don't be afraid, Hey Tong, my sister will protect you." Holding his sister's hand, Chi Tong comforted her and walked into the forest with the crowd. Before we could go far, a dangerous species of snake fell from the tree and bit the child in front of us. The children who walked together screamed and fled their lives, and soon ran away in the dangerous and active Jifernola Sea Tree Forest. Chi Tong pulled her sister tightly and ran toward a safe place. In the middle of the forest, the Imperial soldiers were cleaning up some dangerous corpses. On the high cliff next to it, a bald man looked at the forest where beasts roared frequently, and suddenly asked the man lying on the stone behind, "Gotsi, how many children do you think you can pass this time?" "Who knows, but when hundreds of children are thrown in, there are always some children with enough potential and good luck who can run out of it." The long-haired man held the grass leaves in his mouth, looking like he didn't care much. And he really doesn't care, those children are consumables. "By the way, Gotsi, how many children can you train at most?" "I think about it, well, I can train up to 7. "Okay, then I will leave you 7 children with the best grades. As for the other children who can run out, I will accept them all." "Bill, do you really think that training a group of assassination kids now will really come in handy in the future?" Gotsi suddenly asked. "Now the Empire is like a hay wasteland, with smoke everywhere. If you want to put out the fire, people's hearts are different, and you can't tell who is the enemy. However, I think that as long as the assassinators used to extinguish fires can still play a role." The bald head replied. "But at the age of those children, it will take at least 7 or 8 years to cultivate them to the point where they can be useful. It may not be certain whether the Empire still exists or not." "Haha, Gotsi, I think your worries are a bit redundant. No matter how corrupt you are, the Empire has been around for thousands of years. It is impossible to just fall down in these few years, right?" "I hope so." Spit off the blade of grass in his mouth, Gozakai drew his sword and turned around. A dangerous species of bird that pounced down from the sky and treated him as prey was cut into 2 pieces by the demon knife in his hand. "I am worthy of being a person born in the 4 ghosts of Rakshasa." Sibyl praised this. Chapter 27 Sisters with 2 Pupils. Click. The cheap wooden boots stepped on the dead branches, and two petite figures ran quickly in the woods with developed roots and obstacles. "Sister, I can't run anymore. The little girl is younger, and since she got into the slave trader's car, she has only had a little food to barely survive every day." After entering the forest, she encountered various dangerous beasts. While trying to escape, her physical strength was consumed very much, and now she can't run. "Come on, black pupils, don't give up." Chi Tong encouraged her sister, but the roar of the beast behind her was getting closer and closer. Ah! The little girl was exhausted and her steps were weak. If she accidentally tripped by the vines on the ground. Black eyes. The girl running in front immediately stopped. "Don't worry about me, sister, run away." Hei Tong lay on the ground, his eyes were red with pain and fear of falling, but he shouted to the big girl in front of him. The dangerous wolf species who chased them behind and used their physical strength saw this and immediately rushed towards the girl who fell. "Don't think of hurting my sister." Chi Tong pulled out the only weapon in his hand, and shouted and rushed towards the dangerous wolf species that was almost the same size as his. Chi Tong was very flexible, avoiding the biting of the dangerous wolf species and stabbed the beast in the neck with a knife. But unfortunately, the angle was wrong and the force was too light. It was just a hole in the wolf's neck, and it was soon thrown out by the wolf's dangerous move. The injured wild beast is dangerous. This wolf dangerous species diverted hatred. The beast's eyes stared at the girl who was injured and flew out and fell to the ground. She roared and rushed over, preparing to bite the prey that injured herself to death. "Don't hurt my sister." Just as it was about to bite Chi Tong, Black Tong had already gotten up from the ground. The little girl seemed to have burst out her potential ability and stabbed her into her abdomen with a knife. With the inertia of the sprint, the knife cut open the belly of the dangerous wolf species. The wolf dangerous species wanted to fight back, but Chi Tong also got up and rushed over, pressing the dagger still on its neck. With a whimper, the dangerous species of wolf, the size of a calf, let out the final whine, and was solved by the two sisters of both pupils. "Hey Tong, are you okay?" "It's okay, where is sister?" "I'm fine, we survived." The two girls sank on the wolf corpse, feeling like they had survived the disaster. But this feeling didn't last long, and a low growl sounded in the surrounding woods. The final howl of the wolf brings together dangerous species of wolf hunting and prey that are scattered in hunting. Black eyes. Chi Tong pulled the little girl behind her, pulled out a blood-stained knife from the wolf's neck, and pointed it at the three newly emerging wolf dangerous species. "Elder sister." Hei Tong also held the blood-stained knife tightly and leaned against the big girl. They were surrounded by this group of wolves dangerous species. "I'll hold them back later, and you run back," Chi Tong said in a low voice. "I won't leave, I'm going to fight with my sister." Hei Tong shook her head, she didn't want to leave her sister behind. "Idiot, I can only run away if you run away with poor physical strength." "Elder sister. Don't cry, Mom and Dad are dead, but we must live." "Well, I will." Before Hei Tong could finish his words, he was interrupted by a questioning voice. "May I ask, is this for me?" As soon as Broly came over, he met two girls who were recognized as a guide by Crystal Palace. "Chi Tong, the current happiness value is 0. Black pupil, current happiness value is 0. Next to them was a fresh corpse of prey. Broly exchanged the last rice bowl for his father. His next meal was not yet settled, so he asked these two wives who had met directly after traveling through time. The boy who suddenly appeared next to him was shocked by the two sisters. "Where did you come from?" Chi Tong pulled her sister to ask him vigilantly. I just came here." Broly explained honestly. Time travel. Before the two of them could understand what time travel meant, one of the dangerous wolf species surrounding him could not help but move. "Careful." Kai Tong quickly reminded the boy of the danger behind him, but the next moment her voice stopped abruptly. Because the wolf kissed and bit the boy's head, the blood was not the boy at all, but the giant wolf biting his head, and his sharp teeth were directly broken by the reaction force. "Don't make my head sticky." Broly didn't like the sticky feeling, which made him think of Wampa Spider, and he raised his foot and kicked the wolf dangerous species biting his head. He didn't use much strength, but it also made the wolf dangerous species widen their eyes, arch their backs, and stab their spine out from their backs, and then a large amount of blood splattered. However, this cruel scene did not make the other two dangerous wolf species retreat. On the contrary, the blood splashed by the same species stimulated their nerves even more. The eyes of these two slightly smaller wolf species turned red, and a red light appeared on their bodies, like canine creatures with rabies attacks, rushing towards them from left to right. But they were directly beaten by Broly. The wolf's head was blown up, and the headless corpse fell to the ground, adding some meat to the Saiyan who had just arrived in this world. The blood is not good to drink. Broly was a little thirsty and directly raised the headless wolf corpse and drank their body fluids in the broken mouth. After drinking 2 sips, he spitted out his red tongue. But my mouth was a little bit harassed by normal food. When I first traveled through time, I thought the carved insects were delicious, but after drinking the first sip of body fluids from New World food for the second traveled through time, I felt it was hard to drink. This is of course, because it is blood, and it is also dangerous blood. Chi Tong complained, but soon pulled her sister back up because the boy who looked like a savage man who ate the blood and drank blood, handed the headless wolf corpse in his hand towards them. Do you want to drink? I can invite you. Chi Tong. Why do you want to treat us to something you think is bad? Hei Tong asked directly. Because I don't want to drink blood, and I don't want to waste it. Broly said honestly. Sisters with double pupils. There is nothing wrong with this logic. Anyway, thank you for saving me and my sister. Kai Tong sincerely thanked her. If it weren't for this sudden boy, she and her sister might have died here, just like the other children who have been killed by the dangerous species. No need to thank you, it's time to help you. Broly said happily, and the Crystal Palace prompt message reminded him that the happiness value of the 2 wives and girls in front of him was continuing to rise. In just a moment, the red pupil rose to 12 points, and the black pupil, as the sister, also rose to 9 points. My wife's happiness is my happiness. When Broly thought of the blackjack happiness value, after they became official members of the Crystal Palace, the food that could be converted into the happiness points that could be redeemed, Broly couldn't help but swallow his saliva. But according to the instructions of his father Paragus, he had to give the highest happiness value on his wife he found and could not be higher before he could invite them, otherwise he would lose a lot of happiness points. Wife. Chi Tong was a little confused. It's the best friend. Broly explained. I want to be your best friends. As he said that, he stretched out his hand to the 2 of them. What are you going to do? Thinking of the scene where the boy burst out a wolf's head with his fist just now, both red pupil and black pupil subconsciously retreated again. Of course I shake hands with you. This is the way to make friends, find a wife, that one of my best friends taught me in the past. Well. The sisters with twin pupils looked at each other and felt that the boy had no malice, so they put down their vigilance, stretched out their little hand, and shook Broly. Shake your hand, good friends, from today on, you 2 are me, Broly, the 2 of my best friends in this world. Well, do you want to eat meat? The topic jumped a little fast, but Broly said it was not surprising, he was always more interested in food. Moreover, when I was having dinner with Fujimura Okawa, the other party's happiness value also increased rapidly. That's right, Broly has used the first formula for how to brush happiness values he thinks. Invite your wife to have dinner with me. After her parents died, because they needed to take care of their sister, Chi Tong matured beyond those of her age. It's very dangerous here, so go to a safe place to eat. But this maturity did not affect her idea of being really hungry and wanting to eat. Yeah, okay. Broly didn't think there was any danger here, but he didn't refute his best friend's words. He just pulled a few vines and packed the bodies of 4 dangerous wolf species on the ground. This was his food for both his and his 2 best friends. Help, help. Before they could go far, Broly and the Shuangtong sisters encountered a bush of predators. This is a dangerous plant that does not move normally, but if prey approaches, they will immediately use huge petals to bite the nearby prey and kill it in the buds and turn it into nutrients. In the past, in the Gifernola sea tree forest, these predatory human flowers lived by preying on insects, flies, beasts and photosynthesis, but now suddenly some children traveling through the forest broke into their territory. These terrifying big flowers naturally used their big petals to swallow the children who had entered the wrong way. Now the person who asked for help was a girl whose body had entered the mouth of a man who had already entered the trap and preyed the human flower. Her little face was full of horror, but the passing child did not go to save her, but instead bypassed the dangerous flower bush in fear. The officer outside who drove them into the forest said that they could survive only by traveling through the forest and going to the open space in the middle of the forest. Therefore, after entering this dangerous forest, most children only think of one thing, that is, to go to a safe place. At this point, Chi Tong was the same, but just as she was about to bypass the cannibal flowers, she saw the boy next to her put down the wolf corpse on her back. Wait, what are you going to do? Aren't she asking for help? She looks like she wants to come out. I'm going to help her out. Chapter 28 Hunting and Transportation Team Assemble. In this Geophora tree forest full of dangerous species, the ability to prey on human flowers can prey on wild animals and even dangerous species proves that their petals have not bad biting power. But if the power is great, it depends on whom. Broly was very relaxed, so he opened the petals of the girl who was begging for help and rescued the girl who was swallowed. The girl fell to the ground and rolled and crawled to the side of the twin pupil sisters on the edge of the flowers, looking in a shock. If you do good deeds without leaving your name, please call me a red scarf. This information emerged in his mind. Broly jumped off the petals of the man-eating flower, but before he could land, the man-eating flower that was snatched from his prey, opened its petals and swallowed him up. After Broly was swallowed, the man-eating buds shook, but just once, there was no movement inside. That fool! Chi Tong waited on the edge of the flowers for a while, but she didn't see the boy coming out, so she couldn't help but curse. Hey Tong, you stay here. Sister, what are you going to do? I'll go and save him. Chi Tong said. What do he do? Hey Tong grabbed Chi Tong, she didn't want her sister to take risks. He saved us, and I want to repay others' favors. Then I'll go and save him with you. Chi Tong couldn't convince her sister to stay in a safe place, so she could only take her sister over there. However, it is only dangerous to lure and prey human flowers before eating. In the state of eating, they ignore the creatures passing by outside. The cannibal flowers that devour Broly were on the periphery, and the cannibal flowers around had something in their mouths. The two sisters did not encounter any danger and came to the terrifying big flower. However, they had no way to learn from Broly and directly broke the flower's mouth, so they could only use a knife to point it at the rhizome of the cannibal flower. The plants cannot feel the pain. Although they are dangerous plants, they do not respond to it. It took some effort for the two sisters to cut off the upper half of the cannibal flower. Then, they continued to poke the thick petals with small knives, and after struggling for a while, a small window opened on the petals. Are you okay? Chi Tong shouted in the small window that opened. It's okay. Broly responded in it. It's okay, then what are you doing inside, why don't you come out? Hey Tong also stood on tiptoe and asked by the small window. I'm drinking, I'm almost completely drunk, come out right away. It was said that it was right away, and indeed, it was right away, and the big bud was stretched out from inside by Broly. What are you drinking? Seeing that he was fine, Chi Tong breathed a sigh of relief, while Hey Tong asked. I don't know, but I've left a little for you. This one is sweet, fragrant, and delicious. You can try it. Broly held a soft inner core petal leaf in his hand, with some crystal liquid on it, smelling of floral scent. This is exactly the nectar that entices human flowers. On weekdays, this plant relies on its own nectar to attract creatures who want to drink nectar. Powerful creatures can be used for free, while weak creatures will be entrapped and eaten as prey, which is a bit like a combination of Nepenthes and Venus flytrap. Sisters with double pupils. The two of them were thinking about saving people, while the rescued people were drinking in it. Sweet, sister, this is delicious. Hey Tong is young and can't help but take a bite. Don't drink anything randomly, what if it's poisonous? Chi Tong scolded her, but also tasted it. The two sisters also have the attributes of foodies, and soon shared the nectar brought out of Broly from the buds. This scene made her stun the rescued girl, but she quickly came to her senses. Can you help rescue my sister? She was eaten by the flowers next to her. She asked. Chi Tong and Hey Tong looked at each other and they had already discovered that the dangerous flowers around them would not attack people when they were eating. Just when they wanted to agree to help, Broly took a step faster than them, directly pulled down the predatory man-eater next to him, and used brute force to break open the petal's mouth. He reached out and grabbed one foot from the inside and pulled out the girl inside, but the girl who was pulled out was no longer breathing. Elder sister. The rescued girl ran over and hugged the girl on the ground cryingly. Kai Tong walked over. I have seen a drowning person. She may have been unable to breathe because of the things in the flower buds. Can you save my sister? I don't know, but I can try it. Kai Tong thought about the way he had seen adults to save drowning people before, so she took some first aid measures for the girl who was not breathing. Ahem. In Broly, she drank the nectar from the man-eating flower and squeezed out of the bud. The girl's sister was really rescued. There are others. Broly prefers to drink sweet things, and can drink nectar and save people, but he does not refuse. Therefore, the food that had been entrusted and prayed by the man-eating flowers here was in trouble. The food that had just been eaten was now forcibly taken away. There are 7 children rescued in total. Except for the girls who were unlucky to be directly loaded into nectar and almost drowned by nectar, the others were still alive when they were rescued. Broly harvested 5 more cannibal flowers with delicious liquids, but he did not drink them directly, but instead put some nectar in the center. The bud was removed and looked like it was packed and taken away. Originally, Broly wanted to pack more buds, but after removing a man-eating flower bud with undigested beast bones, he gave up on continuing to draw the lottery after smelling the bad smell of nectar inside. The nectar that preys on human flowers is essentially a kind of digestive juice. When digesting things, it is corrosive, smells bad, and not delicious. How do you prepare to get so many things alone? Chi Tong looked at the boy's big bud and small bud, looking like he wanted to carry everything, so he couldn't help but ask. Broly is indeed a little worried. The little things are not heavy, but they are not small in size. I have it. But Broly soon had an idea and handed the flower buds as big as a wash basin to the rescued children. You can help me get the things and follow me, and I can give you some food later. 3 boys and 4 girls looked at me and I looked at you. They were rescued by Broly from the mouth of the cannibal flower and had no objection. Wait, where are you going? That's not the direction in the middle of the forest. However, Broly was walking in a strange direction, and Kai Tong asked. I heard some noises, there should be prey there. The delicious nectar made Broly activate his hunting instinct, and he planned to find new prey. He didn't know where there was prey, and there was too much complexity in the forest. However, he has ears and his hearing is quite sharp and can hear some movements in the forest. In this way, Broly took a group of children about the same age as him to start the unparalleled hunting mode in the dangerous and diverse forest of Giforola sea trees. Of course, he was the only one responsible for hunting, and the others helped get the ingredients. Save. BA. Take me something, I can give you a bite later. In this process, the children who were regarded as prey by dangerous species were also saved by Broly because of the dangerous species that were chasing them. Then, he also became the food porter for this strange hunting team. Compared to going to the forest with many crises, it is obviously safer to follow the powerful Broly, not to mention that the other party said that they would share what they eat. The Giforola sea trees are very big, and hundreds of children come in, just like a stone thrown into a lake, and they can't make any waves at all. There are a large number of children here who died shortly after entering the forest. Those who can support themselves until now are all children with good skills and luck. What's going on? Why haven't anyone come out yet? As the evening approached, Bill was a little anxious in the clearing ground in the middle of the forest. Don't worry, although this forest does not have strong dangerous species, the density of low-level dangerous species is very high. It is a bit difficult to eliminate children who rely solely on luck. It is normal for no one to come out now. Wait a little longer. Gotzi said this, and when it was darker, a few children finally arrived here through the woods. Chapter 29, External Positioning Wife. Damn it, that bastard who is responsible for purchasing children actually dares to even greedy for this money. By the evening, there were only 6 children who came out, 2 of whom had broken hands and feet. They were born on their desire to survive and willpower. The bald man Bill was furious and agreed to choose the good seedlings carefully, but that was the result? The only explanation is that the money that should be spent was embezzled by the logistics officer responsible for purchasing children. Of course, corruption is just a sparse and ordinary thing in today's corrupt empire. The high-ranking officials and nobles enjoy the filial piety of small officials and nobles. In this empire where corruption is prevalent, it is not enough for people to make progress by relying solely on their abilities. They must have money and respect for their superiors. Similarly, if you want to live a good life, squeeze money from the common people, eat and take credit for various business matters, embezzle and bribe, is the clearest way. However, it is because of this situation that the empire becomes like it is almost exhausted. Rebellions are frequently launched in various places, and some people who are dissatisfied with the current situation of the empire are fueling the fire, intending to overthrow the empire. In this situation, the intelligence agency intends to form an assassination force to suppress chaos in various places and kill those ambitious people hiding in the dark. When choosing the right child, he was even corruption within the empire, which made Bill, who was in charge of this matter, not angry. You dare to take any money? Why don't those guys sell the rope that hangs themselves to the enemies of the empire? Mr. Bill, there are really people who sold them. Not only did they sell ropes, but they also sold weapons and armor. You forgot that guy who sold military supplies a while ago was hung by us in the square in Carter City. The adjutant next to him reminded him. Bill's face froze, he glared at the adjutant fiercely, and then said furiously, "Get the communication device, I want the logistics side to cut off the heads of the anti-imperialists who dare to inflate money." The adjutant quickly brought the communicator, and Bill called in. The imperial officer who received the communications outside the forest changed his expression and immediately went to a camp. In the camp, the boy's head was cut off during the day the young officer was pressing against a girl with no eyes and swaying. When he saw his superior coming, the man also invited the other party to join him. Then, with a bang, a bullet hole appeared on the guy's forehead. "I'll go and raid this guy's house. I'm really damn it," the imperial officer said viciously, and killed the girl under the body. It doesn't matter what the truth is, what's important is that the matter of giving birth to the child is done badly. Someone always has to stand up and take down Lord Bill's anger. It is not appropriate for him to take care of it, so if your confidants help you take care of it, you won't be willing to let it bear it. I happened to join the army recently. Although this person is very good at dealing with him and is very respectful to him, isn't there any way to do this? The imperial officers now only hope that there will be some nails in this dilapidated home, and the oil and water they have been scavenged can calm Lord Bill's anger. Now, do you want those 6 children? In the middle of the forest, Bill vented some anger and asked Gozaki after calming down. "You asked me to be an instructor. You probably didn't want me to train some fun, right?" Gotsi asked back. He had seen the children who ran out. Not to mention the 2 injured and broken limbs, the 4 left were intact, and they didn't look like they had high qualifications for assassinators. Although they were already good compared to ordinary people, what he wanted was elites. Then we have to wait until the next batch of children are purchased and invested in. How long will it take? 10 days and half a month are definitely needed. Then let's continue to wait in this forest. The forest is even more dangerous at night. If you want to go back, wait until you fly tomorrow. That's all. Gotsi looked unhappy, but there was nothing he could do. "Hey, over there, go and sprinkle the blood of the mixed dangerous seeds around. I don't want to get up at night and have to fight with the dangerous seeds that are attacking." Around the cleared open space in the middle of the forest, a large amount of blood of different kinds of dangerous species were sprayed. This mixed blood odor can make dangerous species with higher intelligence than ordinary beasts feel afraid and will not come to this area easily. Because of the mixed smell of blood, in the eyes of dangerous species, there is only one thing, that is, in the area with this smell, a plural top omnivorous predator may appear. For example, now, in the southwest of the Gifernola Sea Tree Forest, an open space was blown out by an energy bomb. Near the river, there are a bunch of dangerous seeds that have become ingredients. The complex bloody smell they emit makes many dangerous seeds acting at night dare not approach them easily. Of course, there are also silly and bold dangers to come over and want to eat something, but the consequence is that you will fall down and become a member of the ingredients. Everyone cut the meat into pieces so that it will be easier to roast. There were more than 70 children gathered by Broly. After he arrived at the resting place he had created by others, he quickly helped Broly handle the ingredients. Some people looked for branches, those who made fire, those who cut meat, those who looked for wild vegetables, and even some mushrooms were picked. The logistics officers responsible for purchasing this group of children did not embezzle them. These children who were involved in the auditions of assassinators did have their own abilities. "Brother Broly, your meat." The boy named Nahashu, after grilling a skewer of ground lizard, was hungry and did not choose to eat it himself. Instead, he came to Broly with the barbecue worn on the branch and handed the skewer to the boy. During the days when he became orphans, Nahashu occasionally reported to the group to survive with other stray children. The team that came to the group to survive like this was no different from the wolves in the wild. As a leader, he always had to eat the first bite of meat to prove his leading position. Nahashu didn't understand when he first wandered, but after being beaten, he understood the truth. Although Broly did not express his intention to become their leader, the rescued children did use him as the backbone of the temporarily pieced together the dangerous seed. You are a good person. Broly was a little surprised when he was suddenly fed to Nahashu, but he did not refuse. He gave the other party a good person card and took the barbecue in his hand without hesitation. With the example set by Nahashu, other children seemed to have some awareness and came to line up to hand over the things they had baked. This is my roasted venison. This is my baked double-headed snake tail. This is my stewed wild vegetable marsh crab soup. This is a raw roasted bear's paw made of mud-packed chicken. This is the mushroom I picked. It is colorful and beautiful, and it must be delicious. There is something strange in it. Idiot, that's a poisonous mushroom. Don't hand over strange food to my elder brother. The girl named Bonnie was thrown out with the string of poisonous mushrooms in her hand. My mushroom. The girl raised her hand and watched herself fly out of the poisonous mushrooms in the river, with an expression of I can eat it myself if my brother doesn't eat it. This person has good toxic resistance, which may be related to her finding strange fungi to eat since she was a child, but she did not eat them to death. You are all good people. Broly didn't expect that there were so many good people in this world, and one or two came to hand him food. Although most of this is roasted from the prey he hunted, the meat processed in his hands does not belong to him. Because he said that he would share food to those who helped take things, so it should be theirs, but these people are willing to share their own food to themselves. Broly was very moved. Even though Chi Tong and Black Tong were the wives recognized by Crystal Palace, he is now willing to treat these people who feed him food as his own wife outside the world. Do you know, handing in the first bite of food is the rule for our elder brother. After worshipping the elder brother, you can be covered by the elder brother. If you don't worship other elder brothers, you will not be able to compete with us for food. So that's it. No wonder I couldn't even rob anyone else in the city before. The child who used to be a single wanderer showed a sudden realization. Then Lawson, did you pay homage to elder brother before? Another child asked. Of course, otherwise I wouldn't be so fleshy. The child who said he was talking to his elder brother lifted up his clothes and exposed a small shriveled belly. Compared with other thinner children, he is considered fat. Then you are here, where is your former elder brother? Dead. While we were playing in the city, my elder brother accidentally ran into the passing nobleman and was beaten to death by the noble's guard. After we lost our elder brother, we couldn't rob others, so I sold myself to a slave merchant. I wanted to make a living, but I didn't expect to be sold to such a place to be used as food for dangerous plants. As the little fat man said, he showed a bitter look on his face. He actually had a strange body of power. He gave Broly the raw roasted bear paws made with mud chicken. At the same time, he carried the wild bear corpse that was beaten to death by Broly as the main force to come here. However, I now have a new elder brother. Brother Broly looks very powerful at first glance. He easily solved those dangerous species. I think even the nobles in the city cannot kill him easily. I will definitely be able to eat enough with him. The fat little boy Lawson looked at Broly on the other side of the bonfire, and looked like he had to follow him when he met a good brother, so the children around him said that they would also follow a good brother who could take him to have a full meal. A group of children chewing meat and talking to people of similar age around them who were also sold here. After learning about each other's hard life in the past, their recognition of their newly worshipped elder brother rose sharply. There are reasons for being rescued, and reasons why the other party is willing to give them food and let them eat meat. They fed Broly, but Broly didn't feed them too. Chapter 30 Staying Time. Give. Chi Tong was chewing the barbecue. Before she could swallow the first bite of meat, she suddenly spit out the barbecue in her mouth. By the way, she also grabbed her barbecue from her sister and handed the 2 barbecue skewers that had just touched her mouth to the boy next to her. Don't you eat? Broly was a little puzzled. We'll eat, but you'll eat first. I have a lot more here. On the big leaves in front of Broly, there were a lot of the first bite of meat given to him by others. We also want to worship you as your elder brother. Kai Tong said seriously that it was too hard to live with her sister, and she also wanted to have a partner to rely on. Obviously, the fat man said something about the elder brother not far away was heard by her. After thinking carefully, before the meat was about to enter her stomach, Chi Tong's rationality overcame the hungry instinct in her belly and chose to hand over the first bite of meat that she had not eaten to Broly, and along with her sister Hai Tong's portion. The value of black eye happiness is decreasing. You are already my best friends, don't give me meat. The value of red pupil happiness is decreasing. The value of black eye happiness is rising. Broly paused and handed over the barbecue he was eating. This way, I eat your meat, you eat my meat too, let's exchange meat together. Red eye's happiness value increases. The value of black eye happiness increases. Chi Tong agreed, as if he had formed some inexplicable contract and exchanged Broly's barbecue for eating. I didn't care much about the boy's saliva on the barbecue, and my red pussy chewed the meat. Hai Tong became happy when he saw the barbecue coming back. He grabbed the branches on both sides of the skewers and started to chew. Although the two sisters eat differently, the speed of eating is relatively synchronized and both are very fast. After a while, the big meat skewers were eaten. Holding your knees, waiting for the new skewers to be grilled by the bonfire. How about eating mine first? Broly said that he actually ate meat faster than they combined. But there was no way to resist the amount of meat on his side, and some people kept sending him new kebabs. How can you be so embarrassed? Chi Tong was more reserved. 2 minutes later. Who grilled this meat? It tastes so delicious and has a sweet taste. I roasted it. Before the barbecue, I put the meat in the nectar for a while. Zuzi raised her hand. Before her family was killed by bandits, she often saw how her mother dealt with meat, but she was one of the few girls who mastered a little cooking skills before becoming a stray child. Did I do something wrong? She asked with some concern. No, you are in trouble with her. Hearing that the other party's meat was delicious, Broly bit away the part of the barbecue that Chi Tong had not finished. And this was more outstanding than other barbecue, and new information came to his mind. What's the hard way? Before Zhu Ziyi could figure it out, a pile of barbecue skewers were stuffed by the boy rushing over in his hand. Let's exchange. Conversely, Broly took her barbecue. This barbecue continued until late at night, and the other children had already eaten their fill. But Broly was not full, and the remaining ingredients were cleaned up by him alone. He hasn't eaten like this in 2 years. We're going to rest here tonight, but it's very dangerous here, so we take turns. Before Nahasha could finish his words in the turn of vigil, Broly, who had eaten and drunk enough, aimed at a giant tree not far away and fired directly. The reason why there is a saying in the Jifernora Sea tree forest is that there are countless trees here and they are very tall. According to Broly's experience as a mountaintop caveman on Wampa Star, living in a higher place can avoid many dangers. The dense tree canopy was annihilated by the energy bomb. Broly returned to the ground and said to everyone, "You can sleep with me. Very good and powerful. This big brother is very reliable and directly solves the sleeping place." Of course, the trees may not be safe, but compared to the sounds that always sound under the trees, the deep beast eyes that can occasionally be seen in the distance, it is much safer. So tall, I don't have the confidence to climb up. However, the terrifying height of the giant tree that was blown off the tree canopy also makes some children with weak climbing ability daunt. You can't fly. Broly scratched his head. What you said is normal for people to fly. Everyone didn't say anything, and it seemed as if they had said what they complained about in their hearts together. Okay, I'll take you up there. After seeing the reactions of everyone, Broly remembered that people in other worlds usually don't fly. He has been flying on Wampa Star for more than 2 years. After flying for a long time, his mind has become a little dumb. Every day he thinks that he is going to speed up again. He grabbed 2 sturdy vines and was able to catch them. Broly traveled 4 times before sending a total of 73 children to the big tree. The cross-section of the giant tree is very wide. Although it is not very flat, the heart of the tree is unexpectedly soft and has a mattress-like feeling. Without taking a torch, the bright moon in the sky can bring enough light on the tallest tree nearby. Broly thought about it, picked some big leaves from the tree next to him, and threw them to the group of children who had placed their wives as quilts. It is impossible to say nothing all night. When these children were in the hands of slave merchants, they suffered a lot of torture. Before they became sellable goods, their backgrounds were different. Some were sold to slave merchants by their parents, some were accidentally orphans, begging and wandering, and some were abducted. The sobs on the trees and the occasional comforting of relatives together made Broly unable to sleep. He didn't understand the situation of these people of the same age who were about the same age as him, but they all seemed to want to have a home or go home. So, isn't this place considered home? Broly thought. No one gave him an answer. After thinking for a while, I couldn't come to a conclusion. Sure enough, Broly paid attention to Crystal Palace. This time he can stay in this world. 62 days, 06 hours, 30 minutes, 22 seconds. Hey, why so many? Tip, because there is no world will to subjectively exclude outsiders in this world, this crystal palace does not need to consume additional time and space energy to counter. Note, because the passive repulsion power of each world is different, the time you can stay in another world after traveling through different worlds is different, but the more time and space energy can stay longer. It was very good news to have more time to stay in this world, and Broly fell asleep with satisfaction. The next morning, Broly was awakened by a riot, but an early bird species found them in the tree. The dangerous bird species did not judge the danger by their sense of smell, so they launched an attack on them. Fortunately, they were discovered by the light sleeping Nahashu in advance, and frightened the dangerous bird species, which was not too big with a loud scream, and also woke up other children sleeping on the trees. When Broly got up, some more capable children were entangled with the big bird that fell on the tree. One of the children was the fat boy Lawson who made the big brother's remark last night. He was strong, so he was on the front line, but he was also a little unlucky and was given priority by the big bird. Lawson. The big bird grabbed him with one claw, and was pressed against him with his hands and feet. The child who knew him last night was calling his name. A child rushed up to help, but the knife in his hand could not break through the thick layer of feathers on the dangerous species of the bird that flew to the tree. As for the bird's claws, the stacked cuticle bird's claws are as hard as thick wooden blocks. With the strength of these children, they can only pierce into the surface and cannot pierce. Broly came over yawning, thinking that this new world was a good place, and when he woke up, food came to him. Go away from it, I'm going to start showing off. After saying something suddenly appeared in his mind, Broly walked to the big bird with the move of the other children. The big bird looked at him approaching him. He was fishing with his little fat man under his claws, trying to peck at the children who came to save people, and now it is no exception. But Broly took action faster and grabbed its bird's claws in an instant. With its big eyes showing a humanized look, he lifted it up. Broly swung directly, slamming the big bird and hitting the cross-section of the surrounding giant trees. After just 2 or 3 efforts, the big bird twitched and turned into a dead bird. Eat it in the morning. Pointing at the dead bird, Broly said to the children around him, and the children cheered. Although they had seen Broly's dangerous hunting species yesterday, they still admire Broly again today. As soon as you look, you will know that with such a powerful brother, they will definitely not be hungry in the future. Chapter 31 The Imperial Intelligence Agency arrives. A bird alone cannot fill the belly of Saiyan and 73 children. After taking the man down with a vine, Broly took off the Bia-beast fur clothes. The prey in the river seemed to be stupider than the prey in the forest. After seeing him fall into the water, some big fish swam over, opening their sharp mouths, as if they wanted to eat him who fell into the water. It is impossible to eat it. Big fish were knocked out by Broly. Before Broly went down the river, he said he wanted to hunt so that the children would pay attention to the river surface, otherwise they would definitely be knocked out of the water and hit the big fish that fell to the river. After almost killing more than a dozen fish, Broly felt that it was almost done, so he caught up with a dangerous species passing by, dragging the river beach overlord creature that was obviously more intelligent and realized that he was a dangerous predator, so he stayed away from him. The big crocodile is more than 10 meters tall, but it is what Broly himself wants to eat. As he grows older, his appetite is greater than before. The big crocodile struggled and found that his strength was no match for the boy in the water. He was dragged to the river beach with a punch and quickly pretended to be unconscious. But it can also be said to be waiting for an opportunity to save your physical strength, to see if you have the chance to escape from the terrifying upright ape creature beside you. Originally, it didn't have this opportunity, but someone created it. Last night when Broly built open space and exploded big trees, he made a lot of noise and was heard by Gozaki, who was staying in the middle of the forest. If ordinary people heard such big noises, they would definitely not come to see the situation in this big forest where dangers are everywhere. But Gozaki is not an ordinary person. He is a powerful man from the 4 ghosts of Rakshasa in Huangchuan Temple. After waiting for the child for nothing, he was a little unhappy. But when he went to bed last night, he was awakened by the movements in the forest. This made him temporarily change the return route after he embarked on the flight dangerous situation this morning and prepared to go to the place where the big news last night. Is this necessary? It's just a movement caused by the battle between dangerous species. Bill couldn't quite understand Gotzi's thoughts. I am middle-aged and sleeping hard. I lost my hair this morning. This must be because I was woken up last night. I want to chop off the guy who caused me to lose my hair. Gotsi cherishes his hair very much. He takes good care of his hair every day, but he doesn't know if it's because of the stress. He has always lost his hair in recent years. There are still quite a lot of flight hazards entrenched in the Giffernola sea tree forest. Although they are not very strong, it will be a problem if they are entangled in the air. I just went over and took a look. If I couldn't find the culprit, I wouldn't waste my time. That's good. As he said this, Bill subconsciously touched his bare head. Suddenly I felt that I was foresighted and knew that the intelligence agencies were under great pressure, so I got bald in advance. This is a sad story. Hey, that's that. As the smoke from the grilled fish and roasted birds rose, Gotsi and others, who were standing on the back of the imperial domesticated flying species, also saw the fireworks in the direction of this. There is nothing to say, Gozaki ordered the soldiers who drove the flying species to go in the direction where the smoke from cooking rose. After coming here, Gotsi saw a giant tree at first sight, a terrifying cross-section that was blown off from the upper layer. Soon, near the broken giant trees and in the abrupt open space beside the river, I saw a group of ragged children grilling fish and birds beside the fire. Gotsi. Bill twitched his mouth and looked at the man on the other side of the flight dangerous species. Well, that should be the kids we put into the forest. Gotsi confirmed this. He didn't know how these children ran to the northwest area of the Great Forest, which had nothing to do with the central area of the forest. However, looking at the grilled fish and the dangerous corpses next to the open space, the qualifications of these children may be far beyond the imagination of others. The children they ordered to purchase were basically brainwashed by under 10 years old, and it was a great thing to hunt dangerous species under 10 years old. It seems that I was wrongly blamed by the logistics group, and I have to go over and praise it later. Bill said with a smile. Let's go ahead first. Children who can survive in the Giffernola sea tree forest may not be easily recruited by us. Strong strength always brings more variables. If a child who was originally helpless wanted to survive in the Giffernola sea tree forest, he had to run through the forest and throw himself into the Empire. But when they could survive in this forest with dangers, the Empire might not be the only choice. However, after all, it's just a group of children. With a little more gentle means, they should be easily subdued. Amid the vigilant and nervous eyes of the children, Gotsi and Bill, led members of the intelligence agency, jumped off the back of the landing flight dangerous species. My dear children, I didn't expect you to lose the right path in the forest. As your possible adoptive fathers in the future, I will pick you up. It's the people of the Empire. They are in the same group of people who drove us into this dangerous forest. None of the many children is willing to approach this person who suddenly appears. Okay, come with us and go where you should go, where there will be delicious food, warm beds, and good medical care to you. You will find your own meaning of existence, become a killing machine, and get your happiness. Stop lying. I heard those slave merchants say that if you weren't taking children, we wouldn't have been kidnapped by them. When some children felt a little overwhelmed by the words of Gotsi, a big boy wearing glasses accused him angrily. With the lead, the other children were also hostile to the people coming. Although they were not all kidnapped by slave merchants, it did not prevent them from placing the misfortune they encountered when they were sent here to the group of imperial personnel who suddenly appeared here. It's really troublesome. Can't those slave merchants be unified and say that they were sold by their parents? Gotsi rubbed his brows, and suddenly flashed to the boy who took the lead in raising the atmosphere of resistance, and kicked the child away as a ball. As a group of wild children who no one wants, you lack education. Hey, Gotsi, if you beat them like this, it would be better for you to choose the elites in the future to conduct special training, right? Bill reminded him that if you want to educate this group of uneducated wild children, you can let your subordinates do it for you. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the image of a strict father must be established. I also screened the sperm among these children. Before Gotsi could finish his words, Broly kicked the boy away in the same way as him. The boy was just kicked away by him, and he lay on the ground over there and vomited stomach water without dying, so Gotsi just got a light kick. But even Broly's kick intentionally restrained his strength made Gozakai fly out and hit the tree trunk in the distance. Click! A tree pit was smashed on the trunk of the tree, but his hair was erected on the trunk, and the suspended place served as a buffer. But after his hair softened and fell to the ground, Gotsi still lay on the ground and started to retching. The severe colic in his abdomen made him seem to be in sync with the boy who was also retching there. So that's it. I'm not surprised why you came here and have hunted so many dangerous species. As the former 4 Rakshasa ghosts, Gozaki, who has exercised his body to the extreme, has relatively fast recovery ability. It's because of you, it's really hard to believe that a child of your age can kick me away, even if it's a sneak attack, it's an amazing thing. Gotsi was not angry about being kicked away. Instead, his eyes at Broly were full of heat, as if he had seen some rare treasure. Come and be my child. Gozaki reached out to Broly and directly sent an invitation. I can make you stronger, and the Empire will be able to give you what you want. Old guy, there is no ship to carry you in the new era. Broly shook the strange information that appeared in his mind and said to Gotsi seriously, I have a father, his name is Paragus. He is better than you, and I am better than him. After being rejected, Gotsi was not too surprised. Give me your knife. He came to a spy agency staff member and asked the other party to hand over the long sword to him, and then continued, Boy, don't you think that by kicking me out by sneak attack, you are really qualified to bargain in front of me, right? Gozakai doesn't use his own sword because his sword is an imperial tool. He has the ability to curse the injured person if he is rubbed. Since you don't want to follow me obediently, I can only take you away with rough means. Bill, with the medical methods of the Empire, he can only pick up the injuries that have broken his hands and feet, right? Don't worry, with Dr. Fashion's God's hand, even if you cut off all his hands and feet, as long as you preserve it properly, Dr. Fashion can be intact. Help pick it up. That's the case, then I'll feel relieved. The corners of Gotsi's mouth curled up. Wild children who don't know the rules should get the lesson they deserve. Gotsi pulled his footsteps, leaned over to hold the knife, moved his body and got up. At the beginning of violent education, he wanted to let the child know what adults are. Chapter 32 I'm going to take you to find happiness. Gozaki got on, Gozaki drew his sword, Gozaki, he flew out. Following the trajectory just now, he hit the tree pit that was smashed out again. Haha, I was careless and thought I was a child, so I didn't use all my strength. With Bill's surprised gaze, Gotsi jumped out of the tree pit. Rubbing the painful abdomen, pulling out a little smile, explaining this failure. So, this time, I will do my best. Bang! He got on again and flew back to the original tree pit again. It's because my abdomen is too painful, so I can't exert strength, so I'll take it down. Bang! I didn't eat this morning, I was a little hungry and had no strength. Broly took the fish skewers handed over by someone else, silently looked at the man opposite him and told the reason for the failure, and then ate the dry food. Overall, he believes in the statement that hungry people are not strong. I'm full and have the strength, I will definitely. Bang! Bang bang bang! After rushing over again and again, being kicked back into the tree pit by the boy opposite again and again, Gotsi finally realized a fact. That is, he was born as the 4 ghosts of Rakshasa, who has been tempered by a body that exceeds the limit of normal humans, and has experienced countless battles and rich combat experience. He is far from the child opposite who looks about the same age as his daughter. This is a huge gap of strength, reflected in purely speed and strength. It is as ridiculous as a fool to cut off the opponent's hands and feet. After several attempts, his abdomen was almost kicked into the shape of an opponent's feet. Gozakai finally threw away his ordinary long sword and pulled out his own Izuka village U. Don't you try to bring it back? Bill asked carefully. Do you think I can still take him back in this situation? Gotsi's face was dark and a dangerous aura was emitted. You can't beat other children even if you step on a horse. What you say will swollen your face, and of course you can't take it back. The bald man didn't say what he thought, but asked, what are your plans now? The formation of our assassination troops is to clear obstacles for the Empire. Now that someone has hindered the establishment of the assassination troops, he is the obstacle, and I, Gozaki, will clear this obstacle for the Empire. This child has amazing combat power. Shouldn't he try to get him into the Empire? Broly is a powerful person who can see the naked eye, which makes Bill also love talents. Although he is not a warrior, he also wants to get a boy. After all, powerful materials are also helpful for drug enhancement experiments. He is too strong. Trying to master the power we cannot control will only hurt us. Gotsi's eyes were very cold. This was definitely not what the boy on the other side had to embarrass him. He was afraid of the opponent's monster-like strength and potential, so he wanted to kill the opponent. Are you sure? My Daigo Muraju has the ability to curse and kill others as long as you scratch others. I may not be sure to kill him with ordinary weapons, but if he is just scratched by Muraju. Gotsi didn't say it anymore, but he understood the meaning very well and was very confident. Brother Broly, freshly grilled bird skewers. Nahashu came over with the skewers of bird meat. That person kicked, isn't it okay? After taking the skewers handed over by Nahashu, Broly asked about the situation of the boy's wife being kicked away. Green is fine, but the flesh on her belly is a little swollen. That's good, tell him that I'll let the person who kicked him have a swollen belly. Broly was kicked out of positioning his wife. If it weren't for Gotsi's appearance, he would say something that made people happy. In the first kick, this person may have to die because Broly will kick with more force. Not only is he not dead now, he is also a little entangled, rushing over to kick him again and again. Even if Wampa Spider escapes after being beaten and hurts, the other party does not. This makes Broly wonder if he is using too light power. Broly thought about it carefully and found that this could be true. Then, just use more effort. Looking at Gotsi rushing over again, Broly thought so and raised his feet. Then, he found that the person rushing over suddenly shook the hair on his head. Gotsi's long hair, as if he was alive, quickly expanded and blocked Broly's vision. This move, called the hair disorder, can make hair like a steel needle. However, now it is just used to disrupt vision, and the real killer move is on the lowered blade. Hidden behind the hair, it is in a different direction from the hair movement trajectory, and it is a physical technique of visual dislocation. Gotsi once used this move to kill many powerful enemies, and this time, there will be no exception. Broly didn't quite understand what this person was doing. Just as he was aiming at his steel needle-like head and was about to step on his feet, a clamor suddenly sounded behind him. Looking back, Broly discovered that the big crocodile who was knocked out by himself actually ran away at this time. My breakfast. He turned around without any warning. Successful. The demon knife swung it and slashed it on the side neck. The next moment, Broly left the matter here and rushed towards the escaped crocodile. The little feet stepped into the mud, and the soil caused by the reaction force hit Gozakai's face. Before the demon sword assassination could react, the forehead was hit by a large piece of mud. My consciousness became dark and I fainted. The demon sword also took off his hand and the person flew out directly. He rolled on the ground for a few times, and when he rolled to the bald Bill, he was blocked by two spies. Mr. Bill, Lord Gotsi was hit hard and fainted. The person who squatted down to check the injury and reported the situation. What should we do? Another person asked. What else can I do? Run away. The boy who severely hit Gozaki just went to catch crocodiles, not dead. He is not a fool. Even a warrior like Gozaki, who is from the 4 Rakshasa ghosts, has failed. Does he, the head of the drug enhancement department, still go up to fight with that monster boy? Where is Lord Gotsi's knife? Bill glanced at the knife and said, it's broken, why do you want it? Take it with you and let's go. What's the use of broken imperial tools? They may be dangerous if they stay here for one more second. A group of people hurriedly took the unconscious Gotsi and got on the mount. With the flight danger roar, the group of Imperial intelligence personnel quickly evacuated. I came and went in a hurry. I waved my sleeves and didn't take a single child away. Underwater, the crocodile used death rolling to stir up the mud and sand in the river, trying to hide its traces in this way. As Broly's energy gun was blasted out, the entire river was blown up, and the cunning crocodile returned to the shore. Where are people? After Broly came out of the water, he did not see Gotsi and others, and was a little confused. Brother Broly, the group of people ran away, sitting and flying dangerous species, heading in that direction. Nahaxiu pointed to the direction of the intelligence agency's escape. Broly remembered that direction and had no intention of chasing. Now there is something more important, he has to cook his own breakfast. The skin is so hard, the knife can't stab it in. A group of children helped deal with the big crocodile and found that the weapon in their hands was useless to take the big crocodile's skin. Try this. Just as Broly was about to tear it with his hands, Akatsuki brought a broken knife. Although the demon sword, Murakura broke when she chopped Broly's neck, it was a super dangerous material after all, plus weapons made of rare metals such as Olihagong. The outer skin of a large crocodile that is just a B-level dangerous species cannot stop it from cutting. This knife is sharp and black pupils, be careful. Chi Tong saw that her sister was holding the broken blade and wanted to help cut the crocodile meat together, so she quickly reminded her. Brother Broly, are you okay? A girl came over to ask, and Broly remembered that she was named Alia. What can I do? Broly was a little confused about the other party's problems. You were cut by that knife just now. Hearing this, the children around him reacted and all looked at him all at once. Broly touched the place where he was hit by the knife just now. Not to mention any wounds there was not even a single white mark. Maybe that person didn't have enough food and didn't have much strength. Children around. Is this a problem of not having enough food? Forget it, don't worry. In short, the eldest brother is mighty and the eldest brother is awesome. The crocodile meat is ready. Hurry up. Broly was eating, and the other children were watching him. This is delicious, can you please give me some? Broly noticed everyone's eyes and raised his head to ask. No, I'm already full. Nahasha waved his hand and said that after eating so much fish and bird meat, how could he continue to eat it? But Chi Tong, the little fat man Lawson, who came over to ask Broly if there was anything wrong, and the mushroom girl Pawnee, who picked the poisonous mushrooms back and roasted them last night, came over to eat them. These people who come to eat have one characteristic, that is, the power they have is obviously beyond the power that children of this age should have. Of course, Broly should be excluded. Among them, the fat little boy Lawson who can almost lift a bear is the one with the largest appetite. The second is Kanaria, but she is older and it is normal for her to eat a little more. Then it is Boney, and finally it is Chihito's turn. Broly ate a grilled crocodile, and Broly ate the vast majority, while others ate a small portion, leaving a small portion behind. Just treat it as food on the road. Broly said this and was ready to set off. Hey, where are we going? A child asked. I'm going to take you to find happiness. Broly pointed to the direction Nahasha pointed out that the Imperial Intelligence Agencies and others had left. Gotzi is a clown, but provides Broly the important information is the direction of happiness. Chapter 33 Blisters and Shoes. What is happiness and how to find it? The children didn't know, and Broly wasn't very clear either. But it doesn't matter, the direction has appeared, just walk along the direction. Under Broly's leadership, everyone went in the direction where the Imperial Intelligence personnel left. On the way, they encountered many dangerous species, but the dangerous species was not dangerous, because there were Saiyans in their team who were more dangerous than the dangerous species. All the dangerous species that are attacking have been turned into the food for the new day by Broly. Compared with the dangers brought by dangerous species, snakes, insects, and creatures that are hidden under fallen leaves and among vines and are more difficult to guard against are the biggest danger. Fortunately, there are children in the team who once lived in the woods. Although the poisons in the Jifernola sea tree forest are different, the methods of detoxification and prevention are partially consistent. After finding some slightly toxin-containing grass leaf plants to light them, tied them with branches to the front and fumigate them, many snakes and insects were driven away in advance. Is this necessary? Broly asked after coughing in smoke. There is no way, we are not like you, brother, and you are not afraid of snakes and insects. Riverina, who is said to be a foreign ethnic group in the West and lives in the mangrove tribe of Mizus. This method of driving away snakes, rats, and mosquitoes was made by her taste of plants in the forest. She has experience in survival in the forest, but unfortunately, there are mostly dangerous species here. If she had not been rescued by Broly yesterday, she might have been eaten by dangerous seeds. I have a better way. Broly thought about it and said. What method? The children looked at him curiously. Brolyjan Riverina extinguished the poisonous smoke, raised her hand and aimed at the forest ahead. As a green energy beam emitted a bombardment of the forest in front of her, a smooth road appeared in front of everyone. This is my solution. Broly clapped his hands, as if he had done a small thing. Children! This is a road they had never thought of. The dense forest with many huge trees in front was now completely destroyed. Not to mention snakes and insects, even those dangerous species that originally existed may have turned into ashes at this time. The atmosphere became quiet. Nahasha was a big kid with a lot of experience. Realizing that the atmosphere was not right, he quickly took the lead in applauding. Brother is mighty and great. Everyone applauds and cheers for him. Thank you for opening such a path for us in the forest. Powerful power is awe-inspiring, but overly powerful power may make people feel scared, which is uncontrollable. However, with the timely intervention and guidance of Nahashu, the instinctive fear of the children gradually became greater respect. Brother Broly, you are so awesome. How did you do it? Stop, the forest is gone. Driven by the girls with large nerve lines of Kaitong, Zuzi, and Boni, the team, which is mostly simple, quickly regained the excitement. There were only a few older children who had experienced a lot, and their eyes looked a little complicated when they looked at Broly. Monster. Maybe they didn't say it, but this is indeed the meaning in Broly's eyes. There was fear, but they held it back. Although not perfect, Broly is not a careful person either. As the children around me called me the elder brother, I gradually lost myself. Of course, it can also be said that he has experienced the joy of attracting attention from children of about his age, and he has some fun in it. Just lift your breath in your hands, and then, swish, bang. Broly made a demonstration again and knocked out a tree. The energy-lossing bomb is something he can share in addition to the game skills of turning the flower rope. Well, it's still not possible. A group of children learned his movements, trying hard to imagine what it was to lift their breath, trying toward the big trees around them. The result is that no one learns it, but it is natural that the energy in these children's bodies has not been filled enough for them to take it out and become an energy bomb. However, there are dangerous species in this world, and there are various strange secret techniques and biological transformation techniques, which can probably be done if people make waves. After staying in place for a while, everyone who failed to send a wave set off again. This time there was a smooth road, which was much faster. The only troublesome thing was that Broly's sudden big news scared the creatures in the Gifernola Sea Tree Forest. The forest, which originally had many sounds, seemed a little quiet in the area near Tantu Avenue. On the way to the next road, the group of people did not encounter dangerous species, nor did they interfere with snakes and insects, but on the other hand, there was no prey that was automatically delivered to the door. As night fell, by the streams in the forest, the children were ready to camp in the wild. It's better to walk in the forest. Broly sighed that after a road was blown up, the prey stopped coming to find him. I don't think so, it's much easier to walk on the flat ground. Chi Tong retorted from the side, then raised her little feet to show the boy. At least I walked a long way today, and my feet didn't get any more blisters. As Chi Tong said this, she took a thin wooden thorn to help her sister deal with the blisters on her feet. Broly looked down at his feet. He had never grown out this thing. But when he saw that everyone seemed to be doing something to pierce the blisters, he was a little envious. Then how can I grow bubbles? He asked. Ah, why are you going to grow this thing? Because you all have them. Chi Tong was speechless. This is not a good thing. Yes, it grows on your feet, and it hurts when you step on it. Hei Tong also said something. If possible, I don't want to grow this thing. Other children agreed. Hey, is there any way to not last long? Hearing that it was not a good thing, Broly changed his mind and asked again. Blistering is not a big deal. If you expose it, just take a break. Alia said. I think if I could have a pair of soft shoes, there wouldn't be any blisters on my feet. A blonde girl named Natala said. The shoes the slave merchants gave us were too hard. You still have shoes, and the slave traders who sold me here didn't even give me shoes. These children say one thing I say. I don't wear shoes, but my feet don't have blisters either. Hey, you have such thick soles. Broly listened to it and came to the conclusion that most people need a pair of soft shoes. But how to get such shoes? Broly thought of his old father who was proficient in hand craftsmanship on Wampa Star. He used to make shoes for himself, but he didn't wear them even if he thought the shoes were boring, but they were really soft. After all, they were woven with baya hair. When Broly thought of this, he had an idea. Before the road was blown up today, a group of long-haired, soft creatures were hunted by himself. Broly walked to the corpse of a long-haired deer, pulled some hair off from it, and started braiding it. But after someone had processed the meat of the long-haired deer, he did not braid the soft hair into the shape of his feet. What are you doing? Chi Tong came over and asked. Make shoes. Broly replied. Can you make shoes with just hair? Chi Tong doesn't quite understand. My father used fur to make shoes. Real. I just didn't wear it, otherwise I'd let you see, the shoes will be soft. Although she hadn't worn shoes on Wampa Star several times, Broly was able to say this to the girl at this time. Use the same hair as your clothes. Right. Kai Tong reached out and touched the baya sweater on Broly's body, and the touch felt really soft. But it is better to say it is some kind of plant fiber than to say it is hair. Who can make shoes? Chi Tong thought about it and asked the other children. I can. A child raised his hand. My father was a shoemaker. Later, he got involved in gambling and lost a lot of money, so I was sold. This kind of manual work is nothing to me. Then can you weave these hairs in? It should be possible. The child who knows how to make shoes thought about it and nodded. His hands were much more coincidental than Broly. He first found some vines, scraped off the bark of the vines with a knife, and then cut off the fine thorns, which became simple shoe weaving materials. It was rolling and twisting, and the vine bark turned into the shape of slippers on his hands. I used to weave it with hay. The one is more durable and soft. I haven't tried the vine, but if you add hair, it should be softer. As he said that, he quickly weaved his shoes. Almost when the barbecue was about to be cooked, a pair of shoddy tree vine shoes were made in the boy's hands. Chi Tong tried it on and it felt pretty good. Except for being a little bigger, this thing is far better than the original wooden shoes on her feet. We need more vines and animal hair to weave more shoes. Broly said so. I can't make everyone's shoes by myself. The boy who mocked his shoes shook his head. There were more than 70 people here. Then let's do it together, just teach us how to make shoes. Zhu Ziyi and some other children with good skills said at this time. A group of children gradually gathered together to discuss the matter of making shoes. Before that, I should eat enough before talking about it. The staple food tonight is long-haired deer and some long and huge insects. The long-haired deer tastes a bit after roasting, but the huge insects have a fruit-wood aroma after roasting, and the taste is like cowhide bands. It is a little hard to chew, but the more you chew it, the more fragrant it becomes. On the exchange page of Crystal Palace, this thing is called Hisan Dachi Barbecue, and the exchange price is about the same as a pork chop rice bowl. The soup is fish soup. There are some small fish in the forest stream. Someone fished it up and cooked it with yesterday's crab shell. The little fish has no name, but even if salt is not added after cooking, the soup is full of fresh flavor. During the soup cooking, Pony suggested adding some mushrooms to the soup, which was unanimously removed. Chapter 34 The Birth of the Tumbleweed Shoes, and the Direction to the South. After eating and drinking, everyone started to learn to make shoes, and Broly was also learning to make them. But his skills are a bit bad. The vines and hair in his hands will always turn into balls. Put your feet in, you should be able to wear them. Hei Tong commented on the shoes he made. Broly tried it and he could indeed wear it, but he was probably the only one who could wear such round shoes and act casually. Do you need help? Looking at Broly's tumbleweed shoes on his feet, even the younger ones would be hard to say anything they needed to help against his will. Brother Broly, I think it's better to make my own shoes by myself. Okay, if you need my help, you can call me. Broly was a little disappointed. Maybe he shouldn't have made the shoes so early. Do you need help? Colina saw that he was just trying to find something to do, so he said, if possible, Brother Broly, can you help scrape the vine bark? Everyone is not proficient in making shoes. If some vine barks are weaved incorrectly, they can basically have to use new ones to remold them. No problem. Broly picked up a knife and helped shave the tree bark. This collective handmade work gave him a feeling of playing a flower rope game. In this kind of game, even a soy sauce made him feel a little happy. After experiencing the short-lived daily life of elementary school students in the world of Moon, Broly can occasionally feel a feeling called loneliness on Wampa Star. Although he rarely shows it, this feeling does exist and is now reflected in behaviors that want to have more sense of participation in collective events. So, he shaved a lot of vines, but in the end only a few were used, and the rest could only be burned as firewood. You were fucked by the wild kids who were purchased as seedlings to screen. There should be no problem with my ears, right? Old Nishiguchi, there is a guy in there who is very powerful and has monster-like strength. Stop, I'm not interested in how you were ruined. I only know that Minister Wanister has issued an order to form an assassination department to you. And I have cooperated with this order and sent all the people and money and food that should be given to you, but you have brought bad news. My lack of strength has caused the situation of ineffective work. Please forgive me for helping you, but I still hope to get some support to wash away the shame this time. Gazakai, you are also from the four ghosts of Rakshasa. You can't even deal with a guy. I think ordinary support is useless, right? If possible, I would like to ask Minister Wanister for help on my behalf. Please send the support of the other four Rakshasa ghosts. Gotzi said, with gauze tied to his forehead. Gotzi, whenever you say that the rebels attacked you and caused the formation of the assassination department to be blocked, I would mobilize local troops to support you without hesitation, but you said that it was because of a purchased child that caused your failure. That's a monster, his strength is terrifying, and I can use my life to protect this. Okay, even if what you said is true, then what is the other party's identity? Is it a rebel? No. Since it's not, then where did you get the face to ask me for help? It doesn't matter if you are embarrassed, but don't let me follow you and be embarrassed in front of His Excellency Minister. Now the Empire needs people everywhere, and the 4 ghosts of Rakshasa in this position are even responsible for the security guards around the minister. So, no one has time to get back the face you lost in a child for you, do you understand? But that monster intercepted the assassinator we selected. The Empire does not raise waste, and I don't want to hear your complaints about difficulties. If you have any difficulties, you will overcome them. For me, the result will always be more important than the process. Similarly, what Mr. Wanister wants is the result of a successful formation of an assassination force. Gotzi's face looked a little ugly when he was driven out of the palace. If he had the ability to overcome difficulties, how could he have to come over and ask for help with his face? That guy probably treated us as a way to make money. Bill said. A miser who keeps money only has money in his eyes. Gozaki cursed. Forget it, this is the Empire. The more serious the person is in his work, the more he will suffer. What are you going to do? I'm going to use the death row prisoner to conduct drug-intensive experiments and hypnosis for manipulation. What about you, are you still going to find that monster? Gozakai was silent. He didn't hurt the other party even after cutting off the imperial tool. What could he do if he looked for it? He sighed. Like you, I trained the 6 little kids first. The big guys above didn't care about it, so there was no need for me to care too much. If you fail to complete the mission in the future, you will die. Bill reminded. It's just a bad life. As an assassinator, Gotzi knew very well that the ending of the assassinator was almost impossible to die in a turbulent era, and dying in a certain mission is the reality. Fortunately, it takes time to train assassinators. No matter how badly he plays, he will have a few years of leisure time. Let's see it when the time comes. As for the little monster that swollen his face, the Empire didn't worry about it, so what else did he worry about? When a thought arises, I suddenly realize that the world is wide. A generation of assassinators of the demon sword met a monster and reported to the upper class, but the upper class ignored it and became a move. My strength is not top-notch, but it is also first class. Even if I can't hurt any of my strength, what will happen if I grow up? If such a monster is pulled by the rebels once you gather, what will happen to the Empire? Haha. Gotzi thought, and then invited the bald man next to him, can you go and have a drink together? I don't have time, you're hurt, drink less alcohol. The bald man Bill said, turned around and left. After the rattan shoes were made, the road was much easier, but maybe the direction they wanted to go out was different from where they had come in. A group of people were in the Jifernola Sea Tree Forest, walking along the road blasted out by a burst of energy cannons for 3 days before they reached the edge of the forest. This is the border of the western border of the Empire, close to the Western Kingdom, and is separated by a dangerous water shui mangrove forest area. The brown-skinned girl showed a somewhat surprised expression after seeing the Mizusawa mangrove forest. This is Riverina's hometown, I lived in this kind of place before. She was caught by the arrested slave team, but she didn't expect that she could return to a familiar place as she followed the team in the big forest. Of course, this place is not her home, but with reference, she knows where her home is. My father said that the mangroves bordered a forest of giant trees in the north. There are many terrifying dangerous species in that forest that we should not get close to. If this is a forest of giant trees, Riverina's home should be a little further south. Looking at the girl's excited appearance, Broly said, then let's go south. Oh. The children agreed with him. The journey these days made their temporary team work together, and everyone was convinced of him, the eldest brother. Idiot, you are going in the wrong direction, it's east over there. With Zhu Zi's reminder, a group of children who were taken off the wrong way came back. Come again, let's head south. A little embarrassed and returned to the origin, Broly shouted again. This time, the direction is right. Chapter 35 Ignition, Branches, and Flying with Weight. There are some ferocious fish in the water of the mangroves, and some will spit water on the creatures on the mangroves, but as long as you are mentally prepared to hold on to the vines around you and not fall into the water, there will be no danger. On the mangroves, there are always some mimic creatures, such as dead branch snakes. They will pretend to be a dead branch and prey on passing small animals or insects, but they will not actively attack creatures larger than them. Riverina said the points to pay attention to in the mangroves. Broly poked his head under the water. He had fish hanging on him, and he shook the fish ashore, and then threw the fish into the vines and weaved them into a basket. Although there are no dangerous seeds here, the fish underwater are even more stupid. Broly just swam into the water and the fish swam over and took the initiative to catch them. They took the bait without catching them. Broly shook his tail and threw the fish biting on the tail into the vine basket together. Of course, if you have such a strong body as a big brother, you can also go into the water to catch fish. Otherwise, the usual way to catch fish is to hit the water surface, attract the fish to swim over, and then use the peeled fork to insert the fish in the water. Riverina said as she started a demonstration. She used a sharp branch to prick the fish in the water and lifted the fish as thick as a forearm. Puff puff puff. The fish struggled on the branches and spitted 3 saliva at the girl. This is the spitting fish. The bigger the spitting fish, the stronger the spitting water. Riverina shook the fish and water on her face. Hey ha! Other children followed suit and used the sharpened branches in their hands to plant fish. As a result, only a few people succeeded, most of them failed, and one of them fell into the water in unlucky ways. Fortunately, Broly was right next to him and jumped over to lift the person up. The actual distance between underwater creatures is a little deeper than that we see on the water. If you want to stab a fish, it is best to prick it downwards. The children who were stabbed fish shared their experiences with other children who did not. After knowing the skills, these children with good skills quickly mastered the fish spinning technique. These branches are very wet and cannot make fire. When we stopped for lunch, everyone was worried that the humid environment could not cause fire. On the way out of the Gifernola sea tree forest, children who already had experience in survival in the wild told others the importance of eating cooked food. If you don't want to have diarrhea, you have to cook water and food well. In addition, some plant-based ingredients have some toxins that can be removed after cooking. If we can't make a fire, we can only eat sashimi. Will there be parasites? What are you talking about? By the way, the insects on these fish taste pretty good. Everyone turned their heads and saw their elder brother pulling off a fish and eating something that was obviously a parasite. No one needs to answer the question just now. There are indeed parasites on the fish. As for the smell, it even received a good review from my elder brother. You don't have to worry, it's no big deal to have insects. My tribe and I used to eat sashimi often. After eating sashimi, we will eat some water leaves to deworm. The insects will not stay in our stomachs for a long time and will be pulled out. Riverina doesn't care much about eating raw fish. Children. Imagine the scene of pulling the bug. Sister, I don't want to pull bugs. Hey Tong pulled Chi Tong's sleeve. I don't want to, but if I don't want to be hungry, I always have to eat. Chi Tong's acceptance is pretty good. Compared to pulling the insect, she thinks hunger is a more terrifying thing. I'll try to make a fire again. It's useless. The branches here are too wet and cannot catch fire. Should we bring some dry branches? Brother Broly, do you have any good ideas? The children are poor, but some people think of him. Broly thought for a while and pointed his hand at the branches that were used to make fire. Bang! In just a moment, the branches were blown away. It seems that my brother has nothing to do. Just like making shoes, Big Brother has his limits. The others looked at the tumbleweed on Broly's feet and agreed with Natala who said this. Looking at the disappointed look of everyone around him, Broly thought about it again. I'll try again, he said, adjusting the output of the chi and gathering the faint chi on one finger. Then, aim at the mangrove branches next to it and clicked on it. So. Smoke was emitting from where the branches of the mangrove forest were lit. Seeing this, the children stared over, looking nervous. If it catches fire, it must catch fire. Perhaps because I heard the children's voices, the branches in Broly's dot were quickly dried. As the water vapor finally evaporated, the next moment, a small flame appeared on the branches. It's a fire. Yet. Brother Broly, you are amazing. Seeing the flames, the children yelled happily, which meant that they didn't have to eat sashimi or pull bugs. Broly was also very happy. He learned the trick of using chi to ignite fire. However, as soon as he got happy, the chi in his fingertips became stronger due to the rising emotions. He instantly turned into a beam of energy, shooting through the branches of the mangroves, turning the branches into ashes. The flames had no burning substances and quickly extinguished. Seeing the flames go out, the children's cheers come to an abrupt end, and all of them look at Broly. "I'll click another one." Broly scratched his head, pulled off a new mahogany vine and said. This time he did not let his chi get out of control and turn into a penetrating beam of light, and the flames successfully rose. The fish grilled with mahogany branches has a unique flavor compared to the grilled fish in the Great Forest. It's a bit spicy. That's the smell of mahogany trees. Is it poisonous? Many toxicity is a toxin secreted by the mahogany tree itself against insects. Don't worry, as long as you don't eat too much, it's okay. Hearing this, everyone felt relieved. Hey, why did you chew the branches together? At this moment, the voice of Black Pupils came over there. This thing tastes good and stingy. Everyone looked at the sound and found that Broly was chewing on the branches of a mahogany tree in his mouth. Brother Broly, this branch is poisonous. A group of people hurried over to remind him. Poison. Broly smashed his mouth and nodded to the person who ran over. The poison tastes very good, do you guys try it too? Broly said, throwing the chewing branches behind him. When everyone looked at it, they found that there were already a bunch of tree slags behind him. Are you okay? What can I do? Picking up a skewer of grilled fish into the bones, Broly chewed the branches of the skewer fish again. Some children who were worried about running over looked at each other and could only attribute it to their elder brother's physique and could eat a lot of things they couldn't eat. The roasted mahogany branches tasted a bit like spicy cinnamon, which made Broly chew, but after chewing too much, it became a little disgusting. During the afternoon, Broly sticks out his tongue, and it feels like the essence boiled from eating Wampa spider fluid. His whole mouth is bitter, even if he rinses his mouth, it is useless. Toxins did not kill him, but they disgusted him. It's so unpalatable. Following the Wampa spider series and other foods, the mahogany branches of the mangroves became the second thing Broly doesn't like to eat. It is worth mentioning that the boiled green pepper that he heard from Rin Tozaka in the last world was the third food he didn't like to eat, although Broly had never eaten boiled green pepper. Riverina, haven't you arrived in your tribe yet? The water seed area is very large. Walking southward, it is still like mangroves in the distance. The large number of mangroves formed land on the water, and today they have walked through at least hundreds of mangroves land like this. It should be in this direction, but I didn't see the marks of our tribe. Standing on the tree, Riverina looked around, but found nothing. Can you go in the wrong direction? It's possible. However, since you are looking for a living tribe. Nahashu looked at Broly, who was floating in the air next to him. Brother Broly, you can fly, can you fly high up to see where there are smoke? Broly was a little out of shape, but he still agreed and flew directly to the sky. From a overlooking perspective I almost discovered that 7 or 8 kilometers to the right, some people were moving on a large mangrove land. Broly fell down and said what he saw. Riverina threw herself on her body and hugged her neck. The girl asked Broly to take her up and take a look. That's my tribe. Although it was extremely far away and the sky was approaching dusk, Riverina still recognized it. She had seen the shape of the mangrove forest where her tribe was located from a distance, like a big leaf. It is not realistic to rush to travel at night. We probably won't get there at noon tomorrow. After confirming the approximate distance, Nahashu estimated the specific arrival time according to the speed of their group moving on the water shui mangrove forest. Want to tomorrow? Riverina was a little disappointed, she was a little anxious to return home. Actually, I don't have to wait for tomorrow. I can take you over. Broly said suddenly. Hearing this, a group of children reacted. But brother Broly, can you take people so far? Probably no problem. Broly didn't know that he had never tried such a heavy flight. Chapter 36 Eat less poisonous mushrooms. It's going to take off, are you ready? We are ready, but brother, why are you doing in the mahogany forest? Everyone was a little puzzled by Broly's behavior of entering the mangroves until the mangroves they stood trembled and were pulled out of the water by a huge force. After flying to the sky, he hurriedly grabbed the child who was trustworthy in the vibration, and then he understood what Broly meant by being prepared. Looking at the vines tied around the waist, the children were speechless. Fortunately, it didn't fall. The little fat man Lawson grabbed a wet tree root in time, and the vines on his waist broke, but he almost rolled down from the mangroves that took off. Broly did not fly very quickly. He absorbed the experience of flying in the Shima world with Fujimura River 2 years ago, allowing the flying mangroves to move smoothly in the sky, like a small floating island. After the initial panic, the children who settled down were somewhat silent in the beautiful scenery formed by the sunset and sunset in the distance. In the past, most of them were not full or warm in clothing. They worked hard to survive every day, fell into the hands of slave traders, and were even locked in prison. For such a scenery, they did not have the leisure and qualification to watch and experience it in the past. "Sister, it's so beautiful." Hei Tong sat on the vine and grabbed the girl next to him and said. Chi Tong responded softly, agreeing with her sister's statement. "If it weren't for Brother Broly, we might never have seen such a scene, right? This is about watching the sunset in the sky, but it is also about the other party saving them and giving them a full meal. After all, I can't eat enough and I don't have the leisure to enjoy the beautiful scenery. I seem to see my elder brother in the sunset." Bang! Boney's head was touched. "Sister Kerr, why did you hit me? I asked you to lose the poisonous mushrooms you picked, and you still took them with you to eat them." I don't." Pony was a little panicked and hurriedly covered his right pocket. "I've seen hallucinations, but I still said no." Bang! The girl's head hit the iron fist of the girl next to her again. "Brother took us flying in the woods, he is not dead yet." The poisonous mushroom was thrown out by Konoria with a parabolic trajectory. "My mushroom!" Under the sunset, on the flying mangroves, everyone looked at Boney with dark faces. Boney kneeled on the mangrove vine in a frustrated posture. He raised his right hand and reluctantly looked at the flying poisonous mushrooms. "Clan leader," a mangrove forest flew from the sky. While the children in the sky were enjoying the beautiful sunset, the tribes on the ground became nervous after discovering the mangroves flying in the sky approaching their tribe. In people's perception in this world, only the dangers of flying can soar in the sky, and the bigger the guy is, the more dangerous it is. That big mangrove is flying in the sky, and the guy hiding inside must be very scary. "Repalip, summon all the warriors in the tribe. If the monsters in the mangroves flying in the sky want to attack our tribe, we will fight back and protect the tribe." Ridriel, the patriarch of the Red Leaf tribe, issued an order. He only hopes that the unknown existence of the mangroves flying into the sky will only pass through their tribe. "Clan leader, the mangroves flying in the sky seem to be falling towards us. But things always go in a bad direction," and Ridriel's heart sinks. "Be prepared for battle." The man used a knife to cut his palm and smeared 4 blood-colored marks on his face with blood. This means fighting to the death in their nation. When other soldiers saw the patriarch doing this, they all followed suit. The weapons of this group of people are not excellent, but they all have the bloody nature of protecting the tribe in front of powerful enemies. And this bloody nature continued until the falling mangroves came a familiar voice. "Dad, Dad!" That was the voice of his 3-month-old daughter. "Riverina, is that you?" yelled Ridriel. Without anyone's answer, the mangroves have landed to a height where people can clearly see the people above. Riverina jumped from the mangroves that had not yet landed completely, ran to the tribal warriors who were waiting for it, and then threw herself into his father's arms. "Riverina, where did you go in the days when you disappeared?" The man had a look of surprise on his face. He actually thought his daughter was dead. "I was caught by the Imperial slave capture team, and they sold me into the giant tree forest, Gifonora Sea Tree Forest, but I ran back." The girl explained. "Where are those people, sister?" Reparup asked. There were many children on the mangroves that fell into the water again. "Second brother, they are children sold into the giant tree forest by slave merchants, and are now my important companions." "Wait, why did I become my second brother?" "Because I've been praying to a big brother." Reparup, "Then how could you come down from heaven?" "We didn't come down from the sky, but our elder brother flew over with us. It was our elder brother who saved me, everyone, and we walked out of the forest of giant trees." Riverina pointed in the direction they came over and tried to describe Broly's power to her father. The patriarch of the Red Leaf tribe heard it and felt that his mind was not enough. Whether it was blasting a smooth road in the giant tree forest or flying over with a mangrove forest, it was a bit outrageous. If he hadn't seen the mangroves flying in the sky with his own eyes, he might have thought that his lost daughter was talking nonsense. "You." After bringing people over, Broly flew out of the woods with some dry retching. He had some mahogany chips and saps on his hands. It was the smell of these chips and sap that made him feel a little unbearable, and the bitterness in his mouth seemed to have worsened. "This is Brother Broly." Riverina happily introduced the boy to her father. "What's wrong with him?" Ridriel was a little surprised that the eldest brother in his daughter's mouth was actually a child, and after seeing Broly retching, he frowned and asked. Brother Broly chewed a lot of branches of mahogany trees at noon, and then it became like this. "Didn't you tell him that the branches of the mahogany tree are poisonous?" "I said it, but my brother said that the poison tastes good." Ridriel? His impression of Broly was from the terrifying character who could open up in the giant forest and fly in the sky with a mangrove forest, and turned into a little guy with a brain problem. "Take him back to the tribe, I'll get some herbs to detoxify him." Perhaps the mangroves that flew over were all children, and there was a daughter who roughly told some of the situation. Ridriel wiped off the blood on his face that represented the death battle, and asked his son to arrange for the group of companions whom the daughters handed over to entertain in the empty area of the tribe. The Red Leaf tribe is not big, with a population of only more than 1,000. More than 70 children flocked in, which still attracted the attention of many tribal members. "Repalip, where did these children come from? Are you going to join our tribe?" someone asked. "This is my sister's companion," Repalip replied in a muffled voice. "Your sister? Riverina, isn't you dead?" Bang! The person who said this was beaten up by Repalip. "My sister is back, she is back safely, but she is not dead." Chapter 37 Red Leaf Tribe. Our tribe also treats this thing as a condiment for the branches of the mahogany tree, but it usually uses water to wash and soak it for a long time to reduce its toxins before it can be used. However, even so, there will be occasional poisoning. When you get poisoned by mahogany trees, your perception will be paralyzed from your taste and gradually lose your ability to move. Speaking of this, Ridriel stopped because the boy behind him could walk and fly. Except for his face, he had a bit of bitter melon color, and it seemed that he had no symptoms of poisoning the mahogany tree. The way our tribe can detoxify this poison is actually to pick the green leaves of mahogany trees that have not grown up and turn red, and to detoxify by grinding them into juice. As he said that, the patriarch of the Red Leaf tribe handed over the grind green leaf juice in his hand, and did not forget to declare in advance, "It is very effective in relieving the poison of the redwood tree, but I don't know if it is useful for your bitter mouth." Broly took the leaf water, and as long as it could reduce the bitterness in his mouth, he didn't care what he was drinking and drank it all in one go. After drinking it, Broly smashed his mouth twice, and the bitterness in his mouth was really less, and his eyes lit up. "Can you give me another drink?" "Of course, but can you tell me what happened that you saved my daughter?" Ridriel took the clay cup and asked Broly about it. He wanted to get the answer from the boy who saved his daughter. Upon hearing this, Broly became a little distressed. Ridriel was just saved by him, and there were 71 children who were saved by this. The other party suddenly asked him to tell the specific situation of saving people. Broly couldn't remember it at all. He could only say, "It was just that some kind of prey was chasing her behind me, and then I went up and kicked it, chasing some kind of prey Riverina, and fell down." Ridriel. Who can tell him what kind of prey is? And the boy raised his legs and kicked his legs next to him, made a strange dubbing, and then stuck out his tongue and tilted his head to lie on the ground. Is it meant that he was hit to death by chasing his daughter? In the general plot, Ridriel, as the tribe leader living in the mangrove forest, can still be seen, but it is this abstract and vivid description of the dance and foot, which feels not as exciting as his daughter's words and simple words. "Thank you for saving my daughter. You will be a friend of our Red Leaf tribe. Our tribe warmly treats friends." After helping Broly relieve the bitter poison of his mouth, Patriarch Ridriel took out his attitude towards his benefactor and asked the tribe to prepare a lot of food to entertain Broly and the other children. This meal is much better than eating barbecue in the forest. After all, there are many more seasonings, such as important salt. Everyone can eat it. Even if you don't have enough, you can still make it. What's wrong with the patriarch? Good, his missing daughter is back. You said Riverina, isn't she dead? I'm not dead. I heard that I was taken away by the slave merchants of the empire and sold it to the giant tree forest in the north. But I was helped and ran back from it. So, these children are the ones who help her. No wonder. After private communication, the people of the Hongyi tribe understood the reason why their clan leader used food in the tribe to entertain outsiders. Although some people complained, they did not say anything strange in the end. They were rewarded with kindness. People here agree with this truth. All night was speechless, and the children slept well in the vine open space arranged by the Red Leaf tribe for them. When I woke up the next day, the tribe prepared food for them. The children were a little confused, and they found that they seemed to have nothing to do when they were waiting for others. I couldn't help but look at Broly. Only if you have work, you will get something. Let's help hunting. It is said to be hunting, but in fact it is fishing. However, this place where the mangroves are prone to gather fish is occupied by people from the Red Leaf tribe. Although they did not obviously exclude them, they also mean that it was inconvenient for them, such as outsiders, to catch fish near the fish pit they had worked hard to prepare. Fortunately, when I came yesterday, Broly was carrying another mangrove forest, and there was no one in the waters of that place. Riverina ran over to catch fish with them, and she didn't need to rush to other places. She just passed by leisurely in one day. I originally thought that the outsiders were a group of people who were eating for free, but I didn't expect to bring a bunch of fish to catch at night. In this regard, some people from the Red Leaf tribe recognized this group of foreign children, but some people thought that the outsiders robbed the resources of their tribe's mangrove forests and said some strange words. The place where we fish is not your mangroves, but the mangroves that Brother Broly took us to fly over here, so we didn't steal your fish. Brave, how can the mangroves fly? You just snatched the fish from our tribe. Some children had a dispute with the children within the Hong Yi tribe and even started fighting. The children of the Red Leaf tribe are very tough and have good fighting skills, but the children who come out of the Jifernola Sea Tree Forest are considered as assassinators, and their hands-on ability is even more powerful, but they win with a small advantage. The adults of the Red Leaf tribe felt a little embarrassed and wanted to interfere, but were stopped by the patriarch. The children's affairs are up to the children, what is the adult interfering? The ones who can communicate are not only words but also fists. The group of children who came with their daughter are very good. Ridriel wants to absorb them into his own tribe. The best way to absorb is to let the children get together and naturally complete the process of accepting each other. As Ridriel expected, the initial rejection was a natural phenomenon. After the children got together, they gradually accepted the matter of playing with foreign children. The biggest catalyst here is actually related to Broly flying to the Jifernola Sea Tree Forest and hunting some dangerous species and carrying them back. After seeing this scene with his own eyes, the children of the Hong Yi tribe were directly assimilated by foreign children. Thinking that Riverina could also worship such a powerful elder brother, he took the initiative to say that they also wanted to worship an amazing elder brother. With the object of common worship, everyone has a common language, and friction will naturally be reduced. In a word, as long as you think your elder brother is awesome and are willing to pursue your elder brother with us, then our best friend. Less than 5 days after coming to the Red Leaf tribe, children under 10 years old were playing together. From the original mangroves of our tribe, Big Brother, and you outsiders, tribes, cannot catch fish here, to the time we are our mangroves, you can catch fish casually, and even see which side catches more fish. Such a huge change has taken place. The attitude of tribal children also affects adults. More importantly, there is an additional mangrove forest, and the tribe can get more fish every day. Broly, I want to challenge you. It is this trend of foreign children integrating into the tribe next. Riverina's elder brother Repalip suddenly challenged Broly. The reason is that Repalip couldn't stand it and was gradually called the second brother in the tribe. Originally, no matter whether it was a sister or a child from other tribes, he would call him Brother Rip kindly when he met him, but after Broly came to the tribe, he was demoted. Now, Repalip wants to use his strength to regain his position as the eldest brother in the minds of his sister and tribal children. Broly, I know you are very awesome, so I won't hold back just because you are younger than me. I will do my best to let everyone know who is the real big brother of the Red Leaf tribe. This is a battle for the children's status. Repalip is still not yet adult at the age of 15, but he can still get along with the children. Forget it, Brother Rip, you have never hunted dangerous species, why are you embarrassed to compete with Brother Broly? Children say words that are damaging their confidence, and most of the people who say this are children from tribes. Stop talking nonsense. I have never hunted dangerous species, it's just because there are few dangerous species near our mangroves. In terms of strength, I can collect more than 20 pearls from fresh water in the deep water area in one breath, but I will not lose to anyone. The boy lay on the wooden stake, intending to use arm wrestling to decide the outcome with Broly. Then, he won 2 games and 3 games, and he lost all without any surprise. Hard strength is nothing. Let's compare speed, but we are not allowed to fly. The comparison of speed limits Broly's flight, but Broly still easily outperformed him. We compare lung capacity. Repairup buried his face in the water, and he held it in one breath for 30 minutes, but he couldn't hold it in before he looked up. How about it, my lung capacity? Brother Broly hasn't gotten up yet. Stop talking about Brother Broly, even the red pupil and black pupil are still holding their breath. In the subsequent competition, Repalip was defeated in all battles, and even the children who participated in the competition midway performed better than him. I lost, brother. After a day of competition, Repalip failed to get his status as the eldest brother. Instead, he willingly recognized the boy younger than him as the eldest brother. It was also on this day that Broly became the only big brother in the minds of the children of the Red Leaf tribe through various competitions that he thought were like a game. Of course, Broly, the big brother, doesn't care. The experience of playing games with everyone is what makes him happy. The happiness values on Chi Tong and Hei Tong also increased a lot in the competition game. Unfortunately, so many days have passed, and Broly still has not met any other wives who can be recognized by Crystal Palace. Chapter 38 Separation. On the 9th day of coming to the Red Leaf tribe, Broly was invited by the patriarch of the Red Leaf tribe to go to the deep water area to participate in the operation of collecting freshwater pearls. We will use the spitting fish balls with a strong fishy smell after fermentation to attract dangerous fish in deep water. Only after attracting dangerous fish can dive masters in the tribe take the opportunity to dive into the bottom of the deep water area. There are some fresh water shells underneath. The whole piece of fresh fish can lure them to open the shells. When they open the shells, they can use the branches they carry to pick out the pearls in their mouths. Pea-sized pearls can be exchanged for 6 or 7 bags of flour. If you can dig pearls larger than pea, you can even get the tribe's food for half a month, or change them to some iron utensils. But be careful not to hurt those big shells, so that they will produce new pearls again in a few years. On the boat, Ridriel and Broly talked about the work of the Red Leaf tribe to supplement the family. They were the pearl collection tribe in the mangroves, and they made money by sneaking into the dangerous deep water area to collect freshwater pearls under the water. Broly, you are very strong. If you are willing to join the Red Leaf tribe, I can give you the position of patriarch. After introducing the money-making work of the Red Leaf tribe, Ridriel directly invited Broly. These days, he silently observed the boy's situation and knew that Broly had a good personality, attached great importance to his companions, and more importantly, he had terrifying strength. If he was the leader of the Hongyi tribe, he would definitely be able to ignore the situation of the mangrove land in Shuai's district and develop the Hongyi tribe. So, after discovering that the boy seemed to be ready to leave the tribe with some children who did not want to stay in the tribe, Ridriel had the idea to make an appointment with the other party to talk. As a not very civilized tribe, Ridriel, as the patriarch, did not have so many twists and turns, and directly invited him with the greatest sincerity. Stay here, the Red Leaf tribe can be your home for you and other children. To be honest, Ridriel is very sincere. He is even willing to give up the position of patriarch to an outsider child. But no matter how sincere he is, it is useless, because even if Broly agrees, Crystal Palace will force him to send him back to his original world after the time of stay is up. I can't stay. Broly shook his head. Other people who have no home can stay if they are willing to stay, but some people who want to go home, I'm going to send them back. Although the children who stayed in the Red Leaf tribe and followed him from the big forest all lived a stable life, there were still some children who did not have a sense of belonging to this place. They envied Riverina for being able to go home and wanted to return to their real home. Go. Do you know where their home is? Ridriel asked. The people who want to go home have said that they used to live, although I don't know the way. Broly told the truth. If you don't know the way, how can you send them back? I don't know the way here either, but I still brought them here. Broly didn't think it was difficult to send someone home, he gave it to him in the past world. The road to the Empire is not easy to walk, but with your strength, it should be fine. Ridriel sighed, knowing that he couldn't keep Broly, so he gave up. Can you help get some pearls? Broly nodded. In one day, he brought a pile of pearls from the deep waters that were more than everyone else. You've cleared all the tomaso beds in this area. Seeing a pile of pearls on the boat, Ridriel smiled bitterly. The boy was too efficient and this deep water area would probably not be used for a year or two. At night, when he returned to the Red Leaf tribe, Broly discussed leaving with other children, and some children already knew about this. "I'm sorry, Brother Broly, I'm going to stay here." This is the idea of most children who don't have a home. They finally have a place to stay and don't want to live a wandering life again. "I want to go back. I don't believe that my parents sold me. It must be a lie told by the slave trader. I want to go back and find out the truth." This is an idea of a child who wants to go home, and other people who want to go home have homes. However, at their age, they don't know the specific location of their home, and only remember a simple place name from the area they once lived in. "We need a map." Nahasho said he had no home, but he wanted to leave with Broly. "Where is a map?" Broly asked, and the children who were willing to leave with him looked at each other. They were almost always following the trend before. "I have a map, although it's not very accurate." Ridriel walked in from outside and said, holding a parchment roll and a package in his hand. "This is a map exchanged by my father, the senior patriarch of the Red Leaf tribe, from a merchant. My father once wanted to take the pearls collected by our tribe to sell them to the empire for a good price. But in failure, the imperial people were very repulsive to foreign nations. Not only did the thieves target us, but even some lords and nobles also target us. We suffered heavy losses, and this map was put in the clan. It is useless to our tribe now, but it may be useful to you who want to return to the empire." Ridriel said and handed over the parchment map. It was something from more than 10 years ago, but it was well preserved, with the patterns and texts on it clearly. Although Broly couldn't understand the map, Nahasha could understand it. He was a knowledgeable person who seemed to have received a good education in the past and even cultivated etiquette. "It's really an old thing, indeed the empire map. Green's home is probably here." Nahasha found Green's home from above, of course, only on the general location on the map. The specific location has to be found before it can be clear. If you don't rush to leave, and wait for 2 months in the tribe, there will be ship dealers passing by nearby places. They can take you back to the empire, and I will help pay the money. I don't have so much time. Broly shook his head and said, he had only 49 days left in this world. "But if you don't need me to send you home, you can stay here." Broly said to the children who were going home, but no one was willing to stay. After all, the elder brother is amazing. Following the elder brother, even in the forest where dangers are everywhere, he can walk out like a walk. So, I was sent to a safe place by my elder brother when I got home. Since we are all leaving, then this is the practice ceremony I have prepared for you. Ridriel seemed to have expected this situation and put down the package in his hand directly. After the package is opened, the pearls inside are exposed. After we went to the empire, it was not like we were here. There were many places where we needed money. Our tribe did not have the money from the empire, but there were pearls that could be exchanged for money. With these pearls to exchange for money, it would make your journey easier. Of course, money is easy to get into trouble, but Ridriel looked at Broly. It should be no problem with this amazing child. "Thank you, Chief Ridriel." "No need to thank you. You have helped our tribe a lot. Needless to say, help Riverina go home, and a mangrove forest is brought in. With that bordering mangrove forest, our Red Leaf tribe can expand into a larger tribe afterwards. In the water area, the area of mangroves determines the size of the tribes living on it. The larger the mangroves, the more they can support people." "Hey, you need those things." Broly tilted his head. "Then I'll move a little more for you." Ridriel opened his mouth and did not say anything to refuse. "If possible, I'll trouble you." Half a night, Broly moved a bunch of mangroves from other parts of Shuai's district. If the Ridrier hadn't called the stop halfway, he might be able to move all the mangroves around him. We always have to keep some places for transit. The mangrove area of his own expanded nearly 10 times, which made the Patriarch Ridrier feel ashamed. He received so much reward just by a map and a bag of pearls. The next day, the Patriarch Ridrier gave the largest ship of the Red Leaf tribe to Broly and the children who were leaving with him. The 73 friends that Broly had originally brought with him now are only 14. The other children are on the new border of the Red Leaf tribe, and their eyes are red. After a journey of sharing weal and woe, their group of children who have no support have long established a sincere friendship. If you want to part now, you may not be able to see it in the future, so it is naturally extremely sad. Naishu, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say you are a child of a noble family. It's okay, after all, what you said is right. Bony, stop picking poisonous mushrooms, that's really not something to eat. But that one is really delicious. Bang! Kolia knocked her head and said to her companion on the shore, I will look at her. Zhu Ziai, we will always remember your barbecue. If you have the chance, I will come back and make it for you to eat. Chin Tong, Black Tong, don't steal the big brother's flesh. We didn't rob, he gave it to us on his own initiative. The sisters with double pupils feel that they have been slandered. Brother Broly, we will always remember you. Finally, everyone shouted. The parting words touched Broly a little, and he seemed to experience a feeling of reluctance. At the same time, I missed the Fujimura Okawa, who was very good to me in another world. I will try to remember you too. Broly responded to them, and the reason he used hard work was because he did not remember everyone's names and appearance. After all, there are too many more than 70 people, and they are not the wife recognized by Crystal Palace. The ship drove far away, away from the Red Leaf tribe. The sadness of parting gradually subsided, and Green suddenly asked Nahashu, are you really aristocrat? I'm just an illegitimate child. I've become a slave. That's just a useless identity. This is a simple question and answer between two friends who have changed their mood. After Broly changed his mood, he thought, he could go to other places to find a wife. Chapter 39 The Simple Folk Customs. In the western border of the empire, the people of Broly, Chi Tong Hei Tong and others left the Shuai's area, and a passing caravan took the initiative to accept them. Although the caravan chose to attack them the next night because of the package of pearls, they also brought them a bunch of food, transportation for their ride, and other goods. Later, on the way to the map border town, he encountered two slave-catching teams. When the slave-catching team saw that the head of the caravan was a group of children, they not only wanted the caravan's goods, but also wanted to capture Broly and others as slaves. As a result, the slaves who were all arrested were liberated, and the slaves who could go home themselves, could not go home or were homeless, joined the Big Brother caravan headed by Broly and became a member of the start. Later, when they approached the main road, perhaps because it was a caravan, they were attacked by gangs of thieves of different forces one after another. 5 of the people attacked and injured the caravan personnel without saying hello. The annoyed bro evaporated the place where the ambushed was sank with the energy bomb. The remaining 3 groups only wanted to collect a toll, which was considered a more regular gang. However, because of friendly exchanges before the robbery, they successfully found an escort job in the eldest brother's caravan. Sir, please spare our life. We just came out to become bandits because the tax was too heavy and we couldn't survive. Since our debut, we have never robbed money but not death. We just want to live. Please be kind and spare us this time. The process of applying for a caravan guard was roughly the same. Fortunately, these pale and thin gangs knelt more quickly, so they were not directly bombarded by Broly. Sitting in the carriage, chewing on the sweet purple thorn fruit, Broly felt that the people in the western border of the empire were too enthusiastic. Before they could reach the first city marked on the map, many people sent various supplies and manpower. It would be great if there were people who gave him all kinds of supplies on Wampa Star. Unfortunately, there was no such good person on Wampa Star. Dynamic. The caravan suddenly stopped. What's going on? Is there another good person here? Broly asked, poked his head out of the car. It's not a robber, but we have reached the border gate and are now queuing up to pass the test. Nahasho explained that he was wearing a well-cut former caravan leader's clothes, a one-sided glasses frame on his right eye, and his skin was brown, which looked like a teenager in charge. The appearance of age seems to be at least 4 or 5 years older than the real age. Aren't you a good person coming to the door? Broly was a little disappointed. Since he was not a good person, he got back into the car and continued to eat the fruit inside. When passing the border gate, the inspection of entering the city was not very strict. The reason was that 3 years ago, the military pay for the military preparations on the western border was deducted by the central government of the empire. In order to maintain the border army from mutiny, the commander of the military army here took action against the pass fee. To this day, as long as the pass fee is enough, the soldiers guarding the pass will transport vehicles for the vehicles that transport supplies, will not be open to check. This situation has also created the prosperity of this border town. Some of the original smuggling merchants no longer took some dangerous private trade routes to smuggle, and all rushed to this border town where the inspection was not strict and could enter and exit the empire as long as they were given enough money to pass the customs. However, This also makes the population composition of this city very complicated. People from all walks of life have them, such as bandits like me, or Western visitors, foreign nations in the wilderness. The bandit leader who was recovered by Broly's force introduced the situation of this border city. He could generally regard it as a large-scale goods trading market where the Eastern Empire and Western kingdoms were gathered together. In the city, there are border troops who maintain order but still look peaceful, but when they get outside the city, they will show their magical powers and show their simple style on the border of the West. Everyone is a businessman, but everyone may also turn into robbers. The main camps are roughly divided into 3 parties, among which the Western merchant group composed of the Imperial Chamber of Commerce is the most important, followed by the foreign merchant group formed by the chambers of commerce from various Western kingdoms to fight against the Western merchant group. Finally, it is a foreign ethnic group regarded as an uncivilized wilderness. Usually the first 2 fight each other, but they will unanimously suppress the caravans of the alien race themselves in order to get cheaper goods. However, some powerful aliens are not easy to mess with. They are the real border robbers who rob money and kill lives. Of course, other people rob money and kill lives will usually blame the alien nations. After all, it is possible that nothing will be done by uncivilized barbarians. Therefore, although it is clearly a relatively weak group among the 3 parties, the reputation of alien ethnic groups is the worst. Even in this border town, not many people welcome caravans of alien ethnic groups. No wonder the Red Leaf clan chief cannot come here to do business. There is another reason for the disunity between different ethnic groups everywhere, and the Eastern and Western chambers of commerce tacitly suppressing different ethnic groups. Does this manager need to move goods? We have good laborers here and the prices are cheap. No, our caravan has its own laborers. Nahashu sent the broker who ran to find the business and returned to the car. Brother Broly, you go to have a meal first. I'll deal with the goods in the caravan. Isn't it enough to leave it to others? I'm not at ease to leave it to others, so I'll keep it and stare. Others were just forced or joined halfway. Do you know if someone would run away with money? Nahashu felt that he needed to help his elder brother stare at these wealth. We will bring you food. Some people choose to stay for help, except for foodies. If any one of you hurt them, I will beat you to death. Broly said seriously to the recovered bandits. Don't dare. The group of people waved their hands quickly. Most of them had seen Broly make a fuss and attacked some bandits who didn't say the opening remarks, and evaporated the scenes from all the people. The horrifying scene of even the terrain changing made them feel awe of this boy who seemed harmless. Because of the terrifying power, it was fearful, but because the other party did not kill them who were also here to rob them, they also gave them a way out of their lives. In the lively border town, Broly smelled various scents on the streets, and finally took a group of children into a noodle restaurant. The noodle restaurant was filled with people. The soup made with spices in front of them was made of rich soup made with bones of unknown animals, and the fragrance almost spread over half the street. It smells so fragrant, boss, give us 100 bowls of noodles first. Okay, wait, 100 bowls of noodles, can you group of children eat so much? The money is here, I can't afford it, so I will pay the account. Sorry, come right away. When the money is seen, the noodle restaurant owner doesn't care whether the customers can eat it. As long as you can pay the bill, you can smash his noodle restaurant. In addition to noodle, there are other foods sold in the noodle restaurant. I have to say that it is the same barbecue, which has useful spices and no spices, and it is completely different from the baked ones. Tasty. Broly was swallowing, and the other children were no exception. Everyone on the table was satisfied with the delicious food. But if there are satisfied children, there are dissatisfied children. They are wandering children in this border city. They stood on the street corners and alleys, and cast envious eyes at those who had the money to enter the restaurant for dinner. There was a desire in my eyes, hoping that the guests sitting on the table outside would be able to eat some leftovers. That is one of the few places where these wanderers can get good food. As for the hotel, they dare not go in, and they will be beaten by the hotel. The leftovers there are the kitchen waste that the children in the group compete for. Boss, check out. As the customer sitting on the table outside the bun shop said this, several pairs of hungry eyes looked over. Seeing some of the leftover bun noodles on the other party's plate, the wandering children sitting on the corner of the street couldn't help but swallowed. But they didn't dare to go there, just like stray cats, afraid that they might cause unhappiness and be hurt. Even if children like them are beaten to death, the person who beat them to death may just need to pay a street cleaning fee to the street sheriff here. But even stray cats are different. For example, they are just hungry, but not yet those who starve to death and those who are about to starve to death. Mr. May I ask, can you give me these bunskins you don't want on the plate? The girl wrapped in a dirty scarf showed a cute smile. She came to the guest who was about to check out and asked carefully between 2 meters. My little belly was rumbling, and Maine hadn't eaten for 2 days. Chapter 40 The Wandering Child and Ma Yin. If you want it, forget it, I'll give you a big meat bun, boss, give this child a big meat bun, and settle it in my account. The girl's smile was cute and pitiful, which made the middle-aged customer feel compassion. He said this to the owner of the bun shop. Thank you uncle, thank you boss. Maine was extremely happy after taking the hot bun, but she didn't dare to let the turban fall off at all. The bun was very hot, but she held it tightly in her hand and couldn't wait to eat it. After the customer settled the bill, he seemed to have something to do and left directly. Seeing this, Ma Yin hurriedly followed her. The wandering child on the corner of the street was a little unwilling to stare at her, but there was nothing they could do. They were afraid that they would rob the food themselves and would provoke the adult who gave the buns. Hey! After eating all the buns, Ma Yin breathed a sigh of relief and she had lived another day. In front, the middle-aged man found her and looked back at her. Maine smiled again, bowed politely to the other party and thanked him, but did not dare to continue following. Adults are dangerous. If you don't pay attention to it and believe that a person's kindness is fully committed, it may cause harm after revealing your true identity. Maine turned into the alley next to her. She learned to beg in her wandering life, but she never begs with someone many times. This is to protect herself, but not to get too close to everyone who may hurt her. Hey, you guy is very arrogant. However, if Maine is not close to people who may hurt herself, it does not mean that those who can hurt her will not approach her. I did nothing. Maine took a step back, but there were other wandering children behind her blocking her. Others are waiting for the skin of buns to eat, but you can eat big meat buns alone. The child in front said with some resentment. That was given to me by that guest. Humph, he is obviously a mixed-race bastard, but he can always make a cute look and ask some adults for something to eat. You can do this too. Maine said, but her words made her child even more angry. If we could do it, we would have done it long ago. Don't say so many useless things. Tear her headscarf and see if she can still ask for something to eat in the future. No, this is something my mother left to me. Maine quickly took off her turban and protected her in her arms. Without the cover of the turban, the pink hair exposed on her head showed that she was a child of alien blood. Give it to me. The wandering children, regardless of whether the headscarf is something left to the other party's mother or not, they are just jealous of girls who are mixed race, who can actually do better than them. He is obviously a pink-haired freak, and clearly has dirty alien blood. Maine rushed out of the children surrounding her with a headscarf, but these wandering children chased each other and seemed to have reached a unified opinion on fighting monsters with alien blood. After all, Maine was a little girl, and there was only one person. After being chased and intercepted by a group of stray children, he soon fell into a surrounded situation again. Damn it, we have been chasing for so long. The wandering children chasing the girl were panting. I won't be here anymore. Can you please let me go? Maine begged and said. Of course that's not possible. There may be sympathy among the weak, but this sympathy will not be given to the infamous alien nation. Even if Maine is a mixed-race child, as the father who provides her alien blood, the alien tribe she is in has long been destroyed, and it will not work. Bear this alien nation to death. The wandering child rushed up, and the adults on the street were watching the show. Maine tried to ask for help from the adults around her, but it was useless. Because not many people here like alien ethnic groups with a reputation as robbers, and there is no unity between alien ethnic groups. No one will come to help her, just like before, but it is not her fault that she has a foreign ethnic origin. Maine remembered her mother, who was kidnapped by a foreign nation, but she was willing to treat her child, a child born due to an accident, gently after she came back. She remembered the experiences of being driven out of the village after her mother passed away and becoming a wandering child. Life that was once loved by my mother was like a dream. But now, others are even ready to take away the only thing they can hold and dream. Please don't take it away. Maine, who was beaten, made a weak request. But it was useless, the headscarf in her arms was still pulled out bit by bit. I got it. She values this turban so much, we tore it. Don't want. Just as the two boys held each other aside, they were about to tear off the dirty wen in the turban. Bang! Both of them were punched in the head. It hurts so much, why are you hitting us? If it was an adult's move, they would not argue. But now the one who takes action is the same child as them. Because you are bullying people. That's just a mixed race hybrid of aliens. Bang! It is precisely because of the alien race that we took action. The two of them were punched in the head, and it was Broly and others who intervened. They had eaten and drank from the noodle restaurant, and before they could walk out of the two streets, they saw the riots here. There was no intention to interfere with the private fight between wandering children in the city, but after hearing the words of the aliens, Broly and others stopped. The reason is nothing else. They know different ethnic groups like the Red Leaf tribe and do not think that all foreign ethnic groups are bad. Therefore, it is hard to see that this group of wandering children uses foreign ethnic groups as a reason to bully another child with the most and the few. Damn it, are you accomplices of this bastard? The boy who was punched again was questioned. If we say yes, so what? Chi Tong, Hei Tong and others had already pinched their fists. If they wanted to fight with the wandering children who were also children, they would not be afraid. After all, with the powerful Broly as the foundation, even the dangerous species will be turned into food by the bonfire. It is just that the enemy of the wandering children is left to them to deal with. Damn it, beat these guys to death. The gang fight began, but it soon ended, and a group of ordinary stray children were knocked down. You remember it for me. The boy who issued the order to start the war and gave orders threw a harsh word and prepared to retreat with the others. Get back the things. But he was blocked by Broly, and Broly reached out to ask him for what he had in his hand. I'll tear this turban. If you tear it out, I will beat you to death before you tear it apart. Broly clenched his fists and said this to him seriously. Discover the target that can be guided, main, the current happiness value is 0. Without subjective purposes, Broly rarely takes the initiative to kill other creatures, but one situation is exceptional, that is, someone wants to hurt his recognized friend. Although Main is the girl Broly just met, her identity as a wife recognized by Crystal Palace naturally has a favorable bonus in Broly. If it weren't for the little friend around you who helped and said he didn't need to take action, some bloody things might have happened here. Because Broly doesn't mind solving his life that has nothing to do with him for the sake of his newly meeting wife, meal ticket. The boy was not afraid of Broly, but he was afraid that the other children who were staring at him were watching him. Damn it, if you want this broken headscarf, I don't want this broken thing. In the end, the guy didn't dare to tear the turban in his hand, threw it at Broly and ran away. I'll give it back to you. Broly grabbed the turban and walked to Main, returning the thing to her. Thanks. Main happiness value is rising. After Ma Yin put the dirty headscarf into her arms, she felt relieved and fell into a coma. Chapter 41 You Are All My Wings. Are you awake? The strange voice made Main shudder. She sat up suddenly, but let out a muffled groan, and a soreness came from her body. Here it is. The strange room, the soft bed, the white sheets on the body, and even the injuries seemed to have been treated. This is the hotel room, and now it is the place we rented, and you are seriously injured. Gilyalu. Main's stomach screamed, making her face turn red. You're hungry, I'll get you some food. Chi Tong didn't care and walked out as she said that. Do you want to wipe your face? Hei Tong twisted a wet towel for her, and the girl was arranged to their room. Main looked at the girl beside the bed and gradually remembered what happened before she fell into a coma. She must have been rescued by someone. By the way, my headscarf. When Main thought of her mother's relics, she immediately looked around and searched for them. Your headscarf is in your hands, and you have been holding it after you are unconscious. Black pupil reminds you. Well. I took out my hand from the quilt and found that the turban left to me by my mother was indeed on my hand. Maybe it was because my arms were sore or just awake, but I didn't notice it just now. Marin breathed a sigh of relief, held the headscarf Ruruochen in her arms, and then said thank you to Hei Tong next to her. No need to thank me. Brother Broly stopped that person in the end and helped you get the turban back. If you want to thank me, thank Brother Broly. Main responded softly. She remembered that before she fell into a coma, there was indeed a boy who had approached her and returned the turban to her. Hey, don't you wipe your face? Hei Tong had been standing by the bed with a towel for a while. When he saw the girl on the bed getting stunned, he couldn't help but urged him to ask. I'll do it. After reacting, Ma Yin realized that He Tong was unhappy and quickly followed the conversation. But in fact, when she was in a coma, He Tong and Chi Tong wiped her. Not only my face, but also my body, and my bruises and injuries were also applied with medicinal oil. So, Main just felt a soreness now, rather than the pain in her whole body that it was difficult to get up. This is the credit of the medicinal oil. The people in the western part of the empire were simple and simple. Although large-scale fighting was prohibited in the city, fighting was a rare and ordinary thing. Therefore, the doctors and injuries here are more effective than other places. The doctor who invited me said that you have been malnourished for a long time and have some stomach and intestinal diseases. Let's give you some light food. This is the old hen we bought. We borrowed it to kill the chicken porridge made by our companion Zuzi. She said it is this to nourish the body and it tastes great. You can try it. Not long after, Chi Tong brought a casserole on a plate. The fragrance that floated out after the lid of the casserole made Main swallow. Do you need me to feed you? Kai Tong asked. I can eat it myself. Although the person who saved her should be a good person, after wandering for a long time, Main was still a little uncomfortable with others' actions of being too close to her. But when she raised her hand, she found that her forearms were sore and weak. In order to protect the turban left to her mother, Ma Yin's forearms with both hands was touched by many feet, and now she could not lift them. I'll feed you. Chi Tong sat by the bed, picked up the spoon and scooped up the meat porridge, cooled the steaming meat porridge, and then handed it to the girl's mouth on the bed. Thanks. Ma Yin's face was a little red, and she thanked her without refusing this kind of good intention. In less than 20 minutes, all the meat porridge in a large pot of casserole was fed to the girl by Chi Tong. Do you still want it? We cooked a lot. Kai Tong asked. It's enough, I'm full. Main shook her head quickly, her belly was rounded with food. This is probably the fullest she has ever eaten in her life. Since you're full, then. He Tong ran to call Broly, and Broly soon came to the room. With Main's trepidation, she handed her palm to her. I want to be your best friend, are you willing? Broly asked this question seriously. Main was a little overwhelmed by the question. She was suddenly rescued, suddenly regained something important, suddenly treated gently, and now she was suddenly a boy who should have saved her group leader, and asked about being the best friend with herself, which made Main's mind a little unreal. Why? In the end, Main asked her doubts. Because Crystal Palace recognizes you. To be honest, Chi Tong and He Tong next to him understood that the girls in the bed were probably the same type of people as them, and may have special significance for brother Broly. Before, Chi Tong and He Tong could feel it, and even other children could feel it. Broly took special care of them. But no one has asked the reason for this, and Chi Tong and He Tong didn't ask, so they didn't know the reason. Now it was because Main, the rescued girl, asked questions that they got the answer from Crystal Palace from Broly. Crystal Palace recognizes me, but who is Crystal Palace? Main was very sure that he did not know a person named Crystal Palace. Crystal Palace is a module that the system pays me. This is what Crystal Palace says, and its function is to help me discover targets that can be guided in different worlds. And I will give the target of the strategy that appears, so that people like you can get the greatest happiness, and finally accept my invitation, join my Crystal Palace, and become my wife. Broly answered Main's doubts in detail, and also made the other two girls in the room open their mouths. So brother Broly, do you want to marry me and my sister to be your wife? Black Pupil suddenly realized. Isn't this okay? Broly was a little worried and asked directly. It's not impossible. Chi Tong thought about it and replied that she really didn't want to be separated from her sister. That's good. Broly felt relieved. If one of Chi Tong and He Tong didn't want to, he would have to feel distressed for a long time. The current happiness value of the two sisters is above 200, and Chi Tong is almost at 300. You are all my wings. This sentence appeared in his mind, and Broly said it seriously and then spread his arms. Chi Tong and He Tong looked at him a little unclear, and Broly looked at them too. He just subconsciously made the movement of opening his arms, and this seemed to be just a response to the corresponding movement of the words that appeared in his mind just now. Chi Tong was a little confused, but her mind was running rapidly, and her eyes suddenly lit up, as if she had thought of something, and she leaned towards Broly's arm. When He Tong saw his sister's actions, he suddenly realized that he had followed Broly's other arm. Then, the three people formed a human body art picture of the big roll spreading wings in front of Yu Mayan in the room. Broly raised his arms high, Chi Tong and Black Tong leaned on his arms, trying to make a sideways support posture, and then it was like wings, with somebody the shaking was trying hard to imitate the big birds flapping its wings. The picture is too abstract, but it is also extremely vivid, which makes Main develop a kind of thing, should he get out of bed now, pull him behind the boy, and act as the tail feather part of the illustration of the body art of the big roll spreading wings in front of him. However, imagining the idea of supporting her whole body with her little hands to shaking in an angular position, which was really impossible for her, Main wisely gave up the idea of participating in this special artistic act. How about you, do you want to be my wing? Broly asked while holding his arms up and two girls. I think I may not be able to hold your arm firmly like them. It's okay, I can just hold on to you. Broly lowered red pupil and black pupil, and the two girls who made a difficult imitation of the big birds flapping their wings were a little red. This was caused by using force. You just need to give me your hand. I will protect you from hurting you anymore. I will try to make you happy. Broly handed his hand to Main again. Main looked at Broly, looked at Sister Shuangpeng, and then looked at the headscarf that was almost stolen. My name is Main. If you don't dislike me of being of alien blood, I'd be your wife. Main put her hand into Broly's hand and said. The grace of taking back the relics is indebted to repay them. The guide's target Mayan is preparing to promise him and is requesting to become a formal member of your Crystal Palace. Will you agree now? You can't be my wife yet. We have to start with our best friends. Well, I have to make you happy first. Broly rejected Main's current joining. He had to wait until the other party's happiness value was raised to a very high level before he would invite the other party to join the Crystal Palace. Main was a little surprised, but happily accepted it. Meeting Broly made her wandering life abruptly come to an end. Afterwards, everyone in the caravan knew about this and did not react much. After all, even the caravan of bandits and slaves absorbed it, and they didn't care about another girl with mixed race. Set off. After 2 days of repairing the border town, the elder brother's caravan took the money to sell goods and bought some of the best-selling products in the south and set off again. Main's injury is no longer important, she can talk and laugh with other children while sitting in the carriage. The turban left to her by her mother was washed and tied to her hair, but it was no longer used to cover up the color of foreign hair, but as a rubber band for tying her hair. Chapter 42 Rumors. As soon as the eldest brother's caravan left the border town, a large caravan followed. Nahasha met the caravan manager who followed, but they were the ones who bought the original goods of the caravan at a high price. Not only that, the other party was also very enthusiastic and introduced Nahasha to the hottest products in the south, and provided important business information for the purchase of the elder brother's caravan. We are also from the south, so let's go together. We can take care of each other on the way, so we won't be easily attacked by bandits. Nahasha agreed to this proposal, and the night before the two caravans arrived at the first big city, they magically merged into a caravan. The western border of the empire is so simple. Some people buy goods at a high price and not only help with the transportation for free, but also take the initiative to return the original goods to the original owner after arriving in a big city where the goods can be exchanged for money. I didn't expect to be targeted like this. Fortunately, we have Brother Broly. The unlucky caravan picked the wrong prey and buried the bones in the wilderness. The big brother's caravan won the game, and in the new city, he made a big profit with the goods coming back. After having money, it became not too difficult to find out about specific addresses. When a child who came out of the big forest was sent home, he knew that his parents did not sell him, but the slave merchant kidnapped him and deceived him. The girl named Sira was very happy and returned to her parents. In this regard, the other friends were happy that she could successfully go home. Broly also gave the girl who returned home a gift, which was enough money to change the embarrassing situation of a poor family. I hope you can live a happy life in the future and have a full meal every day. Broly sincerely blessed. Thank you, Brother Broly. Sierra's eyes were red, and her parents also thanked her for their gratitude. If you want to go home, I can also give you some money to let you go home. After leaving, Broly said, he found someone in the convoy showing an envious look. Really, Lord Broly? Most of the recovered bandits only became bandits and left their hometowns if they couldn't survive. It would be fake to say that they didn't want to go home. Certainly. We don't have a home to go back, but we want to go somewhere else to start over and build a new home. Lord Broly, can we get this money? Broly thought about it and nodded. Nahasha wanted to say something next to him, but he didn't say anything after all. After 2 successful trades, the eldest brother's caravan disintegrated directly, and most of the money earned was distributed to caravan members who wanted to go home or build a new home. Everyone got a considerable gift of practice, which was enough for everyone to restart their lives. Some people chose to go home, while others chose to build a new home. In this way, a team that expanded to hundreds of people. After this dismissal, finally 21 people were left. Among them, only 11 people simply followed Broly, and the rest were all those who wanted to go home, but due to their own ability, they could not go back, so they had to wait for Broly to send them back. Brother Broly, we don't have much money anymore. After paying the caravan a penny of the money, Nahasha was worried about the funds for the next trip. Don't worry, there are many good people here. After experiencing the robbery of all kinds of good people, Broly felt that he had mastered the way to make a lot of money in this world. However, Broly ignored the situation where the caravan members who had been dismissed and might have spread his story. Have you heard that the Red Devil's robbers and Casio caravan were destroyed by an unknown small caravan? I've heard of this for a long time, but that should be a rumor. How could there be a person who defeated the entire thief group in just one move? And Casio caravan, I have followed their caravan before, and the guards there are so strong. I think that's true. A while ago, a caravan came from the border town. According to their statement, the Red Devil Thieves group entrenched in the Hongling district has now disappeared. In addition, someone found the bodies of the Casio caravans outside the outskirts of Nosa. In the tavern, all kinds of gossip were spreading. The most popular caravan recently is the destruction of several thieves and 2 large caravans. Some people say that it was a caravan used by a great nobleman to fish, but some people say that it was actually a team controlled by a terrifying human-shaped super dangerous species. They disguised themselves as ordinary caravans, specifically seducing others to attack them, and then the hidden humanoid super dangerous species would jump out and eat the attacking human. Of course, there is another saying that the team is regarded as an elusive rebel army, specifically attacking those ill-gotten groups and distributing the ill-gotten wealth to the working people. It is said that there were poor people who had not returned home for a long time and suddenly brought the money back, and the money was given by the rebel army. There are many different opinions on these news, but the more they spread, the more bizarre they are, but one thing that everyone agrees is that now you see teams composed of children or dwarfs outside, so don't approach or attack easily. Because there have been many thieves and some teams that have played in the thieves. It's true that those people outside are really bored. They even believe in the super dangerous human form. Miss Mellard, I'm just some outrageous rumors that have been spread by some people who have never seen the world. Melod Auberge, the leader of the Future Assassin Association who is being trained, complained about the outrageous news that the maid heard from outside recently. Although it is a rumor, if you have the opportunity, you really have to look for it and increase your knowledge. By the way, Cass Andorra, I asked you to help me sign up for the Martial Arts Association. Have you signed up for me? Miss, are you really going to attend a martial arts meeting held by a business group? Why not? But we are assassins, it would be bad if we reveal our identity. It's okay. I'll disguise when I participate and use a pseudonym. Moreover, there is no use of weapons for that martial arts. As long as I don't use the skills of an assassin and the Auberge signature technique of manipulating dangerous insect species, it's almost impossible for anyone to guess my true identity. If Lord Barbara knows, he will definitely scold me. Then are you willing to take the risk of being scolded for me? The girl in the exposed dress picked up the little maid's jaw and asked with a little charm. As her fingertips provoked, Cassandra couldn't help but bit her lips with red face. Miss Mellard, you know, I'm willing to do anything for you. Is humanoid super dangerous species? If there is really something like that in the world, it really makes people want to hunt. At the gate of Daxi City, a girl with long ice blue hair was queuing up to the city with a small cylindrical package. She muttered to herself because of some rumor she heard the day before yesterday. However, I was not in a hurry to investigate the rumor and truth. Asts came to Daxican to attend the business group martial arts meeting. While wanting to see the strong people in the western region, we also come to earn some travel expenses. Chapter 43 Qualifications. Brother Broly, I've gone to inquire. The Western Martial Arts Conference is an event jointly organized by the Western Business Group and the Foreign Business Group. It is held once a year, and each time it attracts many experts to participate, without restricting age or gender. You can participate as long as you pay the registration fee of 10,000 imperial currency. The competition starts with the auditions, and as long as you can reach the top 16, you can get a prize of 100,000 immediately. 16 to 8, 8 to 4, 4 to 2, 2 to 1, the prize of promotion in each game will double. In other words, if you win the championship, you can get a prize of 1.6 million. In addition, there are also gambling shops opened by business groups on the outside of the event. We will definitely make a big profit if we win the remaining money. After Nahasha finished speaking, the children in the room cheered. No one doubted Broly's strength. Believes that as long as his elder brother participates in the competition, he can easily win the championship. Since the caravan was dismissed, their reputation was spread by the members of the caravan that left. Because of the burden of reputation, no one came to be a good person. Broly is a relatively edible type. After chewing people and horses, 5 people were sent back home, the kind that gave resettlement fees. The team's funds became a little tight. Until we moved towards the next target city and passed by the most prosperous capital in the western border, Great West City, we saw the promotional poster of the Western Martial Arts Conference hanging on the walls in various parts of the city. The 16-person team temporarily fell here. What are you waiting for? Take me to sign up. Broly said happily. He could not wait to make a lot of money. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that Fujimura Dokuwa taught him not to steal or rob, it would be impossible to say that Broly would have become a thief who would be completely integrated into the environment under the influence of the simple environment of the World Empire's Daxi district, and wouldn't have been short of money. Brother, don't worry, there is still one day before the registration deadline. It's still time for us to register tomorrow. I want to collect information from the gambling house now, but it may be a bit dangerous for me to go alone, so I want to find you and me to go with you. I understand, let's go find a good person. Broly liked the good people who came to rob them, so he hurried out with Nahashu. The others did not follow him. If there were more people, it would be difficult for them to get caught. Unfortunately, after I went to major gambling shops and found out the gambling rules for the upcoming Western Armed Forces Conference, no one followed. Broly sighed. The good people nowadays seem to be getting smarter and smarter, and today's expenses have to be paid out from their own team's shriveled wallet. It doesn't matter. Although we don't have much money anymore, as long as my brother participates in the competition, I believe we can fill our wallet. When he returned to the hotel, while eating in the hotel canteen, Pony comforted him. Broly nodded, and changed the depression of not meeting a good person today to eat, and quickly ate the plate of roast pork in front of him. Ha ha ha, a group of kids who are not as tall as me brag about not making drafts. Do you think the Western Martial Arts Conference is where you kids go to play house? When the diners on the side heard this, one of them burst into laughter. The man was tall, big, thick, with bandages tied on his hands, and looked like a martial artsman. He was obviously also coming to the Western Martial Arts Conference. Hey, isn't that a competition that can be participated in just by paying the registration fee? At this time, Nahaxiu, as a group promotion exchange staff member, took the initiative to ask. Ha, those guys who pay the registration fee are just first-round game contestants who experience the atmosphere of the conference. The real contestants should be powerful warriors like me. They only need to rely on their strength to qualify for the competition from the organizer. As the man said that, he bulged his almost horse-drawn arm and showed the knotted muscles on his arm to a group of children. Hey, this person looks a little familiar. I also think it's a bit familiar. Wait. If you don't look at your beard, isn't he Sambasan? It turned out to be him. He reached the quarterfinals when he first participated in the competition 5 years ago, and almost won the championship 3 years ago. However, this person has not participated in the competition for 2 years. Why are he here to participate again? When people around heard the movement here, they started to talk about it after seeing the bearded man. Sambasan listened to the discussions of the people around him and showed a proud expression. As a martial artist, others talk about his greatness, but it gives him great vanity. However, some people complained that he asked the other party to lose money. Sambasan's face became a little serious and he stood up suddenly. What are you going to do? The complainer was startled by his actions and thought that this bad-tempered guy was going to beat him up. Sorry, I was not strong back then. Unexpectedly, Sambasan took the initiative to apologize, but Sambasan immediately shouted to the people in the restaurant. However, I have been practicing hard in the Kforola Sea tree forest in the past 2 years. It was my friend, the manager of the Degas Chamber of Commerce, who came to me and asked me to come out to play on behalf of their caravan. The Degas Chamber of Commerce sells the best dust-proof cloaks in the western part of the empire. This year, I will stand on the stage of the Martial Arts Conference champion wearing the latest cloaks from their caravan. If you want to make money, please support me, Sambasan, support Degas Chamber of Commerce, and buy me, Sambasan to win. It turned out that the Degas Chamber of Commerce invited him. No wonder this person came out again to participate in the competition. Hiss, the Jifernola sea tree forest is a dangerous place where people planted everywhere. If Sambasan can practice hard in that place for 2 years, then isn't his strength countless than before? Okay, this year's martial arts conference is here to watch. Not only are there last year's rookie champions participating, but there are also powerful veterans who have reached the quarterfinals many times in the past. Sambasan, we believe in you, don't let us down this time. Ha ha ha, no problem, just leave it to me, Sambasan. The strong man pounded his chest, making the people who were close to him feel a little painful. After making an advertisement for his sponsor and winning the championship in the lively cafeteria, Sambasan sat down again. He looked at the table of children next to him and grinned, if you kids want to make some pocket money, remember to buy me, Sambasan, and win. I lost, do you have to pay for it? Hey Tong asked curiously. Ahem, of course you are self-conceiving, but do you really think I, Sambasan, will lose? A group of children curled their lips. They didn't know how powerful this person was, but they still knew how strong his elder brother was. Uncle Sambasan, can I ask, what's going on when I get the qualification to participate directly from the organizer? However, Nahasha was still very polite and asked about some things with this strong man who had many experience in participating in the competition. In fact, the martial arts conference is the business of participating martial artists and the major business groups of the organizers. They sponsor the holding of the martial arts conference to attract the public's attention. They also invited some contestants to play games on behalf of their own Chamber of Commerce. As long as the selected contestants are shortlisted for the top 16 and can enter the big ring, it will have a great increase in fame for their own Chamber of Commerce, which can prove that the strength of their Chamber of Commerce is as strong as the contestants on the ring. Therefore, there were players like Sambasan who were invited to play on their behalf. Not only did they not have to spend money to register, but they could also take money to participate in the competition. Of course, ordinary contestants cannot reach the attention of those chambers of commerce, they must be those with strong strength. Moreover, this power cannot be reflected in weapons, because the Western Martial Arts Conference does not allow contestants to use weapons. Even the armor is limited to fist gloves and bandages, which is a contest between the competition between pure physical and bare hands fighting skills. Nahasha wrote down this information and went to ask if there were any Chamber of Commerce the next day, willing to sponsor the contestants to play the competition. But after running for a long time, the Chamber of Commerce who was interested in everything said that they would let their children play with mud after hearing that the contestants were newcomers and were still children. Damn it, they are all a group of guys who don't know the real brother. The children who followed the way were all cursing. Maybe, we should let Brother Broly show them. Main suggested. Forget it, it's just a qualification for participation. That little money is not enough for us to have a day of meals. The sponsorship fees for new entrants and the quotations from chambers of commerce are similar to those of none. We are not short of this little money. All Nahashu and the others can contact our small chambers of commerce. Large chambers of commerce have no way. In the fiercely competitive martial arts conference, the small chambers of commerce do not expect their sponsored players to be in the top 16. They just stare at the appearance of the small ring in the later stage of the auditions, so they can't afford the price. Those who have 3 melons and 2 dates may only pay for their elder brother's daily wages. For the sake of their own meals, let their elder brother show them a lot. Even if Brother Broly doesn't care, Nahasha felt that he was insulted, at least a few more days. Hey, do you really have such confidence in your elder brother? Just as Nahasha was about to go and help Broly sign up, an old man in a suit and tie stopped them. Of course, our elder brother is better than anyone else. Well, who are you, old man? I am the manager of Jitud Chamber of Commerce in the Western Region branch. You can call me President Northon. It just so happens that our Chamber of Commerce lacks a player who plays the game. Do you want to accept the funding of our Chamber of Commerce? Our elder brother is very good, the asking price is not cheap. If you only plan to give a little money, then forget it. Nahasho reminded him. Haha, it's a good thing to be confident. Let's do this. As long as your elder brother can be shortlisted, our Chamber of Commerce will give the corresponding event bonus money. 100,000 in the quarterfinals, 200,000 in the quarterfinals. If your elder brother can win the championship, it will be a reward of 1.6 million. What? Upon hearing this, Nahasho's eyes lit up, and the offer was not low. Okay, but we have to sign a contract. It's really rigorous. Northon smiled, did not refuse, and agreed. Chapter 44 The auditions begin. Master Northon, do you really think the big brothers mentioned by those children can get the ranking? Haha, how is that possible? I just think the quota we have in hand is useless, so I just give it to those children. The ISCO Chamber of Commerce is so bad. We snatched him so many supplies, but in the end we gave us a qualifying for a martial arts club that was useless. It is normal for our G2 Chamber of Commerce to come to the West to develop the market. It is normal for them to have resistance. It is probably noticed by some people from the Western Chamber of Commerce, putting pressure on the ISCO Chamber of Commerce, and ultimately only give us the qualification to participate in the martial arts conference they held. If we had known this was the case, we should have summoned experts from the southern border. There are still many martial arts masters in the West. I have no preparation this time, so I can only wait until the next time I can make our Chamber of Commerce famous at this martial arts conference. Manager Northon chatted with the old servant around him and left, not caring about the quota given by his own Chamber of Commerce. Even the Western business group spies who were in charge of following their actions also smiled without caring about the fact that the group of children funded by the other party was just sponsoring a child who was also a child. Isn't it just a one-round tour for the children to attend such a martial arts conference for all ages? May I ask, is this the place to register for the Western Martial Arts Conference? Yes, little sister, are you doing something? The lady registrant at the workplace asked when she saw that the girl who came over to ask was a small girl, so she asked. I'm here to sign up for the competition. Okay, please pay the registration fee of 10,000 first. I don't have money. Then do you have the recommendation from the Chamber of Commerce for the qualification to participate? The registrant who had just received a group of children asked. No, but I have this. Ah! The registrar screamed, but was shocked by the fact that he was placed on the counter with some flesh and blood. This is the skin of the Dixing Long. I sold the same roll of skin for more than 11,000 yuan in the previous city. This is the new Dixing Long I hunted. It took less than an hour to take it down. Can I pay the bill with this? Ests asked. She came to Great West City yesterday, but the event has not yet begun and is in the registration stage. After learning that registration requires money and he didn't have enough money, Ests ran out of the city again to find traces of dangerous species. Today he hunted a dragon and returned. I was just worried that after the registration time, I didn't find a place to sell it, so I came to the registration office directly and wanted to pay the bill with the goods. I'll ask. The registrar went to ask, and soon the Chamber of Commerce came over to ask about the situation of the girl with long-haired ice blue hair. After knowing that Ests was born in the North Paltis, a Chamber of Commerce specializing in the business of dangerous materials purchased the dangerous materials she hunted and also gave her an order to make at the martial arts conference. As long as we enter the top 16 and are willing to endorse our Chamber of Commerce, we will be rewarded with 300,000 yuan, and every time we advance, the reward will be doubled. Good. Ests agreed that she had no reason to refuse such a thing, that she could get more money without conflict with her purpose. Miss Mellard, your disguised identity is the successor of the Southern Martial Arts family Jujutsu Fist, with its pseudonym Mimi. On the other hand, the leader of the Future Assassin Association, Olberg, also helped her to report her name in disguise. Brother Broly, you've signed up for a good name. This is your first opponent's number. Hey, did the opponent arrange it directly when registering? I don't know, but after registration, the opponent's number was indeed directly told to us by the registrar of the registration office. This is actually a routine at the Western Martial Arts Conference. They will try to assign powerful players to different promotion groups during auditions. Avoid getting eliminated by some powerful players because they encounter them in advance before the start of the quarterfinals. In other words, Broly was treated as a genius and threw it into the promotion group with seed players, so he was immediately assigned to the opponent. However, the children on Broly don't care who is their elder brother's opponent, and they are now paying more attention to the gambling part. The gambling in the Western martial arts competition is divided into dealerships and betting. The dealership is to open odds in some business groups to attract gamblers to buy. However, this kind of contestant who only has some famous players will not open gambling for new players. The bet is different. In every competition during the audition, whether both parties are new participants or experienced participants, they will open corresponding bets. It's just that there is no fixed odds, it only depends on the amount of money the gambler who wins and loses on both sides, and calculate the odds according to the last bet when the stop is stopped. Before we were shortlisted, this is the type we could buy, and there are 3 gambling shops that opened this kind of gambling game. As a player who is not favored, there are definitely not many people who will buy him and win. Even those who want to bet on dark horses should not buy him in the first game. So, we have to bet first. Before the game starts, we will divide 3 groups to use the money to bet in the gambling shops run by the 3 chambers of commerce. As long as the odds of winning the opponent are increased, it will attract other gamblers to bet on the opponent and form a bet against us. Nahashu didn't know gambling before, but it didn't prevent him from understanding the rules here. This is not a difficult thing. Of course, except for idiots and foodies who don't want to use their brains. Chi-tong, Hai-tong, Boni, Lawsan, and Broly stand together, which is the combination. After betting the money, if no one buys it, we will spread rumors that there is a rich fool who wants to bet on a dark horse and bet a lot of money on a new participating child. This is Nahashu's simple plan. The next day soon came, and the Western Martial Arts Conference auditions officially began, and a group of vote-buying spectators walked into the small venue separated. The finalists are in the top 16, so there are 16 promotion groups, and each group has powerful masters. In addition, they are also equipped with a group of runners. Ha, my opponent turned out to be a child, which is really good luck. Broly's opponent is a tall and thin young man. After seeing Broly on stage, he seemed to think he was very lucky. Hey, the little kid on the opposite side, after the game starts, you can give up. I don't want to bully the young and cry the child. In this regard, Broly thought he was a good person, so after the game began, he threw the man out of the field with cleverness. The 7th group, the 24th game of the audition, the number 48 player, Broly won. The referee was stunned for a while before reading it out, mainly because the battle ended too quickly and some of them didn't react. What the hell? Is that number 47 a bamboo pole? Is it a fallen down so quickly go? Fuck, you can't even compare to a child's strength, why don't you die? With this strength, I'm here to participate in the martial arts conference? That's right, seeing the croaker makes a fool of me is the reason why I watch the auditions every year, and your failure is indeed beyond my expectations. I am happy, but this time I buy you and win, you make me lose so badly, RNM, refund the money. Obviously, the audience who scolded them all bets. They wanted to win some small money for drinking, but in less than a second, the guy who won was thrown out of the field and was directly eliminated. The bills in their hands also turned into blank paper. They had an unspeakable anger in their hearts. Chapter 45 Special training is needed. The 7th group was in a noisy place. If it weren't for a group of strong men with big and thick arms to maintain order, someone would have jumped in and beat the tall and thin young contestant who was still confused. It was a bit outrageous that the other party lost too simply to a child. Very good. Unlike this group of angry audiences, Nahashu and his children clenched their fists and showed joy. In the first game alone, they won more than 20 days of meal money. Everyone team went to get the money and then prepared to buy the second game of Big Brother. Nahashu served as the gambling commander, while Chi-tong, Hai-tong and others were in the team to perform the task of betting on the Big Brother's victory, and before the betting in the gambling house, rumors spreading about suckers betting on the dark horse, allowing more people to bet on the Big Brother's opponents. After waiting for half an hour, when Group 7 was 24-12, Broly still easily defeated his opponent. He was a boy with red gloves. When he punched, he could hear the whistling sound of his fist. Unfortunately, Broly easily blocked his fist, grabbed it and threw it outside the ring and eliminated it, which caused a wailing sound from the small venue of the 7th group. Damn it, why is this the case again? Bastard, I don't believe it. Can a little devil be unimpeded in the auditions? Wait, that little guy number 48 isn't really a dark horse, right? Another half an hour passed, and as the game between 12 and 6 began, Broly once again threw out an opponent who did not underestimate the enemy but had a big gap in strength, and some people's eyes changed when they looked at him. Especially in the 1st and 5th venues, some seed contestants who were optimistic about the business group came from. After being eliminated by the other two children during the audition, the audience in the 7th venue had a bright look and looked at Broly, who was sitting on the ground resting on the edge of the venue, thinking that he was the big dark horse in the 7th venue. Not good, brother Broly. Broly was sitting on the edge of the venue and was bored waiting for the next game of one move, when he suddenly heard Nahasha's voice coming from behind. What's wrong? What's wrong? Broly turned his head and looked over and asked. Everyone regards you as a dark horse, and no one will defeat you, your opponent will win. Nahasha said with a bitter face. Is there any problem with this? Broly hasn't turned the corner yet. We can't make money. Nahasha said concisely. What? Broly stared at her, eyes widened, feeling that happiness had disappeared at this moment. Brother, it doesn't matter, I have a solution. At this time, Kanaria said. What method? Come here, I'll tell you quietly. After all, it is a venue, open and upright, and some words cannot be said loudly. Broly jumped onto the audience stage and lay on the edge, listening to Kolina's idea. So, this, brother, do you understand? Kolina whispered in Broly's ear and asked after he finished speaking his ideas. Well, I understand. Broly thought about it and nodded. Kanaria's idea was similar to a good person taking the bait. 6-3, Broly's opponent is a scar-faced man. This man is full of wild and tough aura. Judging from the old injuries exposed on his chest and arms, it can be seen that he is a person with rich combat experience. Men did not underestimate Broly just because their opponent was a child. In fact, those who could enter the 4th round of the auditions had basically eliminated the lucky players. This time, Broly did not easily get rid of his opponent like in the previous 3 times, but instead dealt with this opponent with difficulty. That's right, it's very difficult. Broly can deal with the opponent in front of him, because he has to control his strength and show that he has tried his best. This is really a bit difficult for him, who has terrifying power. The man punched him, and Broly made a move to resist, and the man's fist was easily blocked by him. But after pausing, Broly flew backwards and rolled on the ground for several consecutive times before barely stopping on the edge of the ring. After getting up, the young Saiyan read in full breath and said, "What a powerful punch, I couldn't stop it. I almost fell out of the ring and was eliminated." In the audience, Main. This acting is so bad. I am worthy of being brother Broly, and I can block such a powerful fist. Next to it, a group of children shouted. No, what are you doing? How could others believe this? Main lowered her voice and said that she couldn't stand this fake and exaggerated acting. Fuck, it turns out that it's not a dark horse, but I met a croaker opponent in the first 3 times. I also bought him this time and won. However, there were actually audiences around him scolding him, which made Main stunned. No, do you really believe in this kind of exaggerated acting? The expression on Main's face was almost like this. Come on, brother Broly. Hei Tong shouted, and her shouting directly cheered up the boy on the ring. After 3 times he was knocked down and 3 times he stood up again, the audience around him were a little excited and gradually shouted the slogan, "I will definitely defeat the opponent," in his mouth. Broly struggled to blow his opponent away from the ring. Ah, this is really a wonderful battle. Although the number 48 player is a little weak, he defeated number 7 with his tenacious resilience and willpower. Let us congratulate number 48 on winning this game. Broly looked out of breath, but there was no sweat coming out of his forehead. If it weren't for the dirty and footprints on his body, no one would have believed that he had just experienced a difficult battle. The competition for 3-1 will be tomorrow. Have a good night's rest and strive to be shortlisted tomorrow. Seeing Broly's embarrassing appearance, the referee knew how powerful the other 2 opponents who were competing for the finalists tomorrow were. Although he was not optimistic about this child who entered the 5th round with his luck and some strength, he still encouraged Broly. Okay, I will definitely be shortlisted. Broly said with certainty that except for some footprints and appearance, he had no injuries on his body. This is normal, after all, Saiyans. How about it, everyone? I'm showing weakness pretty well, right? After walking out of the venue and meeting with the other children, Broly asked. It's amazing, brother Broly, especially when you were knocked down for the 3rd time, I saw someone in the audience tearing down the bill you won. However, brother Broly, after you finally defeated your opponent, the man bent down on the ground in a mess and just looked for the bills he tore off. The children laughed and deserved it if they dared to underestimate their elder brother. Brother Broly, you will show weakness in the fourth game. I will decide to advance to the 2 games tomorrow. There will definitely not be too many people who will win. As long as you continue to show weakness, we will definitely make more money. Alia said. It's a pity that in the 4th game today, a bunch of people bought the big brother and you won. We bet all the money, but it's not as much as we won in the previous games. Nahashu is a little sorry. This is also impossible. After all, if you lose more times, those who bet are not stupid. In the 3rd game, Chi Tong discovered that others no longer believed that there were suckers who were betting on the dark horse. Instead, they believed that Broly was the real dark horse, and his tendency to bet changed from his opponent to himself. I think if you really plan to use the exaggerated acting skills you show in the last game today tomorrow, you will definitely be seen by others. Main held her forehead. Although many innocent audiences in the audience believed their exaggerated performances, she still noticed that some other audience members showed disdain and twitching lips. Obviously, those people could see that this was fooling people. Of course, maybe they are not sure now, but it will definitely be confirmed by 1 or 2 more times. The real gambling big shot is actually after entering the finals. What should I do? As soon as Main said what she saw when she saw her words and expressions, Chi Tong, Hei Tong and others could not calm down. Whether they could win more money would determine their quality of life in the future. They asked Main directly. They also knew that Main was a girl with a solution during the journey. It's very simple. We need to improve our acting skills, especially our elder brother's acting skills. Main said with her hips, then raised her hand and pointed at Broly. When you showed weakness just now, whether it was the posture of flying out or the words you stood up again, it was too fake. But the opponent is indeed very weak. If I hadn't rolled out by myself, he wouldn't have knocked me away at all. Broly defended himself. So, you need special training more, and you must act the weak posture more like the real one. As a mixed race of aliens, Main once learned her performance skills without a teacher in order to live. Maybe she is not professional, but at least she is better than the children here and Broly. Tonight, let's do special training. She said. Chapter 46 The Birth of the Ape. At the Western Martial Arts Conference, other contestants are considering how to win and how to get a better ranking, but Broly is different. He doesn't need to consider how to win, he just needs to consider how to make his odds higher when winning. This is a technical job. That night, everyone gathered in a large room to listen to Teacher Main's lecture. After listening to the theoretical performance course, everyone ran outside and found an unmanned space to help Brother Broly perform acting training in counterfeiting competitions. This is the posture of a normal person being kicked away, but it is the situation of being punched away. After being injured in different parts of the attack, there will be different forms of pain. The expression on the face is one aspect, and what is more important is the instinctive reaction of the limbs. Main teaches theories, and Nahashu and others perform in practice. Kicking is real kicking, and hitting is real hitting, just to better show Broly the reaction of the person who was beaten, what should it look like and what physical performance should be. Broly did not dare to neglect, and carefully observed the various expressions and instinctive movements of the friends fighting each other, and tried hard to make the same expressions and movements. After observing the possible attack situations, it was his turn to practice it. Chi Tong, Hei Tong and other children with better skills were specifically responsible for being his imaginary opponent and began to beat him with various means. Broly had to respond in a timely manner after being beaten, and responded to various painful expressions and physical movements of various blows. It has to be said that Broly is very talented in learning physical movements. In the middle of the night, he learned various fake fighting skills. I saw Chi Tong kicking his right face quickly. The moment his legs and face were in contact, Broly's head tilted and he rushed out. Of course, Chi Tong's strength must not be that great, but if this is the opponent I met in the 4th game today, this kind of flying out posture would be normal. Immediately afterwards, Pony rushed over and kicked again. As soon as the sole of his foot stepped onto his abdomen, Broly arched his waist along with Pony's force, and his mouth opened and spit out a mouthful, as if he was kicked out. After Pony closed his feet, Broly staggered back 2 steps before he fell down, covering his abdomen and groaned in pain. At this moment, Broly is no longer a Saiyan, but a performer with powerful acting skills. He mastered the essence of realistic fighting scenes at an extremely fast speed. After Main said that there was no problem, the group of children fell a little tired. Instead, Broly, who was beaten and tried hard to learn to be beaten, suddenly recovered from the state of being about to get up again. On the second day after the Western Martial Arts Conference officially started, the auditions of each group reached the candidates to advance to the top 16. The number of participants in the 7th group was odd, so there was a bye. Unfortunately, Broly did not have a bye and still had to play 2 games, but he also made one more bet. The first game of his advancement match was defeated by the exquisite skills he learned last night's special training, and he struggled to defeat his opponent in front of everyone. During the intermission, Main saw the problem again and hurriedly ran outside to buy bandages, applied some red potion, and applied it to Broly's body and face. And the reason is that it is too strange that Broly, who has difficulty winning because he was beaten in a very embarrassing manner, has no injuries at all. There is no way. Although Broly has mastered fighting acting skills, his physique is too strong. No matter how bad he falls, he will not be injured. Fortunately, after the second promotion match was difficult to finish, when the referee held Broly, who was already exhausted and announced his advancement, Main could be sure that Broly was not exposed due to the warm cheers of the audience at the venue. Today is another day of betting on making money. Although I didn't make much money on the first day, I was also 2/3 of the first day. This is all thanks to my brother with superb acting skills. In the canteen, a group of children did not dare to celebrate this kind of counterfeit competition loudly, so they could only silly praise the elder brother's amazing acting skills and then toast to drink juice. Don't be careless, we have to go to the cosmetics store and buy some powder that can draw injuries. Marin reminded that some problems were exposed today, and brother Broly said that he was painful but not injured, which was the biggest flaw. The finalists are not as good as the auditions. The auditions are only competed in the small venues where thousands of people watch, while the finalists of the top 16 will have to compete in the large venues where tens of thousands of people watch. If the organizer finds that they are playing a fake game, there will definitely be some problems. Hey, kid, how about it? I was eliminated and even beaten up, right? Suddenly, Sam Basson, the strong man he met the night before yesterday, came over. He saw the gauze on Broly's face and asked in a teasing way. What's the elimination? Our elder brother has advanced. Immediately, a child refuted. Promoted. Upon hearing this, Sam Basson was shocked and asked, are you from the first group or the fifth group? What is the first group and the fifth group? Our elder brother is the 7th group. Of the 7th group, that's all right. Sam Basang was relieved that there were indeed some new monsters in this Western Martial Arts Conference. I heard that in the promotion match, he solved his opponent's promotion faster than him, and they were all children. However, the 2 monsters were in the 1st and 5th groups. As for the 7th group, although they were also children who advanced, they were too difficult to play. I heard that the opponent was underestimating the enemy and had good luck in advance. Such opponents are not in the eyes of Sam Basang at all. Of course, after knowing that the young player who advanced to the 7th group was Broly, Sam Basson still looked at the boy a few times. At this age, he had the strength to enter the top 16 of the Western Martial Arts Association, and he must be even more powerful in the future. However, if the other party is in Group 7, he will have to join the side with the other 2 monster newcomers, which makes Sam Basang sigh. Boy, I didn't expect you to be so good, but your good luck probably ends here. If you are in the 7th group, according to the rules of the finalists, you will be assigned to the first 8 groups of matches. In the first 8 groups, there are 2 monster newcomers who are stronger than you and are also children. If you are expected to win another game, you should meet the 5th group. I hope you will be defeated by the real genius. I will win. Broly said that he did not doubt this. It's a good thing for you to have confidence, anyway, come on. Sam Basang kindly reminded him that this child is very qualified, but because of this, it is easier to suffer a blow after encountering a more powerful genius and become mediocre. Uncle Sam Basang, what about you? Have you advanced? Sam Basson's release of kindness could be felt by a group of children. Pony looked at him and suddenly asked. Ha ha ha, you asked this question. Can I, Sam Basson, still be eliminated in the auditions? Sam Basson laughed and immediately said that he was the 3rd player to complete the promotion. He was also the strongest seed player in the 15th group. He was easy to play in the promotion match. The 2 people who were more afraid of were the 2 monsters who completed the promotion faster than himself. I heard from the Degas Chamber of Commerce that the first group of advancers was a minority girl from the north of the empire who made a living by hunting dangerous species. The opponent's style of playing was mainly fierce and swift. Her opponent, the quarterfinals player in the last martial arts conference, was kicked off the stage only after 2 minutes of support in her hands. Afterwards, it seemed that the hand bones and ribs were broken, and he was a guy who should not be underestimated. Nahashu is a good person and invited Sambasan to eat together. After Sambasan drank, he also talked about the first 8 contestants tomorrow. Chapter 47 Blood Vomiting Training. Of course, the other players did not fall into Sambasan's eyes. He mainly said that he heard from the people who were responsible for collecting players' intelligence from the Degas Chamber of Commerce. He solved the 2 monster newcomers who advanced to the competition faster than him. As for the guys who advanced to the 5th group, they are not supported by the Chamber of Commerce, are low-key, and have less information. But from the description, he should be a master who is proficient in acupuncture. The people who were defeated by her were all beaten and then kicked off the ring by her. Sambasan poured a big glass of ale from tons to tons, then looked at Broly and said, "If you can defeat tomorrow's opponent, the guys in the 5th group will be your strong rival. My information will reveal this. Drinking you 2 glasses of wine is enough to make money. I'm leaving, little guys." After abandoning this sentence, Sambasan left here. I didn't expect that other chambers of commerce were also doing intelligence gathering for contestants. It is normal to do these tasks, because the organizers of the finalists of the 16th will also open large-scale gambling bureaus. That is, the organizers themselves are the banker, and they need to adjust the odds of each player at all times based on the strength shown by the players. As for why you don't make a bet between gamblers and only earn a commission, it's mainly because you will earn more by taking the banker. Often, the profits that can be made by a large betting bureau that is shortlisted for the top 16 of a martial arts conference are close to the money that can be made by a business trip. Look at which chamber of commerce and gambling shop tomorrow, we will buy which one we have the highest odds for, brother. Nahashu said. Do you still need to look at the odds of the bet? Kai Tong asked. Look at it too, anyway, we will buy the ones that are higher. These children are full of confidence in Broly and are not worried about what he may lose. The only thing worth worrying about is that the performance is too good, which may lead to a crazy decline in odds. For tomorrow's competition, after eating and drinking, a group of friends went to purchase cosmetics. When I was passing by a snack stall, I saw someone eating a kind of syrup slurry candy. Maine came up with inspiration and ran over to ask the stall owner, can you fill these candies with some other fluid? What are you going to install for other fluids? The candy stall owner asked curiously. I want to decorate some fresh blood in it. Maine asked. Ah. The candy stall owner widened his eyes, thinking that she was here to make trouble, and was about to drive the person away, but he heard something that could be added. Well, as long as the money is in place, not to mention blood, even if the customer wants to pour it into it, he can help him fill it and ensure that the candy will only smell the candy before it is bitten open. Can you make a few samples first? Where are you looking for blood now? Colored water is okay. Then use red heart nuts. The juice made from mixed water looks like it's not too different from blood. Maine paid the money, and the candy stall owner poured a few large slurry gummy candies on the spot and handed over the goods. Brother Broly, please try it out. Marin handed the big syrup candy to the boy, but Broly acted as he said. With just a moment, red juice spurted out from his mouth. That's right, that's it. Maine was very excited. Boss, can you thicken the juice inside to make it look more blood? You are really going to make things difficult for others. Let's add money. No problem, it's still easy if you just adjust the fake blood. However, are you still going to let me make the candies that are filled with real blood? If there is a substitute, you don't need to use real blood. Maine once drank the smell of blood, and it was beaten out. Very fishy, not a good thing. If it was not necessary, she didn't want Broly to taste that flavor. After all, Broly was very nice to her. After some adjustments, the thicker slurry gummies are coming. This is delicious. Broly's mouth was red, like a vampire, sucking the red heart juice water that was about to be squirted. This is not something you want to eat, but something you want to vomit. You have to simulate a vomiting posture. Marin held Broly's face and rubbed it hard, destroying his sucking behavior. It is shameful to waste food. Broly said seriously, and he finished the juice in his mouth under the interference of Maine rubbing her face. It tasted sweet. He liked this thing. By increasing the odds, we can make more money. With more money, we can buy more things, including food, and the price is just 1 or 2 juices of syrup candy. Now, Do you still think this is a waste? Can I vomit real blood? Broly thought about it and asked. Hey, can you still vomit real blood? The children looked at it curiously, and they had no idea that their elder brother had this ability. Yes, just be really hurt. Broly raised his small fist and said he could hurt himself. No. As soon as he finished speaking, the children rejected his proposal. With everyone's unanimous insistence, Broly's proposal to make a real show was directly pass. They didn't want to waste food and didn't want to eat enough, but if they were the elder brother, they were really hurt. Waste must be wasted severely. Broly's position in the hearts of his friends is obviously above food. That night, Main bought cosmetics and syrup candy. When several children with some talent for painting and trying to put on injured makeup on their faces, Broly was also using syrup candy to train his blood vomiting skills with syrup candy. This was longer than last night's training, and Broly overcomes the behavior of always trying to suck the blood he spit out and eat it back into his mouth. I saw that he spit out a mouthful of juice and blood, and a look of pain appeared on his face. The mental pressure caused by wasting food made his expression of pain more vivid. This is the effect of substituting emotions. On the third day of the Western Martial Arts Conference, the venue of the finalists was crowded with crowds and the atmosphere was extremely lively. 16 players who entered the siege, under the loud introduction of the host with a microphone, walked into the ring in the center of the venue from different competition entrances. The first contestant was from the Pates tribe in the north of the empire. When it comes to the Pates tribe, perhaps not many people know about it, but when it comes to the minority hunting dangerous species, I believe everyone can know how powerful this group is. That's right, she is a player supported by the Galapa Chamber of Commerce, who is the main business of dangerous materials. She is an ace, a fighter from the north who has advanced to the speed of the armed fighting conferences in history. The girl with long ice blue hair had a plain face. She was wearing the flag of the Galapa Chamber of Commerce of the financial agent. With the eyes of tens of thousands of people, she was the first to walk into the venue. She jumped to the ring, and the flag of the Chamber of Commerce behind her was flying. This is the promotional privilege of the sponsoring Chamber of Commerce as the first player in the first place in the speed of progress. As left with the Chamber of Commerce, he directly earned 300,000 yuan, which made her feel that the money from the West End is easy to make, at least it is much easier to make than other places she has traveled before. The second person to appear was Melod, who advanced to second place. Her pseudonym was Mimi, the successor of Southern Jiu-Jitsu boxing. However, because there was no sponsorship of the Chamber of Commerce behind it, the host summarized it in a few simple words, without commercial value, and just say a few words to let people know who this is. Mellard. Although she had known that the Western Armed Forces Conference was full of strong commercial attributes, she still felt a little angry when she was ignored. However, her eyes were quickly attracted by Usts, who advanced to the top of the speed. The girl has beautiful long sky blue hair, a cross-stitch headband tied on her head, a loose short-sleeved robe on her upper body, and tight elastic pants below, with a quiet look with an undetectable sharp look. When his eyes were wrong, Mellard felt like he was becoming a prey and was targeted by the other party's hunter. Looks like a very strong guy, although he is a beautiful little beauty, it seems not my food. When Mellard was thinking this in his heart, Ests on the other side also gave her some comments on the second-level promotion speed. The clothes are really exposed, and the lower abdomen and back are exposed. If it is in the northern tundra, it will definitely be cold. Mellard's soft hair tied into a bun head on his head. There were only 2 strips of cloth connecting the collar on the upper body wrapped around his undeveloped chest, revealing a large area of healthy and tight wheat-colored skin, and the lower body was loose martial arts pants. This is the opposite of Est's outfit, but there is no doubt that she is an oriental beauty with a tear mole on the corner of her eyes. When the two of them observed each other and gave their first-time evaluation in their hearts, Sam Basson, who was the third place, also showed off the knotty muscles of his arms, and came to the side wearing a dust-proof cloak with the Degas Chamber of Commerce logo. As the third player who was about to advance soon, the other two also took a look. Est's face looked at the prey, while Mellard was a little disgusted. She didn't like men, especially it is this kind of strong man who has excessive male hormones. 4th, 5th, 7th. More contestants appeared one after another, and the host introduced the identities and origins of these contestants one by one, so that the audience could have a basic understanding of these contestants, and also promoted the sponsor chamber behind each contestant. It is normal for the 1st to 15th players who decide the order of appearance based on the promotion speed. They are very regular and fairly good at promoting the Chamber of Commerce or show their strength, except Mellard. However, when Broly, who appeared in the 16th Order, came out, the atmosphere in the venue suddenly calmed down. Chapter 48, Go All Your Strength? The Broly player in the 7th group is the youngest contestant in this martial arts conference, but he relied on his tenacious will to win his opponent to advance to the final. The Chamber of Commerce that he supported behind him was the Jitud Chamber of Commerce from the south of the empire, and their silk fabrics were very good. Broly, you are like this, do you really want to continue participating in the competition? At the end of the introduction, the host of the competition asked on behalf of the audience. It was not for any other reason, but because the boy was the only one who walked into the venue with a bruised nose and swollen face. Broly held a wooden stick in his hand, which was picked up by the roadside. A white cloth was tied to the stick, and a rabbit head was hand-painted on the white cloth. It was the symbol of the Rabbit Club that gave them the qualification to participate. However, this thing is now in Broly's hands, and his bruised and swollen outfit and limping action is like a large wave of zombies attacking the lead zombies. Compared to other contestants who have to pretend to be injured and show their strongest side, his current appearance style can be said to be a super mudslide since the Western Martial Arts Conference was held for so long. I'm fine. These just seem serious, but they don't get in the way. I have to continue fighting for my family. If I don't fight, we will go hungry, so I will continue fighting. Broly said this with difficulty, and except for the trauma that was false, the rest of the words were true. The audience was a little silent. It was the first time that the martial arts meeting was held for so long. The other contestants looked at him, their expressions were different, but what is certain is that most of them disagree. As for martial arts, most people regard the strong as respect. Broly's embarrassing appearance can be said to be a manifestation of the weak. It is okay to sympathize with him, but losing to him is simply impossible. At such a young age, he can reach the quarterfinals. Although this is a very humble martial arts competition, if you recruit this kid into Orbergri for training, you might even be able to produce a good assassin. Mellard thought so. As the successor of the future leader of the Assassin Association, it is necessary to gather a group of assassins who are loyal to him around him. Although she doesn't like men, if she only trains her subordinates, she can still accept the boys fighting for her family. Survival of the strong, I hope he can go further. Estes thought of her mother who was eaten by dangerous species and her father who was killed when the northern aliens invaded the village. Their deaths can be classified as their own weakness. This is the concept of survival her father taught her since she was a child. There is no need to regret the death of the weak, and to make yourself stronger and survive in this cruel world, that is what living people should consider. She did not sympathize with the boy, but did not laugh at the embarrassing other person. She just hoped that this person could struggle to become a strong man. Discover the strategy target, Estes, the current happiness value is 0. Crystal Palace's tip made Broly look at Estes a few more times, but he is now playing the stakes who are in danger and have no chance of winning, which is not suitable for the past to talk to the girl who made the first appearance. Who I am? Where am I? Did there be a contestant in our Chamber of Commerce just now? The merchant group held a seat, and the manager of Jitud Chamber of Commerce was in chaos. He never thought that this competition would have anything to do with his own Chamber of Chambers. As a result, a contestant was inexplicably on the way and held a flag with his own Chamber of Commerce logo on the stage in a very cold way. Yes, Lord. The old servant next to him answered his words. Who is that? It's not those martial arts contestants we invited temporarily. So, is this the elder brother of those kids? Perhaps. The old servant couldn't believe it, but the facts were right in front of him. What a pity. Manager Northon calmed down from his excitement. It's a pity. The old servant also agreed. If they had known that someone would be in the top 16, they would have helped prepare the flags made by their Rabbit Chamber of Commerce. Instead of using a broken branch and a rabbit head pattern hand-painted on a white cloth and a collection of pictures below, the Chamber of Commerce will cross out the text, and then rewrite the word rabbit next to it, and step onto the arena in such a cold situation. As for why they are a pity, it is because Broly's appearance performance, it doesn't seem to be able to emerge from today's 16 to 8 finalists. In that kind of embarrassing situation, how weak is the player to lose to that child? Manager Northon and the old servant next to him thought there was not only did they think there was noise, even the vast majority of the audience in the venue believed that the child had no ability to continue to advance. For betting, the odds about the big brother have risen to 1 in 11. Okay, but don't rush to buy. What about the odds from the organizer? It's already here that you've got 100% off. It seems that more people are buying the organizer's gambling, which has led to the Big Brother's odds being adjusted to such a high. Well, let's wait until the second game is over before buying to see if the Big Brother's odds can go up a little more. The competition in the conference venue has begun, and the actions of Nahashu and other children have also begun. They stared at Broly's odds at various betting points, and were preparing to go to the betting point with the highest odds to bet on their Big Brother's victory when the third game began. On the field, the fight was quite exciting, but what we were talking about was the second game that had begun. As for the first game, Ests in Group 1 fought against the two advanced players, and the two players only lasted for 3 minutes before being kicked off the ring by the northern fighter girl with extremely sharp fighting style. If it wasn't for the occasion that it wasn't suitable, Broly wanted to stand up and cheer for this wife whom she didn't know, and to refresh the happiness value of her newly discovered wife. Well, if cheering is useful. In the second game, two martial arts chickens pecked at each other for half an hour before finally ending with one person hitting the back of the head and falling into a coma. The third game began, and the fifth group advanced player Mellard came on the court. She took 7 minutes to easily defeat her somewhat clumsy opponent with her flexible body skills and exquisite A-cup ointment shooting techniques. Hey, little guy, you have to go all out to fight. If you do not perform well, I can consider taking you and your family in. When he came back and was about to take the stage to Broly, Mellard suddenly spoke to him. Broly. Looking back at the back of the bun-headed girl who had already walked away. Let him go all out to fight? Is this person trying to let him destroy this world? Chapter 49. 5 more minutes. It is impossible to go all out to fight. Broly has no intention of destroying the world, and his opponent can't withstand his slightly harder attack at all. However, it is still okay to use the acting skills that have been trained in the past 2 days to give your all and show your attitude of giving your all. After the game started, Broly satisfied the majority of the audience's judgment on his weakness in the venue, and once they fought, they fell into a disadvantage. Under the fierce boxing techniques that were known to be in the wilderness and defeating many dangerous types, they struggled to support and resist. Little kid, I admit that your resilience is good, but in this arena of the martial arts conference, resilience alone is not enough. You have to have strength to move on. Give up, you will not have to suffer such flesh and blood if you jump off the ring yourself. Alec beat him up and started persuading Broly, who was knocked out when he was breathing and recovering his strength. But the truth is that he was a little tired of fighting. He consumed a lot of physical strength under the continuous attack. During this period, he didn't want to directly knock Broly out of the ring, or directly beat the opponent to the point where he couldn't stand it again. The result was that no matter how he used his martial arts, the little devil on the opposite side was stuck to the ring like a candy. No matter how he plays, he can barely defend himself, and no matter how he plays, he is some distance away from the edge of the ring. I will not give up because I have a group of family members who need to eat behind me, and I must beat you here. Broly said with some difficulty. The sweetness in his mouth made him want to suck the juice back, but so many people were watching the scene, it was impossible to do such a thing that was exposed. Since that's the case, I will not keep my back on you anymore. If I can't knock you down within 5 minutes, I will give in myself. Feeling the decline in physical strength, Alex said. Is it just 5 minutes? Hearing this, Broly was stunned and couldn't help but show a relaxed look. He only needs to play for another 5 minutes and his opponent will give in. This is really great. There are flaws. Seeing the boy's slack moment, Alex's eyes lit up and he rushed over without any morality. Broly could defend, but he didn't do that, and a message of reciprocity appeared in his mind. The opponent in front of him is a good person, and it will be enough to let him play for another 5 minutes. Then he naturally had to give the other party a chance to show his fists and feet in the last 5 minutes. Alec rushed into Broly's front, and just as the boy seemed to be unprepared, his fist hit the boy's belly. Broly arched his body and then floated up. The next moment, a fierce elbow hit him in the temple. Broly's defense was broken, and he was knocked away by Alec, but Alec still had no intention of letting him go and was still chasing. The whip kicked the waist, the knee hit the belly, and the punch hit the Broly player directly. The Broly player raised his head and sprayed blood again. He seemed to have lost his combat ability, fell down. Oh no, he stood up again, this strong boy stood up again, but he couldn't stand firm. Broly, do you admit defeat? If you admit defeat. Before the referee who commented on the battle had finished speaking, the 8th group player Alec kicked over again and kicked Broly out again. Alec, Broly seems to be unable to continue playing. Do you stop and let him admit defeat? Ha, let him admit defeat, what are you kidding? This little bastard didn't admit defeat earlier, but wasted so much of my energy here. Now that I can't beat him, I want him to give in easily. Alec grinned. There are no so many good things in the world. I want to cripple him now. Alec is not a broad-minded person. He just asked Broly to admit defeat because the opponent's defensive ability was enough, which made him feel that it would be a long-lasting war of attrition, so he didn't care and just win. But now that the opponent's defense has been broken by himself, he has already won with his real ability, so how could he let the opponent admit defeat? Such a genius child has a very jealous martial arts talent, but he wants to destroy such a genius little guy. Ah, Alec, made a statement that he wanted to destroy Broly. The host and referee exclaimed, and his voice was also heard by the microphone, which was heard by the audience watching the game in the conference venue. What, that guy has won, and he is going to destroy that child. Most of the audience are quite empathetic, especially when they heard what Broly said when he was on stage that he continued to participate in the competition for his family. Now they are condemning the contestants in the 8th group. Even some viewers who bet him and won the game feel that it would be too cruel to hit such a child who is no longer able to fight back. The participating martial artists also frowned a little, and they won the victory. There is really no need to waste a child with good martial arts talent. Alec, you bastard, you want to ruin that child. If I meet you in the future, I will ruin you. Sam Basson was also a little angry and shouted in the competition area towards the ring. Humph, Sam Basson, do you think I'm afraid of you? Acrylic doesn't care about Sam Basson's threat. He and Sam Basson are people participating in the armed forces meeting in the same class, and the last time they fought was the result of his superior skills. Not far away, Mellard's face was a little dark. She was so fond of that she could accept the good seedlings she was subordinate. Now she was going to be ruined. That bastard named Alec, if you meet him tomorrow, you must kill him. Mellard was not angry about Broly's impending destruction, but thought that Alec, the player in the 8th group, had provoked him. When an assassin is provoked, he should take away the life of the provocateur to defend the dignity of the name of Olberg's death. 3, 2, 1. Time is up. Broly counted the time of Crystal Palace and was beaten up. After 5 minutes, he immediately looked like he was struggling to look up. To Alec, who was exhausted from playing again, he reminded him seriously in a weak tone, 5 minutes have arrived, it's time for you to admit defeat. Alec thought that the boy who let him attack should be completely unconscious at this time, but he didn't expect that the other party suddenly looked up and said what he should have given up for 5 minutes. Alec, who was already ravaging the boy against the audience's wishes and experiencing this rebellious public pleasure, immediately laughed, Ha, admit defeat, what nonsense are you talking about? Hey, wasn't this what you said just now? Broly asked in confusion. That's just a lie to the child. I didn't expect you to believe it, but it's right, you're just a stupid child. You lied to me. Broly widened his eyes. Of course, I just didn't expect you to be beaten like this by me. I still have consciousness. But this is good, so that everyone can hear your whine. Alex said this with a grin, but did not notice that Broly, who was deceived, had already grabbed his little hand into the ground. The hard fighting arena under his little hand seemed to be just a piece of large tofu. To be honest, hitting you just now is like beating a corpse, making me beat me with no passion. Alec was still beating, mainly because he was really tired of fighting. And, practices that go against the will of the public bring him a sense of pleasure. He kept talking nonsense. You guy! The stone was easily crushed into powder by small hands, and Broly got up from the ground. Alec's deception made him angry, who was a little innocent. Do you really want to be killed by me? These words naturally appeared in the angry Broly's mind, and there were also various strange memory fragments of cruel killing others. It was a CG from some bloody movies or games. In the end, the scattered memory clips were frozen in the picture of the iron-blooded warrior brutally dealing with the corpses of prey. Just as Broly was about to implement the bloody scene in his mind, he saw Chi Tong Hei Tong and the others who were shouting together in the audience not far away to kill his opponent. The bastard on the ring was too arrogant. Although he knew that brother Broly could not lose, and was weak and beaten, he was only performed, but he still made the children such as Chi Tong and Hei Tong feel very angry. They no longer wanted to continue to manipulate the odds, but they just wanted the eldest brother to kill the arrogant bastard. Well, if it weren't for him, if they shouted, Broly would have really tore the guys on the other side, but now that he saw them, Broly quickly calmed down. He is here to make money, and he really gave the guy opposite him a second. After that, how could they make a lot of money by betting? What, you said to kill me? Ha ha ha, have I beat you to the point of being unconscious? Broly looked really miserable now. All the slurry in her mouth was bitten through, and the front of her mouth was covered with juice and blood. Moreover, because he fell to the ground many times and was kicked and kicked, he was dirty. With the injured makeup he was painted when he came here, no one would doubt him even if he fell down now. I want to defeat you. In response, Broly shouted this in his voice, and rushed towards his opponent shakingly. I'm here, come and defeat me, if you can do it. Alec just felt that he was so excited that he was so happy. This feeling of destroying geniuses in public was simply amazing. BA. The next moment, he arched his body, covered his exploded crotch, and fell down softly. After Broly approached, his sudden punch was so fast that he had never expected it and did not react. Of course, he realized that Broly was not easy to punch that punch, but it was too late. He didn't say a word again and fainted from the pain. At the same time, Broly also collapsed on the ground, as if the blow had exhausted all his strength. It's really shocking. The Broly player actually fought back and defeated the Alec player. The Alec player was careless. After the flashback situation occurred, the venue was silent for a short time. After a while, the referee at the presidency reacted and announced loudly, the fourth game of the 16-8 finalist, the Broly won. Chapter 50, Powerful Friendship. Fuck, can you lose with such a big advantage? I don't know why, I won by a Yarick, but that guy is kneeling now, but I feel so comfortable. Good, Broly. In the audience seat of the venue, after the referee announced the result of the fourth game, it became noisy. Some people are congratulating the winning boy, while others are angrily calling Alec a fool. There is no doubt that Alec's actions just now aroused public anger. Now his sudden crash made countless people happy. Of course, there are also a group of gamblers who lose the red eye. They do not think that Alec's loss is caused by Broly's own strength as an opponent, but think that it is because Alec defeats himself, so he gives up the sure win victory. Compared to the boys who resented the winner by luck, they hated the idiot Alec more. Unfortunately, it was at the martial arts conference now, otherwise someone might have used a knife to kill Alec, who fainted because of his crotch explosion. It is a taboo for martial artists to carelessly underestimate the enemy, and Alec is really an idiot. In the contestants who saw the reversal scene just now made sharp comments. Are you really careless and underestimating the enemy? Estz frowned and couldn't help but think that she saw the speed of the boy's last fatal chicken attack just now. Although Estz could not completely determine the specific situation of the attack due to distance and angle, her intuition made her feel something unusual, but she couldn't tell where it was abnormal. Not far away, Mellard didn't have this abnormal feeling. She just felt that this should be the boy's last potential burst. Things like this kind of explosive potential are quite common in the training of assassins. After all, rabbits will bite people when they are anxious. Broly was lifted from the ring by the staff on a stretcher, and he was lying down when he was lifted down. Main said that he was not injured and tried not to observe his physical condition at close range by others. After Broly was carried to the medical room of the martial arts conference, Ma Yin immediately brought a group of friends in as a group of relatives and friends. On the grounds that they had known the miracle doctors, they refused the doctors equipped in the martial arts conference arena and examined Broly's body for the upcoming examination and treatment. A group of children carried their elder brother away. It's really a hell that I don't believe us, but go and trust the group of quack doctors outside. The doctors at the martial arts conference only felt that they were insulted, but the contestants themselves were unwilling to receive treatment. What else could they do except say a few words? Could it be that they could force others to be treated? Dong 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 dong. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, and a girl with long-haired ice blue came into the door of the medical room. After Estz came in, he looked around and did not find the target he wanted to find, so he asked, "Where is the contestant who was carried over just now?" "I have been picked up by his relatives and friends, saying that I know the miracle doctor outside and took the other party to treat him." The doctor explained. "It seems that I'm late." Estz turned his head and saw Mellard standing next to the door, wearing exposed clothes. "What, are you interested in him too?" Mellard teased the bun in his ear and asked Estz. It's just that I want to confirm something. Aistius said. What about you, do you want to find out the details of your opponent tomorrow in advance? She asked back. No, I just admire him a little and want him to be my person. Mellard replied. It's a pity that he has been picked up. I know. The two of them didn't say anything anymore, and Estes walked past Mellard. She returned to the contestant area of the venue and continued to watch the 16-8 game. She wanted to see if there were any opponents that could make her eyes shine. But unfortunately, after seeing the 8th game, Estes did not find a third opponent that could make him care about. The first thing she cared about was Mellard from the 5th group, who also easily solved his opponent, a 12-year-old contestant and a woman. The second one is Broly, who is younger. Although she performed a little badly, the fatal shooting speed in the end made her care a little. Estes thought, then walked outside the conference hall. After leaving the venue, she turned into an alleyway and suddenly stopped. Who? She asked this and looked behind her 45 degrees. It's me, I'm Broly of the 7th group. Broly appeared here with a bandage wrapped around his body. He came to look for Estes. It's you, can you move freely so quickly? Estes asked curiously. Thanks to a miracle doctor we know. Broly avoided Estes's gaze and told the lie Mane gave him. You're a liar. Suddenly, Estes said. You don't have the smell of blood on your body, and with the injuries you suffered in the ring, it is impossible for you to have the smell of fresh blood unless you don't have any wounds on your body. As Estes said this, she approached. In order to confirm that she had no mistakes in her judgment, she took the initiative to approach Broly and sniff the smell on his body. Apart from the smell of herbs and a smell of soap, there is no bloody smell on your body. You are not injured at all. The embarrassment on the ring is performed. Am I right? Estes asked. Broly had already taken a shower and was put on injury when he came out. Unexpectedly, his new wife looked at Ding Zhen directly. I didn't mean to lie to you, but doing so will make my odds higher in the gambling house. My partner and I are making this money. Broly explained. So you are manipulating the odds, it doesn't matter. I don't care about this. I just want to ask, you should be very capable, right? Estes asked. Broly nodded. He had never met an opponent since he came to this world. You are blocking me here, are you planning to solve my competitor now? Estes bent down and was ready for battle. She didn't care where she was fighting or who she was fighting with. She only cares about whether the guy who is an opponent is strong enough. No, I'm here to make friends with you. But facing her fighting spirit, Broly scratched her head and explained her true purpose. Make friends. The momentum that Estes mentioned was stagnant, and he didn't expect it would be this reply. Can you be friends with me? Estes looked at the boy's hand that stretched out, then looked at the boy's face that he wanted to make friends with him, and his desire to fight was a little weakened. It's okay to be friends, but I never make friends with the weak, because weak friends are always easy to die on their own. After saying this, Estes paused before continuing, if you really want to be friends with me, just wait until I win tomorrow. Good. Broly agreed, but after thinking about it, he added, by the way, what I meant is to be friends is to make you my wife in the end. Upon hearing this, Estes was stunned, but after reacting, he didn't care. If you can really beat me, then I will be the prey you hunt. Then I can handle it at your disposal.